Task 1. As you step into the realm of cultivation, you have acquired the foundational methods. Now, why not attempt to slay the undying divine dragon? System, let's set aside the fact that my novice task is to slay a dragon. There's a small issue I haven't transcended. Task 2. With the apocalypse upon us, having awakened an 11 superpower, it is time to showcase your prowess. Why not engage the zombie king in a duel? Brother, let's not dwell on my current existence in a modern world. According to your logic, wasn't I just in the realm of cultivation? And yet, you haven't granted me any superpowers to slay the zombie king, have you? Task 3. In a world populated solely by women, you have become the sole precious male. Please attempt to spread your essence to at least 3 different targets. Brother, I have never begged anyone in my life, but I am kneeling now. Please take me to this world. I earnestly implore you. Wait, did you just refer to an earthworm as the undying divine dragon? Hold on. Does killing in bio mode count as slaying? And wait, can a mere sigh be considered a successful spread? Task 4. Slaying demons in the brothel. Uncle, please don't laugh. I am genuinely here to slay demons. Hands on your head and crouch down. Who told you to stand? System, you have caused me immense suffering. Chapter 1. The initial slaying of the minor demon, Heavenly Blood Crow. There are moments in life when one feels as though the gates of heaven have swung open. After 17 years of waiting, at my lowest point, the gates finally opened. Linley gazed pensively at the back of his classmate, lost in thought. Do you have lions hidden in your eyes? His desk mate, by Buffon, turned to look at Linley, who seemed suddenly deranged, and remarked, loomingly, could you use a quarter of your lifespan to help me acquire a girlfriend? Someone like Jodamai would suffice. If that's too much to ask, I don't need anything in return. I merely wish to waste your life. Buffon, there exists a tragically thick wall between us. Linley turned to Bai Buffon, his gaze devoid of lions, yet imbued with a lofty compassion. Bai Buffon rolled his eyes and clasped his hands. Continue your delusions, O venerable tree spirit. I still haven't memorized the vocabulary for tomorrow's English class, so I must return to my studies. Farewell. Foot fetish, truly disgusting. Linley scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Having turned back, Bai Buffon took 3 seconds to realize he was the subject of that insult and spun around sharply. Is cramming for exams also considered a foot fetish? You owe an apology to that saying. Furthermore, what's wrong with foot fetishes? Apologize to the players of Arknights. Lastly, apologize to me for wasting a precious minute of my life. No apologies, my preference lies with Azure. I am most intrigued to engage in a spirited debate on XP with you, but certainly not during tonight's study session. After I survive tomorrow's English class, you shall pay dearly for your ignorance, Bai Buffon sneered, turning away to immerse himself in his English textbook. Linley inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, calming the excitement within. He was not suddenly deranged just moments ago. He had activated the system, which stirred genuine feelings within him. This occurrence was undeniably real. It was a system that could potentially lead him to the pinnacle of his life. And after observing the reactions of others, he confirmed that he was the only one in this classroom who had activated it. Nervous yet exhilarated, Linley felt a desire to reach out, but restrained himself in the crowded classroom. After the banter with his desk mate, he began to officially explore his system. Loading 99, the loading was not complete, and Linley was filled with anticipation, nearly bursting into song and dance as he waited. 20 minutes later, the progress remained unchanged. Linley's excitement turned to impatience. 40 minutes passed without any change. Linley frowned and waited. 60 minutes elapsed. Linley appeared to enter a sage-like state, wearing a serene smile as he awaited the outcome with a transcendent calm. 4 great voids, Umitba, devoid of worldly desires. Binding complete. Congratulations. You have successfully bound the Ascension system. This system will guide and assist your growth, helping you gradually ascend to greatness in this unfamiliar world. Just kidding. The old monk will return to the mundane for now. Excellent. Such ambition. So it should be. What's wrong with a longer wait? Good things often take time. It's akin to an item originally priced at 33.9, now discounted to 32.9. Does that reflect a miserly merchant? Clearly, it signifies a quality product that can only afford a minimal discount. Long loading times indicate the wealth of content contained within, comparable to the culinary genius of the laughing chef, Xiaofugu's fingers. Surely, it cannot be a bug, one would jest. The ethereal screen transformed into the initial user interface. It was simple: panel, shop, warehouse, tasks. Clicking on panel. Name, Linley. Age, 17 physique, none passive abilities, none active abilities, none system currency, none a straightforward introduction, yet the content was disappointingly blank. The system evidently did not account for conventional abilities Lin-Li, after all, possessed certain skills, or perhaps they were unrecognized. However, this did not deter Lin-Li, rather, it ignited his excitement. If none of his abilities were acknowledged, could it mean that only superpowers would be recognized? Would that not imply that the system would endow him with superhuman abilities? For Lin-Li, this prospect was far more appealing than systems that merely offered money and power. Clicking on Shop unlocks after accumulating 300 system currency. It seemed this avenue was currently inaccessible. Lin-Li proceeded to open Warehouse. As anticipated, it was devoid of contents. Yet Lin-Li felt a tinge of disappointment, still clinging to the hope that the system would bestow upon him a novice gift pack. Nevertheless, having a system was already splendid. Lin-Li reassured himself. It appeared that effortless gains were not the ethos of this system, and he focused his attention on tasks, silently praying that the tasks assigned would not be overly arduous. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, even a mortal should aspire to great heights, vanquishing the demons of this world. Starting now. Task triggered. Task 1. Exterminate 10 minor demon, heavenly blood crows that frequently attack and kill villagers near your village. Reward. Physical improvement. 100 increase in spiritual energy absorption rate system currency 50. Lin-Li crossed his arms beneath his chin, falling into silence. This was not right. In fact, it was profoundly wrong. He gently tapped by Buffon on the shoulder, and when he turned to look, Lin-Li earnestly inquired, "Buffon, I have a friend who just downloaded a game." For his novice task, the system instructed him to slay 10 minor demon, heavenly blood crows, but he has no idea where to find them. What should he do? Have him ask the nearby NPCs. By Buffon shrugged and suggested. Well, Lin-Li thought, as expected of a good brother, their thoughts were aligned. My friend just tried that option, but it seems the NPCs are equally clueless. Lin-Li's expression once again shifted towards the sage-like demeanor, devoid of joy or sorrow. Then it's a nauseatingly enforced map exploration game. Your friend should hope the map isn't too vast. By Buffon waved his hand dismissively. The map should not be too large, merely 5.1 billion square kilometers, and that does not even account for the outer space DLC. Lin-Li's gaze remained fixed on the system. In truth, there was some guidance provided. The task mentioned that the blood crows roamed around the village. However, Lin-Li was currently at a county-level key high school, far removed from any village. Lin-Li realized he could no longer deceive himself. His focus landed upon entering the realm of cultivation and the phrase "in this unfamiliar world" from the initial system message. Looking out the window, the classroom was on the second floor, offering no remarkable view. As usual, there was no revival of spiritual energy. It was simply the ordinary world he had inhabited for 17 years. Lin-Li inhaled deeply. Could it be that he had missed a step in his journey across realms? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. In this day and age, where could one find creatures bold enough to frequently hunt humans? Those with such audacity had long been eradicated by humanity wielding the truth. However, if he had not truly traversed realms, completing this mission would surely be impossible. In the event of failure, the marketplace would remain inactive and rewards would remain unattainable. What, then, was the purpose of this system? No, wait, once he succumbs to the fog of old age, he could summon it at will to check his age and name. His children would no longer fear that their grandfather might forget their names. Wow, he truly was a genius. Just like that, his earlier dismay dissipated. Lin-Li scoured the system interface, but found no option for traversal. System brother? Customer service? After-sales support? Dad? If you don't respond soon, he'll give the Trisolarans Earth's coordinates. Lin-Li attempted various means of engagement, ultimately confirming one thing. The system was not sentient. What a primitive, inept system. Couldn't it at least be equipped with an artificial intelligence? Was the failure to load merely a result of a bug? Silence in excruciating silence. Buffon, do you know which road nearby has the most dump trucks? Lin-Li mechanically turned his head. Perhaps there was still time to traverse. How would I know that? What are you planning? By Buffon asked, perplexed. I want to film a video where I hide in the grass, and when a dump truck approaches, I suddenly appear in front of it to give it a fright. It seems no one on the internet has created such content. I should go viral, Lin-Li said with a wry smile. Are you talking about cremation? By Buffon gave a thumbs up, then looked at his desk mate with amusement and curiosity. What's wrong with you? You look constipated. I'm on the verge of collapse, Lin-Li admitted candidly. Nothing is insurmountable tonight. Go home and ask about derivatives. Once you finish them, everything will be all right. By Buffon offered a perfunctory consolation. After all, from his perspective, Linley had suddenly changed within an hour, indicating that it was likely nothing serious, perhaps just one of those days that every man experiences monthly. You wouldn't understand this collapse is merely a dump truck away from reaching the pinnacle of life. Linley sighed. The system was right before him, yet it refused to operate. No, I should understand. I too have faced collapse, and recently at that. By Buffon's expression turned somber, a melancholic aura emanating from him. Last weekend, I finally found a film I absolutely adored, but just as I was about to reach the climax, the internet lagged, freezing the screen on the protagonist's eyeless face. I wagered everything, exerted all my strength, but faltered and failed. Infuriating. 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 Even now, I feel a deep sense of injustice. That arrogant, detestable individual, I shall never forgive him. Despite the late study session, Buffon pounded his fist on the table, his face slightly twisted in anger. One must admit, Buffon was indeed a genius at providing comfort. Lee suddenly realized he was not quite as despondent after all. Well, in the grand scheme, what he had lost was merely what he had recently acquired. Rounding it off, he had only been toyed with for 2 hours. Lee certainly wouldn't gamble on the notion that a dump truck could facilitate his traversal. That would be foolish. Yet, amidst the highs and lows, returning to a state of focused study seemed impractical. He resolved to do nothing, clear his mind, and await the end of class. A good sleep should alleviate some of his troubles. However, an oblivious mosquito buzzed by, landing on Lee's hand with its irritating hum. The classroom was located on the 2nd floor, and summer brought an abundance of insects. Here I am, feeling so miserable, and you dare to feast on my blood? Why not suck Buffon's instead? Had this been earlier, he might have even considered treating all the mosquitoes to a feast at Buffon's expense to share his joy. But now, this was intolerable. Linley kept his left hand still while feigning a scratch with his right, then swiftly brought his palm down with a resounding smack, revealing a tiny corpse, as it had drawn little blood and left no trace. Just as he was about to ask for a tissue from the front desk to wipe his hands, his actions halted. Kill count. Little demon blood mosquito 110. Chapter 2. The system forces me to visit a brothel. No, this was utterly wrong indeed. It was unfathomably wrong. Buffon, take a look at this. Linley displayed his palm to his deskmate, asking earnestly, what do you see? A hand. Look closely. A hand belonging to a lonely, solitary individual who has never held the hand of a girl his age, weary and disdainful of himself for following the wrong master. Buffon pondered for a moment, analyzing it with seriousness before arriving at that conclusion. As a unique entity with a system, it was normal to disregard human life. Thus, it seemed reasonable for him to wish to eliminate Buffon. Never mind. Suppressing such murderous thoughts, Linley maintained a polite smile. I merely wanted you to see what I held in my hand. Buffon leaned in slightly, his expression filled with confusion. A mosquito? What's the matter? Exactly. This is just an ordinary mosquito, right? Linley's voice rose with excitement. It bore no relation to the grandiose name of little demon blood mosquito. Even from a biological perspective, it was merely a member of the order Diptera within the class Insecta. Linley had already studied the creature thoroughly. Neither its size nor its physical features exhibited any abnormalities. Actually, it isn't entirely ordinary. It met its demise at the hands of someone who has never held the hand of a girl his age. Buffon contemplated, then decided to recite an incantation anew. Snow leopard, be silent. It seemed unnecessary to request a tissue from the front desk now. While Buffon was distracted, Linley discreetly wiped his hands on his school uniform, discarding the corpse of the little demon blood mosquito, feeling much relieved. The two fell silent, Linley gazing out the window, once again lost in thought. However, this time, the excitement that had been overshadowed by disappointment resurfaced within him. Linley began to suspect he had unraveled the mystery of the situation. The system should indeed have activated upon his arrival in the realm of cultivation, but due to a bug, the traversal step had been skipped, leaving him in the modern world. Yet, it appeared that the system had begun to operate forcefully. Bad news. The system was bug-ridden. Good news. It seemed to rely on bugs for functionality. This world lacked the little demon blood mosquito, but the system, possessing exclusive authority to define reality, deemed it could exist. Thus, the mosquito declared, I am a mosquito. The system responded, no, from now on, you shall be known as the little demon blood mosquito, often lurking and attacking villagers. Mosquito. Does this mean I can mutate? Acquire abilities worthy of such a title? The system replied. Well, having come to an understanding, Lin Li smiled contentedly. Life truly is a series of ups and downs. As long as he could receive rewards normally, Lin Li cared little for whether the system operated properly. Moreover, in the current scenario, the mosquito was evidently far easier to deal with than the elusive little demon blood mosquito. In that light, it was indeed good news the difficulty of completing the task had lessened. Gazing at the task rewards, he realized he was on the cusp of becoming spiritually sensitive, ushering in an era where he could genuinely cultivate in modern times, wielding unparalleled power. He chuckled ominously. What's with that sinister smile? Weren't you just in despair? Have you already reached the no laughing challenge phase? Bai Buffon turned to Lin Li, disturbed by his grin, and instinctively scooted his chair away. As a would-be immortal, Lin Li naturally wouldn't stoop to quarreling with a mere mortal. Lin Li did not rush to complete his task. Having already squandered over an hour during the loading wait, and with evening study sessions nearing their conclusion, the classroom buzzed with an increasing cacophony of whispers. Although his seat was by the window, being on a lower floor, opening the corridor's window during summer evenings would invite censure, as countless insects would be drawn to the light. Outside the window, a multitude of unknown moths and small bugs clung to the glass. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone the task until he returned home. There was no time constraint, and there was no need for haste in the present moment. He decided to indulge in a moment of daydreaming about the future. When one ascends, even the chickens and dogs thrive, Lin Li remarked cheerfully as he patted Bai Buffon on the shoulder. Speaking with a benevolent tone, Buffon, as long as you faithfully serve as my loyal companion, I shall not disappoint you. From this day forth, as long as I have a morsel of meat, I shall also have a sip of broth. What does this meat and broth have to do with me? Bai Buffon queried. Because if I have a broth to drink, you shall have a bowl to wash, Lin Li replied with a smirk. Truly, you are a generous lord. Lin, the treatment in the cafeteria for Korean exchange students surpasses that of being your servant. Bai Buffon responded with sincere admiration. Then let's make a deal. I shall treat you to breakfast tomorrow complimentary, Lin Li said dismissively. Lord Lin, you have always been my most esteemed figure, Bai Buffon professed earnestly. Then I shall not hold back as per our usual arrangement. I would like rice rolls with an egg. Nansang Middle School is a boarding institution, yet Lin Li is a day student. One experience that all-day students must endure is aiding their boarding counterparts in smuggling. This smuggling encompasses deliveries, charging power banks, and breakfast. While the school does provide breakfast, and the cafeteria's offerings are not particularly dreadful at least the food is not a weapon of war there, is a saying that home flowers cannot compare to wildflowers. The potential of humans is boundless. Lin Li once managed to carry breakfast for 14 people simultaneously under extreme circumstances, and at the school gate, a security guard mistook him for a food delivery person and halted him once. The school bell rang promptly, and the sound of chairs scraping filled the classroom as most students rose to gather their belongings. Eager to return home, Lin Li instructed those who sought breakfast to contact him through Bai Buffon, then hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the school gate, he found his bicycle and set off on his journey home. The distance was neither too far nor too close, a leisurely 15-minute ride, or 10 minutes if pressed for time. Suddenly, a notification startled Lin Li, causing him to nearly lose control of his bike in the midst of the ride. It appeared he had inadvertently killed a mosquito. He hoped it would transcend into the realm of immortals as a true minor demon. As Lin Li pondered this, another message from his system popped up. Had he struck yet another creature? He slowed down and opened the message. During the slaying of demons, a vast secret has been unveiled. The Hahuan demon lurks here, preying upon the unwary, siphoning their vitality. Countless cultivators have consequently shattered their resolve, losing both wealth and life. This is intolerable by heavenly law. Though my current cultivation may be insufficient, I cannot turn a blind eye. This demon must be eradicated. Should a strategist infiltrate, they may sway the balance of fate. Insufficient strength is no obstacle. If we attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division, we can dismantle this demon's lair. Task activated. Task 2. Infiltrate and eradicate the Hahuan demon stronghold. Reward. Enhanced physique. 100 increase in charm resistance. 50 increase in internal vitality. 5 low-grade spirit stones. 200 system currency. Chapter 3. Take heed. This man is the blood mosquito slayer. Lin Li pressed the brakes, bringing his bicycle to a complete halt at the roadside. He had indeed not misperceived. A new task had emerged. The original task had not been overwritten, indicating that the system could engage in multiple tasks concurrently rather than being confined to a singular linear progression. However, this task, concerning the little demon mosquito, was under the auspices of the Hahuan demon's stronghold. Lin Li mused that his expression must be quite vivid at this moment, perhaps even imbued with the essence of a fiery fist. He pushed his bicycle backward, returning to the vicinity where he had initially set off to report. Nearby was a rather grand yet somewhat outdated foot massage establishment, the Light Noble Health Club. It was the only target that seemed plausible and reasonable. Could this be the fabled Red Romance? On the surface, it appeared to promote wellness, while covertly engaging in less savory activities. Lin Li marked the location. After a moment's contemplation, he pedaled his bicycle back home. There was no urgency to address this chicken farm, as it was not something he could resolve haphazardly. The Demon Suppression Division was akin to the police, and even reporting would require careful consideration of phrasing and evidence. Action would have to wait until the weekend. After all, this task bore no time constraints. It was far more crucial to return home and deal with mosquitoes. As usual, the house was empty. Having suffered a tragedy in his childhood, Lin Li lost his father and took a year off from school, thus at 17. He was still in his first year of high school. His mother was a well-compensated yet busy white-collar worker, often away on business trips. Strictly speaking, Lin Li would have been better suited for a boarding arrangement, but since he insisted on commuting and the school was conveniently close to home, his mother acquiesced to his preference. Opening the window to invite mosquitoes into the house was clearly an irrational action, and swatting them one by one was quite exhausting. Just moments ago, while locking his bicycle downstairs, he had noticed a swarm of small flying insects circling overhead. However, Lin Li knew these were non-biting midges or gnats. Certainly not the target of his task. Thus, upon returning home, he did not bother to remove his shoes but instead grabbed an electric mosquito swatter and sleeves. Making his way back to the community park. No, he wielded a special weapon, the electric little demon mosquito swatter. With this formidable device, the blood mosquitoes were in peril. Approaching the bushes, he executed a sweeping motion, crackling and popping, a veritable display of sparks and brilliance. Kill little demon mosquito, 310. Indeed. The other insects were not counted. The earlier sounds undoubtedly indicated more than a single hit. Lin Li continued to swing the electric swatter, employing downward strikes, upward thrusts, and diagonal slashes rounding off. Could he not be considered a cultivator armed with a weapon, vanquishing the little demon mosquitoes? Mommy, what is that brother doing? At that moment, a mother holding her child passed by Lin Li, the child curiously pointing at him. The somewhat embarrassed cultivator dared not look back. Little Bao, you dislike mosquitoes, right? That brother is helping us eliminate them. Oh, that brother is so impressive. Thank you, kind stranger. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I shall ascend to the heavens with you and by Buffon. As the footsteps receded, Lin Li, touched, continued to wield the electric little demon mosquito swatter. Yet he felt as though the footsteps behind him had suddenly quickened. Killed little demon mosquito, 910. Killed little demon mosquito, 1010. Task 1 has been completed. You have gained physical enhancement. Chi absorption speed increased by 100. System currency 50. Remarkable talent. Who would have thought that in less than an hour, you would have successfully slain 10 little demon mosquitoes? The neighbors are astonished by your speed and hail you as a hero. Why not capitalize on this momentum and engage in another exhilarating slaughter, thoroughly shocking the blood mosquito clan, making them refrain from further transgressions? Time-limited task triggered. Task 1. Within 12 hours, personally eliminate 100 little demon mosquitoes frequently attacking and hunting villagers around your village. Reward. Title: Blood Mosquito Slayer. When equipped, the Blood Mosquito clan will feel genuine fear towards you, and non-clan strongmen will not dare approach you. Physical enhancement. Chi absorption speed increased by 100. System currency 50. Unexpectedly, a derivative task had been triggered, with quite generous rewards, adding a title on top of the original task. However, one must ponder. Does a conventional cultivation system really offer titles akin to those in online games? Would it not be more fitting to modify one's physique to become the nemesis of the Blood Mosquito clan? Never mind, such eccentricities seemed normal for his system. After internally critiquing this, Lin Li resumed his vigorous swatting. This task, surprisingly enjoyable, rekindled his enthusiasm akin to playing badminton. However, Lin Li soon realized something was amiss. Despite having swung so many times, his task progress remained at 0. It was impossible that he had failed to hit a single mosquito amidst the earlier cacophony. What could be the issue? Frowning, Lin Li meticulously compared the descriptions of the two task ones, and soon discovered that the latter included the words personally eliminate. He swallowed hard. With a decisive clap, he clamped the electric swatter at his waist and swatted a mosquito buzzing near his ear. Killed little demon mosquito, 1100. Wait, what sort of absurd system is this? The task description states personally, and it genuinely requires personal action? The system ought to be grateful it is not sentient, or else he would have to express himself in 4 languages regarding its familial relations. With a sigh, Linley placed the electric swatter on a nearby bench. As the sole authority on interpretation, the system had spoken. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. After all, though it was a bit troublesome, it ultimately remained an uncomplicated task, just requiring a bit more time. Pitifully, in the sweltering summer, he found himself alone in the grass, swatting left and right. Killed little demon mosquito, 2100. Killed little demon mosquito, 46,100. Mommy, what is that brother doing now? Why isn't he even using the swatter? The familiar voice returned, as if the mother and child had looped back around. This time, the mother seemed momentarily taken aback by her child's question. Linley, still diligently swatting, forced a smile without daring to turn around. After a long pause, the mother finally spoke. Little Bao, do you remember how I told you that many people in this world aren't as fortunate as you? Some are born lacking certain parts, whether physical or mental. But remember, little Bao, do not discriminate against them because of their deficiencies. Instead, treat them kindly. Oh, that brother must be intellectually. Silence enveloped the area as the departing footsteps quickened to a near run. Defined now as part of the intellectually disabled community, Linley wore a neutral expression, continuing his relentless clapping. I dislike you, kind stranger. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I shall ascend to the heavens with you and by Buffon, physically. Killed little demon mosquito, 99,100. Killed little demon mosquito, 100,100. Task 1 has been completed. You have gained the title, Blood Mosquito Slayer, automatically equipped. Physical enhancement. Chi absorption speed increased by 100. System currency 50. Chapter 4. What a splendid system, gritting teeth. No new tasks appeared. And fearing a total collapse of his image in the neighborhood, Linley dared not linger, clutching the electric swatter as he returned home. After washing his hands, stained with the remnants of blood mosquito corpses, he sought a secluded bush, removed his sleeves, extended his hand, and stood for a moment. The title proved useful. Though the title is directed at the Bloodwu clan, Linley found it almost unimaginable that not a single mosquito had appeared around him during the past 5 minutes. An extraordinary occurrence in such an environment. It seems that titles can indeed operate normally. He ascended the stairs, refreshed himself, and lay on his bed, carving a rice character onto the welts left by the mosquitoes with his nails as a means of exorcism. He then began to tally his gains for the day. 100 system credits that were temporarily useless, a stylish title, and most importantly, an enhancement in his absorption rate of spiritual energy by 200. Spiritual energy, come. Linley inhaled deeply, blinking rapidly, and exhaled only when he could no longer contain his breath, although he was reluctant to admit it. He had felt nothing when he received rewards for completing tasks on 2 occasions. Shouldn't an improvement in constitution bring a sense of exhilaration? Why did it seem that nothing had happened for him? Was it because he had no idea how to absorb spiritual energy? Thus, no matter how many times he multiplied 0, it would still yield 0. He arrived at this conclusion. In a typical cultivation system, shouldn't the first reward be an advanced technique for refining chi and establishing a foundation? How was he supposed to absorb spiritual energy? Linley searched online for some mystical knowledge and attempted to meditate and breathe, but to no avail. Wait, Linley raised his head. Had he overlooked the most crucial question? He hadn't transmigrated. So was it possible that modernity lacked spiritual energy altogether? He fell silent. Even if he became exceptionally sensitive to spiritual energy and eventually mastered the supreme technique for absorbing it, if such energy did not exist in the modern world, the ultimate result would still be 0. After all, as the saying goes, one cannot cook without rice. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that modernity lacked spiritual energy. Otherwise, those extraordinary treasures from novels would have manifested long ago. This sensitivity to spiritual energy was utterly meaningless. The currency was unusable. Thus, if he were to summarize his gains for the day, it would merely amount to acquiring a mosquito-repelling aura, rendering him a mere 6 god. He felt a twinge of heartbreak for the system. Linley lay on his bed in a wooden position, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Buzz. At that moment, a mosquito flew by, landing on the tip of Linley's nose. Slap. Not you again. My aura is still active. How dare the Bloodwu approach me? Linley examined the mosquito corpse in his hand, and his pupils constricted sharply. Damn. It's a flower mosquito. The white-striped mosquito. Easily distinguishable from ordinary mosquitoes by its white stripes, carries more viruses, resulting in ischio welts that take longer to heal. Linley recalled that the effect of the Bloodwu killer title indicated it could only intimidate the weaker members of the Bloodwu clan, proving ineffective against the stronger ones. Damn. If ordinary mosquitoes are minor blood woo, then this flower mosquito must be a major blood woo. Indeed, it is an absolute powerhouse within the blood woo clan. The aura had no effect on it. Lin Li quietly got up and reconnected the electric mosquito repellent. He heavily flopped onto the bed. The appearance of this flower mosquito had dealt a significant blow to his already meager gains for the day. He was even worse off than the 6 gods. Initially, Lin Li believed his future would be smooth sailing. But now it felt as though it might be fraught with more obstacles than planned. Lin Li picked up his phone, and Bai Bufan had already sent over the breakfast list and money for tomorrow. Lin Li, bro, when I said I'd treat you to breakfast, I was joking. Forget I ever said that. The rice rolls with egg cost 6 yuan, not a dime less. Bai Bufan, are you even human? Lin Li, life is like this. Plans often fail to keep up with changes. Bai Bufan, forget it, I made some money in the stock market recently. So I won't quibble over your 6 or 8 yuan. I'll give you an extra 4 as a reward, Shaolin. Bai Bufan, wishing you prosperity. Lin Li? Lin Li, what stocks are you even trading? Have you grown up enough to be trading? Bai Bufan was only 16 and couldn't even open a personal account. How could he possibly be trading stocks? Even if he used his family's account, the trading hours coincided with classes. And Lin Li had never seen him playing with his phone during this time. So he couldn't possibly be a sophisticated long-term investor. Bai Bufan hadn't even used the class's Vosh whiteboard to flaunt stock charts. Bai Bufan, you really don't get it, do you? I not only trade stocks, but I have never lost money while doing so. Lin Li, seriously? How do you manage that? Bai Bufan, haha, would I lie to you? As a token of our brotherhood, I shall bestow upon you my unique secret. First, you must join various investor groups, diligently study stock trading knowledge, and acquire insider information. Congratulate group members whose stocks rise, prompting them to send celebration red envelopes, and comfort those whose stocks fall, encouraging them to send good fortune red envelopes. Remember, the most important point is to never buy stocks. Higi, it seems today's stock market is quite favorable. I managed to snag several red envelopes worth dozens of yuan late at night. What a delight. Lin Li, Bai Bufan, I admit, you're truly a stock trading genius. Bai Bufan, talent and effort are both indispensable. Setting the phone aside, Lin Li's spirits lifted as he resumed his quest for life's path. It was far from hopeless. Let's not forget there was an unlocked shop that likely contained many useful items. Even the task currently displayed on his taskbar, Task 2, offered a spiritual stone as a reward. Surely, the spiritual stone contained spiritual energy, which could pave his path to cultivation. One day, when he cultivated to the point of generating spiritual energy within himself, he would be able to cycle it internally. However, Lin Li's features twisted slightly. There was a reason. He discovered that the prerequisite for the task of eliminating the Huan demons base included the 4 characters. Enter the fray. This broken system had already revealed some of its quirks through the 2 tasks he had just completed. If it instructed him to do something with his own hands, he must comply. If it demanded he enter the fray, he had to do just that. However, this was a task related to eradicating debauchery. How on earth was he supposed to enter the fray? Well, in fact, entering the fray was relatively simple, but was it really appropriate? What would he say if he became part of the very thing he was meant to eliminate? If he couldn't explain himself clearly? Even if his path to cultivation became illuminated, his life would undoubtedly plunge into darkness. After a night of battling mosquitoes, Lin Li, having exceeded his physical exertion, felt drowsy as he pondered these thoughts and gradually closed his eyes, leaving behind his final murmurs before sleep. System, I'm cursed with misfortune. Chapter 5 According to historical records. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Lin Li owned an Android phone. Yet that did not prevent him from setting the heart-pounding sound of an Apple pacemaker as his alarm. To be honest, this sound was enough to induce a heart attack at first hearing. A day's plan begins with the morning. The rising dawn can shatter the darkness. Those who ascend the supreme path are all those whose hearts are steadfast and whose ways are solid. To become the strongest, one must begin at dawn. Task triggered. Task 1. Rise before the hour of the rabbit and earnestly commence physical training. Accumulate at least half an hour before the hour of the dragon. Reward. Technique. 8-stage body refinement skill. This was not triggered upon Lin Li's awakening, but rather he noticed it upon waking. Just yesterday, he had been complaining about not receiving techniques earlier. It seemed the system's activation timing was off. Had it been morning, this task would likely have appeared first. The hour of the rabbit refers to the time between 5 and 7 o'clock, indicating the system required him to rise before 5 and exercise for at least an hour before 7. It didn't seem too difficult, but he would have to wait until tomorrow to complete it. After getting up and freshening up, he rode his bike to school. There were times when he had to admit that the teacher's claim of hearing their class from the stairwell was indeed true. The voice of Bai Bufin possesses a distinct recognition, akin to that of a storyteller. According to historical records, Zhao Zilong bravely charged into and out of Changban Slope 7 times, causing the enemy to crumble. However, Changban Slope is no ordinary place. It is the renowned establishment of Yihong Courtyard. In a fleeting moment, facing Zhao Zilong with his spear, Changban Slope unleashed the move old tree coiling roots. And with a powerful thrust, Zhao Zilong found himself at a loss, unable to penetrate further into Changban Slope. Such wild tales indeed seem excessively fanciful. If this is too outrageous, let us consider another account. Historical records suggest that Lu Fengxian was never a mere servant to the 3 clans. That notion is entirely erroneous. For he was of noble lineage himself. Children, meals are served. As Lin Li appeared at the back door, it was akin to a zookeeper entering the animal enclosure at feeding time. Instantly, a throng of students clamored forward to surround Lin Li, eagerly claiming their breakfast. Lin Li did not impose any additional fees. They were all classmates, and typically, they would treat him to something in return, a gesture Lin Li did not mind. However, he had also made it clear that if he woke up late, he would not risk being tardy to procure breakfast for everyone. Naturally, those without breakfast would not go hungry all morning. They could seize the break to purchase a pack of toast from the school shop. No one would complain over such trivial matters. Those who would complain were not worth his friendship, let alone breakfast. Lin Li and Bai Bufin returned to their respective seats. Observing Bai Bufin indulging in his meal, Lin Li pondered over his second task and sincerely inquired, "Bufin, have you ever frequented a brothel?" Bai Bufin nearly spat out the rice roll he had just taken a bite of, and after a sip of water to compose himself. He stared at Lin Li in shock. "What? Have you ever frequented a brothel? Or do you know the process?" Lin Li assumed Bai Bufin had not heard him clearly and reiterated, "I am quite interested. Do elaborate." Bai Bufin seemed to disregard the question, sitting upright and listening with an earnestness even more intense than in class. Generally, one does not pose such inquiries without cause, prompting Bai Bufin to lower his voice. "Brother Zilong, are you considering a venture into the realm of Changban Slope yourself? You left in quite a rush yesterday." Could it be that Bai Bufin gradually came to understand the implications, leading to feelings of betrayal and confusion? "Have you already forsaken our virgin association?" "No," Lin Li retorted. "What are you talking about? I merely wanted to ask if you knew about this." "How would I know about that? What difference is there between your hand and mine? We are merely skilled artisans residing in the Taoist temple. And although I am intrigued, if you were to ask me to engage in such activities, I would not dare. I cannot even bear to contemplate how embarrassing life would become if caught." Bai Bufin shook his head. Lin Li nodded in agreement, comprehending the situation. After all, this was a key secondary school at the county level. It was indeed somewhat unreasonable to inquire about such matters here. Perhaps it would be more effective to seek insights from a streetwise ruffian, albeit at the risk of receiving a beating. It would be better to conduct field research in the coming days and take formal action over the weekend. At that moment, Bai Bufin cast a skeptical glance at Lin Li. "You really aren't going to seek out such experiences? I share no affinity with gambling or drugs. How could I possibly engage in such behavior?" Lin Li scoffed. Though Bai Bufin remained unconvinced, he cautioned, "If you truly intend to pursue this path, exercise caution. The crackdown on prostitution has intensified in recent years, and I, too, am well versed in this matter." He patted Lin Li on the shoulder, imparting a serious warning. "You've already been swept up in it. I am part of the anti-prostitution unit." Lin Li replied with a cold laugh. "Do you not believe me? You should know I once managed to dismantle over 20 illicit groups in a single day." Bai Bufin blinked in disbelief. "How dare you call me a traitor? Those who report others, like your so-called sage, are the true betrayers of humanity." Lin Li retorted angrily. Bai Bufin, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, responded, "I do not rely on reports to dismantle. I loathe such informants. How could I ever engage in such actions?" "Ah, then how did you achieve it?" "By disbanding them." "Wait, are you telling me you were the group leader?" "You disbanded them out of fear of being caught." "That reasoning is not entirely incorrect," Bai Bufin replied, sorrowfully consuming his rice roll, remaining silent as if his silence spoke volumes. "You, my friend, are the true hero," Lin Li declared solemnly. It was imperative for Lin Li to maintain a lifelong friendship with someone like Bai Bufin. "Wait, you never invited me to join the group." Lin Li retracted his earlier statement, realizing Bai Bufin remained a mere beast at heart. "This is a story from my middle school days, 10 years ago. I did not know you, and you did not belong to me. Ha ha, truly my brother. Heroes emerge from youth. Collect the Chinese test papers." The class representative announced as the early morning reading session approached, and the class was nearly assembled. "Guangxi, save me," Lin Li exclaimed after a moment of stunned silence. "Since last night, my mind has been consumed with thoughts of minor demons and blood. Who can recall such things? And the Chinese homework is the most difficult." with the most characters. Cursive writing, activate. Lin Li proclaimed, channeling the spirit of Zhang Su, Huang Tingjian, and Wang Shiji, as he transformed into the true king of cursive writing in the face of extreme frustration. Can you write cursive? Then just write. I'm just going to copy. Fortunately, this test paper did not require an essay. Otherwise, Lin Li would have to recount the story of his mother carrying him to the hospital on a rainy day. As long as the papers were collected before Chinese class began, the group leader did not pressure Lin Li, who was furiously writing. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Turn to 10 thoughts on advising Emperor Taizong and begin the morning reading. The class representative had already taken to the stage. I have heard, to seek the longevity of a tree, one must strengthen its roots, to let a stream flow far. What are we singing today? Bai Bufin inquired, glancing at Lin Li while holding his textbook. Anything. Then let us go with quiet. Fine. With only the piano accompanying him, Bai Bufin sang passionately, holding the Chinese textbook for compulsory reading too upright before him. The slumbering cello. The quiet. Old Lin Li continued to play along, his head bowed, keeping pace with the melody. I believe you have made your feelings abundantly clear. The two engaged in a heartfelt duet, for they both understood well that without diligent effort in the morning reading, their lamentations would be in vain. Chapter 6. Since the sect is willing to impart teachings and clarify doubts, one must listen attentively. In the realm of vocal prowess, only Lin Li during morning readings could rival Lin Li in the shower. The latter was the true deity, the genuine god of song, rendering all others, including Jie Chou and Lin Junjie, mere shadows in his presence. Do you want me to express how awkward it is? I simply do not wish to part ways. Why must I wear a smile to bear the heavenly mandate, lest I fall into despair? Upon hearing Bai Bufin abruptly cease his singing and join the class representative in the morning reading, the harmonious voices of the class rose in unison, signifying a shared understanding that required no further explanation. With careful movements, Lin Li tucked 2 test papers back into the drawer and placed his textbook before him, commencing his own reading. Only at that moment did he glance around, and as expected, the architect of this entire scenario, Chinese teacher Li Binbin, was already traversing the aisles between groups 1 and 2. The ginger remains tender. Binbin, you are still a bit too green to challenge me. By this time, 10 thoughts on advising Emperor Taizong had been completed, and the class representative instinctively turned his gaze toward the backbone of the class. Have all the test papers been collected? I have some time now to review them briefly, the Chinese teacher inquired. The group leader cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Li. Lin Li understood that one must never become complacent, for even in moments of triumph, there could be repercussions. I must say, this Binbin is lacking. How could he let you off so easily? At the very least, he should have made you write a 30 to 40,000 word reflection or suspend you at the school gate. During the brief interlude following the morning reading session, Bai Bufan observed Lin Li emerging from the staircase, physically intact and mentally sound, albeit having received a reprimand from the Chinese teacher. With a hint of regret, he mused, 300,000 to 400,000 characters? Am I violating a celestial edict? Lin Li raised his middle finger and subsequently joined the boys engaged in a game of stacking. In school, whenever a boy leaned against the corridor's handrail, it was common for others to inexplicably pile on top. If one were to describe this in pictographs, it would resemble a state. Fortunately, each of them was clad in trousers. The Chinese teacher, in her 40s, possessed a pleasant demeanor and treated her students well. However, the most significant reason for her amiability was perhaps the fact that she was not the homeroom teacher of Class 4. It is well known that for a teacher, the distinction between being a homeroom teacher and not can be profoundly consequential. The homeroom teacher of Class 4, the stern and intimidating mathematics instructor Shui Jian, exuded an aura of dread. Bai Bufan had once suffered a considerable defeat in his presence. It was a weekend when he encountered teacher Shui outside of school, and they happened to be going the same way. The awkwardness of that moment could only be grasped by those who had experienced it. The subsequent time spent with the teacher was nothing short of torment. In a moment of desperation, Bai Bufan noticed an elderly man struggling with his burdens and decided to lend a hand, believing it would be a noble act and a means to distance himself from the homeroom teacher. His plan was seemingly flawless, but the problem lay in his flustered state. He inadvertently addressed the elderly man with, "Old fellow, let me help you with that." What transpired next remained an unspeakable embarrassment for Bai Bufan, whose eyes now told tales of untold misadventures. A moment of careless speech could lead to a lifetime of regret. The warning bell buzzed, signaling the end of the intermission. At Nansang High School, the break lasted 10 minutes, but an alert bell rang at the 8-minute mark to remind students that class was approaching. An unfair aspect of the schedule was that there was no warning bell when classes extended to 32 minutes. Lin Li felt this was quite necessary, as many teachers seemed to prepare lessons for 50 minutes rather than the allotted 40. As everyone returned to the classroom, the official class bell soon rang, heralding the start of the first lesson, the Chinese class, as the teacher entered. Class, stand. Good morning, students. Good morning, teacher. Please sit down. Turn to page 144 in your textbooks. We will continue with the 10 thoughts on advising Emperor Taizong. Lin Li paused in his page turning as the system sent him another notification. Having merely entered the realm of cultivating immortality for a day, I have been recognized by Nansang sect and accepted as a formal disciple, preparing to stir the winds and clouds of the world. The experiences of predecessors are treasures for future generations. As the elders and the sect leader are willing to impart their knowledge and skills, I must diligently study. Task triggered. Task 3. When elders, administrators, or guardians of the sect impart teachings, attentively listen and study for a total of 6 hours. Reward. Physical enhancement. Memory improvement by 150 system currency. Nansang High School had seemingly transformed into Nansang sect. It appeared that this inept system had been perplexed, as Lin Li had already been a disciple upon its activation, leaving it with no choice but to make adjustments. Lin Li felt a sense of contentment, for the rewards from this task were undoubtedly beneficial. While his capacity to absorb spiritual energy might have been negligible, his memory was certainly not, and the task posed no significant difficulty, merely the accumulation of time. 12 hours were to be counted not in specific numbers, but displayed on a slender progress bar, lacking a visible percentage, leaving only estimates. However, based on 8 classes per day, each lasting 40 minutes, he could complete the task in as little as 3 days. If a teacher extended class time or utilized study periods for lessons, perhaps he could finish in 2 days. The future appeared promising. Lin Li raised his gaze to elderly of the Nansang sect, smiling. Unbeknownst to him, Li Binbin's face had transformed, becoming more refined. The elder chuckled. Lin Li, would you care to answer the question I just posed? Having not listened at all, Lin Li stood up. Noticing the encouraging glance from Li Binbin, he realized there was no malice this time. Alas, he had forgotten that making eye contact with the teacher during class was a grave misstep, especially as he had unwittingly worn a smile. Did he not appear as if he were eager to answer? From Li Binbin's perspective, it might have seemed that Lin Li, having neglected his homework, sought to make a good impression in class to atone for his oversight. As a true back row student, he should have been earnestly admiring the desk, pondering how truly desk-like it was. Choose, Bai Bufan murmured, his head lowered, yet his voice reached Lin Li. Lin Li stepped on Bai Bufan's shoe. During Chinese class, you speak of choices? Do you think I am unaware of your intentions, you rascal? Really choose. We were just discussing examples. Lin Li pondered seriously before replying to the elder. Indeed, that is the choice. Correct, take your seat. Everyone, remember, in this translation, it absolutely must not be rendered as Li Binbin nodded, signaling Lin Li to sit down. Lin Li exhaled in relief. But the lingering gaze from a certain individual made him feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. I will keep my eyes on you, always watching. A plaintive voice echoed. Lunch, use my meal card. Feeling guilty, Lin Li glanced outside, uncertainly stating, actually, one cannot blame me entirely. Such bonds should exist among brothers. Upon reflection, had Bai Bufan been in this situation, Lin Li would undoubtedly have taken pleasure in his misfortune. This line of thought only deepened his sense of shame. Dinner. Also use my meal card. You better not backtrack like last night. With their conversation temporarily halted, Lin Li glanced at the system once more before class resumed. The progress bar for Task 3 remained at 0. Chapter 7. Would you lift weights in solitude? The progress bar was lengthy, yet it was utterly empty. Although class time had been brief, it should not have been devoid of progress. After reviewing the task again, Lin Li realized the cause. He had not been sufficiently earnest. The task description contained the word attentively. The rigid system naturally would not acknowledge inattentive learning. Alas, drifting off was evidently not permitted. Understanding this, Lin Li rubbed his temples. Completing the task in 2 days seemed implausible, as it is challenging for an ordinary person to maintain prolonged focus. However, he was not making excuses. He had begun to listen attentively, striving to keep pace with the elder of the sect. As expected, after a few minutes during the teacher's water break, Lin Li checked the system, and there was movement on the progress bar. Taking a deep breath, he encouraged himself, stay focused, study diligently. This task represented a win-win scenario for Lin Li. Rationally and emotionally, nothing could deter him from exerting his utmost effort to fulfill it. Lin Li, I suddenly have a question. Do you think what Optimus Prime produces is engine oil? If he overdoes it and becomes deficient, does it turn into windshield washer fluid? During class, questions often arise, prompting Bai Bufan to turn and inquire. Lin Li shot him a cold glance, sitting upright as if a first-grade teacher were instructing him on the importance of posture. Bai Bufan was merely a stumbling block on the path of learning. He was not worth his attention. When Zhao Zilong felt lonely, he sought Changban Slope. When Optimus Prime feels lonely, does he call for a rideshare? Bai Bufan continued his inquiries. Enough. Lin Li clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Li Binbin, no longer fearing eye contact. For he was genuinely paying attention and could respond if called upon. Ignore him. Block out the noise, he silently pleaded, hoping his ears would automatically filter out Bai Bufan's incessant chatter. Bai Bufan. Nonsense. However, a question arises. If Optimus Prime were to take a rideshare and subsequently be apprehended, would it fall under the jurisdiction of the local police or the Vehicle Management Authority? There was no response, but it mattered not. A formidable individual like Bai Bufan could certainly persist on his own. Was Optimus Prime perusing second-hand car platforms in search of a divorced woman? Observing Lin Li's continued silence, Bai Bufan refrained from further inquiries regarding Optimus Prime and cast a puzzled glance at Lin Li before turning away. Finally, tranquility was restored. Lin Li exhaled deeply. He had surmounted the greatest obstacle on his path of learning. This, indeed, was the indomitable spirit a cultivator ought to possess. If I, Lin Li, cannot ascend to immortality, who then is worthy of such a fate? Moreover, to speak candidly, Bai Bufan was rather dull-witted. How could Optimus Prime possibly summon a rideshare? Such services only dispatch small vehicles, and upon seeing Optimus Prime's imposing stature, they would undoubtedly opt for a refund, leaving those vehicle services at a loss. While it is common for a small horse to pull a large cart, the reverse is quite rare. Therefore, even in solitude, Optimus Prime would likely seek out a freight service. Bai Bufan's reasoning was evidently lacking. Furthermore, as a Cybertronian, should Optimus Prime call for a freight service and be apprehended, it would pertain to interstellar issues, far beyond the capabilities of the Vehicle Management Authority to resolve, necessitating escalation to higher authorities. Lin Li's thoughts momentarily faltered. Damn it, cursed Bai Bufan. Just when he thought he had navigated through the difficulties, he was led astray once more. Never mind, never mind. It's time to adjust his mindset and refocus on his studies. Learning. Lin Li sailed through the ocean of language arts. Lin Li, he mused. Do you think Cabda engages in physical training when he feels lonely? At that moment, Bai Bufan's voice drifted back to him. Damn. Bai Bufan had not intended to remain silent. After dealing with Optimus Prime, he was now set to target Cabda. Teacher, Bai Bufan is disrupting my studies. I request that he be relegated to the back of the classroom. Lin Li found himself becoming the very teacher's pet he once despised, a scheming snitch. He turned to face Bai Bufan, who wore a look of bewilderment. After a brief moment of confusion, the emotion that flickered beneath his eyes was one of betrayal and sorrow. Have you forgotten all the beautiful moments we shared, Lin Li? Yet, due to their close bond, Lin Li felt no burden under such scrutiny and even managed a faint smile. Hello, yes. Teacher, this is a misunderstanding. It is actually Lin Li who is affecting my studies. Thus, the two brothers fell into discord, with Bai Bufan resolutely declaring, you should move to the back. In reality, the teacher's view from the podium was far clearer than most imagined. It was merely that most educators lacked the time to monitor every small movement. Consequently, Li Binbin discerned immediately who was in the right. Lord Li, I truly am wronged. You have been blinded by Lin Li's treachery. Silence. Oh. Bai Bufan rose and moved to the back. This was much more comfortable, yet the lingering gaze of resentment did not dissipate, and in a moment of haze, a voice from the depths of despair echoed, I will always watch you, forever. Bufan, move even further back. By the blackboard, Li Binbin, the exorcist master, interjected. Oh. Lin Li felt utterly at ease. Are you even human? Speak. Bai Bufan, are you truly human? 5 meat dishes and you don't even take rice? Do you think I'm a pig to be slaughtered? How can such a beast exist in this world? In the cafeteria, after finding a seat, Lin Li unleashed a tirade, heartbroken. The school cafeteria operated on a windowed selection system, and owing to subsidies, the prices were quite reasonable. Meat dishes starting at 4 yuan. Vegetable dishes at 2, with rice and soup provided free of charge, the latter being quite hearty. If one were to stir the bottom of the soup pot with a large ladle, one could fill it with ample ingredients. As a day student, Lin Li rarely dined out, preferring the company of the cafeteria during lunch and dinner. Typically, one would order either 1 meat and 2 vegetables or 2 meats and 1 vegetable. Never would one encounter a wealthy individual like Bai Bufan, who ordered 5 meat dishes without even taking rice. Since he was using his own card, Bai Bufan was not merely rich, he was a beast. This is what I deserve. If it weren't for the limited compartments, I would have ordered even more. Bai Bufan cackled with glee. If you don't finish your plate, just wait for me to keep staring at you. Lin Li scoffed. Huh, I know what I'm doing. Haven't you noticed that the portions here are actually quite small? I specifically asked the aunt to be a bit more generous, just in case I couldn't finish. But rest assured, I paid every single cent. Bai Bufan proudly patted his chest. Lin Li regarded him with a cold stare, searching for a term more aggressive than beast. I've made up my mind. I will study medicine, so that when I stab you, I can avoid your vital points and prolong your agony, Lin Li declared. Rebound? Bai Bufan inquired, now genuinely curious. By the way, Lin Li, I'm sincerely curious. What has caused you to be so focused on studying today? You're scarily engrossed, almost as if you're wholly committed to your lessons. If it were just one language arts class, Bai Bufan might dismiss it as Lin Li having a momentary lapse. But Lin Li had maintained this level of concentration for an entire morning. People do change. From now on, I intend to reform. Lin Li responded with an ethereal air. Bai Bufan swallowed hard. He suddenly sprang up, gesturing dramatically in front of Lin Li. Oim mani padme hum. Oim mani padme hum. Hey, monster. I don't care who you are. Get off my good brother this instant. Otherwise, I shall not be gentle. Chapter 8. The chicken farm is great. One must learn at the chicken farm. Useless? I never expected you to possess some skill. It seems I must summon my father's spirit. Evil spirits, depart. Evil spirits, depart. Confronted with Bai Bufan's antics, Lin Li glanced at him without uttering a word. In silence, he conveyed a message that Bai Bufan understood all too well. Where did this fool come from? Don't say you know me. Engaging in such behavior in the cafeteria felt awkward, as if the surrounding gazes were fixated on a child with a disability. Reluctantly, Bai Bufan took a seat, then curiously asked, So what is going on with you? Have you been stimulated by something? Could it be that Qinwei will allow you to confess to her if you rank in the top 100 of your grade? Or is it that your relatives have mocked you for being a useless person, and you've set a 3-week deadline to impress them? Qinwei was the class monitor of Class 4, already regarded as the most attractive girl in the class, further enhanced by her ability to dress well. Thus, in terms of appearance, she stood out in Class 4. In accordance with school regulations, makeup was not permitted. Her grooming involved managing a hairstyle that suited her, complemented by hairpins, bracelets, necklaces, and other small accessories, along with subtle adjustments to her loose school uniform. Lin Li harbored a fondness for her, stemming from an appreciation for beauty, which could be construed as a form of infatuation shared by many young boys toward attractive girls. However, feelings of love or deep affection were entirely absent. Of course, if Qinwei were to confess to him, Lin Li believed he would gladly accept, though this was a common fantasy during adolescence. As for why Bai Bufan brought this up, it was purely because Lin Li had previously helped Qinwei carry breakfast a few times. In such circumstances, friends would often tease one another about it. Bufan, your immediate task is to uninstall that reading app. What a good kid you are. How can you be so foolish from reading novels? Skipping over Qinwei, Lin Li took a sip of soup, expressing a tinge of regret. Hee. Bai Bufan scratched his head, then nodded in understanding. So you just suddenly want to study hard? Like my plan to quit indulging in carnal desires? You could say that. If I don't study diligently, I feel guilty, so I must strive to improve. However, do not conflate this with your commitment to restraint, Lin Li solemnly advised. Initially, Bai Bufan maintained his resolve for a week. During those 7 days, Day 1 of abstinence, Day 1 of abstinence, Day 2 of abstinence, Day 1 of abstinence, Day 2 of abstinence, Day 3 of abstinence, Day -2. As for why he was in debt by 2 days on the 7th day, it was because he indulged in a vengeful visit to the temple to practice his skills, far exceeding the frequency of the previous days. 1 day proved to be more potent than 3. He chuckled. Do not speak too soon. Bai Bufan retorted. I doubt you can maintain this for long. Perhaps, Lin Li did not contest Bai Bufan's assertion, for he contemplated that after completing this task, it would be arduous to sustain such an intense focus on learning, rendering grandiose claims unnecessary. Furthermore, Lin Li discovered a point worthy of the system's critique. The morning's 5 classes comprised Chinese, English, physics, general technology, and mathematics. In English class, regardless of Lin Li's earnest efforts, the progress bar remained utterly stagnant. It seemed this inept system did not recognize English as a legitimate subject. However, if one were to interpret this, it could be comprehended, as in the realm of cultivation. English might be considered an utterly useless foreign language. You? Great being, what nonsense are you spouting? Speak plainly, or perish. This system harbored its own peculiar preferences. Nonetheless, Lin Li's English proficiency was mediocre, and his oral skills were abysmal, thus he wholeheartedly concurred with the system. Remember, the first entry in the English exam dictionary of 3,500 words is to give up. However, once his memory improves, his English scores would naturally rise. Once he amassed a sufficient vocabulary to comprehend, it truly became rather simple. Additionally, Lin Li conducted an empirical test, after class. His focused preparation and review did not affect the progress bar either. One could only conclude that this system remained archaically rigid. It insisted that instruction from an internal sect master was a prerequisite for recognition. It appeared he could not escape being drawn into the fray. After dinner, Linley ventured to the convenience store to purchase some snacks, primarily because, under focused conditions, fatigue would set in rapidly, necessitating some nutritional replenishment. He resolved to keep a stock of snacks for the upcoming days. When the bell rang to signal the end of evening study, Linley burst out of the classroom as he had the previous day. "Linley must be outside with someone," Buffon remarked, observing Linley's retreating figure with a meaningful sigh. On the bright side, perhaps it's not a person, but a Komodo dragon. His roommate, Zhou Baowei, comforted him. "As long as it's not a girl," Buffon replied. "Are you truly into boys? Damn, you even wear white socks. You are not allowed to sit on my bed from now on." Zhou Baowei retreated, covering his backside. "Silly Bowie. I'm genuinely afraid Linley is out there looking for a girl." Buffon scratched his head, feeling somewhat despondent. "If my brother is doing well, it would be more painful than death for me. I would willingly trade my singlehood for Linley's eternal solitude." "A fair exchange. I acknowledge your brotherly bond." Zhou Baowei gave a thumbs up. "Fortunately, I am not that familiar with you. Who do you think I would trade my remaining lifetime for anyone's singlehood?" Buffon looked up at Zhou Baowei. "Zhou Baowei, your mother." Linley remained oblivious to the curse that had been placed upon him. He had already ridden to the location of Task 2's chicken farm. However, he did not enter recklessly. Instead, he rode to the opposite side and pretended to make a phone call, pacing back and forth. In reality, he was surveying the situation. Such a chicken farm would likely possess some vigilance. If he openly stared at the establishment, he might unwittingly attract attention. Entering would undoubtedly yield more information. But Linley was not prepared to do so. It was too easy to alert the proverbial snake in the grass. And the group buying app indicated that the minimum cost to explore the shop was $99. Student IDs did not qualify for discounts, which was frustrating. He certainly could not enter, inquire extensively, and then leave without arousing suspicion, as that would create complications when he truly needed to engage. Linley spent about half an hour on the phone. During that time, only one group of customers entered, presumably seeking legitimate services, as there was a girl inside. It was not entirely fruitless. As he gleaned one piece of information, this establishment did not check identification. The patrons did not present IDs, and the front desk did not mention this matter at all. It could be surmised that in a clandestine chicken farm, such concerns would hardly be prioritized. Even in legitimate establishments, age restrictions were generally lax. Moreover, Shilling Town was not a particularly large place. Even most internet cafes here did not rigorously verify IDs and facial recognition. As long as one presented an adult ID, they could access a computer, though extremes, such as using a grandparent's ID, were unacceptable, as it would be difficult for the CAF owner to defend such a case if caught. A 69-year-old grandmother gaming online at midnight would pose significant issues if an inspection occurred. Although he only obtained this one piece of intelligence today, it was still beneficial for Linley, aiding him in his endeavor to engage directly. After observing for half an hour, Linley continued his ride home. Any further delay would exponentially increase the difficulty of completing tomorrow's early task. Early to bed and early to rise, bliss. Late to bed and early to rise, death. Fortunately, he had English class tomorrow. Apologies, English teacher. Chapter 9. Where are you going? Is this still the domestic realm? Beep, beep, beep. The resonant sound of an Apple Heart monitor surged into Linley's mind, rousing him awake. The time was 4:30 a.m. The sky resembled a delicate ink painting. With a soft glow emerging from the haze, the eastern horizon gradually brightened into a pale white, transitioning from ink to blue, as unknown birds sang melodiously. Linley had never imagined that the early morning of Shilling Town could be so beautiful. Damn, I finally understand you, he mused, realizing he had become a true part of it all. No one could resist being captivated by such a splendid dawn. In such moments, how could one refrain from engaging in meaningful endeavors? 5 more minutes of sleep, he muttered. Who in their right mind rises so early? As is well known, 30 plus 5 equals 50. At 4:50 a.m., Linley reluctantly rose from his bed. In truth, he wished to sleep until 4:59, but he feared that this incompetent system would consider that time as the commencement of his exercise. After washing up, he headed downstairs, and it was nearly 5 o'clock. Yawning, Linley emerged from the first floor. The neighborhood at 5 o'clock was not entirely deserted. In fact, when he arrived at the community park, it was already bustling with activity. Most of the attendees were elderly individuals, chatting or exercising, with some middle-aged folks jogging around the park. However, Linley was the only young person present, which drew the attention of the surrounding elders. He witnessed a side of the community he had never before encountered. and it was quite astonishing. Goodness gracious, what is happening? Before him, an elderly woman who appeared to be over 60 showcased an impressive display. Another similarly aged man was even attempting the moonwalk, shuffling gracefully. What devilry was this? Where am I? Is this still the domestic realm? Was 6 o'clock the dividing line between two worlds? Did this reality harbor both an inner and outer world? Or were these elderly individuals simply trendsetters with a flair for the extraordinary? Regardless, Linley never hesitated to offer his admiration to such formidable figures. Grandma, you are truly amazing. What nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for the interrogative tone, Linley would have felt insulted. As you just performed. A dandelion unfortunately found its way into my mouth, a stroke of bad luck indeed. The mention of it by the elderly lady ignited my irritation, prompting me to take several more deep breaths. Linley glanced at the grandfather performing the moonwalk, his confidence wavering as he spoke. Grandpa, I just stepped in dog feces. The old man continued to rub the soles of his shoes, his gaze fixed elsewhere, muttering, it's all good, it's all good. It became apparent that he was still in the country, and the atmosphere shifted to one of warmth and familiarity. Naturally, this did not prevent Linley from stepping a bit further away from the remnants of the dog mess, while simultaneously paying more attention to his feet. Linley did not forget his mission and proceeded to the park square. A group of elderly women was gracefully practicing square dancing, displaying remarkable etiquette by refraining from blaring music that might disturb the peace. In a sense, this was a silent expression of the latest trends. It exuded an atmosphere of relaxation. Linley chose not to join them, but instead found a vacant spot near the gazebo, where only an elderly man in a martial arts uniform was practicing Tai Chi. The ambience was ripe for cultivating one's body and spirit. He secured his phone with a stand and accessed a website that once appeared on Mongolian platforms to find a tutorial for the Baoduan Jin. Then took a deep breath and began his exercise. It was puzzling why there were so many standing poses without triggering any tasks. The reason for practicing Baoduan Jin was due to the task description requiring body cultivation. Linley had attempted to jog on his way there, but the progress bar had not budged, running did not count. Thus, engaging in martial arts was indeed a necessary condition, and fortunately, the essence of these ancient practices was abundant within the 5,000-year legacy. Upon noticing the progress bar finally moving, Linley felt a wave of relief. His intuition had proven correct. Even while still in the learning phase, as long as he earnestly followed along, he was genuinely engaging in body cultivation. Henceforth, he merely needed to practice diligently for an hour. The elderly man practicing Tai Chi initially perceived Linley's enthusiasm as a fleeting fancy, observing his awkward movements without taking them seriously. However, he was astonished when Linley exhibited such earnest dedication, each limb extended straight, exerting maximum effort, a feat not easy to achieve, especially without supervision. The boy's self-discipline and determination were remarkably impressive, prompting the old man to nod approvingly. A pillar of the nation. Inspired by this sentiment, the elderly man, who had been practicing gentle Tai Chi, began to unleash a more vigorous form, his clothing billowing with each punch. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by this child. My youthful fervor is rekindled. Unbeknownst to Linley, a fervent drama was unfolding beside him. Were he to grasp the thoughts of the elderly gentleman, he would undoubtedly scoff. No supervision? You must be joking. I have a comprehensive, omnipresent system overseeing me. Any inclination to slack off would result in a sharp reprimand from the progress bar. It was evident that the difficulty between studying theory and earnestly practicing martial arts exceeded Linley's expectations. As for Linley's physical prowess, he held the opinion that even Usain Bolt was merely average, running 100 meters in 9.58 seconds, while he himself could traverse that distance in far less time. In reality, during physical assessments, he struggled to complete 1,000 meters in under 4.5 minutes, with his daily exercise limited to biking to and from school. Furthermore, as summer mornings progressed, temperatures rose steadily, and halfway through his practice, Linley was already drenched in sweat, his clothes visibly stained. At this juncture, his movements had become less precise. Yet the good news was that the progress bar continued to rise, as the system recognized Linley's commitment to practice. It wasn't that he lacked desire. Rather, he was simply unable to maintain the required form. Linley began his practice at 5 o'clock. But it was not until 6:30 that he finally exhaled deeply, sitting on the ground in a state of relief. Task 1 completed. You have acquired the technique. Body cultivation 8 section skill. Mastery is not attained in a single day. Martial prowess also requires time. A crucial step on the path to transformation has been taken, initial accomplishments achieved, but the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Should you cease now, regret will follow. New task triggered. Task 1. Rise before the rooster crows for a week. Diligently practice the body cultivation 8 section skill for at least half an hour before noon. Reward, physical improvement. Vitality increase of 50, system currency, 100. Without genuine combat experience, true greatness remains elusive, resulting only in superficial achievements. The weight of perseverance cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, a martial arts youth stands nearby. Why not extend an invitation for a friendly spar? Time-limited task triggered. Task 4. Engage in a friendly spar with the martial arts youth beside you within the hour until one party concedes. Task reward. Random martial arts-related ability 1. Chapter 10 concludes with an encounter with a scam artist. The completion of this task unexpectedly triggered 2 new missions. The first new task is essentially an extended version of the original, requiring Lin Li to persist in rising early for a week to practice the recently acquired body cultivation 8-section skill. However, Lin Li finds the rewards quite generous. The increase in vitality percentage is akin to an enhancement in memory, providing significant benefits in reality, at least next time he faces a physical assessment. P1T feels so overwhelmed. For students who struggle with physical education, the agony of assessments is indescribable. Each test induces a week-long state of panic, followed by a desperate hope for rain the day before. As they prepare for the 1,000-meter run, they struggle to breathe, feeling a pressing discomfort in their lower abdomen. Upon completing the run, they are left gasping, reflecting, "Finally, it's over. I survived." It is said that male students in college must run 3,000 meters each semester. And just the thought of that number makes Lin Li want to perish. Exercise. From tomorrow morning onward, he must persist for a week. Lin Li has a premonition that tomorrow morning will be a daunting challenge. Today's exertion will lead to the agonizing accumulation of lactic acid in his muscles. Yet, he refuses to procrastinate. Choosing to rest tomorrow will only lead him to more frequent choices of idleness in the future. He must endure and continue on. Even if his body warns him to rest tomorrow, Lin Li will choose to sit in the park instead. But for now, the question of rest can wait. His gaze turned to the time-limited task 4. The reward for this task is an ability that has yet to be revealed. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? A martial arts youth? Who could that be? Lin Li scanned his surroundings repeatedly, finally settling on the elderly man, who had just ceased his Tai Chi practice. Standing straight with hair as white as snow. Him? The martial arts youth? Engaging in a spar with him? Lin Li held no contempt for the old man. On the contrary, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. He had clearly heard the fierce wind generated by the grandfather's punches and genuinely feared being struck down. Shouldn't the system assign him a child still in short pants, dubbing him a martial arts youth to engage in a spirited battle? Why not allow him to replicate the epic showdown of xianxia against a group of children? Has the routine shifted again? This ridiculous system has become quite absurd. At that moment, as if sensing Lin Li's gaze, the elderly gentleman, who seemed ready to take a break, inhaled deeply and resumed his stance, continuing his practice. After observing for a while, Lin Li, who had previously worried about being knocked out, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now he was certain he would indeed be struck down. The elderly gentleman, vigorous and robust like his younger counterpart, found himself in stark contrast to his own fragile existence, akin to a candle flickering in the wind or the morning of a flower. However, there were indeed ways to fulfill the task at hand. After all, was he not a genius in his own right? Approaching him, Grandpa Lin called out, "I do not take disciples." The old man replied nonchalantly, "But I do accept mounts." Lin was taken aback. "Wait, I'm not even playing a game right now. Why must I be mocked from the outset? Next, are you going to tell me my crops have perished?" The young man jested, recalling how Grandpa had been persistently subjected to such taunts in his gaming ventures. With a change of perspective, he found some comfort in empathizing with them. The old man scratched his head, chuckling, "It seems I've misused those 2 idioms. However, I can see that Grandpa possesses a rather youthful spirit, which certainly facilitates communication. Do you need something from me, young man? Are you interested in Tai Chi?" Grandpa inquired gently. "No, Grandpa. I wish to engage in a spirited martial arts sparring match," Lin stated bluntly. That answer was quite unexpected, the elderly man said, scratching his head in confusion and pointing to his own nose. "Spar in martial arts? Me? But I'm not well versed in the 8 brocades. That's all right, Grandpa. I have a bit of knowledge about Tai Chi," Lin replied confidently. "Oh? Is it health Tai Chi or true Tai Chi Chuan?" Grandpa's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin's understanding of Tai Chi came from a master named Zhao Ben Shan, who described it as a game of shuffling and dealing cards. "Health Tai Chi, of course," he concluded. "That makes sense," Grandpa nodded. "If you had truly practiced Tai Chi Chuan systematically, you wouldn't struggle with the 8 brocades to such an extent." "Let us have a spar then," the old man said, adopting his stance with a smile. He felt a budding affection for this promising youth who represented the future of the nation. The stance resembled the movements of Tai Chi. And as both men pressed their feet against one another, they commenced the match, a safe way to gauge their strengths and test their internal power through this simulated combat. However, when the old man noticed Lin's stance mimicked that of Wing Chun and was quite unrefined, he couldn't help but emit a sound of disbelief. Tai Chi, Lin. Wait, this child, do you even understand the essence of Tai Chi? Grandpa exclaimed, bewildered. Are you here to make a fool of me? Before the elderly man could finish his sentence, Lin threw a punch towards him. The youth today lack martial ethics and resort to sneak attacks. He quickly assumed a defensive posture, instinctively countering with a gentle force. Where's the strength? He pondered. Tai Chi emphasizes the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity. Yet Lin's punch seemed devoid of power. Haven't you eaten? As he thought this, the old man's palm landed squarely on Lin's shoulder. With a whoosh, Lin was propelled backward, rolling twice before collapsing on the ground, seemingly spitting blood, though it resembled more of saliva. Did I even exert myself? The old man mused. Wait a moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized the truth. Damn it, it's a scam. He scanned his surroundings, confirming the park lacked surveillance cameras. This young man was attempting to con him. Is this the state of the world? The youth nowadays. He lamented, shaking his head. It's not that there are fewer bad people. It's that they've simply become bolder. The robust old man, who had enjoyed over 60 years of good health, clutched his chest, feeling a pang of breathlessness. Only magic can defeat magic, he thought, deciding to lie down as well. Alas, Lin, at this point, had gotten to his feet with a broad smile, but upon seeing the old man lying down, he froze and quickly raised his hands, stepping back in surrender. Grandpa, are you trying to scam me? Please don't. I barely exerted any effort. Doing this in broad daylight is meaningless. Disappointment washed over Lin. How could such an amiable old man attempt to deceive him? They were practically neighbors. The world truly is in decline, he sighed. It's not that bad people are fewer. They are simply older. Struggling to breathe, the elderly man was infuriated by Lin's words. What a hypocrite. He pointed a trembling finger at Lin. You. Chapter 11. The White Clan's techniques have some merit despite the old man's attempt to deceive him. Lin, instilled with 17 years of virtuous education, could not abandon the elderly gentleman in need. It seemed the old man genuinely was in distress. Grandpa, you can't even stand properly and are getting winded. You must exercise caution in your practices. If I hadn't come today, the consequences would have been dire, Lin said, assisting the old man onto a stone bench and retrieving what appeared to be the old man's thermos, speaking with earnest concern. Look at you, Grandpa. You're merely sitting and already struggling. Lin reflected on how the body of a martial artist was far more frail than he had anticipated. Indeed, even those who practiced martial arts could not withstand the relentless passage of time. In the end, the once mighty elder had become merely an old man. The human body remained too fragile. You. The elderly man stared at Lin, who was lost in melancholy contemplation, momentarily rendered speechless. You dare say the consequences would be unimaginable if you weren't here? It's precisely because you are here that I am in this state. Rest assured, Grandpa Zhou, there are many like me in this world. If one of us were to disappear, countless others would rise up. Lin snapped back to reality, dismissing any notion of needing praise. Upon noticing the name on the thermos, Zhou Yue, Lin promptly addressed him as Grandpa Zhou. Rising, Lin addressed the old man. Since you seem well now, I shall take my leave. The time was already late, and he was drenched in sweat, needing to return for a shower before heading to school. If he didn't hurry, he would miss breakfast. You really don't need to thank me. It was my duty, he said, waving goodbye as he heard Grandpa's voice calling after him. Which child are you? The old man's voice pursued him, laced with strong emotion. Just call me the passing masked rider, Lin chuckled, never expecting the need for gratitude. There was no need to be recognized for doing good. Success need not be attributed to oneself. Another tear-jerking morning had passed. Alas, this world is utterly hopeless, the old man exclaimed, watching Lin depart with an exasperated gaze. In the shower, Lin checked his rewards while rinsing off. Task 4 had been successfully completed. Upon reading the prerequisites, he decided to play along. The system had not specified earnestness or effort. It merely required friendliness, and any party conceding would count as completion. Indeed, as he conceded, the system promptly notified him of task completion. To enhance Grandpa's sense of achievement, he even rolled on the ground a few times with good intentions. Wait a minute. Grandpa wasn't he trying to scam me, was he? Lin's pupils dilated as he suddenly grasped the truth, accompanied by a pang of guilt. The elderly gentleman was exceedingly agitated. At his age, such a sense of accomplishment can be quite overwhelming. For those advanced in years, extreme joy or sorrow can pose significant risks. It would be wise for him to exercise caution in the future, as well-intentioned actions may yield unintended consequences. Task 4 has been completed. Random martial arts-related abilities are in progress. You have received a reward. Passive ability, Empty-Handed Blade Catch. Empty-Handed Blade Catch. When your hands are unoccupied, you can remarkably predict the trajectory of cold weapons with precision. Is that you, Li Jing? He mused. Regrettably, this newfound ability lacked full potency, immediately disqualifying him from attaining the status of a conceptual deity. Some disappointment lingered. After all, Lin Li had hoped for an active ability, such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms or the Lingbo Weibu. Subsequently, Lin Li's gaze shifted to the 8-section strengthening technique in the warehouse. Come forth, the path to immortality. Flood my mind with your wisdom, he commanded, initiating a retrieval process. A thick tome materialized before him, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. Receiving a cascade of water. The system, surprisingly reliable in this regard, proved its worth. My martial arts, Lin Li exclaimed, fumbling to pick up the text, only to discover that the water had not affected it in the least. It remained entirely dry. Lin Li raised an eyebrow and pointed the showerhead at the book. The droplets glided over its surface, as if shielded by a hydrophobic layer. Realizing that not only could he not damage it, but he could also retrieve it back to the warehouse upon mere contact, Lin Li nodded appreciatively. At last, it bore a semblance of prestige. Alas, while those grand masters could effortlessly memorize techniques with a mere sweep of their spiritual awareness, he found himself laboriously engrossed in study. Nevertheless, he understood that he was still merely an ordinary individual, albeit one with a mosquito-repelling aura. Remanifesting the text, Lin Li opened to the first page and commenced his reading. By the heavens, classical Chinese, traditional characters. This is quite the challenge, he realized. For the first time, he deeply appreciated the value of language. Fortunately, Lin Li was not entirely illiterate, and with the aid of anatomical illustrations accompanying nearly every page, he could grasp the general concepts. Curiously, as he attempted the movements depicted, he felt a warm current coursing through him, distinctly different from the sensations experienced during his earlier practice of the 8-section brocade. It was indeed a remarkable technique, as evidenced by its extraordinary effects. Wait a moment, why has the practice ceased? The warmth still flows? Lin Li pondered earnestly before looking up. He turned off the showerhead and retried the previous movements. The warmth is gone. Damn it. Am I losing my mind? Why am I so serious during class? And still working on exercises after? Lamented by Buffon, disheartened and desperate after Lin Li declined his invitation to the restroom double Q. It's not exercises. I'm observing little figures engaging in combat. What? By Buffon approached, his expression akin to that of a dog encountering an unpleasant smell. Lin Li simply tossed a page his way. Is it truly a fight? How dull. Upon realizing that the little figures Lin Li spoke of were not what he had imagined, Bai Buffon shook his head in disappointment and returned the paper. What Lin Li was examining was indeed the 8-section strengthening technique, albeit not the original text. He was cautious about revealing its unique properties, such as being impervious to water and fire, should it be discovered at school. Thus, he had photographed the original and printed a copy to study, concerned that direct duplication might lead to unforeseen consequences. What is this? More classical Chinese. It's utterly incomprehensible, Bai Buffon remarked, a look of confusion etched on his face. The content pertains to martial arts. I sourced it online to practice translating classical Chinese and perhaps learn something in the process, Lin Li replied, half-truthfully, while attempting several movements. There was indeed a semblance of authenticity to his form. Bai Buffon stepped back, standing straight with his hands clasped in salute. Lin, your technique is evident. You are undoubtedly a practitioner, having reached an exceptional level. We should have the opportunity to spar. I happen to be the modern inheritor of the Bai family's martial arts. If you had trained, you wouldn't merely be 2 seconds faster than me over a kilometer, my fellow brother, Lin Li scoffed. Bai Buffon, incredulous, retorted. Are you questioning the Bai family's martial arts? I swear on my pillar of strength that the Bai style surpasses your obscure technique. Such a hefty wager? Lin Li raised an eyebrow, contemplating that the surname Bai did indeed carry a certain prestige, perhaps hinting at a notable lineage. Thus, he asked, what techniques does your family practice? Bai Tiger automatic rifle, Bai Buffon declared. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Li replied, exasperated. Chapter 12. I shall approach the Hahuan demon's stronghold as a guest. Lin Li conceded. The 8-section strengthening technique was indeed no match for the Bai Tiger automatic rifle. After all, beyond 7 paces, the gun was swift, and within 7 paces, it was both accurate and fast without the need for aiming. Bai Buffon strutted away like a victorious general, pride radiating from him as he sashayed to the restroom. Lin Li chuckled and followed, considering the boy's antics. A swift strike would surely pacify him. Lin Li, you. Lin Li ignored the grumbling. as he was acutely aware that his body craved release after recent training. Thus, he too made his way to the restroom. Complete the corresponding exercises for these 2 sections of the weekend math assignment, and remember to be safe while heading home. Today is Friday. The last class was Xue Jian's math lesson. Upon hearing the dismissal bell, he did not prolong the class, but merely offered some brief reminders before departing with his thermos, a staple of middle-aged individuals. For reasons unknown, Xue Jian insisted on skimming off the tea froth even when drinking plain water. Great. Everyone immediately rose, gathering their belongings in preparation to leave the classroom. Linley, are you gaming tonight? Buffon exclaimed, bouncing up as if rejuvenated, leaving everything behind but his backpack. In boarding school, weekends were seldom full 2-day breaks. They typically spanned from Friday evening to Sunday afternoon, with study sessions on Sunday night. Therefore, as long as the homework wasn't excessive, students often deferred their assignments until then. Joining you would jeopardize my lifespan. I believe I shall abstain from gaming this weekend. Linley waved his hand dismissively. While the primary reason was his commitment to slaying demons, engaging in games with them was indeed a torment. In the beginning, there were grand declarations, followed by nonsensical chatter in the middle, and ultimately, a silence fell, a crooked grin, a flick of smoke. In the parents of teammates in peril, this was genuinely vexing. Many plead for me to game with them, yet you take it for granted. For example, Linley countered with a smile. Oh, my grandmother is giving birth to my father. I must see whether it's a boy or a girl. Gotta go. Upon hearing that, Buffon dashed away. Linley chuckled, glancing at the system. The progress bar for the diligent reading task had nearly reached 3/4 completion, leaving him to await the following Monday to finish. After tidying his belongings, had it not been for the need to take the copy of the 8-section strengthening technique home, Linley would have typically returned home on weekends without even a backpack. He needed to bring it back because the copy was filled with his annotations and notes. All of this was a result of his dedication. To fulfill the task, he could not afford to neglect his studies during class. And every precious moment during breaks and less critical subjects was seized for productivity. Although Linley struggled to fully translate due to insufficient knowledge and the inconvenience of searching for information on his phone at school, he found that relying on his own understanding made the content remarkably clear to him. At times, he even felt a moment of enlightenment, akin to smoothly solving the final challenging problem in mathematics, which brought him an immense sense of satisfaction. Of course, this was contingent upon the answer resembling a plausible solution. If the result turned out to be an exceedingly complex fraction laden with multiple square roots and operations, it would not be gratifying, but rather a disaster. After clarifying the uncertain translations, he could practice this passage the following morning. The overexertion from the morning had already begun to take its toll, as Linley felt a sense of fatigue and soreness in his limbs. It was indeed time to visit a wellness center. His mother had already mentioned that she would not be home this weekend, so Linley first had dinner outside before returning home to change clothes. Wearing his high school uniform to a chicken farm would seem rather disrespectful, as it would openly indicate his minor status. He styled his hair to appear more mature and donned a casual outfit, ready to meet the chickens, singing to himself while watching several videos about local regulations and procedures. With a sense of determination to avoid social embarrassment, he headed to the venue. At 8 in the evening, the weekend had brought a noticeable improvement in business at the establishment. Upon entering, Linley noticed a queue at the front desk. Hello. Have you already purchased a package on the platform? If so, you can simply scan the code. As he approached the counter, the receptionist glanced at him before returning to her computer. Not yet, Linley replied calmly. The packages listed here do not appeal to me. I was referred by a local friend who mentioned that you offer more enticing options than those available on the platform. I would like to see what you have. After another glance, the receptionist called someone on the intercom, and shortly after, a woman in her late 20s or early 30s approached. This way, please, she said, leading him past the second floor directly to the third. Although the lighting was bright, it lacked the purple ambience Linley had envisioned, and most rooms were tightly shut. It seemed that the establishment was indeed busy tonight. Entering a room with an open door in the corner, Linley found the layout to be quite ordinary, featuring 2 massage chairs and a large projector. The chairs could recline, serving as makeshift beds. The woman closed the door behind them and handed him a tablet, asking, "What services would you like? Here is the list of projects and prices." Linley refrained from taking the tablet, fully aware that the content he sought would undoubtedly be concealed. Instead, he directly inquired, "My friend advised me to look beyond these options. Are there any alternatives?" "I'm sorry, sir, but these are the only services we offer." Linley feigned impatience, stating, "While my friend didn't elaborate, we both understand the unspoken. If these are truly the only options, I will take my leave." Those accustomed to wellness establishments knew that many similar venues often provide fringe services. Yet according to the system's description, this place seemed to offer none. The woman appeared to have made up her mind, smiling as she put away the tablet and explained. I apologize, sir. This is a necessary procedure. None of us wish for such matters to come to light, do we? Our establishment also offers 4 hidden packages, priced at $399, $699, $12.99, and $36.99. Which one would you like to choose? Finally, the moment had arrived. What does each package entail? Lindley discreetly released his phone, which had been recording since he entered, ensuring it could capture the conversation clearly. The $399 package includes an hour of massage along with hand and oral services. Lindley's eyes widened at the revelation. The adult world was indeed extravagant. However, the price of $3,699 seemed exorbitant. Although he had never experienced such things, his recent studies had exposed him to many extravagant lifestyles. Wasn't it said that high-quality services typically fell within that price range? This was Shilling Town, where most people toiled for half a month without earning that much, even before taxes. Spending $36.99 in one night could lead to a monthly income of over $100,000 and potentially $1 million a year. If he could endure such a difficult phase, the future would be free from hardship. Lindley calculated these figures, his mind wandering to the notion of becoming a duck on a farm. If he could find a loyal and generous benefactor, he would gladly accept a life of luxury. After mastering the 8-section brocade, he would certainly be among the best in that realm. Chapter 13. To speak honestly, a conscientious business indeed, as a hub of indulgence. The establishment was shrouded in an air of secrecy, with practitioners quietly casting spells to undermine their own resolve. It was perilously enticing. Had it not been for his steadfast principles, Lindley might have fallen prey to their allure. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind of distractions. Unless a devoted benefactor appeared, he would not succumb to such temptations again. Naturally, this condition could be flexibly interpreted, as Lindley's boundaries were often quite malleable. May I see the technicians first? Lindley asked, refraining from immediately selecting a price point. As an experienced patron, he knew the importance of assessing the quality and caliber of the offerings. Of course, just a moment, the woman replied. After a brief interaction on her phone, she handed it to Lindley, stating, These 3 technicians are currently available and can attend to you immediately. The others are resting today, but you can also book them in advance. The madam smiled, aware that while her clientele may be limited, those who came were likely to return, creating a small but loyal customer base. Lindley examined the profiles on the phone, akin to a model's portfolio, complete with personal details such as stage names, height, weight, and measurements. Each entry was accompanied by videos that had not been overly edited, some even lacking filters. Given that he was already in the establishment and would soon meet the offerings in person, he wished to avoid any discrepancies that might complicate matters later. They all appeared to be in their 20s, devoid of any older individuals who might be past their prime. Wow, Lindley exclaimed, not as a verb but as an expression of astonishment. As he scrolled down, he was taken aback to discover that each technician possessed a health certificate, most issued within the past few weeks. This is truly remarkable, he thought. It seemed that each technician underwent regular health checks to ensure a safe and comfortable experience for clients. This establishment was indeed conscientious. There were valid reasons for the higher prices. Unfortunately, even with such integrity, as a person of principle, Lindley felt compelled to uphold his convictions today. How are you finding the options? Have you decided which technician you would like for your service? The woman inquired, noticing that Lindley had likely finished reviewing the profiles. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Is it possible to request multiple services at once? The madam responded with intrigue. The primary objective is to eradicate the issue. But should I not seize the incriminating evidence against each individual? The woman's expression grew more serious. Young man. Although we each have our reasons for engaging in this less than honorable profession, we too possess our own dignity, which must not be trampled upon. I apologize if I have offended you. Let us disregard my previous statement. Lindley waved his hand dismissively. He had misjudged the situation. This eradication should not require his direct involvement. Once the authorities from the Demon Suppression Division arrive, they will be responsible for uprooting this establishment entirely. There is no need for him to confront multiple adversaries. Let the professionals handle it. No, dear guest, that is not what I meant, the woman interjected, hastily adding, what I meant is, yes, but it will require additional payment. Lindley blinked in surprise. He had foolishly believed she was advocating for the value of her profession and defending the dignity of her colleagues. It turned out she was merely negotiating a price. At 17, he was still too naive. No, I will stick to a solo experience for now. Lindley declined once more. Which technician would you like to serve you? Let us go with Xiao Jing. Lindley chose at random, as it was not of great significance. What price range? Since it's my first visit, I'll try the 399 option. The woman showed no signs of disappointment at his choice of the lowest tier. They had plenty of strategies to encourage guests to extend their time. As affection rises with the clock, so does the desire when it stops. This is the service standard for all employees. Do you have any requirements regarding the technician's attire? We offer various uniforms, including those of flight attendants and corporate attire. Additionally, would you like to purchase any novelty items to enhance the experience? For example, jelly, popping candy, or ice cream. Our Xiaojing excels in the art of contrasting sensations. So I highly recommend you consider it. What a professional madam, Linley thought, taken aback by her systematic approach. What kind of exemplary establishment are you running? A paragon among poultry farms? To be honest, Linley scoffed at the sales pitches for other products outside. Yet he found himself wanting to analyze each detail of the offerings here. Knowledge that is unlawful yet useful had increased. Jelly sounds good. I should learn about that. Nevertheless, Linley ultimately refrained from making any purchases. After all, he was uncertain whether the Demon Suppression Division would return his ill-gotten gains afterward. If the 399 didn't come back, it would break his heart for quite some time. It was impossible to invest further. Hey? Linley suddenly grew curious about one question. What would happen if he indulged and then fled without paying? But Linley quickly discovered the answer, as payment was required up front. The transfer was made via Alipay. And astonishingly, there were no taxes reported. It seemed this business lacked integrity. After receiving the payment, the woman nodded. Please wait a moment. Xiaojing will be with you shortly. I need to use the restroom. You do provide bathrobes, right? Linley stood up and said, Yes, indeed. Just head straight. Take a right at the end, and there is the restroom. The changing room is right next to it. However, you can wait for Xiaojing to assist you with the change. There is no extra charge for that. The woman guided Linley out of the room, pointing in a direction. All right, thank you. Linley nodded, parting ways with the madam as he headed to the restroom. Upon entering the men's restroom stall, he found a man already standing at the sink, smoking while staring at his reflection, mechanically washing his hands. Upon noticing Linley's entrance, the man removed the cigarette from his mouth with his damp hand, his gaze weary and drifting, and sincerely asked, Young brother, what is the meaning of our existence? Since we are all destined to die, what significance does our life hold? Under normal circumstances, Linley might have considered that the man was suffering from depression and would offer some comforting words. But at this moment, he was in a brothel. So this was not depression. The man was simply bewildered by his own indulgence. The mind races while the body obeys. I am a bit hungry, you've reminded me. I'm having roasted pigeon for dinner, Linley replied dismissively. The man nodded. Would you like a cigarette? Thanks. Linley didn't smoke, but took the cigarette, not lighting it. As the man prepared to leave, he suddenly turned back, asking, Young brother, do you want something that can enhance your endurance? I have some left that I don't need anymore. I'll give it to you for free. No, thank you. Linley could hardly contain his amusement. Well, you look young. You probably don't need such things yet. I'll be on my way. The man waved goodbye and left. Brother, I hope you truly walk away. Linley silently wished him well. If he left, he was fortunate, for the Demon Suppression Division likely wouldn't pursue those who had already departed, even if just moments ago. But if he stayed, he could expect to face the consequences of his actions. Chapter 14. Miss, please maintain your dignity. Linley meticulously checked the stall, ensuring no one was inside before moving to a window seat in the restroom, leaning against the wall, facing the entrance. If someone were to enter, he would notice immediately, even if someone did come in. Seeing him with a cigarette in his mouth while on a call should deter any suspicion. Linley pulled out his phone, paused the recording, and then dialed 110. Hello. 110. The call connected swiftly, and the operator's voice was succinct. Hello. I would like to report an issue at 623 Puyu Road, Shillingtown. At the Qingjue Wellness Club, which is covertly providing prostitution and other illicit services. Please send someone to conduct a raid. Linley spoke softly to ensure no one outside could hear. After confirming it was not a homicide or similar serious case, the operator had time to verify the information's authenticity and inquired, Can you confirm that this information is accurate? Do you have any evidence to provide us? If we respond and find the situation is not as you described, and you cannot furnish evidence, we may need to pursue legal action against you and require compensation for any losses incurred by the business. I confirm, absolutely confirm. They are currently offering such services on the 3rd floor. Please come directly. You will catch them red-handed. All right. I will contact the officers in the jurisdiction of the incident shortly. However, I need some of your personal information. Where are you now? At the Qingjue Wellness Club. On the 3rd floor. Oh, so it is Qing? The operator suddenly fell silent. Linley and the operator both paused. Silence enveloped the conversation. Could you please repeat where you are? The operator asked, uncertain if she had accurately heard him. At the Xianxia Wellness Club, the place you just reported? Is that correct? Yes. Still on the 3rd floor? Yes. What are you doing there? In a little while, I am planning to engage in those illegal services, so please act quickly. Lin Li held the cigarette in his hand, feeling somewhat awkward in his response. The operator fell silent again. As a 110 operator, she had encountered all sorts of situations. But this was unprecedented. She found it challenging to define the current circumstances. Was this a confession? Yet the caller had not yet committed any illegal acts, had he? Was this an anticipatory confession? The gentleman thief kid would announce his crimes. This caller was announcing his intention to confess. Was he? I understand. I have already notified the nearby police station to dispatch officers. As for the specific details, we shall discuss them once you are apprehended. I shall refrain from disturbing you for now, but perhaps I should reach out to you after all. Sir, turning back is the path to salvation. The operator had never uttered such awkward words. It was peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Achievements need not be attributed to me. Some things lost are irretrievable, and I cannot return. After Lin Li concluded the call, he feigned taking a drag from a cigarette before flicking an intact cigarette out the window. Such a striking line. Lin Li felt akin to a valiant hero prepared to confront his adversaries in a final showdown. Perhaps indulging in more trendy local takeout would enhance his charm. Who says only those basking in the light can be deemed heroes? The current environment, however, was rather perilous. And articulating his motives or the reasons for his actions was not easily accomplished, even if no one were to intrude. Lingering in the restroom could easily raise the suspicions of the poultry farm. Explanations could wait until he reached the demon suppression division. Love me as I walk alone into brothels. Love me as I refuse to kneel. Love me as I stand my ground against technicians, unwilling to release. Humming a tune, Lin Li entered the changing room, casually draping a massage robe over himself. He reopened the voice recording, upon returning to the private room. The technician named Xiao Jing was already inside. Indeed, she was not as alluring as in the video, heavily made up, not quite Lin Li's preferred style. Her body revealed enough, but not entirely. Was it truly revealing? As Lin Li's gaze naturally fixated on the individual before him, he noted their pale complexion, which was indeed quite striking. Curse it, he had forgotten to disable his automatic targeting. He averted his eyes, yet those insidious orbs betrayed his mind's admonitions. Returning once more to the alluring sight, his senses had turned traitor. Alas, it seemed there were multiple traitors at play, after his eyes had feasted upon the view. Further organs joined the rebellion against Lin Li's thoughts. He vowed to reprimand them thoroughly upon returning home, though Lin Li did not harbor much admiration for the other party. The moment they laid eyes on him, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminated their expression. After all, the clientele they usually entertained were of a rather unremarkable sort, middle-aged men with protruding bellies, so preoccupied with their own girth that they could scarcely lift their heads. Or scruffy youths from the streets. In contrast, a young man like Lin Li, with his commendable stature and appealing appearance, undoubtedly qualified as a prime customer. Regrettably, he had opted for the modest $399 package. It appeared that she would have to exert all her charm to captivate him. She had little faith that such a young man could withstand her advances. Should he manage to endure her onslaught, she, Xiao Jing, would promptly retire from this line of work. Welcome, boss. Please make yourself comfortable. The service is about to commence, Xiao Jing purred sweetly, as she subtly parted her garments to reveal more of herself. Prepare yourself. However, you should buy. Lin Li reclined on the adjacent massage table, lying face down, with his rear elevated. Xiao Jing raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the other's unexpected compliance. Usually, when individuals passed by her, they would have already begun to explore with their hands. His honesty was commendable, earning him additional points. If you lie on your back, how can others attend to your needs? Xiao Jing's hand had already rested gently upon Lin Li's back, beginning to caress softly. She continued in a husky voice, and more boldly. She began to rub her thigh against Lin Li's. Is this how you test a leader? Lin Li felt a sudden jolt throughout his body, a sensation he had never truly experienced before. His head throbbed uncomfortably, but it was not the one atop his shoulders. At 17, such feelings were commonplace. A mere 10 minutes of midday slumber could leave him feeling invigorated, yet his thoughts often led him down a path of distraction, seamlessly connecting with impulses that governed his actions. It could be said that Lin Li, as a young official, had faced far too few trials. Nonetheless, he could not entertain the idea of accepting such services, setting aside the folly of knowingly breaking the law when the demon suppression office was imminent. He recognized the potential for complications that would require him to inform his guardian. Furthermore, he was reluctant to divulge anything here. After all, he had yet to encounter the devoted and wealthy patron he sought. It was prudent to avoid unsavory encounters. for one could never be certain of the authenticity of their health certificates. Let us postpone that. He gestured dismissively. You must provide a standard massage, right? I've felt rather fatigued these past few days. We can discuss any special services later. However, this was not acceptable to Xiaojing. Her strategy was to exhaust the allotted time with the 399 package, then, in the remaining moments, to push Lin Li to his limits, ensuring that he would feel compelled to extend his session. A man in a state of sage-like composure would never agree to an extension. This was precisely why standard massage services were included in the package, to allow guests a moment to rejuvenate. Boss, is there anything more effective than such activities to alleviate your fatigue? Rest assured, Xiaojing will ensure you experience unparalleled comfort, she promised. With that, Xiaojing's hands moved deliberately from the sides of his pelvis, seeking to gain control over Lin Li's thoughts. Startled, he leapt up and exclaimed, Miss, please have some decorum. Xiaojing? Chapter 15, Lin Li, have you brought the medicine? Miss, please have some self-respect. Are you even human to utter such words? I am but a mere chicken, and you expect a chicken to have self-respect? I have maintained my dignity, yet I find myself here in such a demeaning position. When I refrain from engaging in such behavior, others admonish me to have self-respect. Yet, when I do partake in it, they still urge me to maintain my dignity. Has my indulgence then been in vain? Isn't this rounding off an affront to one's character? To maintain self-respect, it should be automatic for me, shouldn't it? This young man possesses an acceptable appearance, yet his intellect is utterly lacking. Though he may be honest and straightforward, his naivety renders him suitable for taking over responsibilities, but ill-fitted for his current stage. Suddenly, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaojing, who has immersed herself in this industry for many years and possesses a wealth of experience in catering to clients, comes to a startling realization. Is this charming young man merely awaiting the effects of the medication? Previously, there had been encounters with such clients. During their initial meeting, the other party engaged in conversations about life and ideals, their words adorned with romantic notions and poetic imagery, reminiscent of the changing seasons, exuding a certain literary charm. At that moment, Xiaojing genuinely believed that the client sought her company merely to alleviate their solitude on a spiritual level, and she even felt a twinge of emotion. However, as their conversation progressed, she suddenly noticed the client's hand reaching downward, but not towards her. Instead, it descended towards his own lower regions. Then, to her astonishment, it finally arose. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Then there is the sheer act of chiseling away. It is evident that the charming young man before me is in a similar predicament. After all, it is hardly plausible that a lunatic would visit a poultry farm without any intention of consuming chickens, is it? If you genuinely desire a massage, why resort to some concealed package? It seems rather wasteful. Nevertheless, Xiaojing harbors a tinge of disappointment. She had not anticipated this aspect. It is rather uncommon for someone of Lin Li's youthful age to find themselves in such a predicament, relying on medication. Who could have foreseen this? Surprisingly, despite his tender years, Lin Li appears to be merely a handsome xianxia lacking substance. Yet, it matters not, for her profession has never been about her own comfort. In truth, during most of her services, the sounds she emits are solely to appease her clients. Earning a livelihood is what truly counts, and considering the circumstances, even if she provides her services later on, Lin Li will likely extend the session, as the effects of the medication do not dissipate immediately. Thus, the timing of her service, be it prior or subsequent, holds little significance. So, dear client, please recline once more. Allow Xiaojing to commence your massage. Once you feel at ease and the moment is right, we shall proceed to offer the true service. Xiaojing, naturally possessing a sense of emotional intelligence, refrained from disclosing the matter of the medication to the other party and thus responded cooperatively. All right. Lin Li felt a profound sense of relief at Xiaojing's understanding. She was indeed an exemplary employee nurtured by a conscientious enterprise, possessing the ability to empathize. Had Lin Li been privy to Xiaojing's true thoughts, in defense of a man's dignity, he might have truly resorted to drastic measures. The limits of tolerance were being tested. Had he not heard the saying, unity is strength, a lyric that resonates with the current Lin Li? There was no other explanation. A 17-year-old youth often possesses such confidence. Not only was he strong, but so too was his youthful spirit. Currently, as he lay on the massage table, he felt a sense of discomfort. However, truth be told, after a morning filled with intense training, the sensation of having his sore muscles massaged was truly delightful. Was it not more comfortable than a typical health service? Xiaojing, your massage techniques are quite impressive. Why pursue this line of work? Lin Li, unable to use his phone, instinctively resorted to the classic male art of persuading virtuous ladies to abandon their paths. My boyfriend is short on funds for our wedding, and my mother refuses to listen to me, so I'm helping him save for the dowry. Xiao Jing softly explained. Such a shocking revelation. To have found a girlfriend like that, one could only conclude that the man must have saved the devil in a past life, and now the devil was repaying him. Does your boyfriend know? Of course not. Linley shook his head, finding it difficult to comment further. After tonight, your boyfriend will know. Has this become a good deed or a misdeed? The lines between right and wrong are often left for future generations to discern. It seemed that the boss was not the type to become excited upon hearing such a background. Noticing Lin Li's silence, Xiao Jing blinked. Realizing that he was not as she had imagined, he even appeared somewhat guilty. She quickly interjected, "What type does the boss prefer? My background can be adjusted." Your mother. The notion of a customizable background story tailored for each customer seemed a ploy to satisfy the peculiar desires of certain patrons. Role-playing, indeed. It was astonishing that she genuinely believed this. The training this conscientious enterprise provided to its employees was indeed thorough, and her 17-year-old self was too naive. It is not I who is naive, but my youth. Realizing that Xiao Jing would not speak any truth, Lin Li engaged in idle conversation, primarily relishing the massage service. Boss, it has been 40 minutes. Are you not ready yet? Xiao Jing's hands were growing tired from the massage, having thoroughly worked on Lin Li's back. Yet it seemed he had no intention of proceeding to the main event. Could it be that the effects of the medication had yet to take hold? What had he taken that was of such poor quality? He should have been more responsible for his own body. If this delay continued, time would soon be of the essence. After all, the services included in the 399 package were not hands-on experiences. Lin Li had not acquired any additional tools. And should the stimulation prove insufficient, considerable time would be required. At that moment, Lin Li thought, your question is quite valid. I have been meaning to ask as well. The demon subjugation office, it has been 40 minutes. Are you not prepared yet? 40 minutes, if Bai Buffon were here. He would have already finished 10 rounds and become a man. Wait, he had explicitly informed the operator of his presence here, yet they had not arrived? Surely. They were not waiting for him to finish, intending to drag him into their performance metrics? It was not even the end of the year yet. Entrapment. You have deeply wounded the heart of an underage individual. Once he succeeded in his cultivation, he would ensure that they, along with Bai Buffon and that yet-to-be-met aunt, ascended to the heavens. Lost in thought, Lin Li felt his hand being lifted, only to find himself sinking into something soft. Realizing something was amiss, he suddenly lifted his head to see Xiao Jing performing a miraculous feat of shedding her clothing. Boss, the effects of the medication have clearly set in. Why are you not saying anything? Let us finally proceed to the main event. As Lin Li shifted, certain areas became quite evident, and Xiao Jing cast a flirtatious glance his way. This young man was indeed full of surprises. What kind of medication had he taken that yielded such potent effects? No, let me be. Xiao Jing extended her innocent, yet mischievous hand towards Lin Li. He attempted to flee, but she pursued him relentlessly. It was over. He was destined to be sullied. At that moment, a rather noisy commotion arose outside. The noise rapidly escalated, becoming clearer. What is happening? Xiao Jing noticed and turned her head in confusion towards the door. Lin Li's eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Jing. Quick, put on your clothes. Yet before she could scream, a voice introducing itself echoed through the entrance. Don't move. Police. Lin Li rolled his eyes, truly impeccable timing. Chapter 16. A small shock for the Vice Squad. Xiao Jing instinctively raised her hands. Lin Li suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme. Two little rabbits forgot in between, forgot behind. Forget it. You go ahead and move. Just put your clothes back on and crouch down with your hands on your head. A commanding voice coldly urged. As a non-uniformed demon subjugator stepped past Xiao Jing and locked onto Lin Li, who was currently staring back at him from the massage table. The demon subjugator's eyes widened. He had never seen someone maintain such a demeanor during a raid. Not only was there no sign of panic, but the young man lay there sideways, propping his face up with his hand, looking at him helplessly. There was even a flicker of resentment and disappointment in his eyes, as if lamenting that his good fortune had been interrupted. This was outrageous. Throughout his career in raiding, he had never encountered someone so brazen. He could not possibly believe that being fully clothed would spare him from trouble. The technician stayed at the door had made everything abundantly clear, leaving no room for argument. Lin Li indeed felt aggrieved. How could he not feel that way? He had nearly been forced into a predicament that could tarnish his virtue. All of this was due to the delays from the demon subjugation office. Get up quickly. Crouch down with your hands on your head. In the corner, the demon subjugator brandished his baton, directing his orders towards Lin Li. Uncle, do not attempt to make connections. Crouch down with your hands on your head. Lin Li hesitated, but after careful consideration, he chose silence, obediently crouching in the corner with his hands on his head. This experience was quite novel. It was an unusual, yet somewhat impressive addition to his life's experiences. The reason Lin Li refrained from disclosing his identity was primarily due to Xiao Jing's presence. Remember, operating a brothel is not a capital offense. Even those managing the establishment usually face a few years at most before being released, while the patrons and the workers themselves are often merely detained for a while. After this period, they return to being upstanding citizens, the majority being locals. If he were to reveal himself now, informing the demon subjugation office that he was the informant, and if Xiao Jing were to overhear, or if someone from the office were to inadvertently leak it, his future in Shilling Town could become quite precarious. Human nature is unpredictable. After all, from a certain perspective, his actions were indeed somewhat immoral, ultimately harming others without benefiting himself. The risk of retaliation was too great. It was better to remain compliant for now. He would explain himself later at the police station, treating it as an odd life experience. At this moment, the demon subjugator furrowed his brow. Lin Li's voice and appearance indicated his youth, prompting him to approach and inquire, "Are you of legal age?" "Answer honestly. Lying in front of me will incur consequences." "Not yet." Lin Li, at this juncture, could not even muster the energy to lie. Xiao Jing, finally dressed, turned pale upon hearing this response. "It's all over. Everything is ruined." Another charge added. "The time is getting late again. Damned company. Why don't they screen the customer's qualifications before letting in such low-quality guests? Damn it, how can someone so young not learn properly? Is he already 14? Without knowing Lin Li's background, Yang Liang bluntly cursed. He has already had it at that age. Upon hearing this, Yang Liang cursed and left. Before Lin Li arrived, he had briefly checked the relevant regulations. Those aged 14 to 18 faced lighter penalties, while those under 14 were not punished at all. At 17, it seemed that while others might enjoy 15 days of provisions, he might only receive 5, or perhaps none at all, depending on the local attitude. Yang Liang quickly returned, holding a mask, which he tossed to Lin Li, instructing him to put it on. Lin Li inspected the mask. It wasn't the kind used for transporting death row inmates, completely devoid of openings, but rather one designed with eye holes for observation. Clearly, it was meant to protect his identity as a minor, a privilege not afforded to Xiao Jing. "Thank you, uncle," Lin Li said eagerly as he donned the mask. Sometimes, wearing a mask feels like shedding one's true identity. Lin Li felt like a star, akin to Wu Yanzu, while a crowd awaited him outside. "You're quite pleased, aren't you?" Yang Liang remarked, unable to contain his amusement at seeing the excitement and joy on Lin Li's face. Did he even understand the gravity of his situation? Once Lin Li's family arrived, Yang Liang intended to have a serious conversation with them. He was genuinely curious about what kind of upbringing could produce such a rebellious youth. "Change into your clothes and come out," Yang Liang instructed, noticing that Lin Li was still wearing the massage robe from the chicken farm. When Lin Li finally emerged, dressed properly and with his phone in hand, the corridor was packed with people squatting on the ground, appearing quite miserable and forlorn. It was a rather sad sight. One man had the character for pig written on his face in Chinese, while his partner donned leather attire, and they seemed to have just played a word game. "Hey, that flight attendant's uniform looks good," Lin Li observed, recalling that the chicken farm certificate he had seen earlier did not include her, suggesting she had already been selected. She seemed to be the top-tier attraction of the establishment. However, another individual was quite unappealing, their figure having deteriorated significantly. As Lin Li analyzed each person, his gaze met Yang Liang's, who silently scrutinized him. Feeling a bit embarrassed under the stare, Lin Li scratched his head but quickly lowered his hand upon realizing he was wearing a mask. "What's wrong, uncle?" Yang Liang took a deep breath, seemingly attempting to calm himself before enunciating each word. "Can you, as a delinquent, show some awareness of your status? Hurry and squat down." Yang Liang was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. The sight earlier had been outrageous. Lin Li had walked out of the room in a criminal mask, strutting back and forth in front of others who were squatting, hands clasped behind his back, observing them with head shakes, nods, and even sighs. He was stunned, while his colleagues were intimidated by Lin Li's demeanor, failing to recognize that he too was one of the apprehended. Even Yang Liang felt as if Lin Li was not a criminal, but rather a superior inspecting their work, lamenting the misfortune of those who had strayed from the right path, especially as Lin Li was quite tall. When they locked eyes, Yang Liang had to look slightly up at him. Lin Li's guardian better provide an explanation to the Sanxiao police station, or this child would not be going home. A pure societal menace. Allowing such individuals into the market would inevitably lead to its demise. If possible, Yang Liang wished to advise Lin Li's family to open another account, as the current one was irreparably damaged. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize my status for a moment," Lin Li finally responded, quickly apologizing and joining the crowd, squatting down. "Uncle," he said, observing the situation around him before looking at Yang Liang. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Liang asked, his voice trailing off in exasperation. He truly despised the minor protection laws. Just look at what they were protecting. They all have handcuffs, and I don't. Why not give me one too, uncle? Lindley said enviously, gazing at the handcuffed individuals. After all, if I'm going to experience being arrested, I should at least wear silver bracelets. What a waste of a precious opportunity otherwise. Yang Liang was at a loss for words. After years in the field, he had never encountered such a request. A house can be rebuilt after collapsing, but Lin Li's situation was beyond repair. Yang Liang resolved to draft a proposal for the repeal of the minor protection laws upon his return. Perhaps the law should clarify that it only protects minors who are, in essence, human. For beings like Lin Li, a firmer approach was warranted. Meanwhile, the other apprehended individuals cast admiring glances at Lin Li. What a composed young man. Even in such dire circumstances, he could still joke with the police. It seemed his father must be someone of significance, evoking envy among the onlookers. Hey, do you have connections? One person squatting nearby whispered. Lin Li looked up at the empty ceiling. Where? I don't see anyone. Are you looking for the underworld? Another individual quipped. Lin Li finally got his wish and was fitted with the silver bracelet, though Yang Liang's manner during the handcuffing was less than pleasant, showing signs of rough handling, bordering on violent enforcement. Everything checked out? Yang Liang inquired, ensuring no one had hidden away. After receiving confirmation, he waved his hand. Take them all away. Downstairs, the situation was somewhat better. Many were merely undergoing brief questioning and had not been directly apprehended like those on the third floor. Many were agitated, vocally proclaiming their innocence, asserting that they were merely there for legitimate massage services, victims of circumstance. Lin Li overheard a man exclaiming, "So this place offers such services? Good job cleaning up. You've worked hard." The man seemed to be expressing regret, but Lin Li noted the bitterness in his voice. Why do you look so regretful, my friend? Is it because of your deep love for this land? The interrogating officer seemed to grasp the man's sentiments, dismissively waving his hand. All right. Since you were just here for a massage, you can leave soon. As the officer walked away, the man could finally release his pent-up emotions. You were born before me, and I was born after you. How unfortunate that I arrived when spring had passed. Lin Li and the others then found themselves outside the Chijua Health Club. A middle-aged man was parking his electric bike, preparing to disembark, only to witness the scene of numerous people being apprehended and escorted out. All the officers observed the man, who seemed intent on entering, with a shared sense of disappointment. Was he moved? He dared not move. His leg was still dangling in the air. Are you coming in? Yang Liang calmly inquired after a brief pause. I did not come to this shop. A man, drenched in sweat, shook his head expressionlessly, exited the vehicle, and proceeded into the neighboring store with fluid grace. As for why a disheveled man in his 40s would venture alone to a female nail salon at night, that is a matter best left unexamined. Species are inherently diverse and warrant acceptance. Who forbids an uncle from indulging in nail art? Aesthetic pursuits should not be denied to anyone, regardless of age. Lin Li was convinced that even if the establishment next door were a coffin shop, this uncle would still wander inside, perhaps purchasing a few wreaths. Please bring the car over, he instructed. Several demon hunters obeyed his command and departed. Within a mere minute or two, a large crowd had gathered outside, curious onlookers peering from nearby shops and residential buildings. Such is the allure of a crackdown on illicit activities. Many had already taken out their phones to capture the scene, and Lin Li felt a sense of relief at his mask, for otherwise, the situation could have escalated awkwardly. Among the onlookers, he spotted a fellow who had once pondered the meaning of life in the restroom, now holding half a roasted pigeon, his eyes wide in astonishment at the unfolding drama. A fortunate survivor. His luck had indeed held, having chosen to make a timely escape, and the altruistic soul who willingly shared his miraculous oil was reaping rewards. Lin Li's distinctive appearance caught the attention of the man, who recognized him from his attire. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and slowly raised his hand. Lin Li noticed a spectator saluting him, albeit imperfectly, while still clutching the roasted pigeon. Nevertheless, the gesture was directed at him, prompting him to return a proper salute, which lifted his spirits considerably. Feeling the affection of the people is a unique charm of his profession. The injuries caused by Lin Li, this unfortunate child, had begun to heal somewhat. Lin Li hesitated to speak, suspecting that the salute was a farewell gesture, perhaps an indication to take care, and that he would look after the man's wife and children. Bound by handcuffs, he could not salute in return, so he clasped his fists together as a sign of acknowledgement. After all, they had weathered trials together. At this point, numerous vehicles began arriving. Yet contrary to Lin Li's expectations, they were all private cars, with not a single police vehicle in sight. However, upon reflection, he understood. The demon hunters were primarily in plain clothes, likely engaged in a covert operation. Arriving in police cars would render their disguise meaningless. Still, disappointment lingered. "Uncle, is there no police car for me?" he lamented. He quickly fell silent, sensing a peculiar intensity in Yang Liang's gaze, as if he were teetering on the edge of lawlessness. "Rest assured, if I ever have the chance to escort you back, I will do so in a police car, making a grand spectacle of it, so that everyone around knows precisely what you've done. Now get in the car." Yang Liang snarled. Lin Li shrugged innocently and climbed inside. He had intended to clarify the situation in the vehicle, only to discover that he was not in a designated car, as another person occupied the seat beside him. Thus, he was compelled to remain silent. As he gazed out at the receding scenery, Lin Li recognized that they were not en route to the nearest police station. Stretching his neck, he glimpsed Yang Liang's navigation screen, revealing that their destination was the precinct. It seemed that due to the overwhelming number of arrests made that evening, coupled with other cases needing attention, the interrogation rooms at the station were insufficient, necessitating a transfer to a larger venue. Upon arrival, the vehicle pulled directly into the police station. "Uncle, please be quiet. It's not allowed." Lin Li, perplexed, noted Yang Liang's cold refusal despite having said nothing yet. Realizing he might have come off as inconsiderate, possibly inquiring about a pressing need like using the restroom, Yang Liang asked, "What is it?" "I wish to squat by the door and be quiet. That's not allowed." Frustrated with himself for even asking, Lin Li fell silent. Chapter 18. Is it a crime for lovers unable to utter each other's names? It had been ages since I had interacted with a woman. While out purchasing gold one evening, the salesgirl inadvertently brushed against my hand, throwing me into disarray, prompting me to retreat. Alas, is that truly your justification for robbery and lewd behavior? The truth is, while staying at a hotel, I received a note slipped under the door, stating, "Duck. 100 per session, strong and robust, guaranteed to last an hour. If not, I'll refund you 400. I found it quite the bargain and called for him. To my dismay, he finished in 5 minutes and tossed 400 at me before you all arrived. Therefore, I cannot be judged based on the seller's actions. As a buyer, I deserve some leniency. A few days of detention would suffice, no? Listen to my explanation. I buy second-hand phones. How was I to know the customer sent me a hotel location? When there is money to be made, of course, I must go. Negotiating over phones is a given." And we both ended up sweating profusely, necessitating a shower. As for the transaction records on the phone, that's merely payment for the phones. Guarding Liberation West is indeed a documentary. Lin Li was astonished by the conversations echoing from the interrogation rooms. The talent present here was undeniable, their speech eloquent, befitting a place of enlightenment. Tonight, the number of arrests was considerable, and with other cases pending, the interrogation rooms were not enough to accommodate everyone. Fortunately, as the sole minor in attendance, Lin Li found himself prioritized for questioning, despite not being the earliest arrival. His chair was the classic stainless steel interrogation stool, and Yang Liang, a good comrade, had even placed leg irons on him after he had merely addressed him as uncle. Lin Li felt a bond forming. Perhaps a gentle pat on Yang Liang's back would signal a deeper understanding. Is it truly necessary to shackle this child? The interrogation required at least 2 demon hunters, and one, seemingly of higher rank than Yang Liang, eyed Lin Li's handcuffs with curiosity. "This little brat is asking for it," Yang Liang grumbled, expressing his irritation. The other demon hunter remarked, "This kid likely has issues, a minor with mental health concerns, and now shackled. How tedious. Let us just call his family to collect him." Yang Liang's face darkened with annoyance. "Nothing is that simple. I identify as a transgender individual, biologically male, but psychologically female, though my cross-dressing compels me to wear male clothing. Additionally, I am of mixed Jewish and African descent, yet due to a rare albinism condition and genetic mutation, I resemble a local." At this moment, Lin Li raised his hands and began to chant, "International matters hold no weight here. Be silent." Yang Liang had grown quite adept at commanding Lin Li to hush. Afterward, he turned to the adjacent demon hunter. "See? I told you he is a lunatic." The demon hunter massaged his temples in exasperation, nodding in agreement. To label someone a mental case in front of others is quite impolite, Lin Li asserted in defense of himself. Yang Liang concurred, "Indeed. Let us expedite this process and have his family come to retrieve him." The demon hunter nodded more emphatically. "I understand. Let the questioning commence. We ask, you answer." Yang Liang nodded, then looked at Lin Li, forcefully slapping the table. "Is it a crime for 2 lovers, unable to call each other by name, to face interrogation?" Lin Li preemptively countered. Yang Liang replied, "Interrogations are such a hassle." He wishes to utilize a grand memory restoration technique. It is well known that our nation has long been recognized as a land of etiquette. Thus, it is even more imperative to assert oneself boldly. "All right, gentlemen. It seems we have experienced quite enough. It is time to reveal my true identity. With a slight pause and a mysterious smile, Linley declared, I am one of you. I am an undercover agent. The other demon hunter replied, You must be out of your mind. Yang Liang chimed in, I told you so. Linley retorted, I am not. The other demon hunter remarked, It seems unrealistic to extract information from him. When we apprehended him, did he have any identification? Yang Liang answered, I didn't TC an ID, but he has a phone. Let us check it. Linley interjected, Could you please pay attention to me? The other demon hunter replied, If you had mentioned that earlier, I would have thought he was the only one. Yang Liang said, Then let us go. The other demon hunter agreed, Sure. Linley asserted, I'm a woman. Hello, I'm a woman. Was that not sent out? The two continued their conversation with remarkable indifference, not sparing Linley a glance as they prepared to leave. It felt rather disrespectful. As the two demon hunters were about to depart, Linley hurriedly explained, No, gentlemen, I truly am an undercover agent. In fact, I orchestrated this operation. The reason you initiated this action tonight is due to a phone tip-off, correct? That tip-off was made by me. My name is Linley, and my phone number ends with 9749. You can surely verify that. Linley's declaration immediately drew the attention of both demon hunters. They exchanged silent glances for a moment, before Yang Liang's eyes widened in realization, and he exclaimed, You are the informant mentioned by headquarters, the one with a questionable mental state? Linley corrected him. It's not that I am mentally challenged. I was just about to say that, right? Your headquarters uses such foul language. It wasn't me. I am perfectly sane. Linley insisted, shaking his head. He then subtly suggested, Your headquarters must have also mentioned another normal, great, compassionate, and admirable informant, right? That is truly me. The three fell into silence once more. If it were that reckless child who reported, I could understand. It is something he could do. Yang Liang suddenly smiled, turning to nod at his colleague. No wonder no one approached me at the scene. It turns out it was this child. I'll leave him to you. I need to assist others. We are severely understaffed tonight. The other demon hunter appeared somewhat amused yet helpless, standing up to say, All right. Although you are the informant, regulations prevent us from simply letting you go. You will need to cooperate with me to take a statement. Come, let us head to the office. Yang Liang stepped forward, intending to unlock Linley's handcuffs and shackles, but then he raised his gaze, sensing something amiss. No, the interrogation room is quite busy tonight. Many are waiting to use it, and we cannot just take a statement. Linley's eyes widened, swallowing back the words he was about to utter. He was unexpectedly anticipated. Did Yang Liang already know what posture he desired without him having to state it? However, Linley promptly nodded. The experience was one thing, but causing trouble for others was unnecessary. Besides, having sat in the interrogation chair before, he sought merely to have had the experience, not to make it a lasting affair. This was not something that thrived on permanence. Once free again, Linley stretched and followed Yang Liang to the office, reclaiming his phone. Linley unlocked the device, showcasing his call history to substantiate his identity as the informant. Damn it, I don't even know how to begin this statement. After being a police officer for so long, I've never encountered a situation like this, Yang Liang said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, holding his head and leaning back before gently asking, Lin, do you have anything you would like to say first? The demeanor of the demon hunters had shifted markedly. From haughty to respectful, it was amusing to reflect upon. Linley nodded, expressing his stance. I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives. Yang Liang inquired, What? Chapter 19 We have received professional training. Regardless of how amusing it may be, we will not laugh. Linley jested, attempting to lighten the mood. He simply found the idea of requesting a lawyer to be rather impressive, if it weren't for the inappropriate language that accompanied such a statement. He truly wished to emulate a character from Shameless. Do you know that my blood pressure has been elevated this entire time due to your lively demeanor? Is this how your generation behaves? Yang Liang was genuinely troubled. He now wished to meet Linley's parents to inquire about their parenting methods to avoid similar pitfalls himself. Not at all. I am rather exceptional, quite rare. In fact, Linley countered, shaking his head. Those around him who could clearly outshine him were likely only by Buffon. Otherwise, how could they be such good friends? How wonderful. Our nation still has hope. Yang Liang sighed in relief. Linley interjected, That language is quite foul. Let us proceed with a question and answer format instead. Yang Liang gestured dismissively, realizing that relinquishing control to Linley would lead the conversation down an unpredictable path. First, how did you learn that the Xianxia Health Club was secretly offering illicit services? It was a friend who informed me. When faced with uncertainty, I rely on friends. As for my friend's name, I presume it is not an issue if I choose not to disclose it? Linley replied. In truth, even if you provided the name, we would not investigate him. Your choice to remain silent is entirely understandable. Yang Liang nodded. recognizing the nature of the situation. He then posed the question he genuinely wished to ask. So, Lin, why did you not report to us immediately, but chose to experience it yourself first before informing us? Are you asking me? You should be asking the system. Do you think I want to sacrifice myself for a greater cause? I have no desire to plunge into the fray myself. However, he could not voice such sentiments. Firstly, my friend was merely passing along hearsay and had not actually visited. To avoid making a false report, I had to confirm the authenticity of the information and gather evidence. Thus, I conducted an on-site investigation, and when I called you, I had already secured the evidence. Secondly, I must clarify that I am, in fact, untainted by the murky waters, remaining pure and innocent. I have not lost my virtue. Wait, uncle, what does that expression mean? You are laughing, aren't you? I am earnestly conveying this, Linley insisted. We have received professional training. No matter how amusing it may be, we will not laugh. Yang Liang pressed his palm against his mouth, speaking earnestly. Unless you cannot hold back? Linley felt an itch in his teeth. It's not that I don't want to believe you, Lin. It's just that when I entered your room, none of you had time to get dressed. Yang Liang recalled the scene, his expression becoming strained. Speaking of which, that makes me furious. Firstly, it was not us. Only Xiao Jing was undressed, and only the upper half. Linley raised his voice. Moreover, I am fortunate to have a recording to prove my innocence. He pulled out his phone and opened a lengthy recording, speeding it up while occasionally adjusting the progress bar. Miss, please maintain your dignity. Listen, uncle. I truly uphold my integrity. I even uttered such absurdities as asking the lady to maintain her dignity. 40 minutes. That is equivalent to 40 hours. I waited for you for a full 40 days. Do you know how I endured those 40 days? How painful and torturous it was. Linley stood up, shouting hoarsely, his eyes slightly reddening, becoming overly immersed in his performance. Yang Liang remained silent, taking Linley's phone and rewinding the recording slightly, which then played back Linley's own voice. A bit to the left, yes, just press on the calf muscle. A bit more force, yes, damn it. xianxia. Have you suffered during these 40 years? Have you endured great torment? I did not perceive it. Yang Liang earnestly gazed at Lin Li and sincerely inquired. It is indeed quite shameful to hear one's own moans. Was I really that loud? The meticulously crafted atmosphere of years spent undercover, culminating in an angry interrogation of the contact person, has been utterly shattered. Lin Li scratched his head, sat back down, and awkwardly remarked, let us be clear, while my body felt comfort, my spirit has been in constant agony and torment. Yang Liang, you've said your piece. Haven't you? However, he genuinely believed Lin Li had not engaged in any illicit services. It made sense. One cannot knowingly anticipate the arrival of such individuals and willingly leap into the fire. As the recording reached its conclusion, the stage where Xiao Jing was to forcibly serve him, Lin Li stated, did you hear that? I had no idea she had undressed. If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have been violated. 40 minutes? What kind of sluggishness is that? I will report your negligence at work. Lin Li spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. It was evident that Yang Liang's professional training seemed insufficient, as he appeared quite amused. Lin Li cast a more forlorn glance in his direction. Will you not provide an explanation? Yang Liang explained, my teeth were too hot. I needed to let them cool. That is not the explanation I sought. Yang Liang then addressed Lin Li's earlier question. Ahem, regarding what you just mentioned. We received the notification immediately and did not waste any time. However, in such locations, it is prudent to station individuals at nearby intersections to relay information, to ensure the success of our operation. As you can see, we all traveled in plain clothes, using our own vehicles, and we needed to mobilize personnel, all of which takes time. In reality, 40 minutes was quite swift. You cannot fault us for that. Moreover, given your situation, even if something had occurred, we would not hold you accountable. What? You should have said so earlier. You have wronged me. Yang Liang. Observing Lin Li's regretful demeanor, Yang Liang chuckled and shook his head, amused by the boy's audacity. I say, how can you be so arrogant after being captured? Do you desire to be handcuffed and ride in a police car? You are so confident, knowing you are safe and wish to experience it all, aren't you? Yang Liang confirmed with a hint of amusement. Now he had caught on. Well, I truly could not acknowledge you on the spot. Those apprehended were still present. What if I faced retaliation later? Lin Li nodded in agreement. You are correct to consider this. Caution is warranted. Now, I have sufficient information to write my report. You are free to go. I shall escort you home. If you still wish to take a photo at the entrance, you may do so now. I can drive you home in a police car. Consider it a way to fulfill your last regret. Yang Liang put away his paper and pen, then added, that sounds good, but uncle, I have one more thing. What is it? For this undercover mission, I incurred a rather exorbitant expense of 399. You know, I am still a student, and this is significant for me. I do not require reimbursement from you. Returning the amount to me should pose no issue, right? Lindley stated cautiously. That is 399. Enough for 798 spicy strips, 133 bottles of ice-cold tea, 1 Spring Breeze Spirit, Zhang Fei figurine. I can spend an entire day on a rocking horse with that money. Lindley would be devastated if he could not recover it. Didn't he receive a massage? Now it's Yang Liang's turn to tease Lindley. That was at most a 99 service. I explicitly refused the exorbitant markup. Okay then, uncle. Refund me 200, and the rest can be considered a rebate for you. Lindley argued persuasively. Rebate? Nonsense. Yang Liang laughed and scolded. We can certainly refund you that money, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, as the whistleblower, you should also be eligible for a reward. However, transferring money directly from her phone is illegal, and I cannot do that. We must follow the proper procedures step by step. If you are in need, I can transfer my money to you first, and once it reaches your account, you can repay me. No rush, I can wait. Lindley waved dismissively, as he still had plenty of living expenses on hand. As long as he could recover the money, everything would be fine. Is there anything else? Yang Liang inquired. Yes. Lindley pondered for a moment and nodded. What is it? Can Xiao Jing spend 20 minutes alone with me? 10 minutes would suffice, but 5 minutes is too short. Observing Lindley's eagerness, Yang Liang. I have important matters to discuss with her. Oh, and please prepare a 182-meter bed, complete with a Simmons mattress, jelly, popping candy, and ice cream. Shut up and go home. All right then, uncle. Chapter 20. I should truly despair. What is the meaning of life? Shaolin. This was the second time Lindley had encountered this question today. However, this time it was not from a patient or a customer at a chicken farm, but from the driver behind the wheel. Accompanied by an acceleration from the vehicle beneath him, Lindley thought, what the hell? Uncle, please do not drive like this. I am frightened. Sitting in the back seat, Lindley quietly fastened his seatbelt. Where are we headed? Is this still a police car? This feels more like a hearse. Curiosity about the profession of demon tamers had led him to inquire about Yang Liang's salary, overtime hours, opportunities for advancement, the ease of writing reports, and the simplicity of handling disputes, among dozens of other questions. Surely, such a minor shift in emotion could not warrant such drastic changes in demeanor. His psychological resilience was concerning. Yang Liang cast a deep glance at Lindley through the rearview mirror. If you are scared, be quiet. Earlier, he had mentioned he was off duty and had only come back temporarily for extra work. Yet, Lindley had the audacity to ask why. Why? How can the cause of your overtime not comprehend this? Lindley chose silence, gazing at the retreating scenery through the window, while actually analyzing the system. As of now, Task 2 had not received a notification of completion. However, Lindley speculated that it might require follow-up from the Demon Control Department, as there were still some Hehuan demons at home who had not yet been apprehended, thus failing to meet the clearing requirements. Let us hope that my assumptions are correct. After all, I have done everything within my power. Nonetheless, a sense of disappointment and frustration lingered. He had anticipated an immediate resolution. With a gentle sigh, he said, "This is the neighborhood, right? Let us get out. Hurry home, and do not keep your parents waiting. Also, send my regards to them. And by the way, practice your trumpet. You've completely wasted your time, you scoundrel." Yang Liang gradually came to a stop, unlocking the car door, and gestured at Lindley. "All right, thank you, uncle, but do not worry. My father has passed, and my mother works outside. I am home alone, so no one will be anxious. As for practicing my trumpet, that is out of the question." After finishing, Lindley dashed home. As Yang Liang prepared to step out for a smoke to unwind, his hand trembled slightly, causing the cigarette to fall to the ground. He then extended his trembling hand to place the cigarette in his quivering mouth, struggling to ignite it with his lighter, which refused to spark after several attempts. Lindley's response echoed in his ears, while the image of Lindley's despondent face lingered in his mind. He had never before witnessed such an expression on Lindley's countenance. How deeply sorrowful, how profoundly melancholic. He turned to glance at the distant, silent figure of Lindley retreating towards the residential complex. His lips moved in a whisper, yet no words were uttered. 3 seconds later, slap. Yang Liang struck his own face. I should truly despair. The child's earlier demeanor, the ever-present smile now absent, raised questions. Clearly, he had been pierced by his own words. Yang Liang suddenly realized that perhaps the abstraction was not Lindley's true intention, but rather a defensive xianxia crafted to shield his fragile heart. He was merely a pitiable child, masking his vulnerability with a smile. What had he said to such a child? As a police officer, how could he inflict such harm upon a young soul? He felt a deep sense of self-reproach. Unbeknownst to him, his innocuous statements had been misconstrued. The abstraction was simply a reflection of Lindley's inherently abstract nature. who was at that moment enthusiastically perfecting his modern literary martial arts. Thanks to his daytime efforts, this did not require much time. The translation was accurate. There was no spray nozzle overhead this time, nor any urge to relieve himself. In fact, there was no heat flow. Yet Lindley distinctly felt a remarkable transformation within his body, as if his sinews were being unlocked. The effects were not so exaggerated. One session alone could not suffice, as the method itself stated that time and effort were necessary for accumulation. More than anything, it evoked an indescribable sense of anticipation for the future, as if his body were expressing joy akin to that of a boxing champion. After all, with diligent practice, who knows? He might just become a hero in his own right. After a refreshing shower and a simple video call with his mother, Lindley prepared for sleep. At 10:20, he lay staring at the ceiling. Damn it, he had been lying there for 40 minutes without falling asleep. Although he had been tired earlier, the 40 minutes of relaxation at the massage parlor had alleviated much of his fatigue. Today's experience was quite novel, and the prospect of practicing a technique not of this world excited his mind. It was the weekend, and it seemed his biological clock would not permit him to sleep just yet. With a sigh, he decided to count sheep. At 10:40, he counted 562 sheep, 564 sheep, 565. Damn, how many sheep had he counted? Suddenly, Lindley sat up, invigorated. He somewhat reluctantly picked up his phone. The group chat of his usual gaming buddies was still active with voice chat, and he curiously joined in. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, but he couldn't help but overhear some comments regarding someone's mother. Amidst the banter, classic phrases like useless piece of trash and even a chicken would play better than you echoed around. Among the 5 participants, only Buffon remained calm and silent. It was evident they were venting their frustrations at him, and yet he had made an unforgivable mistake. Otherwise, he would have stubbornly defended himself. Seizing the opportunity, Lindley blended into the conversation and hurled a few jabs at Buffon. Lindley, what brings you here? Buffon, being the target of their ridicule, quickly spotted Lindley. Hurry, Lindley, take over for this loser, Buffon. We can't stand him being our highest wall on the path to victory. The others chimed in. Don't be ridiculous. My favorite player once said, in League of Legends, there are no walls if you don't understand the game. Don't comment on it, Buffon retorted stubbornly. No, I have something early tomorrow, but I can't sleep now. There is no melatonin at home, and I don't know what to do. I thought I'd check in on you guys. Seeing you all has really lifted my spirits, Lindley declined. Aren't you a part of the forum? Why even ask that? If you're unsure, go expand your horizon somewhere else. His words struck a chord. Was it possible that after such an exhilarating day, his excitement stemmed not from his brain, but from his cerebellum? Lindley abruptly ended the voice chat and headed to the bathroom. He entered a website. Buffon was a miracle worker. Feeling tired, Lindley yawned, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes. At 3:20 in the morning, Lindley was sound asleep, having enjoyed nearly 5 hours of restful slumber. Just as his alarm was about to ring. Yet, someone several kilometers away was still wide awake. A woman who had risen in the night noticed her husband was absent from their bed. Rubbing her eyes, she found him smoking on the balcony. Xianxia, what are you doing? What time is it? Shouldn't you be asleep? Didn't we agree to take the kids to the amusement park tomorrow? Xianxia turned to his wife, his expression weary. I want to go downstairs, he replied, seemingly unwilling to take the stairs or the elevator. The state he was in startled her, prompting her to ask, what's wrong? Xianxia slapped his own face, exclaiming, I should be damned. Chapter 21. The innately malevolent Uchiha child. Who invented the phrase good morning? Who, in fact, is having a good morning? Lindley. You can wake up this early on a weekend at 17. You'll succeed in everything you do. He thought. Oh, great one. Grant me strength. Lindley began twirling his hands in a helicopter-like motion, finally rising from bed. Classmate, no helicopters allowed here. Discovering that there was no suitable landing pad in his home and confirming it was only 4:40, Lindley lay back down, adhering to his usual custom of snoozing for 5 more minutes before making a last-minute dash out the door. It is said that it takes 21 days to form a habit, but could he truly persist for 7 days? Perhaps due to the massage from Xiaojing yesterday. Today his lactic acid buildup was significantly less than he had anticipated. Xiaojing, thank you. It's been a while. I wonder how you're doing these days. Do you miss me in detention? The cherry blossoms fall at a rate of 5 centimeters per second. Yet the distance between our hearts cannot seem to diminish by even a centimeter. The weekend mornings seemed significant to Lindley, though for the elderly, it made little difference. Thus, the number of people he encountered in the community park today was nearly identical to that of yesterday. Lindley jogged to his usual spot, and, as expected, the seemingly robust yet actually frail old man who had attempted to swindle him was present again, dressed in the same training outfit as before. Lindley was not one to hold grudges. he had forgotten about by Buffon's petty theft of snacks last month. Therefore, despite the old man's previous antics, Lin Li politely greeted him. "Good morning, Grandpa Zhou." Zhou Yue, upon hearing the greeting and recognizing Lin Li, felt his steady breathing falter. This boy had come again with intentions to swindle someone. The audacity! Remembering the hopes he had once harbored for this junior, Zhou Yue felt a surge of anger and huffed. "Grandpa? Who is your grandpa? From now on, you're my grandpa." Huh. Lin Li scratched his head, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "Isn't this little Zhou? Good morning. You're up early to exercise. Very good." Lin Li, being a well-educated youth of the new era, had diligently completed every segment of the Youth University learning program without ever resorting to stealing screenshots. He understood the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Thus, while he was unsure why Grandpa Zhou made such a request, he found no harm in indulging the old man's wish. It was a small courtesy. First respect, then understand. Perhaps Grandpa Zhou saw a resemblance to his own grandfather in Lin Li. But wait, how could Grandpa Zhou have seen his grandfather at 17? A photo. Only the wealthy could afford to take pictures during their childhood in that era. Grandpa Zhou's background must be quite remarkable. As Lin Li was still engaged in a mental brainstorm, Zhou Yue stared at him in a daze, even tapping his ear in disbelief, questioning whether his age had impaired his hearing. "No, this mischievous child. Did you truly take me for your grandfather? How could Xiao Zhou call me so adeptly? You can't possibly hear that it's mere frustration, can you? You. Zhou Yue, feeling his breath becoming shallow again, began the ritual of counting off. As if reciting a military roll call, each scroll bearing your name. "Xiao Zhou, what on earth is wrong with your health? Sit down quickly. Why are you gasping again?" Lin Li hurriedly approached and assisted his newly recognized junior to a nearby stone bench, opening a water cup and handing it to him. With familiarity born from experience, Lin Li managed the situation with ease this time. Then, in a tone filled with disappointment, he remarked, "Xiao Zhou, I must ask, what is the matter with your family? How can they allow you to venture out alone every morning for exercise with such poor physical condition? I ought to have a serious talk with them." Calling me grandfather. Zhou Yue exerted considerable effort to utter those 4 words. "All right, Zhou grandfather, though I must admit it feels somewhat awkward. Others might think we share something inappropriate." Lin Li sighed in relief. "Awkward? You called me Xiao Zhou so fluently, didn't you?" This child was truly exhausting. Zhou Yue felt that he might have originally lived to 100, but now could only manage another year before being laid to rest, unable to close his eyes. An inappropriate relationship? We are merely a case of colliding and being collided with. He clapped his hands around the water cup, convinced that this child, still young, could be salvaged with proper guidance. He could not allow this child to continue down this path. Lin Li paused, surprised that Zhou Yue directly broached the subject. However, after some contemplation, he felt at ease and waved his hand with a bright smile. "It's fine, Zhou grandfather. I bear no ill will. I forgive you." Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. To emphasize, Lin Li had a generous heart. He did not dwell on an incident from the previous month where, during a gaming session, a certain player had carelessly caused him to lose. He decided to let bygones be bygones, which made his words understandable. And witnessing Lin Li's radiant smile and heartfelt words, Zhou Yue felt once more the stark contrasts of life and the fragility of the elderly. "You forgive me? How can you possibly forgive me? Who claimed this child could be saved? Be quiet. This child is irrevocably lost. This child is inherently malevolent, resembling the notorious Uchiha brat." After turbulent emotional upheaval came a void of tranquility, and Zhou Yue shook his head in disappointment, relinquishing his efforts to guide. "So, young lad, what brings you here this morning?" "To exercise," Lin Li replied. "Exercise? Huh. I'll keep a close watch on you." Zhou Yue smirked, then added earnestly, "I won't allow you to find trouble." Had it not been for his quick reflexes yesterday, he might have fallen victim, and the kind-hearted elderly neighbors around him, not as quick, must not be allowed to suffer the same fate. The moment Lin Li made any move, Zhou Yue would be ready with his phone. He would strike like a dragonfly, documenting and judging all evil. "Don't worry, Zhou grandfather. I will be serious without your supervision." Lin Li waved his hand dismissively. He understood Zhou Yue's intention to protect him, but felt it unnecessary, as the system was already monitoring him comprehensively. Yet, seeing that Zhou Yue was quite insistent, he chose not to press the matter. As for the fear of his martial skills being learned by others, Lin Li felt it unnecessary to fret excessively. After all, living in such a state would be exhausting. Damn it, he thought, feeling irritated at the current conditions. Could the Demon Suppression Division move a bit more swiftly? Regaining his stance, Lin Li placed his water cup down, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in the practice of the 8 brocade of body conditioning. An hour passed in deep concentration. consistently rising early for a week to practice the 8 brocade of body conditioning, accumulating at least half an hour before noon. Linley had truly felt the toll of his efforts. Yet, the sensations from the previous night resonated more vividly within him now, though fatigued. Every part of his being rejoiced, offering him a complex emotional experience. He had achieved physical pain coupled with spiritual elation, an experience absent during yesterday's diligent practice of the 8 brocade. At this rate, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. But he hoped he wouldn't go bald. "Joe, grandfather, I'm heading home for a nap. Goodbye." Dragging his weary body, Linley picked up his water cup and smiled at Zhou Yue, who was still watching from a distance. Without waiting for a response, he departed, feeling utterly exhausted and yearning for a warm bath and the comfort of his bed. Watching Lin Li's retreating figure, Zhou Yue smiled with satisfaction. With his watchful eye, this boy surely had no chance to seek trouble, sacrificing oneself for the collective good. Today had seen a successful morning in safeguarding the community from the mischief of the Uchiha brat. Chapter 22. You say you have a calamity in your fate, but you never mentioned it was a Porsche. Upon returning home, Linley took a shower and fell asleep, awakening only at noon. After enjoying a Chinese buffet at the community dining hall, he returned home to continue translating the 8 brocade of body conditioning. Time passed swiftly. With the previous accumulation of knowledge, his pace accelerated significantly, and the translation neared completion within 2 days. Linley initially felt a sense of triumph, relishing the conquest that followed his arduous translation, until he encountered a reference answer. However, Linley quickly realized something was amiss. He had browsed through everything at the beginning. There was no way he could overlook such a lengthy passage of modern text. Was translation a necessary process? Would the answers only emerge once he comprehended the material, preventing him from making mistakes due to oversight? If so, this technique surpassed the system's intelligence. It was a good thing, and Linley decided not to dwell further on it. The odd-numbered chapters did not require the assistance of spiritual energy, while the even-numbered ones did. The odd chapters constituted one set of body conditioning techniques, while the even chapters formed another. Skipping the second chapter would not hinder his ability to start directly on the third. As for the grand promise made by the technique, if he could master it without relying on spiritual energy, his physical capabilities could swiftly amplify, approaching the limits of human potential. Of course, this definition of humanity did not include figures like Fan Mayangjiro. The image of the fierce Hai Wang, reduced to a mere head on a baby's body, was one Lin Li could never forget. As for the spiritual energy chapters, they were designed to reshape his body into a form favored by spiritual energy, transforming him into a plush ball of spiritual essence. This would enhance the efficiency of utilizing spiritual energy, enabling him to split one unit into 2 when using or absorbing it. To Lin Li, this was more significant than possessing an ultra-sensitive spiritual energy physique. After all, he was indeed impoverished, although splitting 0 into 2 halves would still yield 0. Upon seeing the grand promise, Lin Li felt even more invigorated. On Sunday morning, he practiced with renewed vigor, even completing an additional round after finishing his tasks. However, the feedback from his body was far less favorable than before. He felt more physically drained, and his spirit lacked the previous elation. After some reflection, Lin Li concluded that the system's proposed schedule for practicing the martial arts was likely the most appropriate in terms of timing and duration. There was no need for him to overextend himself. However, Lin Li discerned that old Zhou indeed intended to surreptitiously learn his martial arts techniques. How disrespectful. For the past 2 days, Lin Li had refrained from practicing his Tai Chi, or pretended to practice while covertly observing Zhou, noting this during every brief respite. Fortunately, Zhou was an elder, otherwise, it would have been rather embarrassing. Perhaps it was precisely because Zhou was a practitioner of martial arts that he could recognize the extraordinary nature of the body refinement 8 sections technique at a glance. Lin Li reminded himself not to underestimate anyone, even if they appeared overly arrogant. In the face of Lin Li's scrutiny, Zhou Yue never flinched, meeting his gaze with a sense of righteousness. How brazenly he stole knowledge. Yet, Lin Li had no intention of relocating his practice space. After all, Zhou was a martial arts novice who had accompanied him on a mission. This could be seen as an opportunity for Zhou in return. Success in learning Lin Li's techniques seemed unlikely, and if Zhou succeeded, he would have his moment of glory. On Sunday evening, although it still fell within the weekend, for the students of Nansang Middle School, everything had already concluded. Thus, when Lin Li arrived at the classroom, he found everyone in a state of lethargy, as if their souls had departed from their bodies. Most students were seated, laboring over their untouched weekend assignments. The abstract children in the back row were not included in this majority. It wasn't that they had completed their assignments, but rather they were savoring the last fleeting moments of freedom. Huang Tian lamented, If only I could listen to the clock in reverse just once. Could it bring me back to the weekend? Bai Buffon stood at the back of the classroom with Zhou Baowei praying loudly. Linley, having set down his backpack, replied to Bai Buffon, listening once probably won't suffice, but if you listen for 5 days, you might return to the weekend. Don't say that. Linley, you are truly a genius at manipulating time, Bai Buffon stammered, raising his thumb in admiration. Thank you, but what about you, Baowei? Did you lose your vitality over the weekend? Linley approached the two, noticing the dark circles under Zhou Baowei's eyes, and exclaimed. He must have been playing video games all weekend, Bai Buffon shrugged. Playing video games is fine. Everyone understands the allure of guarding the tomb of Yingzheng, but one mustn't overindulge. Linley quickly grasped Bai Buffon's meaning but still cautioned him. There's nothing to be done. You know Baowei's self-discipline. A day without gaming accumulates virtue, but 2 days without it just compounds the dilemma. Bai Buffon sighed deeply. Indeed, there's no saving him. Linley nodded in agreement. Zhou Baowei, visibly agitated, interjected. Can you two stop spreading baseless rumors without considering my side? I simply stayed up late gaming. The two friends continued their banter, oblivious to the concerned glances from a girl who had just approached the lockers. Is it Genshin Impact? She inquired. No, but thankfully, you still have hope. Bai Buffon sighed with relief. What is going on with you then? So, you didn't spend your weekend gaming? Linley asked. That's beside the point. Zhou Baowei chuckled nervously, lowering his voice. Have you heard? There seems to be a massage parlor near our school that got shut down for offering illicit services. It was reported. How do you know? My brother's blind date, who loves to travel, found out. My parents have already berated the matchmaker, Zhou Baowei replied. Is that even traveling? That's like flying all over the country. Bai Buffon laughed. Yes, my brother heard she likes the ocean. But it turns out she prefers the Mediterranean. She claimed she was mature for her age because the chairman had already trained her well, Zhou Baowei smirked. Grateful to the informant. Otherwise, his honest brother might have ended up in a difficult situation. Linley smiled smugly, knowing he was the one in the center of this unfolding drama. I need not be thanked. It was merely what I ought to do. Linley said with an ethereal smile. I was planning to thank you. Zhou Baowei shook his head. Huh? You're really not going to thank me? Linley pressed. If you insist, perhaps you could bow to me on behalf of your entire family instead, Zhou Baowei quipped. That's a different matter. I declare him expelled from the male gender and wish him a 10-centimeter reduction. Zhou Baowei shook his head. Indeed, he must have spent a fortune, only to regret it shortly after. Bai Buffon chuckled. Fast. That won't he do? The two began to speculate with the utmost malice about the unfortunate hero. Isn't that rather impolite? Linley interjected. A man's expression can change too swiftly. I believe you shouldn't harbor such animosity toward a stranger. Linley shook his head, asserting that the informant ultimately did a good deed. The logic is sound, and what he did was right. But I still want to curse him. Bai Buffon nodded, shaking his head. Why? Because I lacked decorum. My worldview was shaped by Family Guy. Bai Buffon declared with a laugh. Linley found himself at a loss for words. Honesty truly is a formidable weapon. Bai Buffon's fate was sealed. I suddenly have an urgent matter. I must leave. Bai Buffon's expression shifted as he noticed fellow classmates entering the doorway. Linley, hold that rascal down. He actually returned to the classroom. You understand that the most dangerous place is the safest. Thankfully, we glanced back. A group of students who had been gaming over the weekend approached with an intimidating demeanor. What happened? Linley inquired curiously. Haha, I admit I had a minor issue over the weekend, hence I promised you I would catch you before class, but sorry. Class is about to start, and once I escape through the back door, it's all over. Bai Buffon laughed heartily. Hungry people will eventually find food. Linley smiled, proud to be the chosen protagonist of the system. Linley, hold him down. The students shouted. Linley could not escape. Suddenly, Bai Buffon's words halted as he turned to see Linley locking the back door. Linley did not look at him but addressed the classmates at the entrance, saying, I'm not very strong. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold him down. It's more secure to lock the door. Bai Buffon exclaimed. Why treat me this way? As Bai Buffon's body slowly progressed toward the doorframe, the reflection of his upside-down friend in his golden eyes burned with sorrow. As if the ancient bell of time echoed within him, concealing the anguish of a lion that had lost everything. Chapter 23. Do you acknowledge this is your rear? It was the 4th day of persistent early rising, the 3rd day of completing task 1. I want to die. The previous days, at least, allowed me to catch up on sleep after waking up, but the thought of heading straight to school after today's training filled Linley with dread. Each morning, he could only find solace in the memory of Kobe. Man, what can I say? He mused. Update complete. Then, he noticed a message from the system. Momentarily stunned, Linley felt a flicker of excitement, followed by a furrowed brow. The joy stemmed from the system's ability to update. The frown arose from apprehension that the system might have been repaired, and Linley was currently relying on its existence. It is well known that, while there may be issues, as long as the code runs smoothly, even if it is akin to a heap of rubbish, it should not be tampered with. Surely, it wouldn't send him to confront the seductress of the Hawan sect, would it? After thoroughly examining the system, Linley reached a conclusion. What updates are these? No new features had appeared, nor had any old ones vanished. As far as Linley could discern, there was no difference, nor was there an update log. Forget it. I'll just let it be. There's nothing I can do about it. Relying on a low-functioning system was, in itself, a form of mental deficiency. The sun shines brightly, and the flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp. And I wonder why someone with a bubble for a brain is singing such graceful and gentle songs. Linley has once again returned to the community. Oddly enough, today, the dual-natured Xiao Zhou, who resembles Sun Yi, is not in his usual spot. For the past 3 days, he had always arrived before me. I hope he hasn't fallen ill. Despite Xiao Zhou having once attempted to scam me and wanting to learn my techniques, the magnanimous Linley does not hold grudges. However, if Xiao Zhou has indeed fallen sick, it would not surprise me, as I have witnessed firsthand how frail he is, often gasping for breath even while standing. Nonetheless, I still hope he is well. Solitary training can be quite lonely. Suppressing these thoughts, Linley committed himself to a rigorous workout. For an entire week, I have risen before dawn to diligently practice my body conditioning exercises, accumulating at least half an hour of practice before noon. Exhausted yet content, Linley slowly made his way home to take a bath. A few minutes later, from the nearby bushes, an elderly man with a camouflaged face cautiously peeked out. His expression a mix of confusion and seriousness. Today, he intentionally refrained from watching that young man openly, having hidden in the grass. Without his watchful eye in the community, why isn't the young man attempting to scam other elders? Why is he so meticulously disguised? I have squatted here and it's exhausting. Fortunately, there aren't many mosquitoes this early in the morning. Could it be that this young man has already realized my presence? I thought I was well concealed. Using the skills I learned as a soldier. Old Zhou. Hearing his name, Zhou Yue turned to see an elderly lady he recognized, Zhang Fong. Old Zhang. What's the matter? Zhou Yue smiled warmly. This lady was the most refined and graceful in the community, a beauty even in her advanced years. Admired by the elderly men. The community belongs to everyone, and maintaining it requires collective effort. Even if you are in a hurry, the public restroom is over there. You can use that, Zhang Fong thoughtfully advised after some contemplation. Zhou Yue was initially taken aback, then blushed furiously. I was using the restroom here. The elderly lady, feeling awkward, glanced down and fell silent. Zhou Yue looked down and suddenly stood up. Who the hell left feces under me? No wonder it smells so bad. You see, you've admitted it's your mess, old Zhou. Best take care of it. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. The elderly lady hastily departed, leaving him in a less awkward environment. Zhou Yue was perplexed. What do you mean I admitted it's my mess? No, old Zhang, come here and see. This is dog feces. It's from a dog. Don't say such things about yourself. I'm not saying I'm a dog. What else with your comprehension skills? The old man, who had just managed to avoid gasping yesterday, found himself gasping again today. Unfortunately, Linley did not witness this. Linley arrived at the classroom, bringing breakfast for several classmates. Ever since he began waking up before 5, he had never been late with their breakfast again. It seems he has become quite the benefactor to this group. Just thinking about the consecutive 5 days of classes ahead makes me want to die, Zhou Baowei lamented, shoveling sticky rice into his mouth. Then remember to pick a bad day to die. That way, you can turn it into a good one. Linley yawned in response. Don't die just yet. My aunt is due to give birth in the next couple of days, and I'm worried you might reincarnate over here. Bai Bufan gently said to Zhou Baowei. Zhou Baowei's sticky rice plopped back into the bowl as he stared blankly at Lin Li and Bai Bufan. One was the joker, and the other was equally sarcastic. Such fierce banter. No wonder they could sit together. Lin Li lay on his desk, resting his head in his elbow, finding the perfect position. Today, he needed to listen attentively to the teachings of the sect. If he fell asleep then, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, the first period and the early reading session were both English, which could help revive his spirits. Bufan, if the English teacher arrives, let me know. I'm going to take a nap. All right. It's normal to feel drowsy on a Monday, so Bai Bufan merely nodded without teasing him. When one is exhausted, they can indeed fall asleep instantly, even though Linley, being somewhat slender, found it uncomfortable to rest his bare hands on the desk in summer. Linley stood above the void, receiving the villagers' homage. To his left was a cold immortal from the righteous path, and to his right, a fiery enchantress from the demonic realm, his expression one of indulgent enjoyment. It was merely a matter of dispatching a demon. There was no need for such reverence. Rise, please. Linley waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for his recent good deed. If you truly wish to thank me, prepare for me a grand bed of 242 meters. And some jelly, pop rocks, and ice cream. Why was the last time I requested 182? Because that was for 2 people, this time. It's for 3, this is called precision. Before Lin Li could finish his demands, pain suddenly struck. The enchantress in his arms delivered a heavy elbow jab. Just as Lin Li was about to question her motives, he noticed even the saintess was rushing to elbow him while mimicking Bai Buffan's voice. And he sensed that something was amiss. Lin Li, get your ass out of bed. Lin Li, wake up. Lin Li shot up, grabbing the English textbook he had prepared earlier, pretending to read it. To his dismay, he found the classroom in complete silence. It seemed no one was reading aloud. He put down the textbook and was met with a startling sight. All his classmates were staring at him, including the English class representative standing at the podium. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. I didn't just accidentally speak in my sleep, did I? Bai Buffon, please shake your head. Swallowing hard, Lin Li nervously glanced at Bai Buffon. What are you talking about, sleep talking? What sleep talking? Bai Buffon looked puzzled. Lin Li finally exhaled, feeling relieved. It was fine if he had spoken those words in front of the boys, but in front of the entire class of girls. He was not ready to face the consequences. Why is everyone looking at me? Lin Li turned abruptly, realizing the English teacher was not glaring at him from behind. He then looked outside. Is there a senior calling me to confess her feelings? Close enough, Bai Buffon nodded. Are you serious? Oh no, my hair isn't a mess. Is it? Suddenly energized, Lin Li began to feel anxious. I hope it's a 175 centimeters tall, devoted, and wealthy senior. Close, but it's not a senior. It's the principal calling for you. As for whether it's a confession, that remains uncertain for now. Bai Buffon shook his head. Lin Li was perplexed. What kind of nonsense is that? Why is the principal calling for me? As he was fixing his hair, Lin Li froze, gritting his teeth. It seemed to validate Bai Buffon's statement. As the announcement echoed once more, please have Lin Li from class 4 of the first year come to the principal's office. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Shuejian, appeared at the front door, waving at Lin Li from a distance without entering. There was no time to inquire about the situation. Lin Li swallowed hard and quietly stood up. Bao, I'm reluctant to have you reincarnate at my aunt's place. But Lin Li, if you don't mind, let us negotiate with King Yama after you die. I will always remember you, Bai Buffon said, her eyes glistening with tears. What on earth did you do to warrant old Jian personally escorting you to the principal's office? Zhou Bao asked, his face filled with curiosity. Teacher, what happened? Lin Li inquired timidly as he approached Shuejian, who stood at the same height as him. I just received a notification. The principal asked me to take you over. You didn't know? Shuejian shook his head. Ah, I see. The two fell into silence. Darn, Bai Buffon. I have come to fully understand your suffering. Could you perhaps allow an old fellow like me to lend a hand? Within Nansang High School, it was divided into 2 sections. The first and second years shared one campus, while the third year had a separate one. The political education building was located on the first and second year side, and it was not a lengthy walk. However, the thought of facing the principal's office made Lin Li's heart race with anxiety. At the door of the principal's office, Shuejian knocked. Principal Wang? Are Lin Li and Teacher Shui here? Come in, come in. The door was ajar, and Principal Wang's voice immediately resonated, even before Shuejian could push it open. The door swung open on its own. A blinding light struck Lin Li's eyes, delivering a jarring blow. Oh no, it's a show of authority. This is it. However, Lin Li soon realized he had misjudged the situation. It was merely the morning sun reflecting off Principal Wang's balding head. You must be Lin Li, right? Quite impressive indeed. You possess a remarkable appearance. Principal Wang beamed, his face lighting up with joy as he patted Lin Li's shoulder, expressing genuine admiration. His tone was as refreshing as a spring breeze, though the scent of his middle-aged decay, a mixture of smoke and tea, made Lin Li hold his breath discreetly. What is going on? Turning to Shuejian, he noticed a hint of surprise on his face as well. Good boy, come in and have a seat. Please, come in. Principal Wang ushered Lin Li into the office. Lin Li then froze, for he saw a familiar face from just a few days ago, Yang Liang, the demon suppressor. Beside him stood another individual, a female demon suppressor clad in uniform whom he had never met. Come, Officer Yang. This is the child you mentioned, correct? Principal Wang gestured for Lin Li to sit on the guest sofa, taking a seat beside Yang Liang, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, Yang Liang nodded, then turned to Lin Li with a voice so gentle it felt almost unsettling. Little Lin, we meet again. The overly warm tone made Lin Li feel slightly awkward. Just days prior, Yang Liang had not addressed him in such a manner. Could it be that the presence of a female officer necessitated a persona of gentleness? TSK. Such as manhood. Having grasped the situation, Lin was not so bored as to expose this pretense, and he simply nodded. Hello, Uncle Yang. I'm Sunning. The female demon suppressor introduced herself with a smile. Hello, Sister Sunday. Lin hesitated, then tentatively inquired of Yang Liang. What brings you to our school today? His expression soured as he leaned closer to whisper in Yang Liang's ear. Uncle, I admit I may have been a bit arrogant the other day. But there's no need to escalate this to the school. I promise not to act abstractly anymore. Is that all right? Why was Yang Liang being so petty? Hadn't he only made a few small jokes? It wasn't as if he had caused any significant trouble. Setting aside the facts, did Yang Liang not have any faults of his own? In frustration, Lin mused on the world's biases against 17-year-olds. Please kneel, I beseech you. No, little Lin. Yang Liang shook his head vehemently. The abstract had become Lin's sole shield. To ask him to discard it was tantamount to stripping away his humanity. He did not wish to endure sleepless nights again. Abstract is wonderful. Young people should embrace abstraction. Keep being abstract. The more abstract, the better. Go all out. Lin, Uncle, you are currently more abstract than I. What nonsense was this? He was the one who rose at 4 each morning to secretly memorize lines. Yet here was Yang Liang, a demon suppressor who had passed the civil service exam, clearly gifted in some regard. Yang Liang realized Lin might have misunderstood something. So he clarified, didn't I mention before? You assisted us in dismantling a significant operation. Of course, we will compensate you. The police department will also provide you with additional rewards. Today, we are here to present you with a letter of commendation, a banner, gifts, and a monetary reward. This is not a bad thing. It is unequivocally a good thing. Lin let out a sigh of relief. So that was the issue at hand. No wonder Principal Wang was beaming like a flower, treating him with such warmth. Yes. Of course, it's a good thing. Lin, I can tell you are quite impressive. You truly represent the image of Nansang High School, assisting the police in solving cases. Excellent. Wonderful. Principal Wang had yet to sit down. Standing beside Lin, expressing his satisfaction. This aligns perfectly with our educational philosophy at Nansang High School. I believe every student here, regardless of gender, will stand firm and assist like Lin when help is needed. Principal Wang's enthusiasm was genuine. What an incredible achievement it was for a student named Lin to have so significantly enhanced the reputation of Nansang High School. He even envisioned how he could promote this widely. Articles for the public account. All teachers must share it on their social media and announcements to be posted. Better yet, he should find some news outlets to interview Lin. Then he could feign it as a casual share, only to discover it had gone viral online. As Lin listened, he suddenly felt something amiss. It wasn't so much the principal's self-promotion that struck him as odd. It was entirely normal for a school to celebrate such an event to maintain its image. However, it seemed inappropriate for everyone to be portrayed as having assisted the demon suppression agency in solving cases, did it not? Lin glanced at Yang Liang, quietly asking, Uncle, how exactly did I assist you in solving a case? Did you inform the principal? Yang Liang fell silent. Still silent. Silence. Yang Liang averted his gaze, unable to respond. Lin. Chapter 25. Tears of Truth. By the way, comrades in uniform, you have yet to explain how our Lin assisted you, and what case he helped you solve. How significant was it? Upon hearing this, Principal Wang's excitement surged once more, unable to restrain his fidgeting hands. Were the circumstances not so inappropriate, he might have even stomped his feet. He was determined to remember every word of what followed. This was all vital material. The more detailed, the better. Such information would resonate deeply when disseminated. Principal Wang was confident that Lin's assistance in solving the case was anything but trivial. If it were merely an act of returning lost property, the police might come to express their gratitude, but at most, they would send a letter of commendation. Today, however, was entirely different. The officers not only brought a letter of commendation but also a banner, and if he was not mistaken, a plethora of various gifts or awards. Sunning even mentioned the need for a brief interview and a photo. Such treatment could not possibly be afforded to an act of merely returning lost items. This was undeniably a major case. At this moment, if the two officers were to reveal that Lin had assisted them in solving a nationwide murder case or in apprehending drug traffickers, or even that Lin had personally engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a criminal, Principal Wang would readily believe it. With this thought, Principal Wang's gaze towards Lin grew more admiring and tender. Nansang High School, what merit had it to produce such a prodigious young talent? I find myself quite curious. Lin, about the cases you have assisted in solving. In this moment, Xue Jian's expression betrays his curiosity as he inquires. Lin clenches his left fist against his mouth and coughs gently, directing his gaze towards Yang Liang. Yang Liang mirrors his actions, cupping his mouth with his fists and coughing softly, then looks at Sunning. Sunning, too, follows suit. her right fist pressed against her mouth as she coughs lightly and returns her gaze to Yang Liang. Apologies, apologies, the ventilation here is quite poor. And the air in the office is indeed stale, the smell of smoke lingering. Principal Wang realizes he has been overly animated, neglecting his guests, and hastily opens the window to allow fresh air to circulate. Truly, how could he have committed such a blunder? When he turns back, he notices both officers gazing at Lin Li with gentle expressions, and Yang Liang says, "Let Lin Li speak for himself." Feeling the weight of everyone's attention upon him, and encouraged by the two demon slayers, Lin Li offers a warm smile. "Damn it, you two are too shy to speak up, but I can." At 17, he understands the thinness of a young man's skin. How could they not? In this age, he is one who stealthily borrows by Buffon's power bank to charge his own, occasionally feeling a twinge of guilt afterward. However, it seems inappropriate to shift the blame onto others now. Useless tools. It appears he must step forward himself. I assisted the police in dismantling a large-scale sex trafficking ring. Having made up his mind, he understands that hesitating would only be a fool's act, a display of cowardice that he shall not tolerate. Lin Li declares loudly and proudly, each word resonating powerfully. What a grand display of spirit. Principal Wang, who had been eagerly listening, claps his hands in response. Sex trafficking is commendable. Such should be the resolve of our new generation. I've decided, though time is short today. Next Monday at the flag-raising ceremony, you shall speak. Lin Li, rallying all faculty and students to support the police in this endeavor. Lin Li, Yang Liang, and Sun Ying exchange bewildered glances. Is this really appropriate? What a tale of a dragon king returning to find his wife and children sold into a brothel, who, in a fit of rage, calls forth 100,000 soldiers to assist his rise to prominence. When Shui Jian casts a peculiar look towards Principal Wang, the latter's smile suddenly freezes. Realization dawns, his squinting eyes slowly opening. He cautiously probes Lin Li. What exactly did you say you assisted in? I dismantled a chicken farm. What role did you play in this? How did you assist Officer Yang? The principal's voice grows increasingly cautious. I was one of Uncle Yang's achievements. Principal Wang. Lin Li made an indelible contribution to the security of Shilling Town by bringing down the operation. Principal, are you all right? Seeing Principal Wang collapse into a chair, Shui Jian rushes to support him. I'm fine, the principal says, somewhat unsteadily rising before slowly sinking into the opposite sofa. Looking at Lin Li. So you were caught? Yes, Lin Li nods matter-of-factly. Principal Wang, wake up, I'm fine. I just felt a bit drowsy for a moment. Now I'm all right. The principal waves his hand, pressing his palm to his forehead as a headache begins to set in. Oh, Lin Li, you shouldn't be so reckless with your words at this time. Let me handle this. Yang Liang interjects, unable to hold back any longer. Lin Li, indeed, has never been one to adhere to conventions. Principal Wang, the truth is not as Lin Li described. Like a drowning man grasping for a straw, Principal Wang perks up, realizing that if Lin Li were truly a suspect, the police would not be presenting commendations and banners. This child, he truly enjoys joking. What a humorous rascal. Principal Wang shakes his head, smiling, convinced that Lin Li could not possibly be apprehended. Yang Liang hesitates, then adds, he was indeed captured. Principal Wang. What the hell is going on with you two? Sun Ying finally can no longer contain herself. Standing with a look of exasperation and smiling at the despairing Principal Wang. Here's the situation. As an outsider, Sun Ying clearly articulates the unfolding events. Releasing a sigh of relief, the principal's office falls into a brief silence. The expressions of Principal Wang and Shui Jian are far more captivating than two beautiful women fighting on the street. It must be said that Sun Ying possesses remarkable skills and description, likely owing to her role in the publicity department. If one only heard the final line, it would be undeniable that Lin Li is the pride of Nansang. Had it not been for Lin Li's courageous infiltration into the lair, acquiring vital clues and evidence, and skillfully negotiating with the suspects to lower their guard, we could never have dismantled this operation so effortlessly. How magnificent. Such a statement. What a hero in youth, possessing both wisdom and bravery, with talent and courage in equal measure. If only Principal Wang and Shui Jian could overlook the fact that this backdrop is a massage parlor, it would be even more magnificent. Why must it be against the backdrop of a crackdown on vice? Why not a tale of rescuing from kidnapping or dismantling a drug production facility? Why must it be framed in this light? Tears well in my eyes upon realizing the truth. The principal suddenly begins to sing a love song. His sorrow is genuine. Chapter 26. Detachment from Fame and Fortune. Principal. I am not particularly fond of being in the spotlight, so perhaps it would be best to forego the speech at next week's flag-raising ceremony? Lin Li tentatively suggests. To speak before the entire faculty and student body is far too overwhelming for a 17-year-old. This is more humiliating than revealing a dream of being embraced by two people to the entire class. A headache plagues Principal Wong, who realizes he had nearly forgotten about this. Now, all plans have been thrown into disarray. Should the public account still be published? Should announcements be posted? Should interviews still be requested? After all this, will he truly advance in his career rather than becoming the laughingstock among friends? He thought he had orchestrated a grand gesture. Yet it seems he has stepped into a pitfall. Why did he call out to Lin Li over the intercom? Regret arrives swiftly. Now, the entire first and second year classes will likely be curious about what Lin Li has done. Had he known, he would have discreetly arranged for Xue Jian to bring Lin Li in. Since you feel uneasy, I must respect your wishes. If you truly do not wish to take the stage, we can let it go, Principal Wong says, patting the podium as he prepares to step down. Nodding with a smile. Is the principal frightened? It seems he is even more reluctant to witness that moment than Lin Li himself. You treat me as a national hero. I shall respond in kind. Do not worry, Principal. If you believe it is necessary, I shall not concern myself with my own pride. I will accept this speech. Lin Li declares fervently. Principal Wong? Who the hell needs it? Who treats you as a national hero? Don't be understanding when it is unnecessary. No, no, no. The principal hastily waves his hand. I checked the weather forecast, and Monday's morning assembly should be cancelled. We will discuss this matter later. Sweat pours down his back. For even if it does not rain, the morning assembly must be called off, potentially delaying until the end of the semester or even until his tenure concludes. No, I want to speak. Lin Li's voice rings out with conviction. No, you shall not. Principal Wong's voice matches his intensity. Due to their proximity, Yang Liang can see Lin Li's faint smile. This young man is indeed intentionally causing trouble, yet Yang Liang feels an even greater sympathy for Lin Li, who constantly wears such a facade to conceal his true feelings. It must be exhausting. Lin Li, feeling the weight of this gaze, is left with goosebumps, while Yang Liang continues to play the role of a gentle and mature man. Sister Sun, perhaps you should just surrender to her. To prevent Lin from facing potential retaliation later, it is not suitable to bring this matter to light at the moment. At this juncture, Sunning spoke up, finally rescuing the perspiring Principal Wong. What a pity, how regrettable. However, our Nansang High School will certainly cooperate with the police arrangements. Despite expressing regret, the principal, whose smile resembled a Nike logo, wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. Subsequently, Sunning turned her attention to Lin Li. Lin, due to our promotional needs, we still need to take a few photos. Your story will also be documented by us, but don't worry. Your appearance will be pixelated in the published article, and a pseudonym will be used. It will only simply describe your gathering of evidence and reporting. As long as they do not state that Lin Li was one of the guests that day, even if those individuals are released, they will not suspect him. Of course, the primary reason is that the Demon Subduing Division cannot afford to lose this person. All right, Lin Li nodded. But can my pseudonym be Little Li? Why? Sunning asked. Intrigued. Because my nickname is Li Feiyu, Lin Li replied earnestly. That's fine. I'll just mention it. Sunning nonchalantly nodded, and then continued. However, Lin, we now need you to pose for 2 photos, one with the banner and another with the prize. Please cooperate. Okay. Lin Li nodded, accepting the banner that Yang Liang handed over, shaking it out, and spreading it on the coffee table. Anti-Vice Vanguard, Lin Li, heaven above. I did not intend to betray you. The principal, who was about to ask if he could join the group photo, was fortunate he had not spoken. This is a double-sided banner. If you don't like one side, there's still the other. Yang Liang remarked at this moment. The reverse side reads, Heroic Youth. The principal sighed in relief, glad to have this alternative. Even a fool would know which option is more suitable. Let us stick with the anti-Vice Vanguard then. Lin Li quickly flipped it back. Principal, what the? There really are fools. Lin Li merely thought that Heroic Youth was too mundane. After all, his appearance would be pixelated, and his name changed to Little Li. How cool it would be to hold the anti-Vice Vanguard banner. Principal Wong pondered how his school produced such talent. Xue Jian was even more puzzled about how such a student could be under his guidance. Sun Ying was unconcerned. Combating vice was one of their duties. And this was merely a title, nothing to be ashamed of, or else they wouldn't choose to print it. It could even garner some attention, providing an opportunity for knowledge dissemination. Principal, aren't you joining the photo? Sun Ying kindly inquired of Principal Wong. The principal awkwardly waved his hand. I'm a person who values simplicity over fame, so I'll just help you take the picture. Teacher Xue, why don't you stand next to Lin? I also value simplicity over fame. I'll be perspective too, Xue Jian firmly refused. Thus, the 2 demon subduers stood on either side of Lin Li. After the banner photo was taken, Lin Li eagerly anticipated the red envelope. Wow, 3,699. You can enjoy an Emperor-level service at the Qingshang Health Club in 3 days. A full 10 Spring Breeze Fairies, Likue molds. 3,003 is the bonus we applied for, and the remaining 399 is your own capital, Sun Ing explained. Thank you very much, Linley expressed with genuine gratitude. After the photos were completed, Sun Ing handed him another red envelope, saying, in addition to these items, this is a supermarket card, but it's item-specific. It states that you can exchange it for cooking oil, rice, noodles, and other living supplies at designated supermarkets. This is also your reward. An extra prize that Officer Yang specifically helped you secure, taken from his department as share. You can thank Officer Yang. More money. Linley wasn't particularly skilled in cooking, but such a card was incredibly easy to convert into cash. Even a 5 discount would attract buyers. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Linley sincerely thanked Yang Liang once more. Who says Yang Liang's warm-hearted uncle persona is a xianxia? This is his true character. If Linley hears such claims again, he will surely argue against them. Task 2 completed. You have received rewards. Physical enhancement. Charm resistance increased by 100. Internal Yang energy concentration increased by 50. Low-grade spirit stone 5. System currency 200. Self-sacrifice for the greater good. Truly a hero. You have made a remarkable impact for the Demon Subduing Division, which now bestows upon you the title of Demon Subduing Vanguard. If it were not for your insufficient cultivation, they would not hesitate to directly absorb you into the ranks of local demon subduers. You treat me as a national hero, and I shall repay you as such. Having received this title, you must continue to practice the eradication of demons. Seek out more hidden locations of the Hehuan demons in the locality and assist the Demon Subduing Division in their eradication. Limited time task triggered. Task 2. Within a month, identify and deeply cooperate with the Demon Subduing Division to eradicate 3 more Hehuan demon hideouts. Rewards. Title. Light of the Stream Spirit. Random Ability 1. Low-grade Spirit Stone 5. System Currency 200. Light of the Stream Spirit. When worn, it will emanate the light of righteousness, increasing the speed of cultivating righteous techniques by 50, while decreasing the speed of cultivating evil techniques by 50. Evil spirits and demons will subconsciously develop a certain fear towards you. Linley raised an eyebrow. More tasks. Chapter 27. Linley, be my son. In a white-bearded voice. The rewards for this task cannot be deemed insignificant. It is the most lucrative reward he has encountered thus far. The title of Light of the Stream Spirit is surely superior to his current inferior version of the 6-God Halo. Summer is nearly over. However, the system truly intends for him to become the anti-Vice Vanguard. Speaking of which, what kind of town is Qixing Town? And why are there so many chicken farms hidden here? No, perhaps my understanding is too one-sided. This involves the basic needs of humanity. Regardless of the size of the city, there are likely exaggerated numbers of chicken farms and free-range chickens hidden everywhere. However, due to the lack of visibility, each has its own means of survival and remains unknown to outsiders. After all, if outsiders knew, it would be disastrous. Unlike niche subcultures, this is truly an instance of being out of the spotlight and into the grave. Much like the classic line from the Ghost Academy, go tell the world. You have already departed. However, Linley soon realized the most challenging aspect of completing this task. He is an outsider. The Qingshang Health Club was detected by him because this abstract system reminded him of its existence through the task. He told Yang Liang that his source of information was a friend, but deep down, he knew it was a fabricated relationship, without any connections. Where could he find the other 3 chicken farms in Qixing Town? Perhaps when he passes by the chicken farms again, the system will provide him with similar notifications. But he only has 1 month. Linley shifted his gaze to the newly unlocked shop, only to find one lock after another. Shop unlocked. Unlocking can refresh product slot 1, requiring a cumulative total of 600 system currency. 300-600. Unlocking can refresh product slot 2, requiring a cumulative total of 1,000 system currency. 300-1000. After unlocking the previous refreshable product slot, you can view the unlocking requirements for product slot 3. Haha. Linley laughed, genuinely amused. The system is truly outrageous. Has he unlocked the shop? Indeed. Having unlocked the qualification to enter the mall, yet still lacking access to the products, Linley found himself wandering an empty supermarket, pondering the futility of such an excursion. Was it merely a means of exercise? Alas, even a virtual mall proved inadequate for leisurely strolls. Had the system possessed a physical form, Linley would have undoubtedly lifted it high, only to begrudgingly cradle it once more, muttering curses caught between frustration and indignation. Surely, the morning update was not merely to implement this absurdity. Yet, after a fleeting moment of irritation, Linley found himself accepting this nonsensical turn of events with an unsettling calm. The thought that the system might be training him was chilling. The sole silver lining was that unlocking did not consume system currency. He still possessed a total of 300. And the requirements for unlocking slots were based on cumulative achievements rather than mere possession, suggesting that eventually, he would have something to spend. Initially, Lindley had hoped for a chicken farm detector, but he had entirely abandoned that notion, recognizing the system's unreliability and resigning himself to self-reliance. However, he silently resolved that if the system continued to disappoint, his patience would wear thin. The task at hand was deemed complete, and with gratitude, Sun Ing addressed the group, thanking Lindley for his assistance in the matter and indicating that it was time to take their leave, promising to reconvene at the next campus safety knowledge event. The principal, embodying the utmost etiquette, offered to see them off. The adults resumed their fervent exchanges, a testament to the complexities of adulthood. Lin, why do you appear so glum? Yang Liang inquired gently. Lindley hesitated. Yang's focus seemed misplaced, fixated on him instead of attending to his colleague in need. The warmth he could extend to her paled in comparison to what he felt was necessary. No, I'm quite happy, Lindley replied. His gaze returning to the red envelope and resource card in his hand, his smile now genuine. And how do you intend to spend that money? Yang Liang pressed. To recharge games, indulge in snacks, purchase a Spring Breeze Sprite, and perhaps enjoy a massage. Last time was rather unforgettable. While reserving some for system-related expenses, Lindley mused internally. But he could not voice such thoughts with Xuejian nearby. Just helping out with household expenses, he stated instead. Good lad, good lad. Yang Liang nodded approvingly, taking a deep breath as if making a significant decision before turning to Xuejian. Teacher Xue, may I have a moment alone with Lindley? Oh, certainly, feel free. Xuejian acquiesced, joining the principal for small talk. Uncle Yang, is there something on your mind? Lindley questioned, puzzled by Yang Liang's demeanor. It seemed he struggled to articulate his intentions, his lips moving silently for some time before he finally gathered his resolve, meeting Lindley's gaze earnestly. Lindley, may I be considered your father? Lindley, what? This weekend had been fraught with anxiety for Yang Liang, and upon verifying Lindley's words, he found himself haunted by the question he'd posed and Lindley's reaction. Hurting such a child was an unforgivable act. Yang Liang felt compelled to make amends to this seemingly resilient youth. The substantial bonus of 3,003 was primarily due to Yang Liang's efforts. Along with the resource card, a token of goodwill from the Sanxiao police station, which Yang Liang had insisted on giving to Lindley. Yet even with these gestures, Yang Liang felt inadequate. The intent behind the money was merely to aid with household expenses, truly a commendable boy. Thus, he resolved, dear boy, the paternal affection you lack shall be fulfilled by me. Lindley, be my son. Transforming into a figure reminiscent of a benevolent elder, Yang Liang awaited Lindley's response. Lindley, however, could only gaze in shock. What? So all this time, your interest was not in Sun Ing, but in me. Could it be that Yang Liang harbored inappropriate feelings? Jesus, save me, Lindley thought, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Yet, as he met Yang Liang's gentle gaze, the initial shock began to dissipate. No, Yang Liang did not strike him as that sort of person. Though their acquaintance was brief, it was clear he was a genuine protector, noble and honorable, without such base intentions. But what did this proclamation truly signify? Why the sudden desire to assume the role of father? Lindley's countenance darkened as he confronted Yang Liang, enunciating each word carefully. Uncle Yang. When did you and my mother begin this? Yang Liang, what? In chapter 28, Children, I have returned. It became evident that Yang Liang's interest was not in Sun Ing, but rather, he sought to engage with Lindley's mother, hoping to gauge Lindley's sentiments. Lindley felt a flush of warmth. While he was not opposed to his mother finding love again, he was reluctant to accept a new father figure, yet he could manage to tolerate it. However, it was unacceptable for such matters to be concealed from him until they were nearly finalized, and for Yang Liang to be the one to reveal it. I will not consent to your affair. Lindley seethed, regretting his lack of financial resources. If only he had 50,000 to wave in Yang Liang's face, insisting. 50,000, stay away from my mother. Regrettably, Yang Liang soon realized the gravity of his misstep. Lin, you misunderstand. I haven't even met your mother. Lindley's expression softened slightly, allowing him to regain composure. Reflecting on his recent phone call with his mother, he found no hints of any romantic developments. If there had been, the situation would have unfolded in a more dramatic fashion. Thus, Yang Liang's feelings must have arisen upon seeing her photograph during an identity check. Ah, so you wish to pursue my mother? That's commendable. Lindley assessed Yang Liang with a scrutinizing gaze. But getting past me will not be easy. What is your profession? Do you own a car and a house? Whom do you love more, your father or your mother? Do you prefer your tofu savory or sweet? Yang Liang glanced down at his attire, still in uniform. Do you, Linley, not know what I do? While Linley appeared to indulge in abstract musings, Yang Liang understood him too well. Linley was merely employing this abstraction to mask his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Yang Liang continued, No, Lin. I already have a family and would not court your mother. I simply wish to adopt you as a kind of foster son, for I feel a strong connection with you. I've spoken to my wife about this, and she has no objections. This could also help to fill the void of paternal love in your life. Yang Liang's wife indeed held no objections. In the early hours of Saturday, after reflecting on her actions, she gently advised herself, remarking that jumping off a building might endanger others, and perhaps it would be wiser to drink paraquat. After all, she felt he truly deserved such a fate. She also regarded Linley as a pitiable yet endearing child. Upon hearing her words, Linley was momentarily taken aback, his expression wavering with uncertainty and caution. Witnessing this scene, Yang Liang's demeanor softened. He realized that Linley's protective shell had been dismantled by his own influence, exposing the tender core of his being. Yang Liang should be grateful he lacked the ability to read minds, for he might have heard Linley's silent thought. Is Uncle Yang incapable or infertile? There seems to be no prospect of descendants. He envisioned such a talented youth of the new era, filled with admiration, wishing to pass on his legacy. This was Linley's assessment. Nevertheless, such sentiments would be rather intrusive for an adult man, prompting Linley's hesitance and care. After deep contemplation, he ultimately refrained from voicing these thoughts. As for compensating for his lack of paternal love, Linley outright dismissed the notion, deeming it unreasonable. After all, their interaction had spanned merely one night, and he had never even met Yang Liang's wife, who was willing to be his adoptive mother. If the Yang family were to extend their kindness so readily, they might as well take in every single parent family in Shilling Town. In terms of both sentiment and rationale, Linley could not accept such a proposition. Thank you, Uncle Yang. I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. I apologize. Linley bowed slightly, expressing his sincerity through this gesture. Little Lin, I am sincere, Yang Liang insisted. Uncle, it truly is unnecessary. Once I succeed in my cultivation, I shall utilize divine techniques to cure your affliction, ensuring you experience rejuvenation, perhaps even 100-fold vitality. It was no wonder he led the anti-vice campaign. Perhaps a hint of envy and jealousy lurked within. Contemplating this, Linley's gaze towards Yang Liang carried a tinge of sympathy. Yang Liang sensed the unique emotions in Linley's eyes. Perhaps it was gratitude from the boy. But he also discerned his resoluteness. He had anticipated the rejection, for a child like Linley, capable of erecting such a formidable barrier to protect himself, surely possessed a strong sense of pride. The more he spoke, the more counterproductive it could become. Thus, Yang Liang nodded. The name matters little, little Lin. Should you encounter any difficulties or troubles in the future, feel free to consult me. I will do my utmost to assist you. You are welcome to visit my home, especially on weekends. Relying solely on takeout is detrimental to your health. Though lacking the title of a father, he was determined to fulfill the role in practice. Yang Liang resolved to treat Linley with greater kindness henceforth. All right, Linley replied, though Yang Liang could tell he was merely humoring him. Yet, he remained hopeful for the day when Linley would truly shed his facade in his presence. Well then, I have no further matters to attend to. You should head to class. In truth, Sunning was already waiting for him nearby. The path to safeguarding this child was long, but he had ample time. Goodbye, Uncle Yang. They were now in the classroom segment, though it was of little consequence, as it was merely an unofficial English lesson. The 5 individuals parted at the office door, with Linley following Shui Jian back to the classroom. Linley, what exactly have you been doing? Shui Jian could no longer suppress his curiosity, eager to inquire about the details, only to find Linley stuffing a banner into his pants. Truly, a talent capable of infiltrating a massage parlor, his demeanor was uniquely characteristic. However, recalling the banner's inscription, Pioneers Against Vice, Shui Jian suddenly comprehended Linley's actions. Yet, if that banner were to be discovered, it would be difficult to explain. Given Linley's short sleeves and summer shorts, concealing the banner was indeed a challenge. Hand over the banner, Shui Jian commanded. Sure, teacher, it happens to lack a name. If you like it, consider it a gift. I noticed your office lacks any banners. This will certainly enrich it. Linley cheerfully offered the hot potato to Shui Jian. I meant for you to come back to the office tonight to retrieve it. Shui Jian promptly clarified. He wouldn't even want such a thing for himself. Having a Pioneer Against Vice banner on the wall would lead parents to believe his class was an illicit den. As for heroic youths, did they truly exist? Oh. Linley nodded. The two continued walking. Suddenly, Shui Jian realized, did you just say I have no banners? That's not the case, teacher. You must have misheard. Linley quickly clarified, noticing Shui Jian's expression seemed somewhat off. Is that so? Yes. They continued down the hall. 10 seconds passed. The teacher does have banners, just not hung in the office. It might encourage other parents to donate, which would create a negative influence, Shui Jian reiterated. Lin Li smiled, chuckling lightly. The more one emphasized a thing, the more it suggested its absence. This matter is behind us. There's no need to dwell on it. Focus on your studies. Your ranking upon entering school was quite commendable, yet it has since declined significantly, Shui Jian said as they reached the second floor, where Class 4 and the office were located. The five had already agreed that this matter would not be publicized within the school. A brief note of commendation would suffice. Hearing this, Lin Li felt the familiar, daunting pressure from the middle-aged teacher. All right, teacher, Lin Li nodded. I truly have a banner. Lin Li had already turned back toward the classroom, his pace quickening. Bai Bufan and several other classmates stood in the corridor with their English books, likely pulled out for recitation. They noticed Lin Li, their faces filled with curiosity, eager to learn what he had been up to. Lin Li, he spread his arms wide, feeling like Michael Jordan returning to the court, ready to astonish. Bai Bufan, what are you doing? Lin Li queried. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. Where did this English enthusiasm come from? At that moment, the English teacher happened to walk by. Overhearing the exchange, his lips twitching slightly. Classmate, you two must stay behind to recite yesterday's passage. Isn't Bai Bufan the one who speaks English poorly? Why is he inflicting this upon himself? Lin Li retorted. Chapter 29. This is truly authentic. Lin Li returned to his seat, wearing a troubled expression. As previously mentioned, Lin Li's English proficiency was average at best, with his spoken English being particularly poor. He could spell many words, but pronouncing them was a different story. I just scored a perfect 0 on the recitation test. You should give it a try too. In any case, he would be designated for recitation in the next class. Bai Bufan's recitation was also subpar, but he managed to get by. All he needed to do was recite it to the group leader after class. This was hardly a concern. Group leaders were usually lenient, turning a blind eye. Now, Bai Bufan was even more curious, facing the English textbook, his eyes darting toward Lin Li. Lin Li, what happened? Why did the principal summon you? A confession, Lin Li replied, feeling disheartened. I said student-teacher relationships are inappropriate. I'll consider it after I graduate, Lin Li replied earnestly. Bai Bufan took a moment to reflect on the principal's image in his mind, a sense of admiration rising within him as he clasped his hands. You truly are bold. Subsequently, Bai Bufan swiftly intercepted 2 envelopes that Lin Li had intended to tuck away in his drawer. Upon discovering them unsealed, he impulsively opened them, eyes widening in shock. His thoughts raced as he looked at Lin Li with pity. Did the principal force himself upon you? Is this hush money? Lin Li, you should buy some good blockers. Don't get sick. Lin Li dismissed him with indifference. Wait, does that mean you won't make any noise when you fart anymore? Bai Bufan suddenly discovered a loophole. Lin Li? After greeting the family tree of Bai Bufan, Lin Li retrieved the envelope containing money and carelessly tossed it into the drawer. In the school, leaving money in a drawer or even on a desk was exceedingly safe. Not to mention that most students would not covet such possessions, especially with the large surveillance cameras looming over the entrance, watching everyone. However, items like tissues or snacks were a different story. They were perilously vulnerable even when tucked away in a drawer. Tissues, in particular, were like eggs on the roadside in India, if one returned late from gym class. All that remained would be the hollow remnants after being repeatedly squashed by many hands. Lin Li began to assess the value of the supermarket card. Why do I still have a supermarket card? I thought you weren't particularly adept at cooking, Bai Bufan inquired, noticing the contents of the envelope. Who said I can't cook? I've mastered numerous recipes. Let me tell you, I have a special dish, Lin Li replied in an authentic Beijing accent. Bai Bufan reacted swiftly, no soy sauce allowed. Then there's nothing left, Lin Li retorted. Teacher Yu Qian's recipes have 3 characteristics and 1 core. They are simple, inexpensive, and unpalatable, with soy sauce as the core ingredient. You should learn from teacher Huang Lei's recipes. They seem quite impressive, receiving no negative reviews on the show. Who said those recipes are bad? They are fantastic. After counting, Lin Li found that the supermarket card was worth nearly 800, with a cash equivalent of 700 at the very least. This could serve as a hidden reserve of energy for unforeseen needs. Bai Bufan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Brother, what is going on? Please tell me. I feel ants crawling all over me, and I'm so anxious I could burst. It's nothing. I assisted the local police station in solving a case over the weekend. They came today to deliver a letter of commendation and some bonuses and gifts, Lin Li explained. Since the commendation letter would need to be posted publicly, it was unrealistic to keep it entirely hidden. It was better to share a similar version. Is that true? That sounds impressive. What case was it? The bonuses must be in the thousands, right? What did you do to earn so much? Bai Bufan's eyes widened. I discovered the crime scene, confirmed the criminal facts, immediately called the police, and then personally engaged one of the suspects in close combat to buy time. My body endured countless squeezes and presses from her, and several times I nearly cried out, but with my indomitable spirit, I held on until the police arrived. Ultimately clarifying the case and restoring peace to our town of Shieling, Lindley recounted with a slight smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Stop boasting. Just tell me the truth. Did you find a wallet stuffed with 100 million in cash? Buffon scoffed, unable to believe such a description. If that statement contains even a shred of falsehood, I am powerless, Lindley scoffed, casting a cold glance at Buffon. This left Buffon with no choice but to believe, knowing Lindley would never joke about his authentic old Shieling chicken rolls. Moreover, Lindley had indeed spoken no lies. He only regretted not being able to battle with Xiao Jing for another 20 minutes. Buffon, somewhat shocked, covered his mouth, then began to examine Lindley's body, seemingly searching for any residual injuries, but found none. The pain resides within my heart, not in my body. The greatest torment I suffered in this incident was psychological, Lindley said calmly. This statement was indeed true. The heartache lingered from those unexperienced 20 minutes. Buffon was genuinely impressed. You're truly remarkable. But given your frail physique, how could you withstand the assailant? That seems quite ridiculous. No matter how small a person may be, if they execute a slide tackle, even a tiger must accept the fate of being sliced open. How much more so for an unprepared individual? Besides, I am no longer the frail version of myself. Buffon, practice self-restraint. You don't understand what it means to truly abstain. That is how it is. Who hasn't he genuinely abstained? What is so difficult about it? I do it every day, Buffon retorted, his face flushed, feeling wronged. However, you haven't told me what the case was. Was it a robbery or a theft? Good question, but don't ask again. Lindley was already prepared. I just consulted with the school and the police station. It must remain confidential, so I'm sorry. But I can't tell you. Lindley spoke with a demeanor that exuded wisdom. But you know I'm tight-lipped. I swear on my chicken rolls. Father, tell me. And I won't breathe a word to anyone. Buffon felt an insatiable itch, an overwhelming urge to know. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. Lindley chuckled. Shaking his head, Buffon, just focus on your studies. Lindley adjusted his posture, preparing to drift into slumber, not forgetting his original intent. Buffon was left with a gnawing frustration. Not long after, Buffon suddenly turned his head again. Shilling Town is not a large place. News travels quickly here. Yet I haven't heard of any significant cases this week. Moreover, how could assisting in solving a case be something that cannot be discussed? How glorious and impressive. Why can't you even share it with yourself? To describe the bond between Lindley and Buffon, imagine two people sitting on a sofa watching television. If one cannot find the remote, they would never question the other about whether it was under their bottom. What could possibly be so secretive? Unless it concerns the major case that Zhou Baowei mentioned. Lindley, you're not telling me you assisted in uncovering that massage parlor case Zhou Baowei talked about. Are you? Buffon questioned. Lindley closed his eyes. I know you're not asleep. Lindley opened his eyes and rolled them, slightly exasperated. How could that be? Don't bother me. I'm going to sleep. Oh, Buffon nodded, realizing he might have been overthinking. A minute later, Buffon turned his head again. He recalled Lindley's reaction when Zhou Baowei mentioned this incident not long ago, sensing something amiss. Thus, he softly said, Lindley, can you swear on your chicken rolls again? Chapter 30. From then on, Lindley and Buffon lived happily together. Don't you trust me, bro? Lindley felt genuinely disappointed, looking at Buffon with an expression of disbelief. What would I gain from deceiving you? Then take an oath, Buffon replied dismissively. The sensation of being mistrusted was quite distasteful, causing Lindley to feel a surge of anger. You know what kind of person I am. I can joke around with you and be very easygoing, but if you touch my sore spot, I'll show you what true darkness is. I am like a wolf with a youthful visage, seemingly innocent and naive, yet shrewd and perceptive. I possess both the thunderous hand and the compassionate heart. I have both Buddha and demon within me, but I have sealed the demon deeply, leaving only the Buddha. I intended to face everyone with a compassionate heart. But if you insist on unsealing the demon within me, I must ask you, Buffon, when confronted with a true demon, can you still maintain your composure? Lindley was genuinely angry. Actually, I'm just a Huangmin chicken, Buffon teased, unfazed. I can take that oath, but from that moment on, our bond will be severed, Lindley said coldly. Then take an oath, Buffon insisted. Lindley took a deep breath. I apologize. But I cannot forsake you for the sake of my reputation. This is your choice, Buffon. You will regret it. Lindley was truly angry. I swear. Lindley coldly laughed, staring intently at Buffon. If I participated in that massage parlor case this weekend, He glanced at Bai Buffon's expectant eyes, and as he raised his finger, he silently lowered it. The vexation is palpable as one grapples with the realization of one's own limitations. Bai Buffon, that scoundrel, has chosen to betray his principles in pursuit of truth. Yet, if I were to forsake my beloved chicken roll for the sake of hollow fame, how would I differ from him? We would merely be two wretches. Lin Li, a staunch advocate for animal rights, knows that while Bai Buffon may inflict harm upon himself, he must never do the same to the adorable Moo Moo. Thus, Lin Li and Bai Buffon engaged in an unwavering gaze, a silence that spoke volumes. As Lin Li noticed the twitch at the corner of Bai Buffon's mouth, he felt his own composure faltering. Channeling the spirit of General Yu, Lin Li pointed a finger at Bai Buffon and sternly proclaimed, "Hold your tongue." This remark, however, ignited the fuse, and Bai Buffon collapsed onto the table, convulsing with laughter. Rumor has it that some have met their demise from laughter, and Lin Li watched with concern, silently praying for his dear friend. Would there be a risk of death? He hoped for a swift exit from this world, preferably without a peaceful end. For heaven's sake, just die already. Failure is a constant companion in life. And Bai Buffon lamented the irony of having survived. After an extended bout of laughter, just before their English teacher erupted in anger, he managed to sit up straight. He turned to Lin Li. "I wondered why you seemed so lively during our weekend outing, and it turns out I was scolding you all along." Realization dawned. He questioned Lin Li, "Is that why you dashed out the moment evening study ended?" "Not quite," Lin Li replied nonchalantly. "I was merely gathering intelligence." He felt no shame in being discovered. In truth, he didn't mind that a few friends knew, as long as strangers remained oblivious. With Lin Li's mindset, if the entire world were to find out, it would only cause a fleeting headache, ultimately inconsequential. "Wait, so the person you swore to wrestle with was indeed you? You've been living it up behind my back." Bai Buffon, wide-eyed, confronted Lin Li. "I didn't sneak off with you. I went alone, and besides—" "You have no legs to follow me," Lin Li retorted with a smirk. Bai Buffon exclaimed, "I was right to scold you. I should have been harsher this morning. Why did you sneak away? You're not human. Your old Xiling chicken roll is tainted. Don't cast baseless accusations. Think for a moment. If I had crossed that line, would I still be in possession of this money and prize?" Lin Li sought to clear his name. "So, it's purely organic?" Lin Li revealed a knowing smile. Damn it. Bai Buffon could no longer contain himself. But he wasn't the only one losing patience. Lin Li, Bai Buffon, stand at the back for class. Separate yourselves. Yu Haven-T listened for a single minute since class began. After the English lesson concluded, several familiar boys in class became privy to the unfolding drama. Their knowledge did not stem from Bai Buffon's loud declarations. As Lin Li was confident Bai Buffon would never divulge such matters. They were, after all, true friends. It was when they approached Lin Li in groups that he decided to share the tale, realizing it would be foolish to keep it hidden now that Bai Buffon was aware. He only requested they refrain from spreading it further. Lin Li did not have a close relationship with every boy in class. Some were merely classmates, and although there was no animosity, they could not be considered friends. After all, not everyone could appreciate Lin Li's personality, and he similarly found them lacking in interest. Ultimately, the result of his revelation was quite the opposite of ridicule. Rather, he was met with a mixture of shock, admiration, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. This was the new understanding they craved. To coax Lin Li into sharing more, a group conspired to humorously bring up Zhou Baowei, who had unknowingly insulted Lin Li that morning, and to bring Bai Buffon, the recent victim, into the mix. "Mr. Lin, your grievances have been avenged. Please bestow upon us further knowledge." Several inquired earnestly around the stairwell. Zhou Baowei, now limping, had no complaints and joined the group. Devoid of ulterior motives, only embodying the thirst for knowledge and exploration that teachers yearn to see in their students. In essence, this was a pure-hearted pursuit. Though Lin Li held no affection for Men Liang, he would willingly endure it if it meant sharing tales with his friends, sacrificing the self for the greater good. Lin Li, unreservedly, shared all that he could. In turn, he witnessed genuine respect and longing reflected in the eyes of his comrades. The tales of vanquishing demons have reached the ears of disciples from the Southern Sang sect. The younger disciples feel pride in your deeds, yearning to join you in the endeavor of exterminating evil. The prosperity of the sect relies on nurturing talent, which is an inescapable duty of yours. To give a man a fish is not as valuable as teaching him to fish. However, such lessons cannot be based solely on empty theories, but must be rooted in practice to understand their depth. The task of eliminating demons remains at hand. Why not bring along fellow disciples to collaborate on this grand undertaking? Task activated. Task 4. Accompany at least one fellow disciple and cooperate deeply with the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate a nest of succubi. Reward: improved physique, increased charm by 10, random elixir 1, System currency 50. As Lin Li recounted his extraordinary adventure, he found himself momentarily stunned by the notification that appeared before him. What in the world? This can activate a task? Bringing people for illicit activities. Will the heavens strike me down? He pondered if this so-called supreme system was merely a means for him to assist a massage parlor in boosting their clientele. However, upon further reflection, he realized this task could conveniently coincide with the completion of Task 2, thus rendering it a freebie. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and the group parted ways, heading to the restroom or returning to the classroom as needed. Lin Li and Bai Bufan resumed their seats. Bufan, let me emphasize, if I were to delve into such activities again, would you care to join me? I'll cover the expenses, Lin Li inquired, casting a glance at Bai Bufan. Bai Bufan abruptly turned, staring intently at Lin Li, and without hesitation replied, the name Bai Bufan is utterly dreadful. From now on, I shall be Lin Bufan. What child does not take after his father? Wouldn't you agree, Dad? Lin Li raised his thumb in approval. A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. What did you just say? Bai Bufan pressed. I asked if he would join me. Lin Li was about to reiterate. Before he could finish, Bai Bufan clasped Lin Li's hands tightly, his expression akin to that of a groom overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 31. A Sino-American collaboration. Dad, please let me use your card for lunch. I often ask from you without expressing gratitude. Time is fleeting, and I must honor you before it's too late. Oh, how I wish time would slow down and not let you grow old. Bai Bufan commenced a heartfelt ode to paternal love. All right, Lin Li responded without hesitation, only to suddenly realize, wait a moment. Are you implying I'm on the verge of death? Ignoring the peculiarity of holding hands with his desk mate, Bai Bufan continued eagerly. Whether you live or die is irrelevant. What matters is when we embark on our adventure. I can hardly wait to share my culinary masterpiece with others, and perhaps introduce them to the wonders of Shi. Having grown weary of life at the temple, he yearned for excitement. The renowned dishes are undoubtedly the chicken rolls and bean juice, emphasizing authenticity. Lin Li shook off Bai Bufan's hand, gesturing dismissively. I merely suggested it as a possibility. At present, I am uncertain about the locations in Xiling where chickens are being raised. I need to investigate further. I will only take action once I have gathered more information. However, Bufan, I must clarify that I am currently acting as an informant. This task has been assigned to me. The legitimacy of my actions must be established. When the time comes for me to take you along, the ultimate goal will be to report the findings. Thus, bringing you along is merely to allow you to experience the thrill of being caught, which can indeed be quite amusing. As for the forbidden matters you wish to pursue, if you are unafraid of your family's knowledge, given your age and my connections, it is merely a matter of having your parents chastise you without any detainment. Lin Li analyzed seriously. Father, your perspective seems rather narrow, Bai Bufan retorted, elegantly gesturing with his finger. You just told the child that your superior informed you that in urgent situations, even if you were indeed disarmed by Xiao Jing's mother last time, they would consider the circumstances and perhaps let you off the hook, wouldn't they? So, whether the situation is urgent or not, isn't that for us, father and son, to decide? Your previous regret will be compensated for by me, your son. Even if the police show up, I will stand at your door to block them. They will have to step over my dead body to get through. Lin Li responded. You can spout such nonsense just like Xiao Jing's mother. Your intelligence is commendable, yet unfortunately misapplied. He pondered for a moment. However, I must firmly state, Bufan, if you genuinely intend to proceed in this manner, I will not take you with me. While it may be a game, I will not lead my brother astray for the sake of a task. This is not merely taking a friend to an internet CAF or assisting in a fight. The gravity of this situation is far more significant. If anything were to happen to you, I would bear the responsibility. Moreover, if the fellow disciples I bring along are completely consumed by the Huan demon, would the low-level system consider my task completed? To emphasize, this reasoning is of the least importance. Rest assured, it was all in jest. I fear illness as well, and I certainly do not wish to have my first experience in such an environment. Bai Bufan chuckled. Then swear on your chicken roll, Lin Li suggested, displaying his aptitude for learning. Do you doubt me, brother? Bai Bufan feigned anger. Fine, then swear, Lin Li pressed. You know what kind of person I am. I can forget what I said moments ago. I am indeed a child of mischief, Bai Bufan conceded. All right, I swear. I, Bai Bufan, will not falter, he proclaimed, completing the oath. Though oaths are often made to be broken, given the relationship between Bai Bufan and Lin Li, such was not the case. In truth, there was no need for an oath. Bai Bufan had merely been boasting since the beginning. Not only Bai Bufan, but the majority of people in the world are curious about such matters. However, even if they knew the channels, those with strict upbringing or a well-behaved disposition would seldom dare to venture alone. Companionship is essential, One of the greatest sources of courage is the presence of peers. It is akin to the start of a new semester when the teacher asks those who have not completed their homework to stand. If only one person rises, the heart races with dread. But if a group stands together, then there is strength in numbers. Ultimately, this remains unlawful. If Lin Li dared to take the final step, perhaps Bai Bufan would reluctantly follow after some hesitation. If he were alone, however, he would likely opt out. The thought of facing unforeseen consequences alone frightened him. Consider it a complimentary foot massage. Bai Bufan nodded. That will suffice. Await my notification. If I can swiftly uncover leads, we may embark on an adventure this weekend. After agreeing, Lin Li nodded and then stood up, as there was only a minute remaining before the official class began. Father, are you going to pre-register me on the whitelist? You wouldn't actually have me arrested, would you? That would be quite the network. Bai Bufan expressed with a hint of admiration. To become an informant for the police certainly requires some clout. He continued, impressed. I'm merely heading to the restroom. Lin Li replied, not looking back. Bai Bufan fell silent for a moment, then erupted in a string of curses, abruptly stopping. No, Lin Li is now my father. This is unacceptable. Until you confirm the day we will explore, I shall revert to being Bai Bufan, you scoundrel, he stated with a straight face. The father-son bond dissipated after Lin Li replicated his previous feat of ordering 5 meat dishes without rice during lunch. Lin Li smirked disdainfully. The two parted ways at the base of the teaching building as strangers. Bai Bufan returned to his dormitory, while Lin Li, being a day student, headed back to the classroom. As the monthly exams approached, many students remained in the classroom for self-study during lunch. However, when Lin Li returned, only 2 others occupied the front rows, a boy and a girl, whom he did not know well. My memory seems to have genuinely improved, Lin Li mused, revisiting the passage he was to memorize for the next English class, feeling pleasantly surprised. At that moment, Lin Li's memory had indeed enhanced by 100 points. During the 4th period, halfway through the class, Lin Li received a notification. Task 3 completed. You have received the reward. Physical improvement. Memory enhancement 100. System currency 50. However, accompanying this was a more extended derivative task, akin to the 8-section body training. If one wishes to achieve enduring results, accumulation is essential. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. Having taken a single step, one has glimpsed the value of predecessors' experiences. 6 hours pass in the blink of an eye. Why not persist further and seek the path to greatness? Task 3. When elders, managers, and guardians impart teachings and resolve doubts, listen attentively, study diligently, and accumulate a total of 24 hours. Reward, physical improvement, insight enhancement 10, memory enhancement 100, random skill 1. The task requirements increased 4-fold, but the rewards were substantial. Although the insight enhancement was only 10, Lin Li understood it could directly make him smarter by that margin, which should be quite impactful. Moreover, studying is simply part of the process. During school hours, there is little else to occupy his time. If he maintains the efficiency he has exhibited over the past few days, he could complete this task within 2 weeks. The system simultaneously urged him to study diligently while tempting him to linger at the chicken farm. It seemed to be a harmonious balance of academics and leisure. Chapter 32. The system is quite overwhelming in truth. Lin Li was quite eager to discover exactly what the spirit stones were. Having completed the task related to the crackdown, the spirit stones were now within his warehouse and could be retrieved at any time. However, fearing that taking them out in the classroom might provoke unforeseen circumstances, he decided it would be best to wait until he returned home to investigate. Safety was paramount. For now, he would focus on completing his assignments. The sooner he finished, the more time he would have in the evening to prepare for the lessons of the following days. Although the effort during his free time did not count toward the task's overall completion, both completing assignments and preparing in advance would deepen his understanding of the material. The torment of genuinely attempting to grasp an incomprehensible lesson is vastly different from that of engaging with a subject one can understand. This is also the struggle faced by a wayward student who, upon suddenly deciding to reform, finds the initial barrier to listening in class is simply the inability to comprehend, rendering earnestness futile. Currently, diligently attending classes has become a long-term endeavor, not something that can be concluded in just a few days. Lin Li's commitment to this is ultimately for the sake of his own future, allowing himself to experience a more relaxed path ahead. Homework. I will make you regret it. Do you wish to witness the brilliance of my dawn? I will forcefully fill your small answers with a plethora of solutions. Who is more formidable, me or Bai Bufan? Is my writing superior to his? Am I taking longer than him? Is my handwriting larger? Does it exceed his in length and size? Speak. Sipping on a tropical flavored iced tea, Lin Li recited the somewhat absurd homework scripture, fully engrossed in his battle against the assignments. Lin Li, What are you reciting? A female voice suddenly resonated beside him. Is this the delightful work of your father, Chen Yueying? Startled by the sight of Chen Yueying standing beside by Buffon's desk, Linley quickly closed his mouth. He hadn't even realized when she had entered the classroom or approached him. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Linley silently prayed. Fortunately, Chen Yueying's expression appeared normal. She likely hadn't heard his earlier musings. Excuse me, did I startle you? Hearing Linley's voice rise slightly, she instinctively raised her hands and took a step back. No, no, no. Linley shook his head and inquired, is there a package you need to collect? If it's not urgent, I can bring it to you tomorrow. If it is, I can step out during dinner to fetch it. Perhaps having met Xiaojing before, Linley felt considerably less nervous and constrained in front of the most attractive girl in Chen Yueying's class. Oh no, Xiaojing can't possibly become my unapproachable ideal. Can she? That notion is ludicrous. No, given Xiaojing's profession, she can't be my ideal. She must be a dark and odorous moonlight. That's not it. I was merely curious. Why did the principal call for you this morning? Chen Yueying leaned slightly towards Linley, her long hair cascading and exuding a pleasant fragrance. Linley blinked. That's not a question to be asked. Just as he was preparing to fabricate a suitable excuse, the system suddenly pinged with a notification. You have been in this world for half a day. In this realm predominantly inhabited by women. Someone has finally noticed your presence and is curious to know more about you. Therefore, prove your identity and inform her that you are a distinctly different male, capable of engaging in intimate relations. Mission triggered. Task 5. Inform Chen Yueying that you are a different kind of male and educate her on the physiological differences between males and females. Task reward. Physical enhancement. Mech synchronization index 10. Random talent 1. System currency 50 what? No, this is utterly nonsensical. What bizarre task is this? How has the system's tone shifted so abruptly? Wasn't I supposed to be in the realm of cultivation? What on earth is this world filled with women? Previously, the descriptions were so eloquent, yet now they have devolved into colloquial language. What does it mean to be a male who can engage in intimate relations? Can someone clarify? At that moment, Linley's mind felt blank. His gaze fixated on the initial phrase of the task. You have been in this world for half a day. When exactly was that? 12 hours ago, he should have still been asleep. Wait a moment, Linley recalled the system update he saw earlier that morning. Could this be the abstract systems update? Has he been transported again? But this world, Linley found it intriguing. Not succeeding in the realm of cultivation was one thing. But this world, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? System, I have never begged anyone in my life. Please take me there. Where's the dump truck? Hurry, I need a stroke of luck. He urgently required a fortuitous turn of events. But wait. The post-update system still had tasks in the realm of cultivation being issued normally, with tasks 2 and 4 still urging him to vanquish demons. The task sequence number was indeed 5. What in the world is happening? Linley finally recognized that trying to rationalize the system's behavior was inherently irrational. The system's erratic nature was not a new development. Understanding it was simply unrealistic. Why has the theme of task rewards changed? What on earth is the mech synchronization index? It sounds incredibly cool. Could it be that he might be able to pilot a Gundam, provided the system grants him one? Linley? What's wrong? Chen Yueying, awaiting a response, noticed Linley's sudden daze and curiously waved her hand before him. Oh, it's nothing, class monitor. I was just pondering how to explain this to you. Linley snapped back to reality. Theoretically, when a task is presented, one should complete it. After all, the mech synchronization index is entirely unknown in significance, and, even so, system currency is something he has no idea if it holds any value. Random talents, however, are always beneficial. Yet, the content of this task seems exceedingly outrageous. Why must he educate Chen Yueying on physiological knowledge? Moreover, she is surely already aware of this information. After all, she does not exist in a world solely inhabited by women. The aspects of himself that intrigue her are hardly centered on his gender. The system's reasoning is utterly baffling. Yet, this is not a time-limited task. If he fails to complete it, will it remain perpetually on his taskbar? The taskbar appears to be formatted in a 2x3 grid, and there are currently 5 tasks listed. Linley had no knowledge of whether a 6th task would trigger a 3rd row. Even if there is no upper limit, having an uncompleted task lingering is quite displeasing. Think. Come on. A spark of inspiration ignited in Linley's eyes. He felt like a genius. If Linley were a character from a children's cartoon, a massive light bulb would appear above his head at this moment. All right, class monitor. Now I shall reveal to you the reason the principal summoned me this morning. Like a storyteller, Linley dramatically slammed his pen on the desk, exuding an air of confidence. Chen Yueying's face was alight with curiosity as she gazed at Linley expectantly. Linley took a deep breath and moved slightly away from Chen Yueying. First, Facing her expectant yet slightly puzzled gaze, Linley pointed to himself, then to her. I am male, and you are female. Do you understand? Chen Weiying responded with a momentary blank stare. Huh? Oh. She voiced her confusion and nodded slowly. Ah, yes, I understand. But what else? Such a plethora of verbal fillers revealed the myriad of questions swirling in her mind. While she indeed anticipated something significant, it was not meant to be a mere triviality. Linley sighed, realizing the task remained incomplete. Indeed, it seems he must undertake the most challenging educational endeavor. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled. Though thousands may oppose me, I shall forge ahead. A true man dwells between heaven and earth. How can he languish beneath others for long? To come from humble beginnings is no shame. The ability to endure and adapt defines a man. I shall not be defeated by the traps the system has set for me. This physiological education task shall not be my undoing. Before proceeding further, Linley felt compelled to clarify. System, I have a nickname. Fortune. No, you still don't understand. He shook his head. First and foremost, I am not a pervert. Secondly, remember my first point. I truly am not a pervert. As Linley continued to back away, increasing the distance between them, he fortified his defenses. Chen Yueing interjected. Now, allow me to enlighten you on the distinctions between men and women. Men, despite being creatures devoid of merits, possess one notable strength. Conversely, women lack this strength and even have a shortcoming. However, the scales of fairness tip in favor of women, as they boast two distinct advantages. Let us now analyze why the pairing of men and women is deemed the most harmonious balance of nature. The answer lies in the fact that men tend to seize upon women's two advantages, using their own strengths to compensate for the women's shortcomings. Chen Yueing stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Linley, who was equally transfixed, actually looking towards the illusory system interface between them, silently praying. Moments later, the system delivered a notification, Task 5 completed. Hooray, I am a genius. A resounding triumph for the prodigious youth. Indeed, since Chen Yueing inherently grasped this knowledge, all I needed to do was guide her in that direction. Success was assured without the necessity of meticulously detailing anatomical terms like a middle school science textbook. Yet, before Linley could indulge in celebration, he instinctively covered his ears. Ah, pervert. This exclamation came almost simultaneously with Chen Yueing's flushed cheeks and shrill cry. After all, the completion of the task signified that Chen Yueing had fully comprehended Linley's intent. Sigh, I had just fortified my defenses. How could she still label me thus? Why had I retreated, increasing the space between us, if not to provide Chen Yueing with a greater sense of security? The remaining male and female students in the class were instantly drawn to the commotion, directing their attention to the corner of the classroom where they stood. The boy, eager to play the role of a gallant protector, stood up and inquired, Class monitor, what happened? Did Linley do something to you? Should I call a teacher? See, this is precisely why Linley found it impossible to associate with such individuals. They were quick to summon a teacher. And the two types of people he loathed most were the ones who reported on others and those who hindered his attempts to report. Ignoring Wang Yueji's concern, Linley focused on Chen Yueing, urging her to calm down. Class monitor, please, remain composed. My remarks serve a purpose, and I assure you, you will come to understand. From a distance, Linley extended his hands in a placating gesture, attempting to soothe her. Realizing her outburst had been excessive, Chen Yueing hastily covered her mouth. Her cheeks aflame with embarrassment, she turned to Wang Yueji and waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Wang Yueji reluctantly nodded and resumed his seat. Yet Linley noticed his gaze remained subtly fixed in their direction. How amusing. His infatuation was evident. But his eagerness to ingratiate himself would lead him to no good end. At this moment, Chen Yueing turned back to Linley, her hands on her hips, still flustered, demanding, give me an explanation. The tape is in the lower drawer of Bai Buffan's desk. Linley's mouth raced ahead of his thoughts. And as he realized the implications of his words, he noticed the color drain from Chen Yueing's cheeks, only to return in a rush. The change in her complexion was quite sensitive, reminiscent of a traffic light. Quite amusing, indeed. But this was not the time for such thoughts. Not that tape. He coughed. To clarify, class monitor, my previous statements were merely the necessary groundwork for the ensuing explanation. I must emphasize once more, I am not a pervert. However, the skepticism in Chen Yueing's eyes did not wane. A rational individual would not repeatedly assert their innocence in such matters. The next part must be spoken softly. For fear of eavesdroppers, would you care to sit down? Linley had now retreated to the storage lockers, finding the dialogue exhausting and the volume difficult to manage. He returned to his seat, gesturing towards Bai Buffan's chair. Perhaps curiosity triumphed over her apprehensions. Chen Yueing took a seat, albeit only half on the chair. which deviated from the refined demeanor expected of a lady as she distanced herself from Linley. Wang Yueji's gaze intensified from a short distance. The feeling of whispering to one's goddess was exhilarating, yet Linley recognized the urgency of restoring his reputation. Class monitor, you surely comprehend my earlier statements. And that behavior, more accurately, that desire, often leads to criminal acts. Linley spoke with a grave and earnest demeanor. I assisted the police in solving a case pertaining to this very issue. The situation unfolded as follows. Not long ago, I stumbled upon those small cards that people carelessly discard. Perhaps you've seen them? I found them intriguing. Wait, don't label me a pervert again. I must reiterate. I am not a pervert. My interest lies not in what you might assume. Anticipating his defense, Chen Yueying pursed her lips, maintaining her skepticism but encouraging Lin Li to continue. I considered whether I could bring the individuals behind these cards to justice. Thus, I commenced an investigation and gathered evidence. Eventually, I identified the establishment linked to these cards, and I spent my after-school hours and weekends surveilling the shop, taking photographs, collecting information, and even interviewing customers. After many arduous efforts, I finally amassed sufficient definitive evidence and promptly reported it to the police. Thanks to the information I provided, they effortlessly dismantled the operations behind those cards. Consequently, they approached the school today through the principal to commend my actions. Really? Although Lin Li's tale was a fabrication, the novelty and intrigue of his narrative left Chen Yueying momentarily speechless, prompting her to inquire in astonishment. Absolutely true. I suspect the commendation letter is already posted on the bulletin board downstairs. If you doubt me, you may verify it. However, it won't detail the specifics of the case, merely that I assisted the police, as such matters are not typically disclosed. Chen Yueying nodded, somewhat astonished. After all, if it was posted on the bulletin board, it must be genuine. Excellent. She believes me. Lin Li felt a surge of satisfaction. He could never divulge the true version of events to Chen Yueying, not with by Buffon's shamelessness at play. However, I have another question, Chen Yueying interjected. What compelled you to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of men and women before addressing this case? Lin Li sensed her confusion. First, I am not a pervert. Secondly, I already explained the rationale to help you better understand the case's motivation, which was necessary groundwork. Class monitor, I am genuinely concerned for your comprehension. Lastly, I assure you, I am not a pervert. Lin Li spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Chen Yueying hesitated, feeling an unsettling sense of incompleteness. This is odd. Lin Li could have simply conveyed those case details directly. I would have understood. The distinctions between genders seem merely a superfluous preamble. It felt as though a pervert was attempting to rationalize his deviant behavior. Chen Yueying paused, scrutinizing Lin Li, her voice laced with dissatisfaction as she remarked. If you enjoy preambles so much, why not start with the tale of En while creating humanity? Lin Li was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. According to legend, Enwa crafted humans from clay in her own likeness, thus creating and shaping humanity. You really are going to tell the story. Chapter 34. Thank you for the hospitality. I'm ready to begin. Please vote for me at the beginning of the month. If you don't fancy the traditional version, I could indulge in a more Western narrative, such as Adam being created by the god Yahweh. Lin Li amended. That is not what I meant. Chen Yueying was somewhat vexed, but at a loss for how to articulate her true feelings. Eventually, she gloomily remarked, I still think you resemble a pervert. Lin Li, eager to counter Wang Yongbin's assertion that a gentleman focuses on actions rather than intentions, found himself inclined to argue the contrary. Was it fair to label him a pervert simply because he had uttered perverse words and engaged in dubious actions, while his thoughts were equally questionable? What else could it be? Engaging in an internal dialogue, Lin Li suddenly paused, lost in thought. After a moment, he chuckled, nodding towards Chen Yueying. His tone devoid of desire or expectation. Class monitor, you've persuaded me. I am indeed a pervert. Chen Yueying responded, I didn't mean it that way. But it's not that serious. You're a good kind of pervert. She felt as though she had inadvertently hurt someone and stammered. Class monitor, you're quite the comforter. Perhaps you should refrain from doing so next time. You're a good person. Lin Li. Realizing her words may have been inappropriate, she added. Lin Li quipped. A new achievement unlocked. Awarded the good person card before confessing. Or just call me a good pervert. Thank you. No worries, it's all fine. Lin Li waved his hand dismissively, then cautioned, but class monitor, could you please refrain from sharing this with others? If you inquire, I'm willing to share with you. But with others, I might not be so inclined. Although it's a good thing, it can easily lead to gossip. In truth, had it not been for this task, Lin Li had intended to keep the truth from Chen Yueying, planning instead to brush it off with a mundane act of kindness. Understood. I won't tell anyone. Chen Yueying nodded vigorously. Is there any confusion left? If not, I'll continue with my homework, Lin Li stated. Shen Weiying remained silent, feeling a bit shy in her seat. If she were to tell Bai Bufan about what happened at noon, he would undoubtedly begin to obsess over it, as if he were consuming pure subjective slander against Linli, driven by malice. Is there anything else? Linli inquired. Linli, what crucial evidence have you gathered? Shen Weiying asked. Those matters are rather perverse. I'd rather not discuss them. Linli shook his head. What is not there to say? Just say it. I want to hear. Shen Weiying's voice was faint. Linli thought to himself that it seemed unjust to have been labeled a pervert for so long. Why should a pervert make life difficult for another? Class monitor, I didn't expect you to be like this. Yet, Linli surmised that her curiosity was purely innocent. After all, girls are not as pure as boys often believe. Their demeanor in front of boys mirrors that of boys in front of girls. Both are pretenders. If one were to delve into the chat records of girls with their close friends, it would be akin to exploring a boy's browsing history, something not meant for public eyes. What is not there to say? Just fabricate something based on your observations and experiences. How hard could that be? Linli saw no need to resort to such tactics. However, he found the idea of discussing such topics in front of a beautiful girl rather exhilarating. Thus, he cleared his throat. Since you've asked so earnestly, I will magnanimously reveal a bit. First, while I have no personal experience, from what I have gathered, chicken farms do indeed provide a variety of intriguing services. Linli leaned forward, covering his mouth as he began to narrate in hushed tones. Shen Weiying mirrored his posture, leaning towards him. Her ears perked up to absorb this entirely new perspective of the world. Both felt satisfied, sensing this would be an enjoyable conversation. However, a third party was not pleased. Wang Yuezhi, who had intended to study diligently during lunch, had held his pen for quite some time without writing a single word. He too strained to listen, utterly distracted from his work. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not discern what the two were discussing. Occasionally, he caught faint exclamations from Shen Weiying, barely able to differentiate between truth and fiction, oh my, or the laughter of that scoundrel Linli. Beyond that, only the barely perceptible rustling of sounds reached his ears. Are they even talking? Haven't they eaten? Why so quiet? He wished he could stand up and admonish them, as the school had rules, after 12:40. Whether in the dormitory or classroom, one was expected to maintain decorum and not engage in whispering. If it were Linli and Bai Bufan, he would have stood up long ago. But with Linli and Shen Weiying engaged in conversation, he found himself unable to rise. Wang Yuezhi's frustration grew, and he covertly glanced back. Damn, their heads are practically touching. Shen Weiying's face is adorably flushed, while Linli wears a grotesque, lecherous grin. Purely subjective, purely malicious. Class monitor, what on earth are you blushing about? You should be striking hard at someone like him. Get away from him. He's dangerous. Wang Yuezhi's voice creaked through gritted teeth. Could it be their dating? He connected Shen Weiying's earlier loud declaration of perversion with their current closeness, conjuring an odd narrative in his mind. Wang Yuezhi, you can be so quiet? At that moment, the fourth student in the classroom, a girl seated in the front row, spoke to him with slight irritation. Linli's voice drifted from the back. Seriously, how can one person be this loud? We've been so quiet. Wang Yuezhi felt the last straw break silently. He exited the classroom, feeling malfunctioned. The pre-class bell rang 10 minutes early. Students from the dormitory began trickling back into the classroom. Linli stretched lazily. Damn, I had planned to study earnestly, but instead, I wasted the entire afternoon crafting stories in front of Shen Weiying. My plans have been completely derailed. Beauty has led me astray from today onward. I shall abstain from distractions. He felt no regret. He lived for himself, not for the system. In the vastness of the world, he was paramount. Bai Bufan yawned as he entered through the back door, clearly having missed out on a good sleep during lunch. He plopped down in his seat, then abruptly leapt up. Why isn't it cold? Linli, who invaded my chair. Shen Weiying, sitting all noon. Bai Bufan paused, quickly crouching down to align his chin with the seat. Wielding two pins as if they were utensils, licking his lips, then I shall indulge without restraint. Linli realized that his earlier malicious assumptions were not slanderous. You truly are remarkable, Bai Bufan. Rejuvenated, Bai Bufan approached Linli from behind and swiftly executed a chokehold, leaning in with a face full of curiosity. Come on. Tell me, what happened at noon? Shen Weiying actually spent an entire afternoon with you? Have you secretly won her over without the brothers knowing? It's strange. Shen Weiying is quite beautiful and excels in her studies. It's hard to believe she would be oblivious. With a cold smirk, Linli feigned profundity before revealing the truth. She came to ask me about the principal's summons earlier this morning. After a brief pause, Bai Bufan released his grip, his expression akin to that of a suppressed chuckler. What did you say? You should have spun a more charming tale. Linli recounted the exclusive explanation he provided Shen Weiying. This tactic would also serve to ensure consistency in their narratives, preventing any potential slip-ups should Chun Yueying or Bai Bufan ever discuss the matter in the future. Linley, you wouldn't want Chun Yueying to discover the truth, would you? Tone it down, you Japanese. He feigned forgiveness for the incident involving his chair and even welcomed them to come again. Green hat fetish? Bai Bufan. You truly embody the essence of a Japanese. I must remain your steadfast brother for life. Linley gazed at Bai Bufan with anticipation. I haven't even started dating. And you already have your eyes on my girlfriend? I retract my forgiveness. May you all perish. Linley chuckled softly, then turned his attention to the system. He had spent the entire noon crafting a story for Chun Yueying and had yet to check the rewards from the tasks she had provided. You have received rewards. Mecha Synchronization Index 10, Random Talent 1, System Currency 50. Offer up a decade of Bai Bufan's life and grant me an extraordinary talent. Talent, activate. You have acquired talent. Ballet, ordinary. Suddenly, his mind brimmed with dance techniques. However, this talent was underwhelming. Linley did not ask for practical skills like Tongye Quan or Tai Chi. He would have accepted something like piano or violin, talents that could impress. Instead, he received ballet. What does this mean? Am I to play a swan in Swan Lake? No, this is merely an ordinary talent. The role of the little swan in ballet is exceedingly challenging, one I can hardly fulfill. In the realm of cultivation, with formidable foes on the horizon, Linley declared. Hold on. As he spun and leaped, I shut. He dared not envision such a scene. What amused Linley the most was that this ability wasn't even reflected on his panel. The system itself held it in low regard. Why has my sacrifice failed? Previously, offering Bai Bufan's lifespan was quite effective. Wait, is it due to insufficient balance? Bai Bufan, you want to even live for a decade. Bai Bufan. After their playful banter, Linley accessed his panel again, which now appeared as follows. Name, Linley, Blood Raven Slayer. Age, 17. Constitution, spiritual energy absorption rate increased by 200. Charm resistance increased by 100. Internal yang energy concentration increased by 50. Memory enhancement increased by 100. Mecha Synchronization Index 10. Passive ability, barehanded against blades. Active ability, none. System currency, 400. Gazing at his panel, Linley fell into contemplation. He felt that since activating the system, he had been quite busy over the past week, yet he was at a loss as to what he had actually accomplished. Busy. But it's good to be busy. The bell signaling the end of evening self-study rang. Do your best. Everything is entrusted to you. Bai Bufan did not hinder Linley any longer, but rather watched him depart with eager anticipation. Good luck in finding that big brother at the chicken farm. Today, Linley unusually carried a backpack home on a school day, primarily due to the valuables worth over 4,000 in the resource card it contained. He headed to the office, intending to retrieve his banner from the homeroom teacher, though Linley felt indifferent about having sent it out in the first place. Schwelauscher, devoid of a banner, appeared quite pitiable, though he would never admit it. Upon reaching the office door, Linley found nearly all the subject teachers present. Naturally, the boarding school provided accommodation for the staff. According to Bai Bufan, they occasionally encountered Xue Jian conducting surprise dorm checks at 11 o'clock when they returned to their dorms. However, as most teachers were middle-aged, many, excluding the homeroom teacher, lived off-campus and commuted by car. The reason for the teacher's presence tonight was primarily the weekly Monday night meeting. Yet, Linley noticed that his target, Xue Jian, was absent. Knocking on the door, Linley entered and inquired of Li Binbin. Is teacher Xue not here? He must be in the restroom. He'll be back shortly. If you're looking for him, please wait here, Li Binbin replied. All right. Linley positioned himself beside Xue Jian's desk, awaiting his return while surveying the surroundings. His gaze eventually landed upon the English teacher's legs. Based on Linley's school experience, if the English teacher were young and female, she would typically be the most fashionable among the faculty. His English teacher embodied this ideal. Linley often referred to her as Coco. In her 20s, she was rumored to be married. The school rules at Nansang prohibit teachers from wearing heavy makeup or short skirts in class, and in truth, no teacher would dare to do so. Women beautify themselves for those they admire, but who would spend hours grooming for a bunch of unkempt students? However, Coco appeared to have returned from an outing just for the meeting. She was dressed quite differently than in the morning, with exquisite makeup and her hair seemingly styled. Complemented by a carefully chosen dress, she looked lovely. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. One glance was instinctual, nothing to elaborate on. Continuous glances were merely an extension of that instinct, nothing more to say. The allure of instinct is indeed hard to resist. Linley, remember to study your texts well. I will call on you tomorrow, Coco remarked, having noticed Linley. Perhaps it was too soon to say that. The allure of instinct can, in fact, be quite manageable. Linley immediately lost interest in watching. Understood, teacher, Linley nodded. Coco contemplated scolding Linley, as his recent behavior had been rather excessive. During English class, he either seemed lost in thought or asleep, completely disengaged from the lesson. She did not want him to continue down this path. Just as she prepared to speak, "You've been quite attentive in class lately. Linley, keep it up, and your grades will surely improve," Li Binbin, who had been about to leave, suddenly chimed in with praise. This was indeed true. Linley had been unusually diligent in class recently. The biology teacher chimed in as well, affirming, "Indeed, your homework has been commendable. Keep it up, Linley." The geography teacher nodded in agreement. Li Binbin's words resonated with all the teachers present, who generously offered their praise for Linley. Except for Coco. Her mouth fell agape, frozen in disbelief, unable to utter a word. What was happening? Hadn't Linley recently shown a disinterest in studying? Why was every teacher, apart from herself, praising him? While encouragement in education is common, this seemed excessive. Unless Coco's gaze shifted to Linley, who appeared a touch bashful, scratching his head and chuckling. In the realm of teacher-student relationships, the approach is typically one of deep criticism for poor students, while affection is reserved for high achievers. However, with Linley's mischievous demeanor placing him in the category of those deserving criticism, it felt rather strange to have shifted to affection. Linley suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched. Turning his head, he exclaimed, Why am I so unwilling? Damn it. It had only been a minute, and his stylish and beautiful teacher had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Chapter 36. Oh no, it's the controlling demon, Miss Shikima. The sorrowful gaze of his teacher made Linley feel utterly uncomfortable, as if he were trapped in an Iron Maiden. Teacher, please have some decorum. If you look at me like that, your husband will surely kill me. That would be terribly unjust. Teacher, is everything all right? Linley cautiously inquired, fearing that he might awaken in the middle of the night to find his teacher standing by his bed, gazing at him like a ghost. Linley, do you have any grievances against me? The teacher asked earnestly. Younger teachers often placed great importance on their students' attitudes, unlike the seasoned veterans who would merely shrug off such situations, indifferent to the students' feelings. Grievances? Linley pondered for a moment before replying seriously. Teacher, I believe you would look lovely with curled hair. The curls you have today must have been done with a curling iron, and they look fantastic. Honestly, even tighter curls would suit you. Perhaps a trip to the salon for a perm would be in order. Really? The teacher's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger. I've been considering that. What do you think of this level of curl? Wonderful. It certainly looks better than your usual straight hair, Linley affirmed. You have good taste, just like me. I'll listen to your advice and try it tomorrow, the teacher said, suddenly closing her mouth and bowing her head in silence. What am I doing? I came to ask Linley for his thoughts. Yet here I am discussing hairstyles. What I really wanted to know, she began again, was your opinion on my English lessons. Why does everyone say you've been so diligent lately, while I can't sense any of that? Linley was startled by her raised voice, shrugging and leaning back. After processing her words, he blinked in realization. Oh no, the source of her sorrow lay here. Teacher, is it possible they were merely being sarcastic? In truth, I haven't been paying attention at all, he explained softly. Yes, exactly. Don't worry. Teacher, I haven't been listening in any of my other classes either. Linley felt a surge of confidence, thinking himself quite clever. You admit you haven't been paying attention in my English class? The teacher's gaze, filled with sorrow, suggested she did not believe him and had grasped the crux of the matter. Linley blinked in surprise. Oh no, is she a wicked woman too? Are you also the controlling demon, Miss Shikima? This was a trap of her own making. How insidious the ways of adult women could be, utterly unpredictable. Occasionally, I do listen, Linley forced a chuckle. Alas, her sorrowful demeanor only intensified. Even if Kayako appeared, she would likely be reduced to a mere servant. The situation had escalated to a ghostly level. Rubbing his head, Linley finally lowered his head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, teacher. I promise to be more attentive in the future. I truly have no objections to you. Who could possibly have objections against the most beautiful teacher? The only one with objections is my abstract system. I vow to be less blatant in my neglect. Linley silently resolved. Well, I hope you remember your words. I must head home now. Goodbye. The teacher shook her head in resignation before standing up. Goodbye, teacher. After she left, the once lively office was left with Linley alone. Just when Linley was beginning to suspect that Xue Jian was suffering from constipation, he finally returned. Upon seeing Linley, he nodded. Here to collect your banner? Yes, teacher. All right. Xue Jian nodded, moving to his desk, but then began fiddling with his phone. As Linley watched in confusion, Xue Jian displayed the screen to him, revealing a picture of a banner. Presented to Teacher Xue from Nansang Middle School. Shilling County. Instruction has its own methods, and students flourish under your guidance. Respectfully presented by students. Lin Li was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend why Xue Jian was showing this to him, but he quickly regained his composure. Wow, is this the banner the parents presented to you? It's beautifully made. Clearly pleased by Lin Li's comment, Xue Jian exchanged pleasantries with him before bending down to search for Lin Li's banner. His phone remained on the desk, and perhaps due to a slip of the finger, the full-screen image minimized. The phone displayed WeChat. As the image originated from a chat log, Lin Li instinctively glanced over. The contact was labeled Wife. Xue Jian, is it not ready yet? Wife, almost done. Just a moment. Wife, you're really something. Everything is great about you except your vanity. I feel embarrassed for you having printed a banner for yourself. Xue Jian, don't worry about that. It's because you didn't take care of it before. All right. Wife. Image. The content of the image was self-evident. Lin Li blinked, realizing he had stumbled upon something significant. Just then, Xue Jian stood up with Lin Li's banner in hand, causing their conversation to abruptly halt. Lin Li's gaze remained glued to the screen, and now turning to Xue Jian seemed too late. A faint aura of menace filled the air. Gulp. Lin Li swallowed audibly. He looked at the screen, while Xue Jian looked at him, until the screen dimmed. With nothing left to see, Lin Li finally looked up, their eyes meeting, yet both remained silent, sharing a moment of mutual disappointment. Had he merely imagined it? Why did a crimson warning appear above his head? What was this carousel of memories that threatened to engulf him? Someone save me. Damn it. It seemed like self-rescue was the only option. Suddenly, Lin Li covered his eyes, screaming, "Aw, Air Kong, I can't see. Why can't I see? Aw, the red light on the left is the hardest to wait for. Aw, I just remembered. I suffer from periodic blindness. How did it suddenly flare up?" Xue Jian, Chapter 37. I beg you, just let me take one more puff. Just one more puff. As Lin Li continued to scream, he stealthily inched towards the door. Although his banner was still in Xue Jian's possession, he had no intention of claiming it. Sacrificing his life for a banner was not a wise trade. Fleeing seemed far more prudent. With the exit in sight, the dawn of victory was near. Keep going. You can do it. Stop. As Lin Li approached the doorway, he heard the whispers of the Grim Reaper behind him, and in a daze, he caught a glimpse of the ox-head and horse face, who wore an unsettlingly warm smile directed at him. Bad news. He would never see Xiao Jing again. Good news. He could visit the great prison. Alas, the illness had come to an end. I am healed. Lin Li concluded his performance, turning slowly and mechanically, standing obediently in place, gazing at Xue Jian. Teacher, I was truly blind just now. You must believe me, I never lie. Lin Li failed to notice Xue Jian's gaze. At that moment, Xue Jian had already seated himself, pressing his fingers against his forehead, his palm shielding his eyes, offering no response to Lin Li's words. After a brief silence, Xue Jian suddenly spoke. Come here. How do you write an obituary? Can someone revive me with a 30-second advertisement? Moses, I'm waiting online. It's extremely urgent. Thankfully, all my browsers are in incognito mode. But oh no. The banned comics haven't been deleted yet. My favorite comics will be visible. 363848. Go on, my legacy remains here. With a resolve to meet his end, Lin Li trudged towards Xue Jian with a heavy heart. Yet, Xue Jian did not lift his head, seemingly unable to face Lin Li's gaze. He extended a trembling hand, unlocking his phone with his fingerprint, and then spoke in a quivering voice. Take my phone, scroll through it, look at the chat history. Pausing for a moment, he added, I beg you. This was the first time Lin Li had seen Xue Jian display such vulnerability, resembling an elderly man. Who could bear to deny such a request? Lin Li felt a pang of compassion. However, he hesitated, too intimidated to pick up the phone. In that moment, he resembled a bomb disposal expert, maintaining his distance, cautiously gliding his finger across the screen. Xue Jian, where are all my banners? I can't find them anywhere. Wife, I haven't seen them. They were probably left behind in those boxes during the last move. We've searched everywhere. Why are you looking for this? Xue Jian, it's about my dignity. Please search again. Wife, I truly can't find them. Xue Jian, do you have any pictures saved? I changed my phone and didn't transfer the old photos. Wife, why would I keep pictures of your banners? Am I insane? Xue Jian, then please make me one quickly. I still remember the content of one of the banners. Lin Li grasped Xue Jian's intent. Though assignments not brought are considered unwritten, Xue Jian had indeed completed his work. Unfortunately, the assignment was lost. Thus, he had to copy it anew. And Lin Li had merely witnessed the act of copying, leading to a misunderstanding. Xue Jian was a diligent student. He truly was, Lin Li mourned silently. After all, he was a teacher at a key secondary school, and his age and qualifications were sufficient to warrant accolades. Teacher, I understand now. You truly possess talent. Linley spoke cautiously, fearful that a loud voice might trigger Shui Jian's anxiety. Thank you, Shui Jian replied, a rare word of gratitude emanating from his lips. He again extended his trembling hand, offering Linley the banner. Take it home, and be careful on your way. Throughout the encounter, Shui Jian never once looked up at Linley, yet Linley felt no disrespect. Thank you, teacher, he replied, accepting the banner with care. Now go. Shui Jian waved his hand. Linley turned and left without hesitation, for he suspected that Shui Jian was suppressing his second persona, or perhaps a dormant beast within. If he lingered any longer, he feared he would miss his chance. Mounting his bicycle, Linley did not immediately head home, but instead deposited most of his money into his bank account, then aimlessly wandered the streets of Shilling Town. Where are the dead rats? Bring 1/4. However, after half an hour of cycling, the anticipated system failed to respond. There was no indication of nearby chicken farms. Could it be that his luck was simply too poor, preventing him from discovering a hidden chicken farm? Given that only half an hour had passed, and he was merely circling about, Linley found himself within the central area of Shilling. Were these locations too urbanized? Perhaps the fundamental reason for the lack of triggers? It was already too late today. He had squandered too much time in the office. Tomorrow evening, he would venture further afield. If within a week there was still no progress, Linley could conclude that the system would not actively notify him about the task of seeking chicken farms, and he would have to devise a new approach. Linley rode back home, unhesitatingly manifesting the spirit stones. The spirit stones were not as grand as he had imagined. In fact, each one was smaller than an egg, and 5 could barely fit in one hand. Yet they were remarkably light, their collective weight less than that of a single egg. Linley had anticipated them to be larger, hefty enough to require 1 hand per stone, but it seemed he had been mistaken. Moreover, they did not incite any celestial phenomena. Their crystal-like sheen revealed a shimmering flow within, their shapes a blend of regularity and irregularity. Linley leaned in closer, inhaling their faint fragrance, which was quite appetizing. This was indeed a remarkable find. Even if he were to sell these, collectors would surely be intrigued. However, Linley had no intention of doing so. By golly, this is worth every penny. Linley beamed with excitement, eager to discover how this spirit energy truly functioned. Yet, he soon encountered another dilemma. The spirit stones were devoid of any production or expiration dates, and alas, no user manual was provided. Such knowledge was fundamental in the realm of cultivation, but this was not the case for him. How was he to extract the spirit energy? As the saying goes, a young woman cannot cook without a pot. The 8-section body refining technique did outline how to absorb the spirit energy into one's body, yet it offered no guidance on handling the spirit stones. Linley took a tentative bite. It was hard, causing his teeth to ache. Surely, these stones could not be swallowed and refined like the golden elixirs in novels? Linley examined their size. They could indeed be swallowed. And he held one in his mouth, yet hesitated to swallow. Never mind, he decided to spit it out. While the aroma was appetizing, swallowing could lead to a literal digestive complication. If ingested and undigested, he would surely face dire consequences, and he certainly had not prepared for such an eventuality. One cannot perish from a full bladder. As he moved, the technique began to actively draw upon his body. Linley could not suppress a soft hum of satisfaction. It worked. Chapter 38. The three-headed golden crow. The recent sensation was unforgettable, momentarily dulling his longing for Xiaojing. Xiaojing's massage skills were merely adequate. Indeed, one does not perish from a full bladder. When faced with a mountain, a path will surely appear. Linley felt gratified as he removed the spirit stone from his mouth, wiping it clean with a tissue. He then held it in his hand and resumed practicing the spirit energy section of the 8-section body refining technique. A wave of pleasurable sensations surged through his body. The spirit stone in his hand gleaming faintly, its interior shimmering rapidly. With no one at home, he allowed himself to express his joy. Switching hands, he tested again. After a while, he realized that holding it in his mouth was not a necessary condition. It seemed that mere contact with his skin was sufficient to absorb the spirit energy. The hue appeared unchanged at first glance. Yet upon Linley's meticulous observation using his keen eyes, it became evident that the interior was no longer absolutely clear. Within the crystalline depths, there lingered a minuscule bubble, though to call it a bubble seemed inaccurate, as it resembled two incompatible gases. One could foresee that this bubble represented the expended spiritual energy. Once the interior's luster transformed entirely into pure white air, this spirit stone would be utterly depleted. Although diminutive, Linley couldn't help but frown. Such a trivial matter was hardly endearing. After just a brief accumulation, lasting merely a few seconds, he was confronted with a bubble? This was undoubtedly unwelcome news. for it implied that the spiritual energy within would likely be consumed in mere minutes. However, after some contemplation, Linley found solace in the realization that what he possessed was ultimately just a spirit stone, a lowly one at that, in the realm of cultivation. It was among the most rudimentary of treasures, often utilized as currency. In the novels he had read, discussions of thousands or tens of thousands of spirit stones were commonplace, rendering his 5 somewhat pitiful. Yet, for Linley, this represented a significant milestone. He had finally ventured into the realm of cultivation. Among all the rewards he had garnered thus far, this was the one that resonated with him most profoundly. Linley had no intention of continuing to practice the 8-section body refinement technique. An hour of earnest practice each day sufficed. Inefficient training would lead to a wasteful absorption of spiritual energy, a futile endeavor. Moreover, it was late, and he decided to postpone further efforts until the morrow. The next morning, just before 5 o'clock, Linley found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament. He withdrew his previous statements. Furthermore, he declared that the most significant reward he had experienced was not the 5 spirit stones. He set the spirit stones aside. It was, in fact, the 50% increase in the concentration of yang energy within him. Indeed, when he completed the task, he felt no different than before, yet this time, his judgment had been woefully flawed. It was not that he would not receive his due. Rather, the time had not yet come. As Linley arose that morning, the consequences manifested. At that moment, he stood in the restroom, bending over with great effort, but still unable to find relief. Were there any players of shooting games among his peers? He sought tips for controlling the trajectory of his aim, feeling quite desperate. The trajectory remained uncontrollable. He certainly could not urinate outside. Who was responsible for channeling this yang energy into his body? Could it not be merely masculine energy, transforming him into a robust figure? Was yang energy truly so cumbersome? Linley felt a surge of frustration. He desperately needed to relieve himself. Glancing at the imposing figure behind the toilet only fueled his irritation. At 17, he should have been able to contend with a steel plate, yet here he was, barely capable of matching a mere 1.5 layers of steel. Normally, after washing up, he would return to his usual self, but today, even after his morning routine, he remained imbued with abundant yang energy, standing tall and unyielding. Linley mused that if he had received such an enhancement at 37, he would have been ecstatic, feeling as if he had been reborn. Yet now, with an excess of yang energy, he found it quite unnecessary. Could he not postpone this? Perhaps a charming enchantress might siphon some away? Xiao Jing, I apologize. I should not have jested with her last night. In that moment, Linley wondered if perhaps doing a handstand would resolve his dilemma. However, handstands would be of no help, at least not at present. He knew his physical prowess could not support such a feat if he misfired. The consequences would be dire. Reflecting on the past few days of early morning exercises, even without spiritual energy, Linley noticed a marked improvement in his physique. He no longer felt like a mere lifeless shell. Once he grew stronger, he would consider attempting such feats again. As for how he ultimately resolved his predicament, he felt grateful for the correct choice. Who said black was undesirable? Black was splendid, far superior to yellow or white. Were it not for Linley's determination to maintain eye contact with the real-life Ariel or the character from Black Persona Catfish, he might have found himself in a rather uncomfortable situation. Having arrived at the threshold, Linley suddenly faced a conundrum. How was he to practice with the spirit stones? Though not as small as a chicken egg, they were still sizable enough to draw attention if held in his mouth, which would be uncomfortable. If he held them in his hand, his fingers would lose their dexterity, making certain movements during practice impossible, not to mention far too conspicuous. As for exercising at home, Linley decided against it. He had always practiced in the community park and worried that relocating home might cause the system to suddenly fail to recognize him. After all, the description prior to the task's initiation had mentioned the rising sun. Though it was not a requirement of the task, Linley did not wish to take that risk. He was well aware that the current task demanded a continuous week of practice. Should he falter even once, all preceding days would be rendered futile. Thus, Linley began to contemplate solutions. It is well known that Linley was a prodigy. Soon, a rare flush of bashfulness adorned his face. Remarkably, he recalled a spot perfectly suited for the spirit stones, one that required no adhesive assistance, as it naturally conformed tightly to his clothing. Moreover, honestly, he already had 2. An additional one would go unnoticed, and he would not feel excessively uncomfortable. Linley donned a pair of loose basketball shorts. He lowered his gaze, surveyed the situation, and nodded in satisfaction. The plan was a success. Just as no one knew whether a colossal beast lay hidden beneath the depths of the sea, no one would suspect that this beast had just gained an extra egg. Beneath the looseness of the shorts was a snug new pair of underwear. After all, due to Linley's side-sleeping posture and his habit of stretching one leg while bending the other, underwear would quickly become loose after 7 or 8 wears. A few more uses would render them utterly unmanageable, particularly when one could not adjust themselves comfortably in the presence of others. Thus, he made the change. After all, spirit stones would not float but would simply fall out. Linley would absolutely not allow such an incident to occur. The thought was too distressing to contemplate. He genuinely feared the misunderstanding that might arise. If someone nearby happened to be holding a remote control, his once bright future could be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 39. This is what they call a friendship across generations. Good morning, Grandpa Joe. Upon descending, Linley arrived at the park where he often practiced with his friend. It was customary for him to greet Zhou Yue. As always, he offered his warm greeting, though Zhou merely nodded in response, which Linley did not mind. A day as a grandson meant a lifetime as a grandson. The elderly often lacked understanding, so why quibble over it? His uncle indulged Zhou's father. However, today, Zhou Yue appeared somewhat different from usual. He usually would have begun observing Linley, perhaps contemplating a little thievery of techniques, but today, his demeanor was clouded, as if he were preoccupied. Did individuals in their 60s reminisce about their first loves while listening to music late at night? Though curious, Linley did not have the leisure to inquire about the matter. That would simply be asking for trouble. Instead, he earnestly began his practice. Go, go, go. Yet, before he could officially begin, Zhou Yue's voice interrupted him. Linley glanced over to see Zhou Yue attempting to intimidate a stray dog that was still several meters away. In Linley's community, the annual property fee was a mere 200 yuan. Although Shilin Town was not a large place, such a price was exceedingly low. One can only say that you get what you pay for. The quality of property management can truly be discerned from the caliber of the security personnel stationed at the entrance. In the community where Linley resides, the guard is a quintessential figure, an elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s, with thinning white hair, spectacles perched on his nose, and a penchant for sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and listening to the radio, albeit with slightly impaired hearing. When asked if he knows of Ma Dongmei, he would genuinely respond with details about Dongmei. When Linley requested him to open the gate, he thanked the young man, remarking that he could not indulge in fried chicken anymore. Linley pointed to the jujube tree in the community, expressing a desire to pick some fruit, to which the old man mused about the Shandong sisters, advising him to be prudent. Each time Linley returned, he could hear the dialect singing from within the guard booth, or sometimes, it was simply deserted. If one were to inquire of the esteemed resident Lin Li as to the actual utility of the guard booth, he could only scratch his head for a while before articulating its role as a transitional element that evokes the author's nostalgia. Utterly useless. Naturally, such property management would hardly concern itself with the stray cats and dogs. The daily upkeep of the community park primarily relied on the goodwill of the idle elderly, who seemed to operate an unofficial committee, though Linley was not privy to its details, as he had yet to reach the age for membership, needing to endure at least 43 years of scrutiny. No, the retirement age is 65, so it's actually 48 years. Linley observed Xiao Zhou and found it curious. Xiao Zhou's usual disdain for stray dogs seemed unusually heightened today. Was it because a stray dog had provoked him, or was he merely in a foul mood, taking it out on the canine? Thankfully, it was not a stray cat being chased away. Otherwise, if captured on camera and posted online, one would truly witness the malice of the world, for on Douyin, cats are considered a protected species. Cats and dogs are indeed quite endearing, and Linley holds a fondness for them, yet in his heart, no matter how charming they may be, they remain akin to livestock, deserving of a modicum of kindness due to affection, but never surpassing the dignity of ordinary, rational humans. With his thoughts receded, Linley took a deep breath and formally commenced his practice. Ah, how invigorating! Having previously endured mornings in torment, today was the first time Linley beamed with genuine joy, though he had to stifle the urge to shout. He felt as if Xiao Jing was behind him, cheering him on, which was splendidly delightful, yet he had to suppress it as he was on the phone with his girlfriend. This thought added to his exhilaration. Alas, he had forgotten that his vitality was now 50% more potent, rendering him more sensitive. Such stimulating imagery was best avoided. While this did not impede his practice, it could easily be discerned by others, leading to highly unfortunate misunderstandings. Therefore, when Zhou Yue finished chasing the dog and turned to see Linley abruptly halt his movements, seated on a stone bench in contemplation, he was left perplexed. What on earth was this child doing? Posing as a statue in the early morning? Had he approached a little closer, Zhou Yue would have heard Linley murmuring, "Black anthropomorphic catfish, I love you. Black anthropomorphic catfish, I love you." Half an hour passed, and for the first time, earnest practice did not yield fatigue. Rather, Linley felt invigorated, exhaling deeply with a lingering smile on his face. The only reason for his cessation was the depletion of spiritual energy within the spirit stones. As anticipated, practicing the 8-section brocade would consume 2 lower-grade spirit stones per hour. Thus, he was left with merely 2.5 days' worth of resources. To be precise, he could only relish an additional 2 hours. Lindley sighed heavily, then rose to leave. He could not change his egg in a public setting. His egg box was not something to be displayed. He made his way to the restroom. Behind him, footsteps echoed. Turning around, Lindley saw Zhou Yuwei, suddenly cheerful, holding his phone with excitement. He trailed behind Lindley, and upon locking eyes, abruptly turned to scrutinize the trees nearby, commenting, "This tree is truly magnificent." Lindley raised an eyebrow. After walking for 10 seconds, he heard footsteps again and turned back. "These flowers are truly beautiful." After a minute, he turned again, this time not hearing any exclamations, but he resignedly said, "Grandpa Zhou, I see you. Stop squatting." "What the hell? Why is there dog poop everywhere?" Zhou Yuwei exclaimed. "One day, I will drive all the strays out of our community." Zhou Yuwei sprang up, grumbling. Between gaming and watching shows, this old man's twilight years seemed rather ominous. It is indeed bothersome when strays relieve themselves indiscriminately. Lindley agreed momentarily, then curiously inquired, "Grandpa Zhou, why are you following me?" "Who is following you?" "I'm just heading to the restroom." Zhou Yuwei retorted, eyes wide. "Then why not hurry?" Lindley nodded, harboring no doubts, for this path was indeed leading to the public restroom. But he questioned again, "Isn't it normal for the elderly to walk a bit slower?" Zhou Yuwei was not adept at lying. Something felt amiss. Lindley narrowed his eyes. A genius invariably uncovers the truth in an instant. At this age, he couldn't dare to visit the public restroom in the small woods alone. Yet, such speculation seemed absurd. While the community's public restroom was somewhat secluded and the environment less than pristine, it was broad daylight. Surely the ghosts had clocked out by now. "Grandpa, are you afraid of ghosts?" Lindley asked. "Humph, afraid of ghosts? I fear not the ghost that has never harmed me. I fear humans, for they have wounded me grievously." Zhou Yuwei scoffed, waving his sleeve dismissively, a veiled jab at Lindley. Lindley's ears filtered out everything except "I fear ghosts." As expected of a genius, he had guessed correctly again. He was simply timid. If one fears, then so be it. Why go to such lengths to maintain pride? Why was Xiao Zhou also so stubborn like old Jian? Perhaps the older one gets, the more superstitious they become, adhering to the principle of respecting one's elders. Lindley chose not to expose him, proceeding to the restroom. Inside a stall, he swiftly exchanged an egg from the box. The spent spirit stones felt incredibly light, unable to return to the storage, resembling mere plastic shells. Yet for safety's sake, Lindley decided to take them home. As he exited the restroom, Zhou Yuwei, having lagged behind, had just entered. Upon seeing Lindley preparing to leave, he abruptly altered his course. Lindley chuckled softly and, without waiting for a response, gently said, "Grandpa Zhou, go ahead and use the restroom. I will wait here for you, in one move. When you come out, I will surely still be here." He understood Zhou's behavior. If he left, the old man would surely hesitate. Hearing this, Zhou Yuwei gritted his teeth, comprehending Lindley's intent. If he couldn't see through this, he would be a fool. Lindley was clearly aware of his surveillance and was now deliberately playing along, signaling that he had no intention of wrongdoing while mocking him. He shouldn't have been so reckless in following Lindley. No, upon reflection. Since today he easily discerned his presence. Perhaps this cunning child had already noticed him yesterday, but pretended not to, casually mentioning stray dogs, likely alluding to this very matter. What a devious scheme. Zhou Yuwei, begrudgingly, lowered his head and entered the restroom. In this exchange, he had been bested, thoroughly defeated. Witnessing this, Lindley smiled warmly, sensing that Grandpa Zhou had picked up on his goodwill, hence the bashful demeanor as he entered. Another day of performing good deeds had unfolded. Soon, Zhou Yuwei emerged from the restroom, lifting his head. He suddenly realized something he had not lost. His purpose was to protect the other residents from Lindley's potential harm, which had been accomplished. Lindley could do nothing. Thus, he smiled proudly at Lindley, who reciprocated with a radiant smile. This is the grandfather I am familiar with. The joy that followed the resolution of his urination issues is something Lindley truly understands. He immersed himself in this happiness for a whole minute that morning, feeling quite invigorated. Chapter 40. A satisfactory financial transaction for an entire week. Rise before the rooster's crow and diligently practice the 8 sections of brocade, accumulating at least half an hour before the hour of the dragon. Lindley, feeling completely refreshed, stretched lazily, experiencing an unprecedented level of vigor at this hour. He perceived that the influx of spiritual energy into his body had brought about changes. Every organ seemed to be becoming healthier. His mild nasal congestion, which once caused a slight blockage, had now dissipated. It can only be said that spiritual energy is indeed miraculous, effortlessly achieving what physical exercise could not. Anticipation for the future swelled within him. Grandpa Joe, I'm off. Linley waved his hand and took his leave as usual. Humph. As he watched Linley depart, Zhou Yue tried to console himself with the rationale that he was protecting the other residents of the community, yet he felt a pang of discomfort. It was especially hard to bear seeing Linley flaunt his pride so unabashedly in front of him. It was quite apparent that Linley had not engaged in proper exercise that day. Who smiles while exercising and manages to go over an hour without breaking a sweat? Although Zhou Yue was unfamiliar with the specific techniques Linley practiced, he could still sense the meaningfulness behind those movements. Sometimes, after Linley had left, he would curiously mimic a few of them and feel the foundation of martial arts embedded within, as if they followed a profound and unique logic. Were it not for the irreconcilable conflict that had turned them into adversaries, he might have been curious enough to inquire about the nature of this martial art. But today, Linley appeared to be twisting like a folk dancer or swaying his hips, wearing a bizarre smile and expression. If it weren't for the fact that Linley was still so infuriating, Zhou Yue would almost believe him if he claimed he had just come down from the clouds after inhaling something. The most humiliating part was when Linley deliberately turned his body to face Zhou Yue with his backside. A move so intentional that it could only be seen as mockery. Zhou Yue would have been willing to eat yesterday's dog waste if he were wrong about that. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the elderly. The shame of today, I will surely repay. Zhou Yue shouted at the already distant Linley. After a moment, he chuckled to himself. Shouting like this feels quite liberating. No wonder my dear grandson enjoys shouting those lines so much. I think I'll sneak into his room later to read a novel. Oh, hearing a sound. Zhou Yue suddenly turned his head. He then saw Zhang Fong squatting in the bushes, mirroring his own position from yesterday. After a brief pause, he mechanically asked, Old Zhang, why are you squatting here? Are you? Zhang Fong raised the shovel and black bag in her hand, to avoid a repeat of the misunderstanding from last time. The property management isn't handling it, and since I'm idle, I came to clean up after the cats and dogs. She then rubbed her waist, adding, I must admit, I feel my age, just squatting for a bit, and my back is already like this. You, Old Zhou, are impressive. Even at your age, you're still so robust. When did you get here? Zhou Yue asked earnestly. About 30 years ago, Zhang Fong replied. Zhou Yue responded, Well, Old Zhang, 30 years is quite a span. We elderly folk are indeed a bit impoverished. Even if you're vigorous, it's not something to boast about. We can't expect to be treated as the deceased. Can we? Perhaps we should settle on 3 years instead. Zhang Fong then curiously inquired, By the way, who are you planning to repay for your shame? Did you lose at cards last night? No. I'll be heading back now. Zhou Yue stood up, deciding today was not suitable for exercise. Going to read your dear grandson's novel. Are you, Old Zhou? Zhang Fong asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Yue walked away briskly. Although he wasn't feeling winded today, he couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort that surpassed previous days. When Linley arrived at the classroom, Bai Bufan was once again regaling the class with tales from historical records, according to historical accounts. When Lu Xuanda entrusted his son Lu Shan to Zhuge Kongming at Baidi City, he had laid an ambush of 300 axe-wielding men. Lu Xuanda had already devised a plan. If Zhuge Kongming ever entertained the thought of abandoning Lu Shan to forge his own path, he would immediately shatter his cup as a signal. The 300 axemen would rush in, mercilessly slashing until Lu Shan was reduced to minced meat. Is this historical account really about chopping Lu Shan? That doesn't sound particularly wild. Is that not wild enough? Let's spice it up a bit. Do you know why Chaomunda chose to retain the embarrassing history of cooking wine for Lu Xuanda? Why? According to historical accounts, when Lu Xuanda picked up a pair of chopsticks, he inadvertently brushed against Chaomunda's jade-like foot, causing Munda to emit a soft gasp, his entire body going weak. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. Linley thought. Ding. Did I just hear Ian? Are you talking about stagnant water? Stagnant water can't be sinister, can it? Bai Bufan truly had a great fondness for the Three Kingdoms, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Linley shared this passion. Among the 4 great classical novels, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was his favorite. He had read the 120-chapter version several times during his childhood, and it was indeed captivating. The Shu Han had its own romance, the Wei had its gallantry, and Jiadong had its scoundrels. Although geographically, Linley could also be considered a descendant of scoundrels. Due to his admiration for the Three Kingdoms, he also held a favorable view of the card game Three Kingdoms Kill. Children, come and get your food. Linley began hanging his backpack on the back of a chair, then turned to glance at the blackboard, preparing to collect the homework. Why is there still one here? Who isn't taken theirs? Or is it yours? Bai Bufan, munching on his bread with soup, spotted another breakfast on Lin Li's desk and curiously asked, "Oh, that S. Chun Yueying S. Could you please take it to her?" Lin Li replied after a glance, recalling that Chun Yueying had mentioned it during lunch yesterday. "Why should I deliver it? Are you treating me like your errand boy for added thrill? Am I not part of your circle?" Bai Bufan rolled his eyes. "They say rough words can carry meaning, but your words are excessively coarse. I merely consider you as a convenient means." Lin Li laughed as he continued placing the homework on the desk. "You, of all people, have no right to comment on my language." Lin Li picked up the breakfast and approached Chun Yueying, who sat in the third row near the front door, placing it on her desk. "Here, as your breakfast." Naturally, the attention of those around gravitated towards Lin Li. It wasn't that everyone was fond of Chun Yueying. It was merely the commotion that warranted a glance. Half of the onlookers quickly diverted their gaze, disinterested, while the other half continued to observe Chun Yueying and the usually unassuming Lin Li, hoping for some intrigue to enliven their mundane high school lives. In the past, Lin Li would have felt self-conscious under such scrutiny. But perhaps due to the system's influence, he now felt indifferent, appearing quite at ease. Surely, it couldn't be that his skin had thickened. "Thanks. Here's the money." Chun Yueying nodded as she accepted it, retrieving a 10 yuan note from her drawer. "All right, I'll give you 5 back." In this completely unfamiliar world, your first interaction with Chun Yueying has finally occurred, resulting in a financial transaction that leaves her exceedingly satisfied, deepening your relationship. To establish yourself in this strange and perilous realm, gathering more information is crucial. Why not start with her, the one you are most acquainted with? Task triggered. Task 5. Cultivate further interactions with Chun Yueying and attempt to glean more information about this world from her, thus gaining a preliminary understanding of your surroundings. Chapter 41. You are truly annoying, Fei Yangyang. No, my friend. Let's clarify what we mean by monetary transactions and satisfaction with one's services. It is counterproductive to use ambiguous language. Wait, let's not overthink this. It's more crucial to focus on the matter at hand. Lin Li directed his attention towards the rewards, naturally disregarding the inconsequential parts, particularly the opportunity for random augmentation of limbs and organs. Upon reading the terms within the parentheses, he found himself uncertain whether to feel relieved. Frankly speaking, his initial reaction to this reward was one of concern that the abstract nature of this system, which claimed randomness, might lead him to an undesirable outcome. Yet, the system seemed to anticipate his apprehensions, allowing him to access the reward pool. However, on the other hand, Lin Li felt a tinge of embarrassment as he pondered. He seemed reluctant to exclude it from the random pool. Perhaps it would be wise to save it for later? Nevertheless, it was still premature to contemplate the rewards. The completion of this task lacked a specific standard. The system provided him with a progress bar akin to those for time-accumulated tasks, currently registering at 0. Lin Li, what are you daydreaming about? Upon noticing Lin Li's vacant stare, Chun Yueying stood up, waving a banknote in front of him. Lin Li snapped back to reality, silently shoving the bill back into his pocket and shaking his head. Class monitor, I don't have any change. Ding Sahan, Chun Yueying's deskmate, blinked curiously. She was closer to Lin Li than Chun Yueying, prompting her to inquire, what was that bill, which looked like a 5 yuan note, you just pulled from your pocket? Sharp-eyed, aren't you? Lin Li thought to himself, mentally chastising Ding Sahan. It was counterfeit, but thankfully, he had developed a thick skin, maintaining a calm demeanor. Is that the sniper job by from Molly? Wang Zhe, who was enjoying the breakfast Lin Li had brought, chimed in. Typically, the students seated in the front rows were obedient, honest, or simply shorter in stature. Wang Zhe, however, was not short and typically did not belong in this area. Save for 2 exceptions, the seats flanking the podium, known as the class's guardian seats, with Wang Zhe occupying the right one. Lin Li ignored him, focusing instead on Chun Yueying. His intention was to find a reason to continue bringing breakfast tomorrow, as this was their most frequent point of intersection. However, after a moment's contemplation, coupled with the fact that his previous intentions had been exposed, Lin Li felt he had devised a better plan to complete his task. Thus, he returned Chun Yueying's money, saying naturally, Class monitor, to be frank, I prefer not to accept your money. Recently, I have been striving to study diligently. Yet there is still much knowledge I barely grasp, particularly in geography, and I require assistance from others. Since you are quite capable, I was wondering if you could tutor me. In that case, the breakfast money would serve as my tutoring fee. Lin Li's newfound seriousness was evident to the entire class. The boys in the back had taken note, attempting to drive him away multiple times, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the students in the front could perceive his contributions in class and the occasional praises from the teacher, excluding English class, where the teacher consistently called Lin Li's name for attendance. Acquiring more information about this world through Chun Yueying seemed ideal. After all, geography was an excellent subject, was it not? Lin Li also wished to mention history, but seeking tutoring in that subject felt somewhat forced. The current curriculum merely required memorization. If the geography system did not respond, he could adjust based on that feedback later. In any case, it was most prudent to lure her in first. Chun Yueying blinked, her hand holding the money lowering slightly, as she gently replied, "Tutoring is certainly possible. Feel free to ask me any questions. But how could I possibly accept payment for such matters? No, you should keep the money. I misspoke. It should be a gesture of gratitude for your help. I'll treat you to breakfast. Class monitor, I have numerous questions, some of which might even seem trivial to someone like you with high grades. And it may take up a lot of your time. Therefore, treating you to breakfast is entirely reasonable, is it not?" "Very well." Chun Yueying smiled and nodded. "Since you can only stay in the classroom during lunch, and I usually come during that time too, feel free to ask me any questions you have then." That was precisely what Lin Li had hoped to convey, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. "I'll tutor you, Lin Li. My grades are comparable to Chun Yueying's. And I'm in the classroom every lunchtime." Wang Yuez stood up, gritting his teeth internally. How could he allow such a situation to unfold? By stepping in, he could not only thwart Lin Li's annoying plan, but also enhance his image as a helpful student. What's not to gain? In response to Wang Yuez's friendly smile, Lin Li returned a benevolent grin. "Who do you think you are?" Wang Yuez was momentarily taken aback as laughter erupted from the surrounding students, save for Wang Zhe, who laughed uproariously. "Ha ha, this is too rich. I can't even." His laughter echoed down the hallway, and Lin Li suspected he might have spat out his breakfast in response, thankful that he wasn't seated in front of him. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. For the party involved, Wang Yuez's expression shifted dramatically within 3 seconds. "You use foul language. You lack manners," he retorted angrily, pointing at Lin Li. There was little he could do. His decorum had been consumed by Wang Zhe. Bai Bufan, seated at a distance, realized the responsibility that rightfully belonged to him had now fallen upon Wang Zhe. Wang Zhe, still laughing heartily, managed to flash a middle finger. Indeed, using foul language in front of girls significantly diminishes one's appeal. Yet, Lin Li was not addressing Chun Yueying, and his intentions with her were not romantic. As long as she did not retract her offer to tutor him, he was content. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid being disliked. And through their conversation the previous afternoon, Lin Li believed that Chun Yueying was not the type to harbor resentment over such matters. Ultimately, Lin Li acknowledged that he indeed lacked tact, and Wang Yuez's accusation was quite accurate. Lin Li tilted his head slightly and noticed Chun Yueying suppressing a laugh, visibly struggling, which reassured him somewhat. Such behavior can cause unnecessary trouble for the class monitor. As a male, shouldn't I be the one to tutor you? Wang Yuez proclaimed loudly. Have you lost your mind? Are your thoughts still trapped in the feudal era? Does solitary interaction erase all innocence? No, my friend. I am merely seeking the class monitor's assistance in my studies, not asking her out. Lin Li rolled his eyes and replied. You're simply coveting the class monitor. Wang Yuez persisted in his unfounded accusations. At this juncture, Lin Li felt there was no need to keep his intentions hidden any longer. Actually, I'm quite the opposite, he stated, turning to Wang Zhe. Everyone who knows me well can attest to that. Indeed, Lin Li is quite the character. Wang Zhe nodded emphatically. He truly is. Last week, I visited his home and inexplicably lost consciousness, only to wake up to find Lin Li grinning widely, while my backside ached until today. Bai Bufan's head peeked mischievously from the front door, giving a thumbs up in agreement. He had stealthily approached during Wang Zhe's laughter, ready to join in on the fun, and now, when his close friend needed support, he was prepared to step in. Did you hear that, Wang Yuez? If you tutor me, I might end up daydreaming about you. Wang Yuezhi, you surely do not wish for your rear to ache as much as Bai Bufan's, do you? Lin Li remarked with a grin. His voice resonated loudly, causing nearly the entire class to erupt in laughter. Why nearly? Because Wang Yuezhi remained stoic, unamused, a true anomaly among them. Chapter 42. How my brother's sweat dripped down my back. Was he jesting at his own expense? Or was there a deeper reason for his lack of laughter? Perhaps he believed it inappropriate to mock others over trivial matters. Such a gentle-hearted boy. Lin Li found himself on the verge of tears from laughter. As the laughter subsided, Lin Li turned to Chun Yueying and declared, Class monitor, my final secret has been revealed. You can rest assured that I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. In fact, if you don't mind, I could become your closest confidant, taking Ding Sahan's place. Ding Sahan interjected, rising from her seat, pointing to her own spot. You can have my seat right now. Really? Thank you. My seat is at the back by the window. Let's move now. Bai Bufan, come over and assist your new desk mate. Lin Li exclaimed joyously. Ding Sahan protested. Wait, you're really going to sit down? I take it back. As Lin Li attempted to take a seat, Ding Sahan widened her eyes and plopped back down, clutching her desk tightly. Ahem. By Buffon, who had just retreated to eavesdrop, now poked his head out again. Linley, though you are my brother, if you become one of those male best friends, you're still a goner. He ignored Ding Sahan's remarks, for when confronted by girls, By Buffon transformed into a socially anxious individual. If he were to deliver breakfast, he would likely stammer even to say thank you. As for Chen Weiying, she lowered her head somewhat shyly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red, remaining silent. In truth, words were unnecessary. It was evident that Linley was merely jesting. Whether anyone would believe Linley genuinely liked Chen Weiying was another matter altogether, and she might even entertain such thoughts herself. Do you have anything to say? Linley turned back to Wang Yuezhi, but before he could respond, Linley seemingly had an epiphany, answering himself. No, why should I assure you? I simply asked the class monitor for help, and her agreement is sufficient. Once again, he stated, forget it, for your sake. I am willing to refrain from swearing from this day forth. He then turned away, no longer glancing at him. Wang Yuezhi's face flushed crimson. Such words felt more like a curse than an expression of camaraderie. I will inform the teacher. Linley paid him no mind, confirming with Chen Weiying, class monitor. Shall we consider this settled? If he wished to tell the teacher, so be it. In the eyes of the educators, he was merely a reformed rogue, especially after having spent a peculiar night with Shuejian. Chen Weiying nodded. Thus, Linley returned to his designated seat, while Wang Yuezhi, filled with frustration and indignation, slumped back into his own, gripping his hair and gritting his teeth. His desk mate quickly stifled any laughter, adjusting his expression to console Wang Yuezhi. Preparing to join him in cursing Linley, Wang Yuezhi's desk mate abruptly halted mid-sentence, gazing towards the aisle beside Wang Yuezhi. What's wrong? Wang Yuezhi turned around. Hee, are you mad? Before he could react, Wang Yuezhi heard a whisper near his ear, a short phrase, filled with smugness. Who else could it be but Linley? When Wang Yuezhi turned to chastise him, he was met only with Linley's retreating figure. Disgusting. He runs away after provoking me. Wang Yuezhi felt his face heat up once more. He nearly exclaimed, realizing that cursing would only backfire on him, and he swallowed his words. You are so annoying. Such a feeble attempt at retort, akin to flirting with oneself. Linley appeared utterly pleased, even turning back with a playful flourish of his fingers. His life philosophy was rather straightforward. If no one offends me, I might accidentally offend them. However, if someone wrongs me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. He relished his playful antics. Returning to his seat, Bai Buffon and others quickly gathered around, inquiring about the recent events. Linley recounted the parts they had missed. Having previously engaged in several exorcisms against Linley, they had no doubts about his intentions. However, Bai Buffon furrowed his brow and asked, Is your ulterior motive truly as innocent as it seems? If your geography is decent, perhaps I could assist you. I refuse to be taught by a dude. Linley politely declined. Rascal. The group chuckled and dispersed, as breakfast remained unfinished. Zhou Baowei, however, lingered. What's up? Linley inquired. I just set down breakfast, and came looking for you, only to find you flirting up front, Zhou Baowei replied. What's the matter? The organization has dispatched you to retrieve a very important batch of goods, Zhou Baowei whispered, as if it were a clandestine meeting. What's the code phrase? Linley responded, catching on. Here, Zhou Baowei handed Linley a slip of paper, read and destroy. South Sang Star Stationery Store, Rookie Collection .842663, understood. I assure you the task will be completed. I'll bring it to you by noon. Linley nodded, tucking the note into his pocket. Remember to maintain discretion and ensure the packaging is flawless. I'll treat you to dinner, Zhou Baowei cautioned earnestly. Linley narrowed his eyes, casting a significant glance at Zhou Baowei, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Linley began to sing, Brother, guide me, and I'll only lead twice. Brother, guide me twice, and I'll lead 4 times. Zhou Baowei instantly chimed in with the lyrics, adjusting imaginary glasses like Sakamoto, pointing at Linley. Though the lyrics were outrageous, the song did exist, titled Spring Breeze Spirit. Brother, guide me 4 times, and I'll lead 8 times. Bai Buffon chimed in. Brother, guide me 8 times, and I'll lead 16 times. Zhou Baowei continued, then gestured towards Linley, passing the climax of the song to him. However, Linley hesitated to take over, and surprisingly, Bai Buffon remained silent as well. It seemed they intended to reserve the grandest moment for themselves. Ah, brothers. In terms of song, I truly possess some talent. Zhou Baowei cleared his throat and passionately sang, My brother and I share the same North Sea clam. How does my brother's sweat drip down my back? And my brother S. Baowei, could you step aside? You're blocking the class monitor, Linley remarked, smirking. Indeed, Baowei, Bai Buffon added, laughing heartily and nodding in agreement. Zhou Baowei turned mechanically, only to find Chun Yueying standing behind him, looking somewhat flustered. Linley, it seems you forgot to hand me chopsticks. Do you have any? She asked softly. Oh right. Here, class monitor, my apologies. Linley finally noticed and handed the disposable chopsticks to Chun Yueying. Thank you. Zhou Baowei, pale-faced and standing off to the side, muttered under his breath, though it was unclear what he was saying, likely a prayer. What should I do? Help me. What should I do? Help me. His eyes pleaded with Linley. I will rescue you, Linley's gaze assured. Please. Zhou Baowei was on the verge of tears from gratitude. Class monitor. What is it? You didn't hear Zhou Baowei singing the North Sea clam song just now, did you? Linley asked, his voice ringing out. After a brief pause, Chun Yueying shook her head vigorously and quickly walked away. Now you can rest easy. The class monitor said she didn't hear it. Linley chuckled at Zhou Baowei. Rest easy? She didn't just let it go. She was horrified. You two were intentional, weren't you? Linley, I will kill you. Bai Bufan, do not obstruct me. Zhou Baowei's face contorted with rage. Bai Bufan nodded, encouraging Zhou Baowei to proceed boldly. Then no one will help you retrieve the package, Linley scoffed. Is the package really that important at this moment? Zhou Baowei's anger flared. Linley, I will kill you this afternoon. Suddenly, I remembered I had something to attend to at noon. So I probably won't leave the school gate. Linley, I will kill you tonight. I won't take it anymore. Brother, I was wrong. I won't kill you. Chapter 43. Spirited and resilient. A person experiences 3 deaths in their lifetime. I have bypassed biological death and fast-forwarded to sociological death. Linley, if I were to leap down now, and you saw my corpse unblinking, what would cross your mind? Zhou Baowei pressed against the window, gazing down at the ground, which increasingly resembled a cozy bed, inviting one to lie down immediately. I would wonder if I should go see the latest movie, 947 Bureau this afternoon. Aren't we supposed to attend class this afternoon? Zhou Baowei inquired, puzzled. If you jump down, you want to attend class, Bai Bufan interjected, questioning how Zhou Baowei could pose such a foolish inquiry. He then turned to Linley. Let's go to the cinema together, but I want to watch Undersea Fortress. Are we really going undersea? If so, I must see it. You guys. Zhou Baowei was rendered speechless by the heartfelt sentiments of his friends. They were indeed good brothers. Even before he had jumped, they were already preparing for his aftermath. If that aftermath were his own, Zhou Baowei would have been even more touched. He returned to his seat, disheartened. The thought that his image in the class monitor's eyes had been utterly tarnished, and the likelihood that the gossip would spread to all the girls in the dormitory, left him despondent. He wished the girls' dormitory discussions would meander like the boys', eventually touching upon global affairs rather than fixating upon him. My reputation is ruined. Do not worry. Perhaps the class monitor has completely forgotten about you. Viewing you merely as a trivial joke, Bai Bufan reassured him. It seems that having a ruined reputation is even worse. I will no longer indulge in abstract humor. No one understands my wit, yet someone truly sees me as a fool, Zhou Baowei lamented, resolved. What about Genshin Impact? Upon hearing this, Linley leaned back, his gaze passing over Bai Bufan with concern. Activate. Zhou Baowei instinctively straightened his posture, summoning all his might to intone the words. Linley sighed with relief. Wonderful. I almost had this kid on the right track. After all, a life devoid of abstraction seems to be a success. It appears Zhou Baowei was merely jesting. Abstraction is not something easily forsaken. Those addicted crave it at every moment. Linley's gaze shifted to the progress bar of Task 5, which was indeed inching forward, albeit marginally, as he had exchanged a few words with the class monitor. Linley, how's the situation? Bai Bufan inquired when only the two of them remained. What do you mean? The plan to disrupt the gentle haven of single men in Shilling Town. Ah, that? Progress is at 0. How could you be so useless? I thought you had connections. I have some leads on my side. Bai Bufan expressed his disdain. You? If you had connections. I would start writing my name backward from today, Linley scoffed. Can you really write it backward? That won't do. Let's keep things clear. Linley shook his head. There is a possibility. Last night, I attempted to browse local short videos and messaged accounts that seemed off in style, and many replied. Could they not be our targets? Bai Bufan said while sipping his soup. Linley raised an eyebrow, contemplating Bai Bufan's insight, which he had not considered. However, he quickly recognized the dilemma. The task description required dismantling the stronghold of the Hualien demons. Even if these social media influencers were indeed in that line of work, they might just be independent operators, not affiliated with a sect, but rather rogue practitioners of the Hualien arts. That might not fulfill the task. Yet, perhaps among these influencers lurks a madam, allowing them to trace the roots back to their stronghold? With this thought, Linley nodded. Perhaps. But I need to assess the specifics. Great, but I didn't bring my phone. Can you come to our dorm at noon? I can hardly wait to engage in some undercover fishing, Bai Bufan replied. Linley nodded, recalling his childhood potential as a fisherman. If he succeeded, he would reward him with a pair of Air Force Ones, of course, the replicas. All right, Linley acquiesced, although he had a tutoring session scheduled with Chin Wing at noon. It coincided with the official lunch break. He could return to class to find the class monitor once the lunch bell rang. The bell for the 5th period rang. Outside the window, figures rushed past, sprinting as if fearing they would miss their meal. Indeed, while they wouldn't go hungry, the queue might take around 10 minutes. Guided by a certain individual, the English teacher, who had spent 20 minutes sharing her college stories, had much content left to cover. However, faced with the eager gazes of students yearning for the outside and the subtle hints directed back at her, the young and tender-hearted teacher, Kiki, reluctantly set down her textbook and waved her hand. Class dismissed. The scene resembled a scattering of monkeys upon the fall of a tree. Goodbye, Teacher Kiki. As a privileged outsider, Linley leisurely made his way to the front gate, greeting Kiki along the way. Linley, I'm glad to see you took the teacher's words to heart today. You were quite earnest, Kiki remarked upon noticing him. Linley had indeed displayed an unusual vigor today. Teacher, it is my duty. Due to the chapter on spiritual energy studied today, Linley felt exceptionally spirited and wide awake. Unfortunately, he could only maintain this state for 2 more days. No, just one. By the day after tomorrow, he would have only 1 spirit stone left, leaving him half an hour to practice the regular 8 sections of body training. I haven't finished speaking, Kiki laughed. Please continue your praise. Seeing Kiki smile, Linley too grinned, feeling as if he were basking in spring sunshine. But can you channel this earnestness into your English lessons instead of the teacher's anecdotes? It turned out Kiki was humorously exasperated. This is absurd, child. Are you ever this spirited when discussing course content? I am. But previously, he would be listless, indulging in laughter with by Buffon during class. Today, he was lively while sharing laughter with by Buffon. Thus, his laughter was louder. This was acceptable. At least after being scolded, he would genuinely pay attention. However, when the discussion drifted into his personal experiences or stories, he transformed into the ultimate comedic foil, ensuring his words never fell flat, and his emotional value soared, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Each time he neared the conclusion of his tale, this kid would keenly pose a question, one he too wished to share with everyone, extending the extracurricular component. Unintentionally, he would end up speaking more than intended. Half a class period, fully half a class period. Typically, he would only recount 5 minutes of his past. If this kid could channel his conversational skills into the normal teaching segments, it would be an immensely fulfilling teaching experience. Upon hearing this, Linley blinked innocently. Are you this earnest in your other classes as well? Aren't they saying your serious answers pertain only to teaching matters? Kiki couldn't help but ask. Indeed. I will inquire with the other teachers after returning to the office. That's not the case, Kiki replied. It dawned on her that what she longed for was the routine of other teachers. Why? Your friend Kiki, Cursed Spirit Limited, is now online. Chapter 44, by Buffon and the poet of Wonkwon, embodying the spirit of the Japanese Gyuchan and making grand promises like a mature man. Linley struggled to escape from the haunted classroom of Class 4 in the first year of high school. Today, he planned to indulge in Lanzhou beef noodles for lunch. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar atmosphere. Children busy with their homework, a man making noodles wearing a distinctive hat, and a woman in a headscarf serving as a waitress, all conversing in a dialect that was incomprehensible to him, while the rich aroma of beef and lamb permeated the air. Having visited numerous Lanzhou beef noodle shops in his lifetime, he could understand the similar decor. Yet he pondered whether the uniformity of the staff was a necessary condition for franchise establishments. However, upon tasting the noodles, he realized this shop lacked authenticity, as the meat was disappointingly translucent. After finishing his meal, Linley went to the stationery store to collect a parcel for Zhou Baiwei. Judging by its size, it was clearly not the Chunfeng elf. It was understandable, despite the chatter among friends, how many high school students actually engaged in such activities in their dorms. Their schedules were largely synchronized, making it unlikely that anyone was truly studying finance in their rooms. In finance, there exists the term hedging. If one were to compete, purchasing the NetEase version of Chunfeng Elf for online competitions would be more appropriate. Moreover, not everyone carried their phones like by Buffon. Relying solely on imagination was impractical. Charging headlong would only lead to exhaustion. Yet, Linley found humor in Bai Wei's earlier despair. He merely spoke out of bravado. While Chun Yuang should take it seriously, hadn't she just set herself up for a fall? With the parcel in hand, Linley made his way to the dormitory of Class 4 in the first year, reminiscing as he located the rooms of Zhou Baiwei and Bai Buffon. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Bai Buffon, who had eaten rather quickly, responded from within. The host, the writer, the folk singer, the bartender, the oil painter, the leather worker, the silversmith, the hand drum artist, the seasoned backpacker, the investment consultant, the French knight, the abstract genius. Lindley, he declared. Our dormitory cannot accommodate so many people. Please find another room, By Buffon replied. Okay, Lindley responded playfully. Good boy, as he patted his head. Upon exchanging the password, the door opened immediately. The classic setup was a 6-person dormitory with 3 sets of bunk beds and 2 long tables, yet the environment was surprisingly pleasant. Unlike some dilapidated schools that resembled a rose amidst the ruins of Damascus, only 3 people occupied the room, with 3 more either yet to return or wandering elsewhere. By the way, here are your computer parts. Having visited this dormitory before, Lindley tossed the parcel to Byway, who was seated, and then unceremoniously flopped onto his bed, claiming it without hesitation and rubbing against the blanket. Joe Byway had long since resigned to the fact that the lower bunk was a communal space. Upon receiving the parcel, he merely sighed in resignation. Lindley, be careful, By Buffon cautioned as he reached up to search for his phone beneath the bedding, adding, there are precious heirlooms on Byway's bed, passed down through generations. If you damage them, you might find yourself unable to compensate. Really? Lindley exclaimed, sitting up. Joe Byway turned his head, surprised. How come I didn't know? It's true. There are ancient papers from the state of Lu on Byway's bed, inscribed with the character gene, a testament to the cultural exchanges of ancient states. Have you seen National Treasure? Remember those fingerprints from over 2,000 years ago? I find Byway's artifact quite romantic. Who knows, he might get a chance to appear on that show, By Buffon expounded with conviction. Lindley glanced at the pillow and indeed found a tissue. He needn't have asked why it was considered an heirloom. Such items could easily be traced back to their origins. However, he was skeptical about the romantic notion. Yet, he had to admit that if it were to be featured on the program, it would surely generate some buzz. That's what I used to blow my nose. Stop spreading rumors, Joe Byway retorted in indignation. After By Buffon located his phone, he sat on Joe Byway's bed. Lindley seized the opportunity to snatch the phone and opened his short video platform. Let's check the content, he declared, clicking on the browser. You truly are a rascal. Fortunately, I was prepared, By Buffon scoffed. How infuriating. It's incognito browsing. Yet Lindley had other methods at his disposal. He accessed the bookmarks in the browser, intending to explore what By Buffon had saved. All right, that's enough. To continue would be impolite. However, Lindley's hand was firmly pressed down as By Buffon stated seriously. Lindley laughed heartily, preparing to return to the main interface. By Buffon, why is the key for screenshots on your phone? He asked, and after taking a screenshot, he was momentarily stunned before pressing the volume up and power buttons to return to the main screen. Because I flashed my device. I don't want my phone to be easily usable by the enemy should I fall in battle, By Buffon proclaimed with a hint of pride. By Chenglong, have you considered that your phone might be picked up by a teammate on the battlefield? What does that mean? Lindley inquired earnestly. By Buffon was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply before nodding emphatically. That would be his misfortune. Lindley gave a thumbs up. Opening Douyin, Lindley scrolled through 5 videos, 3 featuring female deities, 1 gaming video, and another comic introduction requiring heroes to make an appearance in the comments. Your life is utterly over, Lindley reiterated his approval. I actually don't watch these regularly. By Buffon replied sincerely. And could you please look at me when you talk instead of at the deities? It's a bit rude. If you really like them, I'll send you their Douyin handles later. I can only scoff at that, but do send them to me. I need to collect evidence with a critical eye. When I've gathered enough, it will be the moment the female deity's golden forms collapse. Lindley shook his head, though his eyes remained fixed. Once I forward them to you, take your time to peruse. We must focus on the task at hand. Our time is limited, By Buffon instructed. Lindley opened the messages. Buffon, I have a question for you. What is it? Why does this user named Good Grandson have the same avatar as mine? When I opened it, I found that their Douyin account seems identical to mine, Lindley inquired with a smile. This proves you have good taste. The avatar you chose is widely recognized. It can't possibly be my note for you, can it? What a joke, By Buffon replied with a smile that quickly turned to one of horror. Wait a moment. Lindley sat atop By Buffon's bed, opening each chat record. By Buffon, wanna meet? Love to eat green grapes. Add 300. By Buffon, can we meet after adding? Love to eat green grapes. Let's talk after you add. By Buffon, the stock market has been poor lately. I'm a student. Can you lower the price? How about $3? Love to eat green grapes. Haha. Why not just say you're a novice? Wouldn't it be better if I gave it to you for free? By Buffon, thank you for your understanding. I am indeed a novice. By Buffon, haven't received it? I am a novice. I am a novice. By Buffon, are you there? Why read but not reply? Give it to me. Due to the other party's privacy settings, your message could not be delivered. By Buffon, how much per session? Shilling. We offer green outings for companionship, 12 hours for 300, with all expenses covered by you, the boss. By Buffon green? Is that why it's so expensive? Shilling. Of course it's green. If you only need 6 hours of daytime companionship, the price is only 800. By Buffon, there are no places to play outside at night. So I can only game, and that costs 2,200? Who would choose such companionship? I might as well call a sweet girl online to play games with me for just a few bucks an hour. Shilling. You fool who doesn't understand human language. By Buffon. Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received. By Buffon. Why are you blocking me? This fee is indeed unreasonable. Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received. Chapter 45. A heartbroken individual added to this school by Buffon. Sister, can we meet? How much? Waiting for my pure love. I'm sorry, you must have mistaken me. No matter the price, I won't agree. I'm merely sharing out of a desire to express myself. Currently, I have no boyfriend, and I simply posted on Douyin for fun. I refuse to commodify my body. I cannot accept such a notion. By Buffon, ah? Sister, are you truly a saint? Waiting for my pure love? Haha, I suppose so. However, once I have a boyfriend, I certainly won't share anymore. In reality, I am quite traditional and conservative. I would likely only be a saint for him. By Buffon. Sister, you are truly kind. I envy your future boyfriend. Waiting for my pure love. Sigh, I must admit, I am quite bored lately. I have encountered some challenges, and there is no one to talk to. It's quite pleasant to chat with you, but the process here is a bit cumbersome. Would you like to add me? By Buffon. No, sister. I wish you the best in finding a truly good boyfriend. By Buffon. Keep it up. Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received. By Buffon. Are you there? Meeting? 178, 18, one night, 6 times. Thoughts of longing. 2685 by Buffon. I added 111. By Buffon. But why is your WeChat selling tea? Is this really you? By Buffon. Damn, I suddenly noticed that you look different in every post. Thief of images for traffic. I am by Ma1. I curse your horse. By Buffon retracted a message. By Buffon. Post, sister, or brother. Could the original poster promote me a bit? I genuinely like it. I beg you. Thoughts of longing. Douyin ID 6 by Buffon. Thank you. You're quite nice. But one thing is one thing. I still have to continue to scold you. By Buffon. Thief of images for traffic. I curse your horse. Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received. By Buffon. Hello, blogger. I have a dear brother named Linley, who is gravely ill. The doctor has issued a critical condition notice, and he can no longer type. However, he has one last wish, to see your legs. Thus, I must impose upon you, hoping you can fulfill my brother's wish. Bobo Xiaobo, haha. Bobo Xiaobo, given that you've typed so much, I'll grant you this once. Bobo Xiaobo. Image by Buffon. It's not for me. It's for my brother Linley. Thank you, sister. He can now rest in peace. Bobo Xiaobo. Alright. Then may I ask what illness your brother has? By Buffon. Late-stage hemorrhoid cancer. The condition has spread throughout his body. Would you like to see the pictures? Bobo Xiaobo. No, thank you. By Buffon. Sister. He has already seen your legs. He asked if there are more? Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received. Linley sat atop by Buffon's lifeless body, nearly laughing himself into a fit. As he chuckled, driven by curiosity about what was so amusing, Zhou Baowei and the other roommate, Chen Tianming, approached Lin Li's sides and took seats beside by Buffon's remaining space, perusing the chat history. Consequently, the number of those laughing turned from 1 to 3. By Buffon presented 2 stark extremes before the boys and girls. Look, this is the consequence of engaging in abstraction. It has led to pure idiocy, a lesson to be heeded. Essentially, every private conversation ended with deletion and blocking, which is, in its own way, a talent. No wonder by Buffon claimed he had made progress this morning, albeit marginal. Now it seems that this claim was somewhat exaggerated. Typically, by Buffon would engage in flirtatious banter with the boys, yet in such a context, his intelligence and emotional quotient dropped to 0. Lin Li contemplated opening by Buffon's head to discover its structure, which could produce such messages. Simple-minded individuals are easily lured, yet those who are foolish are not merely simple. They remain oblivious to the bait dangled before them. Chen Tianming shook his head, reflecting on by Buffon's extraordinary nature. While pure love sister, are you ready to add WeChat and prepare for a flood of gold coins? But by Buffon, on the other hand, sister, I want to add you if you keep it up. Haha. By Buffon, from now on, let us call each other by our respective titles. You may continue to refer to me as father, and I shall call you brother. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. Bai Buffon was oblivious to what was amusing, feeling only the unbearable weight of existence. Can you three get off me for a moment? Ignored, he received no response. Haha. However, upon realizing he had inexplicably contracted hemorrhoid cancer, with the condition having spread throughout his body, Linley ceased his laughter. Such a vile and disgusting ailment. It is no wonder one would block him out of disgust. What infuriated Linley most was that Bai Buffon had used his name to solicit leg photos, and after acquiring them, had not even shared them with him. What a profoundly selfish individual. Had he shared, perhaps Linley could have forgiven him. Zhou Baowei and Chen Tianming, however, continued to find it hilarious. Chen Tianming laughed so hard he began to tear up, reaching for tissues on the bed to wipe his eyes. Yet, the tissues were already clumped together. Wait a moment. Upon realizing this, Chen Tianming also stopped laughing and went to wash his face in the restroom. Linley discovered a law in this, the law of laughter conservation. Laughter does not vanish. It merely transfers from one person's face to another's. Haha. With Chen Tianming's departure, Bai Buffon, finally able to breathe, grimaced. Damn, I feel a bit more alive now. Seriously, guys, do you really think of me as a cushion? Get off me. The remaining chat records had mostly been reviewed, with some not warranting any replies. Zhou Baowei left to continue researching his package, while Bai Buffon eagerly looked at Linley. So, having seen all this, does it assist you? Can we follow the clues and expedite our actions? It is helpful. You have lifted my spirits, and my efficiency in subsequent tasks should improve. Linley nodded earnestly. Is this assistance? Bai Buffon felt disheartened. After being blocked repeatedly until 1 in the morning, he received only this mockery in return. True sincerity does not yield reciprocation. I added a few WeChats, not related to selling tea. Would you like to see them? Bai Buffon said sadly. Please send me all of them, including the bloggers and the WeChat accounts you added. Exclude the tea seller. I will inquire with my account later to see if I can gather more information. Linley nodded. Chapter 46. A disturbing thought. Linley had never appeared alongside aliens after instructing Bai Buffon to remain in the dormitory and send him any useful information. Linley promptly headed to the classroom. Once the lunch break bell rang, if he were to walk even a step between the dormitory building and the classroom, his name would appear twice on the bulletin board. Class 4, Grade 1. The vengeful spirit Cuckoo was no longer present, but noticeably more students remained in the classroom during lunch today than yesterday. Wang Zhe, can you explain why you are here at this moment? Linley stroked his chin, sizing up the right guardian Wang Zhe, visible even before entering the door. Can you comprehend this? The moment I pushed open this door, I expected to behold a luminous pearl, yet instead, I was met with a mound of excrement. Wang Zhe retorted, your words are quite aggressive and deeply insulting. Is it forbidden for me to learn as well? Must only you, a high official, be allowed to set fires while I, a mere commoner, cannot even light a lamp? His eyes widened as he spoke. Let me see what you are studying. Xianxia is now the sole companion of Chu Mu, so you are learning about charm. I see. How delightful. I could gaze at this all day. Wang Zhe scratched his head and chuckled. Unfan recommended this book to me, claiming it is exceptionally captivating. Linley nodded, returning Wang Zhe's smile. Enjoy your laughter while you can. When you witness Xianxia's countless reincarnations, all for the sake of hearing Chu Mu call him Xianxia once more, I hope you can still find joy. Now, go seek your luminous pearl. My sacrifice of a midday nap today was truly for you. I feared Wang Yuji might disrupt your blissful afternoon, so I came to safeguard you. Wang Zhe tucked away his novel and made a playful face at Linley. It dawned on Linley that the increased attendance in class today might be to see him. Let us hope for civilized spectators. Only those who frequently observe monkeys would grasp the profound intricacies involved. As Linley entered, Chen Yueying's gaze fell upon him, and he naturally approached her, inquiring, class monitor. Will you sit in by Buffon's seat, as you did yesterday? I'd like to ask you a question without disturbing others. Of course, Chen Yueying nodded. What do you mean by as yesterday? Did I miss something? Ding Sahan, who seldom attended, was also present in her seat, looking astonished as she stared at Chen Yueying. At that moment, Ding Sahan resembled a curious creature, eager for gossip. Quite endearing, imagining a steel fork piercing her head would surely be amusing. Yesterday, I had a lengthy discussion about you with Linley, Ding Sahan said, unable to recall the specifics of their conversation. What did we talk about? Linley and Ding Sahan exchanged perplexed glances. Aren't you the one involved? Why are you asking others about it? This is suspicious. I want to hear more. Linley chuckled, stroking his chin, and ultimately chose to deflect. We discussed breakfast outside of school. I provided a ranking for Lin Qimi. Class monitor, let us go. It won't be appropriate to move around once the bell rings. Sure. Chen Yueying tidied her homework and rose from her seat. May I join your study group? Ding Sahan earnestly inquired. Just a moment. Linley began rummaging through his pockets. What are you looking for? Ding Sahan asked, puzzled, as she helped scan the floor. My excuse for declining your request has suddenly vanished. Please help me find it. Lin Li nodded, feigning seriousness. Ding Sahan froze, unsure whether to label Lin Li as tactful or blunt. He had certainly given himself a pretext, but it was difficult to discern. I cannot find that, Ding Sahan said, expressionless, hands on her hips. Then I shall continue searching on my own. Chen Weiying chuckled softly before addressing Ding Sahan. What are you saying? If you have questions, you can always ask me directly. Precisely, Ding Sahan. I only have this brief lunchtime, and you wish to interfere? I suspect you are targeting me. Decided, when I marry, you and Wang Yuji shall share a table. By the way, Yuji is looking to teach, and you are eager to learn. You could form another study group, and it would be mutually beneficial. Lin Li clapped his hands, presenting a perfect proposal. I refuse. Ding Sahan vigorously shook her head. Meanwhile, Wang Yuji, who appeared to be working on his homework, halted as the lead of his mechanical pencil snapped and soared into the air. He had indeed mentioned this matter to Xuejian. However, as Lin Li had anticipated, Xuejian showed no inclination to intervene, only thinking that Lin Li was becoming increasingly sensible. He would prefer it if Lin Li could inexplicably injure his brain and lose a day's worth of memory. I will keep a watchful eye on you, Lin Li. You can never replace my position as best friend, Ding Sahan declared, transforming into a vengeful spirit. Yet, unlike the crimson-robed specters, Ding Sahan's powers were easily subdued by Lin Li's peach-with sword. Lin Li and Chen Weiying returned to their seats. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me now, Chen Weiying prompted. All right, let us start with the geography homework. Lin Li retrieved the assignment left from the previous geography class, most of which he had completed. The two began a normal study session. Lin Li frowned slightly, dissatisfied. While progress was indeed being made and the pace was quicker than mere conversation, it was still rather limited, and the overall increase remained painfully slow. They likely had not even reached 1% of completion. At this rate, how long would it take to finish? From the perspective of task rewards, this did not seem like a task that required extensive time to accomplish. The recent topics in geography revolved around climate. Theoretically, understanding these concepts would provide insight into this world. Lin Li glanced once more at the task panel. Was the focus meant to be on the overall framework of this world rather than its minutiae? Or was it necessary to utilize Chen Weiying's voice to reveal that this was not merely the current world but information pertaining to the so-called all-female world? Speculation was futile. Testing was essential. Class monitor, I find some of your explanations difficult to grasp. Could we start from the basics? Lin Li inquired. Certainly. If there's anything you don't understand, just say it. Chen Weiying nodded and promptly opened Lin Li's geography textbook. Goodness, the earlier material resembles something entirely new. Yet the recent lessons are filled with notes. Why do all the figures in the illustrations have mustaches and their eyes painted pitch black? I almost couldn't recognize them. The knowledge in the textbook might be overly complex. The questions I have may need to be even more foundational, Lin Li remarked, carefully laying the groundwork. Is this also complicated? Yes. Please, feel free to ask about anything outside the textbook. While you claim to be seeking the basics, I'm not entirely sure. Chen Weiying's eyes now reflected clarity and confusion. As a top student, she felt a lack of confidence regarding her knowledge reserves. After all, not everything simple is easy to explain. Even the number 11 in gold box conjecture continues to baffle mathematicians. Most importantly, the person before her was Lin Li, and Chen Weiying couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. First of all, I am not unwell. Upon hearing this opening line, Chen Weiying's heart skipped a beat. Is this a joke? As expected, Lin Li took a deep breath. What is the name of the planet we currently inhabit? Chen Weiying, are you seriously asking such a basic geographical question? Chapter 47. Lin Li, shy, introverted, and timid, let out a howl. How should one respond? This question might indeed belong within the realm of geography, yet it felt excessively fundamental. Furthermore, humans should not be able to pose such a question, right? Lin Li, have you been replaced by aliens without our knowledge? Are you even human? The thought was chilling. Lin Li had never appeared alongside aliens. Could it be that Men in Black 5 was occurring in reality? Lin Li, I am heading to the infirmary immediately. You must hold on. A concerned Chen Weiying sprang to her feet. This illness could not be delayed. Not at all. Lin Li quickly pinched the short sleeve of Chen Weiying's shirt with his thumb and index finger, pulling her back to her seat. The force of his pull was somewhat uneven, causing Chen Weiying to exclaim as she sat down, nearly tumbling towards Lin Li, which led him to cast a somewhat resentful glance in her direction. A few onlookers in the classroom turned their attention to the commotion. Wang Yuezhi twisted his expression darkly. Ding Sahan peered sneakily, and Wang Zhe exclaimed, Wait, why are you secretly watching Wang Yuezhi? Don't tug at my clothes like that. Chen Weiying adjusted the slightly misaligned collar of her uniform, realizing that to pull the fabric over her shoulder, she would need to leave a button undone and exert considerable effort. Pulling your pants would be even more inappropriate, wouldn't it? Of course, Lindley refrained from voicing this thought. That would be crossing a line. Did the class monitor expect him to hold her hand, and after several moments of mutual realization, release each other abruptly, their faces turning crimson as they averted their gazes, hearts racing, ultimately falling in love? Thus, Lindley opted for a more sensible approach. Xianxia, your primary task right now is to stop watching anime. Regardless of the atmosphere, once this long-winded sentence is uttered, any tension will dissipate, she said helplessly. Lindley smiled and, placing his hands together, earnestly declared, Class monitor, first and foremost, I am not ill. Secondly, I am truly not ill. And lastly, I genuinely seek to ask you this question. What is the name of the planet we inhabit? Xianxia pondered for a moment and shook her head. Just yesterday, you were adamant about not being a creep, yet you eventually admitted it. Therefore, I suspect you might still be unwell. Her reasoning was sound and convincing. System, take a look at what you have caused. A shy and introverted person who wouldn't dare pinch a stranger's bottom has been transformed into this image because of you. Where has my brilliance and stature gone? Unless you are deliberately toying with me, in which case I would be somewhat upset. Xianxia paused and then looked at Lindley earnestly, adding, Lindley, your assessment of me is spot on. A girl who expresses her anger openly is truly wonderful. Those who remain silent when upset, even making their boyfriends guess when they return home, are utterly insufferable. I will never accept a single penny for breakfast from the class monitor again. However, Lindley was quite adept at concocting excuses on the fly, so he quickly stated earnestly, Class monitor, I am not toying with you. I am genuinely asking this question. I am aware of the answer, but I still need to ask for a reason. Do you recall yesterday? I intended to discuss the case I assisted in solving, but began with a scenario that had a high yet low correlation to gender differences. This relates to a memory technique I have been practicing recently. Class monitor, have you ever watched a Hong Kong drama from over a decade ago titled Mind Reading Detective? One of the cases involved a memory palace used for murder, and what I have been practicing is quite similar. Are you also practicing murder? Xianxia asked, bewildered. Class monitor, what image do you have of me? I am practicing a memory palace. Lindley blinked, beginning to question the validity of the class monitor's academic performance. Bing bing, look at the comprehension abilities of your students. Oh, please continue, Xianxia said, feeling slightly embarrassed, as she occasionally struggled to keep up with Lindley during their interactions. If Lindley were to admit he was practicing murder, she might actually consider it plausible. I need to first imprint the foundational knowledge within the palace, and then, upon this foundation, begin to extend and construct my memory palace, gradually increasing the difficulty to form a progressive framework, akin to adding bookmarks to memories. However, in geography, I suspect I have recorded incorrect knowledge, so I am now formatting that section of the palace and need to start filling it anew. Lindley rambled on. Naturally, it was all nonsense. Nevertheless, the effect was satisfactory. Through his extensive references and a smattering of highfalutin terms he had either overheard or fabricated, he seemed to have successfully convinced Xianxia. At that moment, Lindley resembled an all-knowing internet savant. When discussing unfamiliar topics, he appeared immensely knowledgeable. But once the conversation shifted to areas within her expertise, she would realize he was utterly clueless. So, I implore you, class monitor, just regard me as a traveler from another world, entirely oblivious, seeking to understand this realm. Is that acceptable? Lindley, in a sense, was laying his cards on the table. Only the class monitor can enlighten me. I am willing to do anything. He adopted a demeanor akin to a mischievous sprite caught in a bind, nearly sticking out his tongue and rolling his eyes. What a peculiar request. Xianxia scratched her head, but seeing the earnestness in Lindley's eyes, it seemed he was genuinely sincere, leading her to eventually nod in agreement. All right. Thank you, class monitor. I truly wish to feign excitement and express my gratitude by squeezing your hand hundreds of times. Lindley sighed in relief. Knowing it was a jest and confirming that Lindley was indeed peculiar, Xianxia felt no embarrassment. However, after contemplating, she remarked, although I still have some doubts. I can assist you in building this palace through roleplay, but I have a few questions that you must answer for me. You want to ask me questions? Lindley blinked. The class monitor was well-rounded, while he considered himself rather lacking in that regard. The only subject where he might have a fighting chance was physical education, provided it didn't involve gender distinctions. Wait, class monitor, the questions you plan to ask me, they won't be of a perverse nature, will they? Lindley inquired cautiously, suspecting that this was an area in which Xianxia might be interested and from which he could offer insight. As expected, Xianxia nodded slightly. There are indeed some questions I am quite curious about. It was a trivial matter. After their conversation yesterday, Chen Yueying found Lin Li's eccentricities less surprising. And Lin Li no longer regarded Chen Yueying's curiosity about peculiar matters as odd. This odd pairing was growing. No problem, but class monitor. Please don't ask anything too bizarre. I might not be able to answer those. Lin Li shrugged it off with a nod. You are being modest. Chen Yueying shook her head. Lin Li, system, restore my reputation. Shall we begin constructing the palace? All right, let us get started. Class monitor, the planet I have arrived at. Since you agreed, Chen Yueying's expression turned serious as she began. Let me recall the content of Geography 101. Traveler Lin Li. The planet we inhabit is called Earth, with approximately 29 of its surface being land and 71 water. Genius. As he observed the rapidly increasing progress bar, Lin Li reaffirmed to himself that he was indeed a prodigy. Chapter 48. In my youth, I mistook the moon for a white jade plate. The progress bar surged, exceeding the accumulated progress from before by several folds. Lin Li, what's wrong? Chen Yueying couldn't help but notice the stark change in Lin Li's expression. Earth is fantastic. I can't believe this planet is called Earth. This knowledge is vital for me. Teacher Chen, please continue. I am all ears. Lin Li clapped his thighs in excitement, eagerly awaiting Chen Yueying's next words about the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Chen Yueying replied, it's hard to imagine someone discussing the number of continents and oceans. It's truly difficult to resonate with. It is quite normal for Lin Li to express such sentiments. Chen Yueying felt a tinge of confusion, reflecting on how she failed to notice Lin Li's distinctive traits during the previous semester. With a somewhat amused sigh, she continued to engage in their role play. Addressing Lin Li's query, the Earth comprises 7 continents and 4 oceans, namely Asia. Upon receiving this information, Lin Li let out a sigh of relief. It had only taken him a mere 10 minutes. Class monitor, that is sufficient, Lin Li interjected, pausing Chen Yueying's narration, and then complimented her. You should consider becoming a kindergarten teacher. You would surely cultivate a garden of talent. Chen Yueying blinked, feeling the phrase a garden of talent was somewhat fitting yet slightly off when applied to a kindergarten teacher. Don't you need to continue? She asked, already sensing the rhythm of the role play. Although it felt somewhat awkward, she realized that if she simply regarded it as entertaining a fool, it became infinitely more enjoyable, especially since this fool provided positive feedback. Chen Yueying was thoroughly enjoying herself. It is important to note that amusing a fool could invoke a pang of conscience. Yet amusing Lin Li did not. In fact, he would be grateful for her efforts. That will suffice. These concepts are already a solid foundation for my memory palace. I can continue to construct the rest on my own. Lin Li nodded, resuming his playful banter. Very well, Chen Yueying replied, a touch reluctant. Then scrutinized Lin Li with uncertainty. Lin Li, you're not deceiving me, are you? You truly are employing the so-called memory palace technique? Does it genuinely enhance your memory? Class monitor, how could I possibly deceive you? I would stake my word that my memory has doubled compared to before, Lin Li asserted confidently. His abilities enhanced by the system. Is that so? Chen Yueying remained skeptical. She had indeed heard of many novel and effective memory techniques around the world. Yet their lack of widespread acceptance stemmed from either high entry barriers or the difficulty in mastering them. In essence, they were not universally applicable. Theoretically, the memory palace method demands exceptional spatial imagination. Could Lin Li truly excel? Indeed, class monitor. If you doubt my claims, why not test me on the knowledge you just taught? Lin Li confidently patted his chest. All right, what is the name of our planet? The Earth. What species are we? Humankind, broadly categorized as mammals. What do we inhale and exhale? Oxygen and carbon dioxide. Lin Li answered all of Chen Yueying's questions in an instant. She nodded, impressed. Indeed. Lin Li felt a swell of pride. This memory technique is rather remarkable. Just as Chen Yueying was about to continue nodding in agreement, she paused, suddenly realizing something was amiss. But I answered all correctly. Lin Li looked puzzled. You already knew this basic knowledge. You are not truly a fool or an otherworldly traveler. It dawned on Chen Yueying that she had immersed herself too deeply into the role. Lin Li was certainly not a fool. The knowledge she had just imparted could be answered by anyone passing by, let alone Lin Li. If he could not answer these questions, that would indeed be strange. It hardly proved an enhancement in memory. She nearly fell into the trap of her own assumptions. Your argument does hold some merit, Lin Li conceded, contemplating before pointing to the geography textbook. However, my memory has genuinely improved. How about we memorize an entirely unfamiliar passage together? Let us see who can recall more in a minute. Very well, class monitor. Prepare to taste the bitterness of failure, Lin Li declared with confidence. However, as it turned out, he was the one who ended up failing. I couldn't memorize anything, Chen Yueying admitted. Lin Li belatedly realized that even a perfect score of 100 could not surpass a 300. It would take a single blow from a formidable opponent like Tyson to defeat him, while two Lin Lees would require no more than 2 punches. In certain games, even with cheats, one could not triumph over seasoned players. No wonder the class monitor, at such a young age, was secretly exceptional, ranking among the top of her class. It seemed that her brilliance was not merely intellectual, but also innate. Class monitor, you're making me feel a bit inadequate, Linley lamented. Resting his head on the desk, his gaze vacant. I believe you. This memory technique must indeed be quite impressive, Chen Weiying remarked, chuckling at Linley's demeanor. Class monitor, if you wish to praise yourself, feel free to do so directly. There is no need to use me as a means to that end, Linley said, his expression turning both focused and somewhat mournful, before he too broke into a smile. Their shared laughter caught the attention of onlookers. Wang Yuezhi was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, while Ding Sahan revealed an empathetic smile akin to that of an amused spectator. And Wang Zhe continued to fixate on Wang Yuezhi. If this isn't love, then what is love? Chen Yueying inquired. Since you have constructed your palace, shall we return to the textbook and resolve those questions once more? She suggested. Very well, Linley nodded, preparing to open the book, but then recalled, class monitor. Don't you have some peculiar questions you wish to ask me? Why not start with those? All right, Chen Yueying replied, ultimately unable to match Lin Li's unflinching demeanor regarding odd inquiries. Her voice softened slightly as she asked, Linley, what does the term Qingheng mean? I've noticed you all using this word lately, but when I ask those around me, no one seems to know its meaning. Linley blinked. Given the established context of their peculiar conversation, he felt prepared and did not find the question embarrassing or awkward. In fact, he considered it quite reasonable. Yet, how to articulate this term, coined by one of the 4 great silver demons, with elegance? Linley always found a way. He was a genius. Class monitor. Do you know what terms like Bai Yi, Tian Lu, Yu Yi, Diao Shi Go, and Huang Chai refer to? Alcohol? Indeed, these are all refined appellations, akin to Hao Bai Yu Pan, Hang Yi, and Gui Shu serve as elegant names for the moon. Similarly, Qingheng is a refined term. So what is Qingheng a refined term for? Chen Yueying inquired, her curiosity piqued. For us boys, it refers to Tao Zhe, Linley responded. Tao Zhe? Isn't he a singer? Is Qingheng a fan term? And why does it have gender distinctions? Chen Yueying questioned, increasingly perplexed. Not in the sense you think. I mean it literally, Linley clarified, shaking his head. Chen Yueying gazed at Linley, hoping for a deeper explanation. Class monitor, if you take the character's report and pronounce Tao Zhe's name literally, you'll understand, Linley gently elucidated. Tao Ji, Chen Weiying murmured, realization dawning upon her. Chapter 49, by Buffon. I wish him all the best. Hey, don't call me peculiar. I've endeavored to describe it in an elegant manner. Without a single vulgar word throughout, Linley anticipated Chen Yueying's reaction. As he observed her expression evolving into understanding, he raised his finger to emphasize his point. With a slight blush, Chen Yueying bit her lower lip, leaving a glistening sheen, hesitating to voice her thoughts, ultimately exclaiming, I think you should apologize to Tao Zhe. Tao Zhe says he has no objections, Linley shrugged. Then, under Chen Yueying's gaze, he surrendered, raising his hands in a gesture of acquiescence, declaring his apology. Very well. I apologize, Teacher Tao Zhe. I actually quite admire your work, especially that song Xiao Cheng Da AI. That S. Wang Liham song, and it's to Cheng Xiao AI. Now you owe apologies to both of them. Chen Yueying gently pressed her forehead with her hand. Realizing that Lin Li's actions were intentional, his voice tinged with amusement. Thus, she comprehended the true meaning of the light hum. Naturally, one cannot liken her to David Tao. If I were to describe it, I would rather refrain. Thank you. For I have already grasped the essence and need no further elaboration. Chen Yueying hastily interrupted Lin Li's spellcasting, as she had yet to master his fluidity and finesse. Just as she was about to perform another act reminiscent of Kong's disappearance, Lin Li reluctantly ceased his actions, still craving to continue. He then proceeded to explain the origins of the light hum, yet earnestly warned her against engaging in online forums, as they only lead to misfortune unless one seeks to establish a low-cost internet CAF, that is. Do you have any other peculiar inquiries for me? Linley remarked, feeling a strange sense of absurdity in his words. Why did he feel like Chen Yueying's eccentric mentor? This burden felt unjust. Indeed. Do you really purchase that cup and use it in the dormitory? Chen Yueying expressed her curiosity regarding the morning's conversation. Purely a jest. By the way, monitor, please clarify that what my friend bought is not what you might think. We were merely joking. Who would use such an item in the dormitory? Linley shrugged. I saw it at noon. It was Bai Long. Upon inquiry, I discovered that Bai Buffon had developed hemorrhoids. Bai Buffon, proclaiming to beautiful female bodhisattvas that he has hemorrhoid cancer? Haha. Lin Li sought revenge. 3 days was too long. So, do you buy it every day when you return home? Unfortunately, Qin Yueying showed little interest in Bai Bufan, yet she recognized his perceptive abilities. No, I haven't bought it. If I were to, it would be when I have my own place. Monitor, have you considered how embarrassing it would be if my family discovered such things? Indeed. Qin Yueying nodded, her expression revealing a hint of regret for not delving deeper into the information, but she refrained from probing further, shaking her head. I have no other questions, thank you for your answers. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. In the future, you shall teach me studying, and I shall instruct you on eccentricities. We both have a bright future ahead, Lin Li humbly gestured. Shall we continue discussing the topics you find challenging? The advanced ones from the textbook? Qin Yueying preferred not to dwell on the brightness of the future, redirecting the conversation to more serious matters. Very well. For the remainder of the time, as no new tasks had arisen, Lin Li and Qin Yueying engaged in a normal exchange of academic queries. Lin Li remained quite earnest. For not taking this seriously would be rather disrespectful, and it indeed aided his academic performance. Observing the two falling into a productive rhythm, Wang Yuezhi sighed with relief akin to a character in a comic who had finally completed a task, though tears still streamed down his face. Ding Sehan appeared regretful, wishing to witness more novel occurrences, while Wang Zhe remained loyally fixated on Wang Yuezhi, giving him a thumbs up, signaling, I've got your back, no surprises here. As the lunchtime break concluded, a 10-minute warning for class was issued, and the bell rang throughout the dormitory. Damn, that saying holds true. When one is pressed, they can achieve anything except for math problems. Lin Li lamented as he calculated that each room could accommodate 3 times the square root of 2 individuals. Tugging at his hair in anguish, why can't one take the square root? Beside him, Qin Yueying, who had no issues and was occupied with her homework, stretched lazily, her altered attire fitting more snugly than the standard school uniform, accentuating her graceful curves. Actually, the problem I just taught you is quite similar. It's merely a slight variant. Try it yourself. I won't teach you again. Observing Lin Li's furrowed brow and pained expression, Qin Yueying chuckled. The joy derived from seeing those adept in mathematics struggle with it was incomprehensible to outsiders. I'll work harder during evening study sessions. Yes, if you encounter any issues. Feel free to ask me again tomorrow at noon. I'm usually in the classroom then. Qin Yueying began to gather her belongings, preparing to return to her seat. Although her actions today were primarily dictated by the system, Lin Li, considering the potential for unforeseen tasks in the future, did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Having a quiet, intelligent, and lovely female classmate brought a joy that others could scarcely imagine. I wish to change my deskmate. As for Bai Bufan, Lin Li wished him well. How strange, Lin Li suddenly recalled that he was not particularly close to him. For a brother, one might go to great lengths. For a woman, one might betray a brother. Bufan would understand. It is often said that women are like clothing, while brothers are like family. Yet society tends to accommodate the disabled, while chastising those who walk without clothing as eccentric, is it not? The priorities are glaringly clear. All right, then I shall bring you breakfast tomorrow. Following today's pattern, Lin Li believed in reciprocity, acknowledging that he had indeed squandered nearly half of Qin Yueying's noontime, and would need her assistance again in the future. Qin Yueying intended to refuse, but Lin Li's assertiveness, coupled with his threats not to buy more for himself, left her with no choice but to acquiesce. Money will not be accepted, with rewards from the anti-vice initiative. He would not be troubled by such a small amount in the short term. Lin Li then rose to head to the restroom. The moment of reward had arrived. You have received the reward, Physical Improvement, Mecha Synchronization Index 10, Random Limb, and Organ Enhancement Opportunity 1, System Currency 50. Please choose whether to include the enhanced organ in the Random Limb and Organ Enhancement Opportunity pool. A peculiar smile crept across Lin Li's face. How could I possibly include it in the random pool? Strengthening that area serves no purpose. This is clearly the system's twisted humor. Oh dear. I truly am careless. I accidentally clicked yes. Oh no, this is disastrous. System, can you grant me a chance to redo this? Please confirm your choice again. Include. Lin Li, wait. Are you serious? You actually give me a chance? Shouldn't this be a final purchase? What, then, should he make of his earlier inner turmoil? This left him in an awkward position. Lin Li began to doubt the system's intelligence, suspecting it was intentionally withholding information. How should he proceed now? Lin Li whistled nervously, feeling somewhat guilty. Soon, he could no longer contain his laughter. Why deceive himself? Time to lay it all on the table. You have confirmed again. The enhanced organ has been added to the Random Limb and Organ Enhancement Opportunity pool. Chapter 50. This green field has never lacked genius. Be brave. Fearless of difficulties. Come forth, system. You have utilized the Random Limb and Organ Enhancement Opportunity. Your right hand's strength has been increased to 200. And you have acquired the ability Charge. Charge. After completely incapacitating your right hand for 1 hour, you may accumulate 1 usage opportunity. After usage, for 1 hour, the strength, ability, and effective techniques executed with your right hand will be doubled. Both the incapacitation and skill usage cannot be interrupted. The maximum storage limit for the charge ability is 3. Linley gazed at his right hand, slender like his physique, showing no visible changes at this moment. Yet it felt stronger? Perhaps. Is this the legendary Kirin arm? Could he use it to achieve double the joy in his future endeavors? No, wait. This seems to be more than just brute strength. How he wished he had acquired this ability before high school. He could have chosen shot put for the physical exam. And with charge, he could exert 4 times the current strength, easily scoring full marks. Kirin arm is fantastic, and the probability of awakening this ability is truly wonderful. Linley gritted his teeth, marveling at his fortune. The prize pool lacked the coveted xianxia, rendering any potential reinforcement impossible. Linley had accepted this reality. Yet now that the prize pool contained xianxia, the reinforcement remained elusive. Was the prize pool merely a facade? The system's claim of randomness proved to be genuinely random, though it might benefit from emulating Tencent's reliability. The dream of the great horned bull lay shattered, but it was still preferable to ballet, as this ability had manifested on his system panel. Name: Linley, Blood Raven Killer. Age: 17. Physique: Chi absorption rate increased by 200. Charm resistance increased by 100. Internal yang energy concentration increased by 50. Memory enhancement by 100. Mecha synchronization index 20. Passive ability: Empty-handed against blades. Active ability: Charge system currency, for 150. At last, there were no voids. The strength of his right hand did not appear in the physique section. Linley understood that the attributes listed were permanent and additive rather than multiplicative, whereas the strength of his right hand represented a one-time base enhancement. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this. Assuming his initial right hand strength was 1, an increase of 100 would elevate it to 2. However, if he subsequently received another boost of 100, the former would escalate to 300, equating to 3, while the latter would rise to 200, becoming 4. Conversely, had he enhanced his physical strength through the 8-section body refinement, it would double from 1 to 2, yet the base would not receive any additional elevation. Nonetheless, Linley was content, as he had merely completed a simple task to achieve such gains. He resembled an ancient kettle, continuing to whistle even when the fire burned low. If he spotted half a cup of water in the desert, he would seek out a pessimist nearby to seize their half cup. Upon returning to the classroom, Buffon was already seated in his spot. "Did you enjoy a rosy noon?" Linley inquired. Buffon sighed deeply. "Alas, I was blocked by several bloggers again." "Why does this keep happening?" "Because you are too kind," Linley quipped. "Can I punch you?" he asked directly, eager to test his newfound strength. "Though I don't understand why, the answer is no." Buffon shook his head. "Thank you for your double negative, which affirms my request," Linley replied with a smile, delivering a punch to Buffon's arm. "If I say it's acceptable, do you have to thank me for granting your request and then receive another punch?" "You guessed right. Consider yourself rewarded with a punch." It was difficult to deceive someone on the same wavelength. Fortunately, Linley always had a reason to throw a punch. "Hey!" Buffon exclaimed, shaking his somewhat pained hand in astonishment. "How did you get so strong? Have you been secretly eating spinach?" Buffon, who was originally stronger than Linley, found the impact of Linley's punch quite painful, unable to push back with any force. As for why Linley had inexplicably struck him, it was unimportant. Such behavior was not uncommon among boys. During the break, while seated in the back row and completing his homework, it was quite possible that a playful slap would land on his back. Restraint is like this. If you haven't practiced it, you wouldn't understand, Linley thought, glancing at his right hand, feeling the clear difference when exerting force. "You seem to have accumulated strength from your unrestrained days," Buffon retorted, gesturing with his middle finger. "Regardless, from this day forward, I shall be a formidable force. All treacherous subjects shall meet their demise." Linley patted his chest with a mischievous laugh, declaring that Buffon must henceforth obey him or face his fists. "True strength will never bully the weak. I, Buffon, shall never acknowledge you," Buffon declared passionately. "Who says I won't? Though I possess power, I will still adhere to principles, refraining from striking children and women," Linley replied, shaking his head. Before Buffon could emphasize his age of 15, Linley added, "Unfortunately, your wife is not a child, nor is your son a woman, so if I were to strike them, you would surely understand." Buffon paused. "And what if I had a daughter?" Linley reflected for a moment and replied, "I apologize, I suddenly remembered. I also don't strike the elderly." "But your daughter is not elderly." He sincerely regretted his lack of precision, almost jeopardizing his own safety. "You are rather polite. I commend your warrior spirit. But I must now sentence you to death," repeatedly, by Buffon praised, raising his thumb. Soon, evening descended. As Linley exited the school gates, he retrieved his phone. That afternoon, while dining outside of school, he had messaged the bloggers he found through by Buffon, engaging in a round of conversation. However, the results were disappointing. It was evident they were professionals in their field, offering delivery services, yet they seemed acutely aware of the dangers of the online world compared to reality. After all, everything leaves a trail. Thus, they were exceedingly cautious. Any slightly reputable gaming service declared from the outset that they provided only legitimate services, staunchly refusing to relent. The evening prices were tantalizing, laced with suggestive undertones. Yet, truthfully, Linley instinctively pondered whether they intentionally marked up the prices. Imagine a hapless customer eagerly awaiting special services, only to be met with dismissals when attempting to touch a leg, being told, "Sir, please maintain decorum." When the customer finally grasped the situation and sought to confront the business, the establishment would retort, "We have clearly stated prices and services. What do you mean?" A customer could hardly report to the authorities that their escort had rescinded the claim of being an escort. They could only file a complaint about unreasonable prices. Such occurrences had precedent. Luo Jincheng, a notorious figure in the country, dealt in 160 pounds of narcotics within a month and, after capture, received only a 10-month sentence. The reason this seemingly outrageous sentence occurred was not due to his connections or influence, but rather the fact that he sold 160 pounds of rock candy. He infiltrated drug-using circles, advertising his large supply of rock candy, and his peers eagerly responded, understanding perfectly, praising his caution. Transactions proceeded smoothly as customers reveled in the sweetness, even inquiring about his family and seeking to meet him to offer gifts. Yet, none dared to report him. Luo Jincheng's brilliance lay in providing a lab report for the rock candy within his packages, accompanied by a bag of cheap tea. The former served as proof of his honesty, while the latter justified his exorbitant prices. After all, the market for tea was highly opaque. As long as Luo Jincheng claimed it was good tea, selling a bag of rock candy for 1,000 was deemed reasonable, due to the time required for investigation. He was detained for 10 months before formal sentencing, and if acquitted, he would deserve substantial compensation. Thus, the authorities forcibly gathered 7 customers who had purchased rock candy, accumulating the amount to a chargeable 7,000, resulting in the 10-month sentence. One must admit, this drug lord was indeed a genius. Having witnessed Luo Jincheng's tactics, Linley speculated whether these gaming services operated on similar principles. Was it not a new form of deception? Furthermore, the pricing of gaming services lacked any reference points, making it impossible to label them as fraud. When Linley inquired if they had a physical store where he could visit for services, they promptly denied and refused, stating they only offered external services. One individual quite decisively blocked me, stating, "Due to the recipient's privacy settings, your message cannot be received." The other party was surprisingly sensitive to my intentions. Linley gazed at the exclamation mark in front of them, feeling a sense of unease. Alas, I have become by Buffon. Chapter 51. Relying on friends while out and about. This method only captures solitary practitioners and is rather inefficient. To trace back and eradicate the stronghold would become exponentially more challenging. Should the lizard detach its tail, mere investigation might take several months, as the priority of such cases is not particularly high. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the system recognizes this approach. Linley pondered for a moment and decided to set this aside for now, adhering to his original plan of cycling to a relatively secluded spot in Shilling Town, hoping the system might provide him with some notifications. Opening the unscrupulous map, he selected a direction he recalled as somewhat remote in Shilling and pedaled forth. At times, Linley truly felt the system was akin to a stone woman. Even as he stood and pedaled, it offered no response, not even a single call. Exhausted from pedaling, he recalled a saying, "Success stems from diligent effort." How eloquent. Thus, he contemplated resting today and tomorrow, addressing matters the day after. As he cycled past an intersection, when his mind finally registered what his peripheral vision had caught, he abruptly pressed the brake button, leaving a faint black mark on the cement surface. Had he just seen an old friend? Linley swiftly turned his bicycle around, returning to the intersection before accelerating again. Navigating a drainage ditch, he halted his bicycle sideways in front of the individual. Upon seeing that somewhat familiar face, Linley felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement. At last, "I have found you." However, unlike Linley's elation, the other person was startled by the sudden appearance of a bicycle blocking his path, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, cursing, "What the hell? Who rides a bicycle like that? Your father is at home tending to loquat trees. Hurry back and check." Lindley raised an eyebrow. This fellow possessed quite the talent for cursing, both a warrior and a scholar. He noted the last line to use later against Bai Buffon. Never mind. He would save it for Wang Yuezhi. After all, given by Buffon's literary prowess, he might not comprehend it. Bro, it's me. Lindley called out earnestly. The other paused, ceasing his tirade, scrutinizing Lindley, who was clad in a school uniform and riding a bicycle, his expression gradually softening. Oh. Lindley smiled in return. The subsequent events would be easier to navigate. Who are you here to see? The tone of the other person instantly shifted, his demeanor changing. Lindley replied, I didn't recognize you were here, big guy. Aren't you still a high school student? I hardly know anyone your age. Don't try to act chummy. Since you know me, what is my name? The other's attitude was far from pleasant. Well, I truly don't know your name, Lindley admitted, feeling somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, he had received rabies vaccinations. Otherwise, he might have needed to flee. Step aside, don't block the road. Despite the words, the other had already taken a step aside, seemingly preparing to pass by. Lindley remained unperturbed, confident that their bond would solidify once the other recognized him. He turned to the man who was about to walk past and, with a quivering voice and tearful eyes, recited, at the shores of Daming Lake, the light-hearted restroom. The bottle of divine oil you left unused, the salute that even the police could not obstruct, have you forgotten our shared memories? The man's steps halted instantaneously. In the ensuing silence, he slowly turned his head, his gaze filled with disbelief as he looked at Lindley. Lindley reciprocated with the same expression. He trembled as he extended his finger. Is it you? It is I. Lindley confirmed emphatically, nodding his head vigorously. The man before him was indeed the one he had encountered in the restroom last Friday, the one who had narrowly escaped capture. Really you? You're a man. The other exclaimed, initially intending to call out Lindley's name, but then realized he had no idea what it was, choking slightly before continuing. Bro. It's me. I'm your bro, and you're my bro too. Su Zitai once remarked that a name is merely a code. A call of bro signifies a lifelong camaraderie. Lindley nodded earnestly, his joy palpable. At that moment, they both referred to each other as bro. Bro. The two fools, as perceived by passers-by, began to chant bro to one another. Apologies, bro. It's not that I don't consider you a bro. It's just that you suddenly put on clothes. And I genuinely couldn't recognize you. After calling out bro several times, the man expressed some regret to Lindley. Lindley took a step back. Bro. It seems we haven't been entirely honest. I've always been dressed. Could it be that the other mistook him for another bro? If this fellow was indiscriminate, Lindley would need to start planning an escape route. My apologies. I meant to say that I generally don't remember faces well. You changed outfits. And I couldn't recognize you. The man patted Lindley's shoulder, offering clarification. Now that made sense. The man then inquired with increased curiosity, little bro. How come you're out already? It's still a long way to 15 days. Lindley shook his school uniform, replying, Big bro, I'm only 17. And since I have some connections at the station, I was released without a day's detention. Oh, no wonder. I was wondering why you were wearing a mask that day. I thought you were some key figure. The man finally understood. Lindley remained speechless. He indeed was a key figure, as without him, the entire operation would not have occurred. 17 is truly wonderful. Being in detention is quite dull. It's better to be out. Knowing you're fine genuinely brings me joy, the man remarked, patting Lindley's shoulder again, his tone full of warmth. This camaraderie was clearly sincere. The friendship between men can sometimes arise from the most peculiar of circumstances. Two complete strangers might find themselves sharing a journey simply because they exchanged a few flashes of their headlights on the highway, propelling them hundreds of kilometers together, each urging the other on, and when one exits the highway, a honk of farewell is shared. What more could be said of Lindley and this young man? They were likely individuals who had traversed the same paths, and this bond transcended mere brotherhood. They could be likened to sworn brothers. As for the paths they had traversed, it was evident they were not of the mundane sort. I'm genuinely pleased to see you, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The man said. However, such encounters are fateful, bro. Let us go grab a late-night snack together. Lindley promptly suggested. That won't do. I truly have things to handle. We shall meet again. There will be other opportunities. The man waved his hand, politely declining, and continued on his way. Lindley was reluctant to let him go without uncovering what he wished to know. Bro, I can treat you. He called back loudly. Time, distance, speed. Thus, reversing the equation of time, speed, and distance. At that moment, the formula unfurled, time rewound. The man retraced his steps, returning to meet Lindley's gaze. On another note, you are indeed right. Encounters are indeed serendipitous. Chapter 52, Facing Danger with a Smile. Lindley. All right. I have gained some insight into the nature of my new acquaintance. My judgment of character is indeed accurate. Naturally, Linley would not display this knowledge on his face. Instead, he remarked, "Brother, you are absolutely correct. So, where shall we indulge in some late-night snacks? You have come to the right person. I know a fantastic place nearby. Follow me." The man patted his chest. They had not walked far when the man led Linley to a barbecue restaurant. It was peculiar that, despite the availability of seats inside, some preferred to sit outside in the summer heat, bare-chested, consuming meat and drinking. It was merely a small town. But in any larger city, such behavior would surely be documented on social media. Linley chose not to sit outside, as the conversation he intended to have with his companion was certainly inappropriate for public ears. Thus, they selected a secluded corner inside the establishment. "Would you like some Moutai?" the man inquired while checking items on the menu. Linley replied, "Oh, come on. I'd rather drink your brain juice. Though I am treating. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to drink Moutai?" This fellow was elusive. Linley could find no information about him on Baidu. But a simple switch to Sogu yielded results. "Brother, I am a student, not a beast. Please be a little restrained when you're slaughtering me. Don't go overboard," Linley said with a look of incredulity. His bonus shouldn't be squandered in such a manner. "Oh, my apologies. I assumed from what you mentioned about having connections that you were from a wealthy family." The man sincerely apologized and promptly crossed off some of the pricier items he had initially chosen. "All right, take a look at this. I have ordered for 2. I figured you wouldn't want the kidneys, so I only ordered 1 serving, which is about 60. See if that is acceptable, or if you wish to add anything else." Linley sighed with relief. This was quite reasonable. Although it felt somewhat ungenerous, it was still fair. Accepting the price, he glanced through the menu and added a few skewers he desired before handing it to the waiter. "Here, have a smoke." Knowing Linley smoked from their previous encounter, the man placed a cigarette in front of him without asking and lit his own. It was rather remarkable that his lighter was attached to his keys. His friends must have a tough time, unable to steal a lighter. "Why aren't you smoking?" he inquired when he saw Linley not picking it up. Finding an excuse was easy. Linley pointed to his school uniform. "I have to wear this to school tomorrow. If the teachers catch a whiff, it wouldn't be good." "I'll pass. You enjoy it." Mine. Upon hearing this, the man took a deep breath, directed the cigarette to his lips, and took a long drag. In the gust of wind, the cigarette quickly diminished until it was entirely consumed. He contentedly exhaled a cloud of thick smoke before discarding the butt in the ashtray. "With your smoking speed, I wouldn't be surprised if you earned 10 gold coins for each cigarette. At this rate, even a single pack wouldn't suffice for a day." "That's the uniform of Nansang Middle School, huh? I didn't recognize it outside in the dim light. A prestigious high school, impressive. I thought you were from some vocational school." "So, you guys do frequent such places?" He observed Linley's uniform with astonishment. "Haha. That is how our school is." Linley chuckled awkwardly, internally apologizing. "I'm sorry, Principal Wong. I'm sorry, Teacher Xue. And I apologize to all current and future students of Nansang Middle School. Then I must advise my nephew to switch schools. He is in his 3rd year of junior high and will soon be attending Nansang for early enrollment." The man lightly shook his head. "Actually, it's not about the school. It's more about the individuals." Linley wanted to help defend the reputation of Nansang, fearing a nightmarish scenario where Principal Wong measured his neck circumference at his bedside. "Indeed. You ordered beer," the waiter announced as a bottle of chilled beer arrived before the barbecue. "Do you drink?" "I can't. I'm driving later." The man glanced at the bicycle by the entrance and nodded in acknowledgement, as if a bicycle were not a vehicle. "Then I'll drink from the bottle without pouring it out." The man gulped down a third of the beer, then burped. He was the type to flush quickly, and with a slightly reddened face, he asked Linley, "You can call me Brother Ping. What should I call you?" "Brother Ping, I'm Bai Buffon." "Just call me Xiao Bai." Linley introduced himself. "Out here, don't casually reveal your true information, especially for people like us. In the future, avoid using your full name. Even calling yourself Xiao He would be better. Though Xiao Bai and Xiao He sound like dog names, I'll just call you Xiao Fan." Brother Ping frowned, advising the seemingly naive Linley. Linley blinked. "You're actually quite kind. Consider it a lesson, brother. In the future, my stage name will be Zhou Baowei, with Bai Buffon as my real name, a double layer of security. However, since we are brothers on the same path, there is no need to be overly concerned. You've already been candid with me, so I'll drop the pretense. I'm Song Leping. You can still call me Brother Ping." After taking another sip, Song Leping continued, "Brother, is it possible that you're more naive than I am? Xiao Fan, let me tell you, last Friday, something was definitely off." Song Leping lowered his voice slightly and said seriously, "Recently, there hasn't been a crackdown on vice and Shilling. And Qingju should have their own information channels, likely more informed than I am. When the police arrived last Friday, it was evident they hadn't rehearsed the situation beforehand. Truly, you are an astute observer, detecting the truth in an instant." "Indeed." Linley nodded. "Damn it. I would stake my life on it. That day was undoubtedly a result of some despicable creature reporting us. That wretched being. A vile presence that harms others without benefit to itself. The beast placed his left hand over his lips, feeling slightly embarrassed at being scolded again. How infuriating. I must find an opportunity to expose Song Leping, so he receives the same treatment as by Buffon and Zhou Baowei. As Song Leping continued to curse inwardly, he noticed Lin Li's silence and asked curiously, Xiao Fan, join me in cursing. Damn it, you must understand. It was that creature who got you arrested. Come on, let us curse him together. Trust me, the more intense and frequent the curses, the more he will face retribution. Justice prevails. I dare not speak out. However, in that moment, Song Leping was eagerly looking at him, and remaining silent seemed inappropriate. My apologies to myself. Brother Ping, you speak wisely. Curse? Why not? I am absolutely furious. That reporting dog of a thing. It must be a creature without a father. I bet he hardly sees his mother all year round. Even if he has family, he must live like an orphan. May his vitality diminish by 50% every morning. May he find himself only able to stiffen for a moment before immediately succumbing. Lin Li raged with fervor. Chapter 53. Perhaps he can truly become the king of this path. Lin Li was genuinely cursing. Each word stemmed from the depths of his heart. After all, if these curses were to come true, it would be a fortuitous occurrence in the face of the subsequent two matters. One might as well consider Song Leping a wishing well. Well said. Keep cursing. Song Leping, with a thumb raised in commendation, subsequently shook his head. Xiao Fan, you are still a bit too restrained. Why do you good students have to be so meticulous? Your vitality has plummeted by 100. Waking up every morning is a struggle. Is this right? Only doing half the job is unacceptable. One must be resolute. What needs to be firm must remain firm. This matter may seem useless now, but it will have its purposes in the future. No, Brother Ping, you don't understand. I find being only half-hearted to be the most unbearable. Being neither here nor there is the most insidious curse, Lin Li explained. Song Leping pondered deeply, his expression turning somber. He sighed. You speak the truth. You are indeed ruthless. It's not that I'm entirely lost, but to be in limbo is truly painful. Lin Li bowed his head, suppressing a chuckle. Collateral damage must be inflicted. Just don't let me know who reported it. If he dares to appear before me, I will take a knife and turn him into a grotesque figure, pouring chili oil and camphor on him, and sprinkling itching powder on his back, Song Leping declared, adjusting his demeanor with a fierce glare. As the aggrieved party, Lin Li felt his phantom limb beginning to ache, increasingly convinced that his decision to conceal his identity was wise. Brother, are you serious? Lin Li asked timidly. I often in lives. What do you think? Song Leping scoffed. Lin Li observed his mental state, sensing a reckless abandon that could lead to absurd scenarios. He suspected that even without enhancing his right hand, he could stand his ground against him. Do you not believe it? Song Leping seemed to interpret Lin Li's gaze, growing somewhat anxious. I believe. Lin Li decided to reassure him, wondering if perhaps he relied on skills for such deeds. I know you still doubt me. Let me prove it to you. Song Leping sighed. Lin Li was puzzled. How does one prove such a thing? Are we to randomly select a fortunate patron at a barbecue restaurant to demonstrate? Brother, I shall take my leave. I prefer not to get splattered with blood. With that, Song Leping steadied himself, wielding chopsticks as if they were weapons. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, spicy stir-fried meat with noodles. Lin Li was momentarily taken aback, then enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Brother, now I believe you. You Changsha people are indeed impressive. Now do you believe? Song Leping nodded with some pride, but then added somewhat regretfully, it's not that I possess the courage to kill. Even if that scoundrel stood before me, I would have to assess the situation. If he appears strong, I would simply pretend nothing happened. If weak, I would intimidate him. Xiao Fan, you have yet to enter society. Remember this process. A true man must be adaptable. Lin Li silently critiqued the tragic irony of such wisdom. As the barbecue began to arrive, the two started eating. Brother Ping, I have something to inquire about. I wonder if you could assist me. After savoring a somewhat gamey lamb skewer, Lin Li decided to steer the conversation toward the main topic. What is it? Speak up, Song Leping replied, not at all surprised by Lin Li's sudden shift. In fact, if Lin Li had merely invited him to a meal, he would have been suspicious. Unable to grasp Lin Li's intentions. Now that Lin Li sought his help, Song Leping felt more at ease. However, being well-versed in the ways of the world, he would not hastily make any promises, but would first listen to Lin Li's request. Brother, now that Xianxia has shut down, if I still wish to indulge in chicken, where should I go in Shilingtown? Do you have any recommendations? Lin Li lowered his voice once more, inquiring earnestly. He struggled to find these places himself. Being an outsider, yet the person before him, Song Leping, seemed like an experienced guide in the chicken industry. The system was unwilling to divulge such information, but perhaps he could. Otherwise, why would Linley be so eager to see him? Song Leping was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping the meat he had lifted with his chopsticks. After several seconds, he seemed to grasp the gravity of Lin Li's words, exclaiming in shock, "Xiaofan, you were just caught, and now you wish to explore again? There's no choice. At this age, the cravings are overwhelming, and last time it ended too abruptly, leaving me in greater distress. I don't wish for this either." Lin Li replied, feigning embarrassment as he scratched his head. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught again?" "Well, I'm still young. There's a protective mechanism in place. Even if I get caught, it's merely a lesson, and I would be released afterward. If I don't take advantage of this now, by the time I turn 18, it will be too late to regret." His rationale was sound and convincing. "That makes sense. What about your family? They must be quite embarrassed after this." "They likely scolded you harshly. If they find out you were caught again, they might even resort to violence, and outsiders would understand, perhaps even commend their actions." "Aren't you afraid of being beaten?" Song Leping asked sincerely, recalling the aftermath of his own arrest at a similar age, which had been a disaster for his family. "My mother works outside. It's just my father at home. He understands me well and lets me be. If anything arises, he will take the blame." Linley casually fabricated details about his family, mindful not to reveal the truth. "Wow, your father is quite remarkable." Song Leping expressed surprise, giving a thumbs up. "Eh?" Linley frowned. The comment felt oddly like he was part of a cruel joke. "Anyway, that's the situation. I have no worries on that front. However, Brother Ping, I truly know little about the chicken industry in Xiling. Previously, I only knew of Qingjue, which was mentioned by an outsider. Now that it is no more, I find myself at a loss. Yet, I cannot suppress my longing and urgency to explore further. I believe your experience in this field far exceeds mine, so, brother, could you share some other chicken farms in Xiling?" Linley clasped his hands on the table, leaning forward earnestly. His eyes locked on Song Leping as he voiced his desire. "Are you truly intent on going? This is no jest." Song Leping fell silent for a moment before speaking. "I am indeed serious. This is not a joke," Linley affirmed with a nod. "Do you enjoy being a bug?" "Yes." "Do you have a passion for this industry? Even at the risk of being caught again?" "Yes." Their exchange turned into a futile question-and-answer session. Linley answered in line with his impulsive desires. But some of Song Leping's questions indeed made him falter. "Brother, can't you just give me a few addresses? Are you assessing my qualifications?" After asking, Song Leping fell silent again. He felt a deep love for this industry, considering himself a veteran, yet at that moment, he sensed that his position was soon to be usurped. The tides of time pushed forward relentlessly, and he felt himself aging. From what he could see, Bai Buffan's fervor for this industry seemed to rival his past enthusiasm. If it were him, he could potentially achieve great things. Song Leping remained quiet, and Lin Li did not rush him, waiting patiently. Finally, Song Leping spoke, and in response to Lin Li's eager gaze, he sighed. "Perhaps you truly can become the king of indulgence." Lin Li was taken aback. "Is this what I wanted to hear?" Chapter 54, In This World. Abstract heroes are as plentiful as the waves crossing the river. Is there even a king in this realm? Goodness, could there be underground competitions as well? This is too much to bear. Indulgence is profound. I understand. In my youth, I too experienced the trials that refine one's spirit. Akin to the sharp edge of a sword forged through hardship, and the fragrance of plum blossoms that emerges from the biting cold. Back then, the sisters of Xiling would soften at the mere sight of me. However, Song Leping's thoughts seemed to leap forward rather rapidly. As he begins to reminisce about the glorious past, Lin Li blinked, noting that this fellow appeared to be in his early 20s. Yet he was already reflecting on the past so soon. Perhaps the bloom of youth is indeed fleeting. It is understandable, considering he has already begun to indulge in divine oils. Yet, given the current circumstances, Lin Li felt it inappropriate to interject, so he listened attentively, even prompting, "What do you mean?" And then, "Indeed. Look here." Lin Li's supportive remarks certainly pleased Song Leping, who shared a similar sentiment during class today. At last, after recounting his narrative, he took a handful of cauliflower and stuffed it into his mouth, seamlessly steering the conversation back to Lin Li's desires. "Regarding your quest for other chicken farms in Xiling, you have indeed come to the right person. Although I, like your friend Qingjue, am an outsider, my familiarity with this place surpasses that of most locals. I could be regarded as an encyclopedia on Xiling's chicken farms. I spend 90 of my monthly salary on this pursuit," Song Leping declared with pride. However, one might ponder what there is to boast about in such matters. Nevertheless, Song Leping lived up to expectations. As Lin Li felt a surge of hope at hearing this information, his clenched fist beneath the table giving a slight wave. He was finally seeing the dawn of task completion. "What are your requirements for the chicken farms? Do speak freely." As long as shilling can meet your needs, I can certainly guide you. To be honest, xianxia isn't particularly exceptional in this area. The quality is mediocre and the price is inflated. However, there is a chicken there with remarkable emotional intelligence, offering an experience unavailable elsewhere, which is why I occasionally visit. Song Leping waved his hand, exuding an air of wisdom. Thank you, Brother Ping. My requests may be somewhat particular. I hope you can understand. I do not accept takeout, as I am sure you can appreciate. I cannot bring someone back home. That would be excessive. I am also not keen on booking a hotel. Setting aside the additional expense, I am concerned about the potential issues with my identity information. Personally, I prefer venues like xianxia that provide on-site services. I would rather my money be spent wisely, even if it means paying a slight premium. Moreover, in cases of receiving substandard service, I would like to be able to voice my complaints directly. Lin spoke with confidence. Albeit these reasons were fabricated to serve his core objective, to locate a stronghold of the Hahuan demon that could be apprehended by the Demon Suppression Division. He articulated his conditions slowly, ensuring Song Leping's expression remained composed. Should he notice any discomfort or distress on Song Leping's face, he would immediately cease his discourse. However, Lin found it peculiar that, even as he exhausted his conditions, Song Leping's demeanor not only remained untroubled but even appeared somewhat delighted. What brings you joy? Lin queried, perplexed and slightly anxious. You possess great aspirations, Song Leping replied, his voice calm. You have numerous conditions and unique preferences. Brother Ping. Have I set too many conditions? I can be more flexible, Lin quickly amended. No, Song Leping interjected, waving his hands, his expression one of heartfelt appreciation. There is hope for the future. You indeed possess great ambition. By Buffon, do you find your conditions numerous? Not at all. They may even be few. Lin was taken aback. I initially thought you were merely a youthful enthusiast, but now it seems you are a person of depth and aspiration. Do you know how long I have searched for my kindred spirits in this world? Long enough to have given up hope. But now, I have finally found you. Song Leping expressed, deeply moved. Lin, bewildered, gazed at Song Leping, who continued to speak fervently. I understand that without me, you will eventually become a true king of pleasure in shilling. But for now, I shall lend you my support on this path, assisting you to reach this height more swiftly. Rest assured, I seek nothing in return. It is simply a meeting of souls. Furthermore, with my physical condition waning, I can no longer attend to many businesses, but you can. Lin stared, bewildered by Song Leping's fervent ramblings. In this chaotic world, where fortune and peril coexist, in the quest for Hahuan demons, one encounters a hidden talent, only to regret that the talent has succumbed to the allure of Hahuan demons, completely descending into depravity. The gifted individual, pleased by your talent, intends to impart their lifelong wisdom to you. Harnessing the tainted power to vanquish demons, their heart remains noble, having fallen into depravity. There may still be a chance for redemption. Shall we eliminate the demon together, or persuade them to turn back? Task initiated. Task 5. Guide Song Leping back to virtue, or deliver him to the Demon Suppression Division. Reward, Random Ability 1. 50 System Currency. The system has intervened once more. After a cursory glance at the task description, Lin blinked in contemplation. Is it easier to persuade an old libertine to embrace abstinence, or to deliver him to the authorities? Lin had already formed his answer. This system truly is a tyrant, teaching him to betray his mentors and forsake his predecessors. You have truly caused me distress, Lin thought, resolutely resisting such actions. Yet, with the system's coercion, there was little he could do. However, before betraying his mentors, he reasoned that he should first acquire all the skills from them. He decided to temporarily set the task aside, and promptly asked Song Leping, Brother Ping, I did not quite grasp your previous statements, though your requests are numerous. There are certainly establishments in shilling that can cater to your needs. I believe there should be 3 or 4 options. Song Leping responded. Lin raised an eyebrow, satisfied with the quantity. Brother, could you share them with me? Lin attentively leaned in, eager to listen. If not for the obviousness of the situation, he would have liked to record the conversation on his phone. Even if I tell you now, I can only provide a general idea. I cannot recall the exact addresses or contact information or the secret phrases. I keep them noted in my notebook or on my phone. Once I return home, I will compile all the information I have on chicken farms, including those that do not meet your criteria, and present a table outlining their pros and cons. This way, you can make an informed choice based on your circumstances. After all, there can be discrepancies in verbal communication. I believe it is better for you to conduct your own filtering for a superior experience. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The conversation was developing in a manner he had not anticipated. A compiled table? Is this fellow working himself to the bone? Why would he do this? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin couldn't resist questioning. As expected, the twist came swiftly from Song Lepying's lips. Listen to me, Buffon. I need you to agree to a few requests. Song Lepying waved his hand and continued. I know you may have reservations. Lin clutched his phone, uncertain if his balance was sufficient. Sensing Lin hesitation, Song Lepying reassured him. I have said before, I seek nothing monetary. Do I seem like a person who values money? Lin glanced at the barbecue on the table and then at the Moutai bottle on the wall behind him. He nodded solemnly. Well, let us be clear. Regarding this matter, I genuinely do not require your money. Today, it is simply that my salary will not be disbursed for a few days, leaving me somewhat financially constrained. Xiaofan, I only need you to agree to adhere to a few uncomplicated principles in your future conduct. What are they, Brother Ping? Lin inquired cautiously. All right, by Buffon. Listen closely to what I am about to say. First, when engaging in gaming, it is imperative to wear a protective pouch for safety and health. Second, one must never forcefully cross a red light or take shortcuts. Third, never engage in battles without confidence, avoid premature consumption, and do not accrue debts. Transactions should only be conducted in untraceable cash. Fourth, it is strictly forbidden to contact girls under the age of 18. This is a non-negotiable rule. Fifth, one must bathe within 2 days prior to any outing and wash their hair within 3 days. Song Lepying earnestly conveyed these rules to Lin. At that moment, what was Lin murmuring about? It dawned on him that abstract heroes were as common as fish crossing a river. He realized he was still too weak and lacked power. Chapter 55. Beyond the boasting, Lin had anticipated many requirements and was prepared to pay some price. Yet he never expected to hear such content. What was this? A selection criterion for exemplary ladybugs? After the conclusion, if the young lady does not leave immediately, one should gently compliment her. During the consumption process, refrain from any actions that may leave traces, such as filming. Song Lepying continued to emphasize his points. How could he go on? Lin felt overwhelmed, trying to recall the myriad of rules laid out before him, though his memory had improved significantly. It was not yet at the level of retaining everything effortlessly. The student code of Nansang was not this convoluted. Lin felt a headache coming on. There were about 103 rules, and if he missed any, he would supplement them later. Song Lepying finally paused, feeling a bit parched. He took a sip from the bottle on the table before inquiring. Lin wanted to nod but feared being tested by Song Lepying. So he honestly shook his head. Sorry, brother, it was too long. I couldn't remember it all. That's normal. No one can recall everything at once. I will compile these rules and send them to you later. The purpose of this brief overview was merely to ask if there was anything you found utterly unacceptable. This point is crucial. Song Lepying waved his hand dismissively and looked intently at Lin. No, not at all. I am not truly seeking out the enchanting ladies. These rules do not pertain to me, so there is nothing I cannot agree to. Even if Song Lepying suggested spending money without any physical contact for charity, Lin could acquiesce. Excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you. Song Lepying appeared somewhat excited but composed himself, nodding in approval. Xiaofan, remember, engaging in this art is a noble pursuit, and we must strive to be the most distinguished ladybug. Never sink to the level of those foul, decaying old men who only think of themselves and neglect the future of this industry. Only through sustainable practices can we find meaning in our existence and earn respect. Do you understand? Absolutely. Linley's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he were witnessing a beautiful scene. However, he found it entirely incomprehensible. Even with his best efforts, he could not resonate with Song Lepying. This brother seemed utterly lost in the realm of indulgence. Yet Linley noticed that Song Lepying considered him an equal, which fueled his excitement. I know you will agree. Since you have consented, I will share everything with you selflessly. After I return tonight, I will begin compiling documents and information, but it will take some time. Some establishments I have not visited in a while, and I am uncertain if they are still operational. If I provide you with false information, it would be irresponsible of me, and I cannot allow that. Therefore, I may be quite busy over the next few days, working extra hours to investigate. You still have school, so it should not be too urgent, right? By the weekend, I will send you the preliminary version of the Shieling Chicken map, and once I have updates, I will send you the final version. One day, the sky will be high and the sea vast, and you will soar. Song Lepying spoke with sincerity, stretching out his hand and rubbing his waist, fervently declaring, Old chap, let us fight for a few more days and pave the way for newcomers. Of course, no problem, Linley replied, feeling a swell of emotion, tears welling in his eyes. But brother, you are already in such poor shape. How can you work extra hours to check on the shops? What about your health? And you aren't even receiving a salary. If you become any weaker, how will I complete my mission when we next meet? Is the shore of the Naya Bridge a true return to the right path? Or would delivering ashes to the Demon Suppression Division fulfill the task? If not, Master, please ensure you wait until the day I betray you before departing this world. First of all, this is not weakness. I merely prefer a European aesthetic of weariness. Song Leping emphasized with unexpected seriousness. The pride of men in such matters is indeed remarkably strong. Linley smiled, acquiescing, if you say so. Nodding, Song Leping continued proudly. Secondly, regarding finances, while I no longer have money for meals, I still have funds for pampering myself, so do not worry. Linley mused, such an extraordinary consumer mindset. Prioritizing the pursuit of enchanting companionship over nourishment. He realized that seeking Song Leping was indeed a fortuitous choice. He was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable person in Shieling regarding this matter. Lastly, to take a step back, for your sake. What harm is there in my body enduring a bit of strain? My newly acquired medication has arrived, and it will ignite my final potential. I will surely endure until the day you become the king of Shieling. At that moment, I shall graciously step aside, content to place the crown upon your head. I believe the day is not far off. Buffon, do you know that in most chicken establishments in Shieling, simply mentioning my name grants you a 95% discount? Linley initially feigned shock, but now he was genuinely astonished. How long must one be a patron to receive such treatment? Suddenly, he understood that it was entirely reasonable for Song Leping to be in such a state. Yet, Song Leping was not boasting. He gazed at Linley with hope. I wish for a day when Shieling resonates with a legend that belongs solely to you, surpassing even the blue that emerged from indigo. At that time, when the village women dare to bully me, I shall call out your name. And they will be astonished and exclaim, is this the esteemed by Buffon who referred you? Then we have a discount. The world shall come to know that the heavens did not give birth to you, by Buffon. And the path of indulgence is as eternal as the long night. Song Leping looked at Linley with the warmth of a benevolent elder, filled with expectations. The idiom a scholar would die for a confidant took on a tangible form in this moment. Linley clenched his teeth, nodding fervently, while simultaneously pinching his thigh to remind himself to remain composed and not falter. Do not smile. Think of the saddest thing you've experienced recently. He realized that adopting the name by Buffon for his decisions was indeed a wise choice. The image of his recent haircut flooded his mind, and he struggled not to laugh. He felt liberated. Not only did he suppress a laugh, but a trace of sadness also emerged in Linley's gaze, allowing him to respond emotionally to Song Leping. Brother Ping, I will strive to reach this point. You must hold on. Believing he had found a kindred spirit, Song Leping's joy and excitement at this response were beyond words. In the past, when he shared these ideals with his companions, they deemed him a colossal fool. However, by Buffon was different. He understood him. They were the same kind. A scholar would die for a confidant. Ever the devoted confidant is prepared to pave the way for his esteemed acquaintance. The path to the throne is invariably strewn with thorns. He initially aspired to ascend the throne himself, only to realize with a heavy heart that such ambition was beyond his grasp. Now that by Buffon has arrived, he is willing to clear the way, cutting through the obstacles. I, Song Leping, shall stand as the man behind the future Ladybug King, unwavering in my support for him. This embodies true legacy. Chapter 56. One day as Auxer, a lifetime as Auxer. Let us add each other on WeChat, so I can send you the documents later. Song Leping suggested to Linley. Sure, bro. Linley nodded, pulling out his phone to display his QR code. Linley possessed 2 phone numbers, one for essential services and another primarily for data usage, hence he had 2 WeChat accounts as well. The account he showed now was his secondary one, which, despite having a moments feature, contained no personal information, ensuring that Song Leping remained oblivious to the fact that he was not by Buffon. Request to add you as a friend, read the notification. A striking single-character avatar accompanied by a monochrome anime male figure. Could it be that my brother Ping is a hidden online deity? Buffon. Is this the mentor shocked by my thesis you? Song Leping furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Yes, brother Ping, it's me. Linley admitted, only feeling bold enough to use such a nickname with his secondary account. Gazing at the WeChat profile featuring a goofy starfish avatar, Song Leping's lips twitched slightly. Had he truly found a suitable heir to carry on his legacy? A wave of uncertainty washed over him. After adding each other as friends, they resumed their barbecue feast, exchanging heartfelt confessions, albeit with a blend of truth and fabrication. Linley's half of the conversation was entirely fictitious, while Song Leping's was wholly genuine. It was unclear whether Song Leping had a low tolerance for alcohol, as Linley sensed that even after just 1 bottle, the former had grown somewhat tipsy, pulling Linley into numerous discussions that felt reminiscent of childish banter. He divulged everything, from his first love to his first time, even sharing the color of his underwear. Today, it was red. Song Leping even confessed that Linley, having bared his heart while knowing he had shared not a single truth, felt a twinge of guilt. Initially, Linley had intended to reciprocate the kindness. Song Leping provided him with a map, and he would return the favor. However, this notion began to shift. Perhaps he could strive to guide him back to the right path? Their meal, costing a mere 70 yuan, was swiftly consumed, and with no desire to order more. Linley called the waiter for the bill. Buffon, how could I let you treat me? I was joking. As your older brother, I will pay. Song Leping, slightly tipsy, squinted his eyes and proclaimed loudly. Linley smiled as he displayed his QR code for the shopkeeper to scan. Come on, if you're going to pay, at least stand up. Linley retorted, bemused by Song Leping's distant position and his sudden declaration once he had retrieved his phone. Wasn't he a bit much? Wouldn't he even make an effort to stop him? Perhaps Song Leping feared that Linley might be unfamiliar with social etiquette, and in the end, he would indeed be the one to pay. What a bothersome adult. Linley retracted his previous thoughts. He would simply accompany Song Leping inside. One day as Auxer. A lifetime as Auxer. No chance of redemption. Brother, shall we part ways here? Linley inquired as they left the barbecue joint together, unlocking his bicycle. All right, Buffon, travel safely. I'll start organizing my things when I return. Song Leping responded with a nod. Be careful yourself, Linley advised softly, observing Song Leping's slightly wobbly stance. Before you send me the comprehensive chicken-raising map, you must stay safe. If you must die, let it be afterward. It's fine. My home is nearby, just over there. Song Leping waved dismissively, pointing in a direction. Linley fell silent, contemplating the location Song Leping indicated. Is that really your home? With a sigh, Linley ultimately accompanied Song Leping to the entrance of his building before cycling back home. Back at his residence, Linley felt a sense of satisfaction. The most pressing issue had been resolved. Now he merely awaited Song Leping to send him the chicken farm's life and death ledger, allowing him to randomly select his targets for elimination. This weekend should see action, even if Song Leping did not send the documents prior. In their subsequent conversations, Song Leping mentioned that Linley had also noted a chicken farm meeting his criteria, albeit somewhat remote and not the ideal choice. Yet, having a target was progress. If Song Leping failed to send the documents, he would simply investigate and pursue it. Surely, Yang Liang would be thrilled to receive yet another performance boost from him. The yellow sky of Shilling Town was soon to be purged by his hands. Just as Linley settled onto the sofa, reveling in his promising future, he noticed his phone on the coffee table vibrating incessantly. Had he organized everything so swiftly? Curious, he unlocked his phone. Messages poured in, one after another, bombarding his lock screen before he could even read the previous one. Was he being bombarded with texts? Linley unlocked his phone and opened one message. Wang Yuezi's soliciting prostitution without payment. Wang Yuezi's soliciting prostitution without payment. Wang Yuezi's soliciting prostitution without payment. Linley was taken aback. Such a thing exists? So the expert is right beside me. Oh, Wang Yuezi's, with your thick brows and bright eyes. Who would have guessed? Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have become your comrade immediately. But Buffon and his ilk are already tired of it. Next message. Wang Yuezi secretly checked into a hotel with his wife last night. Quite the player. Click to view video. Linley was flabbergasted. Huh? Wang Yuezi's disguised as a lowly to seduce hawking on Lowly Island? Wang Yuezi's used an attendance list to deceive college students, claiming it was a roll call? Wang Yuezi's presented a nuclear bomb to the Japanese, saying it was a hand warmer? As Linley examined these incoming messages, he realized they all targeted Wang Yuezi's, and he quickly deduced they were likely fabrications aimed at smearing his reputation. Quite clever, he mused. But what on earth had transpired? Why were these messages flooding his phone? Moreover, the numbers sending them were different. It wasn't just a single number sending these texts. A WeChat notification popped up, but it wasn't from Song Leping. By Buffon, did something happen? Excellent. No need for deduction. The perpetrator often returns to the scene of the crime, and the mastermind had been identified. Linley, screenshot. By Buffon. Ha ha ha. Linley, did you do this? What is going on? By Buffon, no. Tonight I was still diligently searching for our target when I encountered a sister who wanted to chat with me naked. Linley, continue. Linley awaited by Buffon's further elaboration. By Buffon was not foolish enough to take such messages at face value. And the fact that they centered on Wang Yuezi's already hinted at something deeper. By Buffon, after so many anti-fraud campaigns, I thought I'd give it a try. So, I transformed into Wang Yuezi's. After asking about my preferences, the sister claimed she liked me too, insisting we were a match made in heaven, and began inviting me to a naked chat. I had my philosophical mask ready, but she insisted we had to use the software she provided. I sensed a virus, so I downloaded it in a virtual machine. The software itself didn't seem too harmful, but once launched, it prompted for an update, which was essentially a request for information access, looking to extract my phone data. Based on my predictions, I concocted a fictitious set of mobile contacts on the virtual machine, with only your information being authentic. Linley, by Buffon. Then we commenced a video chat. Linley, I must say, I was unsure whether the person on the other end was real or merely a recorded video, but it appeared quite convincing. At first, they gently urged me to reveal my face since I was wearing a mask, but upon realizing I was adamant about not showing my face, they suddenly turned hostile and began to insult my family. How could I tolerate that? I immediately summoned Bao Wei and Tian Ming, and 6 of us berated her until she was in tears. Linley blinked. Goodness, the sheer force of Bai Buffon's dorm mates was indeed intimidating. This girl was a pitiable creature, and Linley could hardly fathom the extent of her auditory torment. Bai Buffon. She just left us a message saying that everyone would come to know of your misdeeds and begged us not to send any messages before hanging up. That's why I came to inquire whether she had messaged you. What could Linley possibly say? Linley, 6, Bai Buffon. This is hilarious. She is still threatening me, demanding I transfer her $2,000. What a clown. Linley, the most human aspect of your actions in this situation is that you didn't use my name. Bai Buffon, we're brothers. When would I misuse your name? I know it all too well. Brotherhood resides in the heart. Linley, you've made me feel a bit guilty. Had I known, I wouldn't have spread rumors about your supposed hemorrhoids during lunch with Chen Yueying. Bai Buffon. Bai Buffon, Voice 60. Chapter 57. I'll cover the cost of the buns. Hand me your phone. Bai Buffon, Voice 60. Bai Buffon, Voice 60. Bai Buffon requests a voice call. You have hung up. Bai Buffon. Come on, Linley, turn on your microphone. Linley, Donnie Yin meme. Look, he is anxious again. Linley didn't even bother to click on the voice messages. He could easily predict what Bai Buffon's canine mouth would spew forth. Although they were cursing at a fictitious entity online, there was no need to subject himself to their wrath. 60 seconds is the limit for WeChat, not for Bai Buffon. It's likely that he wasn't the only one contributing to the cacophony. Clicking it would reveal their dormitory's fervent ensemble. Bai Buffon, the dawn of the east, the evening of the azure, the rosy mist of the dusk, like the bonfire at twilight. Bai Buffon suddenly began composing poetry, expressing his homesickness through vivid depictions of nature. Linley chose to disregard it. Bai Buffon, I'm utterly fed up with your baseless accusations. Our bond is severed. I shall conspire with Bao Wei to torment you. Listen carefully. This weekend we shall host an extravagant party, with all the prominent figures of the school in attendance. But guess who won to receive an invitation? American baseball jersey boy dancing meme. Linley, no problem, while you attend the party, I'll be busy with my own pursuits this weekend. Bai Buffon. Bai Buffon. Brother, have you already identified your target? Linley, I don't understand what you're talking about. Bai Buffon. Hey, good brother, this isn't a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. But guess what? I suddenly remembered, while I don't have hemorrhoids, I can certainly learn. I adore hemorrhoids. Linley. I'm not continuing to bully me with Bao Wei. Bai Buffon. Brother, I'm just joking. My antics with Bao Wei are merely for show. With you, it's the real deal. At your command, I demix mustard into his hemorrhoid ointment or add essential oil to his eye drops, without hesitation. Linley, you're quite fickle, which is amusing to contemplate. Bai Buffon, you laughed. You actually laughed. It's been 10 years since you last smiled. If I can amuse you, then my life is worth it. Linley, enough, we shall discuss this further at school. Don't test the waters on other platforms. You might inadvertently trap yourself. It's getting late, let us get some rest. After taking a detour and enjoying a late-night snack, it was nearly midnight. And he hadn't even taken a shower. Bai Buffon, let us go, sleep. Linley, press 3 for good night, press 2 for resurrecting the prison. Press 1 for a little pudding. Bai Buffon, 11:11, are you really sending it? Linley, 3, Bai Buffon, 3. The conversation came to an end. After yawning, Linley felt mentally fatigued despite his body not being tired. Since activating the system, his sleep quality had exceeded expectations. However, good sleep quality does not guarantee an easy rise in the morning. If it weren't for the summer-like heat still persisting in September, his plan to wake up early would be even more challenging, especially since winter is undoubtedly the season where the blanket becomes the most coveted refuge. Rubbing his weary eyelids, Linley drew back the curtains, only to find that the morning light at this hour was not warm. His body remained cold. Gazing at the sky, he noticed an abundance of clouds, yet they were bright and not dreary. Checking the weather forecast, there was no indication of rain. However, as everyone knows, the weather is as fickle as a woman, and weather forecasts are as unreliable as a man. He decided to take an umbrella for if it didn't rain. It could be kept in the classroom as a backup. Observing the clouds, Linley's fatigued gaze suddenly turned resolute as he wiped away non-existent tears, Lauda? You've worked so hard. What right do I have to complain? In Linley's eyes, these clouds were not mere clouds. They were clearly the manifestation of God urging Kobe to rise at 4 in the morning to plant seeds. Look at that cloud. It resembles a watermelon. Look at that cloud. It resembles fried chicken. And that contrail left by the airplane, what else could that be but God's whip? In less than an hour. Lauda had cultivated so much. As the inheritor of the Mamba mentality, how could he allow himself to be weak? For a consecutive week. Rising before the rooster's crow to diligently practice the 8-section brocade, accumulating at least half an hour before the 3rd hour. Only 2 days remained to complete this task. Today promised to be another easy day. Odd-numbered chapters involved physical exercise, while even-numbered chapters involved magical training. Indeed, the path of the wizard was the true one. Linley stretched lazily, reflecting inwardly. Although he lacked specific data, Linley could feel a marked improvement in his health over just 2 days. For instance, his left eye, which had previously displayed signs of pseudomyopia, had not experienced any blurriness during these past days. Spiritual energy is truly a wondrous thing. This is merely the result of 2 days, and essential for the extraordinary. It's a pity that he now possessed only 1 spirit stone. Why is there none in modern times? Time to work hard to eradicate the illicit activities. After clearing out 3 dens of those seductive demons, he could acquire 5 more for himself, ensuring a week of joy. Off he went, greeting Grandpa Joe, who consistently peeked at him. Over these past 2 days, he likely hadn't been as successful in his covert studies, as the look in his eyes grew increasingly gloomy. In the classroom, according to historical accounts, Zhuge Liang's empty city ploy was designed to thwart Sima's consecutive victories. Bai Buffon was still indulging in 3 Kingdoms references. Linley entered with lunch and remarked to Bai Buffon that the price of the shiitake buns had risen by 50 cents, now costing 2 yuan each. You bought 2. So I've overpaid by 1 yuan. However, since we are brothers, quibbling over a few yuan seems unnecessary, so let us consider it as you owing me 10 yuan. Bai Buffon furrowed his brow, scratching his head, sensing that the matter was not so simple. No money, not giving. No money? I'll cover the cost of the buns. Hand me your phone. Linley smiled as he arranged the breakfast items on the table for others to take, simultaneously stating, "Where did this 200,000 come from?" Bai Buffon responded promptly, "There's no 200,000, only 1,000, which you borrowed." "Wait, if it's borrowed, my limit is 2,000. The 1,000 is my service fee. You understand intermediaries." Bai Buffon raised his middle finger and bit into the mushroom bun fiercely, lamenting the rapid inflation of prices. Even in this small place, which seemed to rival that of larger cities. How could inflation not be swift? Linley nodded in agreement. Doesn't Bap know? The search for France's supercars reveals not vehicles but him. He earns tens of millions of euros a year. It is astonishing to think that over a century ago, he was worth no more than a few dozen dollars, which would translate to just a few dollars a year. The speed of this inflation is alarming. I cannot entirely agree with that. More than a century ago, when they landed, they could receive 100 draws. And perhaps they would obtain something of value that could turn the tide. Bai Buffon shook his head. You have a point. After pondering for a moment, Linley nodded. A truly exceptional individual acknowledges the limitations of their own thinking. Indeed, I must learn more from Bai Buffon in this regard. Linley, which one is mine? Chen Yueying's voice came from behind. Class monitor? I was just about to bring it to you, and here you are. Here, this one is yours. Linley turned to see Chen Yueying and, after a moment of surprise, handed her the breakfast. No task was triggered. Could it be that the condition was a monetary transaction, and I inadvertently cancelled it? Would that affect future triggers? As Linley pondered, Chen Yueying, having received her breakfast, did not leave. She took out a handful of assorted snacks from her school uniform pocket and placed them on Linley's desk. If you refuse to accept my money, then accept these. You mentioned recently that studying has made you lose points, and I enjoy eating as well. I have plenty stored in my dormitory to share. Linley blinked and cautiously inquired. Class monitor, what if I am willing to accept your money now? I did vow not to take a single cent from the class monitor, yet now I am contemplating accepting 5 or even 10 yuan. Chen Yueying, just kidding, just kidding. Thank you, class monitor. I won't be polite about these. Linley smiled and waved his hand, placing them in his drawer. Never mind, it's unnecessary. The premise of a monetary transaction is merely my speculation and not a definitive condition. Although I suggested it, Chen Yueying would surely not mind continuing to give me money. But if I were to go back on my word, I would be even more remarkable than Bai Buffon. Even if I were to test this condition and found it to be necessary, I would still prefer to use other means in the future. Well, if there are any that taste good or bad, you can let me know, and I can adjust. Chen Yueying nodded slightly and then tilted her body. I will head back now. Shall we chat again at noon? All right, we will discuss it at noon. Chen Yueying left and returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Bai Bufan, who had been pretending to be a silent statue, and Zhou Baowei, at this moment, came back to life and immediately fixed their gaze on Lin Li. Bai Bufan cleared his throat, showcased his fingers, and began to affect an exaggerated demeanor. If there are any that taste good or bad, you can tell me, and I can adjust. Zhou Baowei followed his lead. I will head back now. We will chat again at noon. The essence of humanity is that of a parrot, while the essence of anthropomorphic beasts is a sarcastic version of a parrot. Lin Li, who previously lacked confidence without a system, now faced the teasing gazes of the two with composure, even returning a middle finger. Upon noticing a thief, Lin Li promptly swatted away Bai Bufan's hand reaching for his drawer. This isn't a matter of sharing with brothers. The class monitor suggests she will deliver to you every day. You needn't treat it like a treasure that I can't touch, right? I just want one piece. Bai Bufan protested indignantly. Facing Bai Bufan's resentful gaze, Lin Li shook his head, his tone sincere and earnest. It's not that I won't give it to you. It's just that dogs really cannot eat chocolate. Here, be good. Have this fruit. This one you can eat. Lin Li placed a piece of fruit-flavored hard candy in Bai Bufan's palm, his smile pure. Bai Bufan. He stared at the candy in his hand, momentarily stunned, his mind racing and profanities brewing, finally muttering, "Thanks, you jerk. You're welcome." Damn. After Bai Bufan managed to spit that out, he turned back to his mushroom bun. A truly exceptional individual acknowledges their shortcomings in annoying others. Indeed, I must learn more from Lin Li in this regard. Gui, what is going on? Zhou Baowei, somewhat perplexed, remarked, Lin Li, you helped the class monitor with breakfast a few times last semester, right? Weren't you both still strangers? How has your relationship progressed so rapidly this semester? The class monitor is confused too. Does she have a crush on you? I don't understand why she doesn't like me. I'm clearly so handsome. Zhou Baowei sighed deeply, his tone filled with regret. Lin Li and Bai Bufan simultaneously turned to Zhou Baowei. Some matters simply cannot be tolerated. Should I go first or should you? Bai Bufan asked without looking back. You go first. Lin Li replied. True masters always make their entrance last. Baowei, I can agree that the class monitor is blind. But who gave you the courage to question why she doesn't like you? There are no mirrors in the dorm, but we have urine. You look like a QR code. Nobody would know what you are without scanning it. Why do you speak so confidently about being handsome? Bai Bufan nodded at Lin Li, signaling that he could speak. Lin Li's words were succinct. He turned to Zhou Baowei and simply stated, when the doctor draws your blood for ages, only to discover it's lard. Upon hearing this, Bai Bufan immediately slapped his thigh in regret. Undoubtedly, he lost in this round of humiliating Zhou Baowei. Lin Li, tell me, if I had just insulted Baowei while he was in your circle, would it have been more aggressive? He turned to seek their opinions. Not bad. That's better than the QR code comment. Lin Li nodded after some contemplation. What if we mutate it further? Observing the two engrossed in serious analysis on how to insult him more effectively, Zhou Baowei fell silent. Their words are quite hurtful. I need to intervene. Excuse me. Can I interrupt? Zhou Baowei raised his hand to halt the two beasts' research, then earnestly analyzed. I believe that among brothers, encouragement can sometimes be a better approach. After all, I am quite insecure, and I suggest you praise me more. Facing Zhou Baowei's earnest gaze, Lin Li smiled. Baowei, if you want compliments, wear a wig. Put on some lipstick and post on xianxia. You'll immediately receive praise from everyone. Wow, sister, you have such a good foundation. Don't listen to others. Where's the fat? This is the best time to be slightly plump. Just a little grooming, and you'll be stunning. Bai Bufan laughed as well. Baowei, Lin Li and I came from the forum. You should understand, when we see someone like you, we can only say, what an authentic fat pig. xianxia is like that. A few years ago, hardly any men used it, and beneath those posts Lin Li deemed attractive, the comments were often unflattering, sometimes even worse than those from men below. Remember one of the sacred texts of the forum. When an ugly pig praises another ugly pig, it does so without hesitation. For it knows that even if it offers compliments, at its core, it remains a pig, and it is merely praising its own kind. When an unattractive pig evaluates a beautiful pig, it tends to emphasize the shortcomings of the latter, all the while secretly aspiring to become like the beautiful pig one day. However, when the pig assesses a peacock, it recognizes that it does not belong to the same species, understanding that it can never become a peacock. In this moment, it expresses fierce contempt, wishing ill upon the peacock. At this juncture, Lin Li and Bai Bufan share a sincere gaze, while Zhou Baowei feels utterly disillusioned. I've reached my limit. I'm furious, and I shall stand outside your door like a 1.80 m tall weather doll. Bai Bufan retorts, you're not even 1.80 m. You're shorter than me. Zhou Baowei, momentarily taken aback, shouts in frustration, damn. In terms of height, you two are even worse. I refuse to associate with you any longer. As for Zhou Baoi's choice of words, being in the last row, his friends are naturally tall. By Buffon, at 15. Already stands at 181 centimeters but insists he is only 178 centimeters to embarrass those who claim to be 180 centimeters. Upon hearing this rationale, Lin Li is astounded, deeming it genius. Henceforth, Lin Li, who is 186 centimeters, claims to be only 183 centimeters. Chapter 58. The youth's blush surpasses all profanity. Zhou Baowei vacates his seat, presumably to visit the restroom. Bai Buffon watches his despondent figure, biting his lip, uncertain whether his actions are appropriate. He turns to Lin Li and inquires, Lin Li, if I were to sneak a piece of Baowei's egg pancake, do you think I would get caught? It's unlikely. But could you finish what's in your bowl before eyeing the pot? Lin Li provides a measured analysis, cautioning that Baowei may be fishing for a reason to take action. Lurking in the shadows by the door, watching us. Relenting, Bai Buffon nods and hastily finishes his buns, eagerly asking, Lin Li, how should we address what happened last night? I'll buy you a small pudding for lunch, Lin Li replies. Who asked you to buy me a small pudding? Thanks, bro. Bai Buffon chuckles. Then shifts back to the subject. Stop teasing me. You know what I want to know. What is the situation regarding our weekend plans? I met a guy last night. Lin Li explains in detail about his encounter. If this guy sends me the map to the chicken farm, we will have more options. If he doesn't, he send it. I'll visit the Tianhong chicken farm he mentioned tonight. Tonight? I have a premonition that I might fall ill, the kind of illness that the infirmary can't cure. I need a sick note. Bai Buffon suddenly rises. You're the one chosen for this, toothache. See, you're already anxious. My exploration tonight is merely observational. Actual consumption will wait until the weekend. No need to rush, Lin Li clarifies. I feel relieved now. Bai Buffon sits back down, then muses indeed. There are masters in every field. I never imagined someone like Song Leping exists, and you have such a connection with him. Yes, right, Lin Li. You might truly be destined for greatness, meant to become a king. The only issue is that you won't become the kind of king he envisions, but rather the king of a completely opposite path. Wow, a master of the dark arts turning into a saint. I can't wait for the day he discovers your true identity. Lin Li, write about it. I shall subscribe and praise you as the author. Indeed, this is my fate, Lin Li affirms, already embodying the role of the destined saint. The heavens of Shilling will change because of you. I foresee a bright future ahead. Is this a blessing or a curse? Bai Buffon contemplates, gazing out the window, then suddenly exclaims, Hey, Lin Li, look how industrious the farmers are today, planting so much. Lin Li feels a sense of relief in their shared thought process. No longer role-playing, Bai Buffon expresses interest. I would love to meet this Song Leping. He must be a remarkable individual, and conversing with him would surely be fascinating. Lin Li blinks, suddenly recalling something he forgot to mention to Bai Buffon. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you actually know Song Leping. What? I've met him? Let me think. No. I don't recall having any relatives named Song. Bai Buffon furrows his brow, rummaging through his memories, ultimately shaking his head. Well, I hardly know any adults myself. Oh, so that doesn't fit. He then inquires, Lin Li, did you introduce me to him? Not exactly. I used your name in front of him, Lin Li gently clarifies. Oh, I see now. You used my name? Bai Buffon's eyes widen. Yes, so technically, he doesn't know me, only you. He is your acquaintance, not mine. If he were asked who Lin Li is, he wouldn't be able to answer, Lin Li explains, remaining calm while Bai Buffon's expression darkens. Lin Li adds reassuringly, if you truly wish to meet Song Leping and perhaps even befriend him, I can facilitate an introduction. Just present yourself as an exemplary individual, and he will surely regard you as a confidant. However, you must remember not to introduce yourself as Bai Buffon, for that identity now belongs to me. Huh, Lin Li, you're taking advantage of me. Bai Buffon grits his teeth, forcing a smile. In our world, when out and about, who uses their real identity? Lin Li waves dismissively, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Is this truly your justification for using my identity? I also navigate this world. What identity do I have? Baowei's, Lin Li quips. Oh, that is acceptable then. No wonder when you caught me in that embarrassing situation last night, I sensed a hint of guilt from you. It was indeed about this matter, Bai Buffon muses, though he soon appears more relaxed, relieved to regain his composure in front of the class monitor. I thought you were spreading rumors about me having hemorrhoids before the monitor. In contrast, Song Leping himself remains oblivious. Using names is one thing, but the incident involving Chun Yueying thinking she had hemorrhoids is far more mortifying for Bai Buffon. Upon reflection, he feels he has come out ahead. Once Lin Li comprehends Bai Buffon's thoughts, he feels a twinge of embarrassment, patting Bai Buffon on the shoulder, scratching his head. Bai Buffon, you've misunderstood. Huh? Whether it's spreading rumors to the monitor or knowing Song Leping, The protagonist of the story is always you, and it's all true. I feared that telling you both stories simultaneously would keep you up at night. I don't wish to see you with dark circles under your eyes. It would break my heart. Lindley flashes a sincere smile, pure and innocent, reminiscent of a warm spring day, evoking a sense of nostalgia. By Buffon. Witnessing this considerate smile, finds himself touched and irritated all at once. The blush of youth surpasses all sweet nothings, and truth be told, it does not lie. Lindley gazes at the blushing youth, deeply appreciating the charm of this phrase. The flushed youth, hearing this, turns an even deeper shade of red. Sweet nothings? My face is filled with expletives. Lindley, you are a poet of the rivers. Extraordinary. Do not be anxious, for there is indeed good news. Yesterday, when I was spreading rumors with the class monitor, she displayed no reaction. Perhaps she did not even remember it at all. How about I subtly probe her feelings regarding the matter? Lindley also felt he had been somewhat excessive. Thus he offered comforting words and sought to make amends. By Buffon recalled the scene where Lindley assisted Zhou Bao in confirming something that was not merely probing for information, but rather aiding the class monitor in solidifying her memory, especially now with the peculiar smile on Lindley's face. By Buffon became increasingly convinced of the outcome should he agree. He immediately shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "Brother, it's unnecessary. This is sufficient, at worst. I will simply act modestly in front of the class monitor going forward." Observing the considerate child, Lindley felt a sense of satisfaction. Buffon. Whoever is fortunate enough to be your father in the future will be truly blessed. By Buffon interjected, "Wait, why are you standing up?" He inquired, noticing Lindley suddenly rise. "You mentioned a certain posture, and I have not practiced it today. It's just the right moment for a set." "I certainly cannot allow myself to develop hemorrhoids," Lindley replied. "The act of engaging in this posture can be done seated, lying down, or standing. But in a classroom setting, it is preferable to stand rather than sit." This reasoning was sound. Thus, By Buffon also rose to his feet. When Zhou Bao returned and inquired about their activities, he too remained standing. Consequently, if any classmates in the front row were to glance back at that moment, they would discover that the group in the rear was entirely upright in their places, their expressions taut and bodies tense. Such is the allure of this particular posture. Upon hearing or seeing the term, one cannot help but engage in a set. As the evening progressed and the self-study period approached its conclusion, Shui Jian entered the classroom. The previously restless murmurs immediately fell silent. Lindley, having meticulously tidied his desk, quietly resumed his reading under Shui Jian's gaze. "We are all set to depart," Shui Jian announced, taking his seat at the podium, capturing everyone's attention. "The schedule for the first monthly exam of this semester has been revised. It has been postponed from the originally planned Friday and Saturday to the week prior to National Day, with the exact date yet to be determined. Classes originally scheduled for Friday and Saturday will now observe an autumn break." The classroom, which had remained quiet for less than half a minute, erupted into chatter once more. The autumn break, once intended for students to return home for the harvest, has faded in most regions over the years, save for the province where Xiling resides, which retains this cherished tradition. It is quite delightful, especially upon realizing that other provinces do not have such a break. In the past, during elementary and middle school, it was fixed at 3 days, though typically, schools would utilize this time for field trips or sports events. In high school, however, the break became more flexible, varying across different regions of the province. In the area where Nansang High School is located, it is mandated that classes do not convene for 2 days for the first-year students, while second-year students receive 1 day off for voluntary study, and third-year students have 2 days for the same purpose. This illustrates how, with the progression through grades, students naturally become more inclined toward learning. This is also attributable to the fact that Nansang is a public school. Some private institutions renowned for their academic rigor have altogether eliminated this holiday. As for why the monthly exam is scheduled for next Saturday, it is not due to the intention to occupy the weekend for exams, but rather because the following Tuesday marks the Mid-Autumn Festival, making it reasonable to conduct the exam on a day originally designated for classes. Thus, what used to be an autumn break coinciding with National Day has now been rescheduled to align with the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do not rush to celebrate just yet. During the autumn break, the school intends to organize an outing, which is why this announcement is being made tonight, to allow everyone the opportunity to discuss potential destinations and share their ideas and opinions with the class monitor, who will relay them to me. The longest possible trip could depart Thursday evening and return Saturday evening, though the shortest would be a full day on Friday. However, let me clarify, for the sake of management and safety, the prerequisite for visiting any location is that more than one class must express interest in going there. Therefore, even if our class reaches a consensus on a destination, it cannot be realized unless other classes wish to join us. The procedure is as follows. Everyone should deliberate on our class's desired location before the end of school on Friday, after which I will submit the suggestions. Over the weekend, the school will deliberate and allow you to vote on the results, ultimately selecting one from the top options that receive the highest votes. Given that similar experiences have occurred in elementary and middle school, no one is complaining about the autumn outing taking place during the break. It is far better than utilizing a regular weekend for such activities. If a sports event were to be organized, it would not only consume the autumn break, but likely require half a Sunday for opening and closing ceremonies. However, given the current heat, it is unlikely that the weather will cool down before National Day. At this moment, discussions commenced among the students. Lindley was indifferent about where to go for the outing, as his mind was preoccupied with the activities he was about to undertake. Suddenly, Bai Buffon called out Lindley's name. "What is it?" Lindley inquired, turning to Bai Buffon. As the saying goes, when Buffon contemplates, the heavens chuckle. I can assure you that Lindley will hear nothing normal from my lips henceforth. The spring outing is elegantly termed treading on green, while the autumn outing, shouldn't it be referred to as sweeping the yellow? So, does your previous week, this week, and next week count as all being autumn outings? By the heavens, you are the king of autumn outings. Indeed, I must admit, you are correct, Lindley nodded, acknowledging the truth in the jest. Wonderful, everyone. Lindley has just proclaimed himself the king of autumn outings, with vast experience. I propose you all heed his counsel. Bai Buffon stood and declared loudly. Lindley, perplexed, responded, "What?" The commanding voice drew the attention of all, including Xuejian. Following the astonishment, Lindley smiled. "You rascal, Bai Buffon. Your revenge is as drawn out as your own patience." "Ah, Lindley, are you quite adept at organizing outings? How about we entrust this event to you?" Xuejian inquired. "Teacher, that is not true. Bai Buffon is merely jesting," Lindley quickly denied. "Unless it activates some task. I certainly do not have the time to manage such trivial matters. I swear on my life." Lindley just declared himself the king of autumn outings. Bai Buffon reasserted his claim. "My fists have grown stronger." Lindley chuckled. "I was merely joking, teacher." Aware of Lindley and Bai Buffon's playful nature, Xuejian merely nodded, not pressing the matter further. As the class neared its conclusion, the bell signaling the end of the self-study period rang, and Xuejian only intended to relay this information before departing, encouraging everyone to return home for rest. Bai Buffon was the first eager to leave, feeling quite anxious. However, someone was intent on preventing his departure. Turning around, Bai Buffon saw Lindley smiling. "Oh, king of autumn outings, do you require something?" "I am not the king of autumn outings. I am the king of games, and at present, it is my turn to summon my fist into attack mode." Lindley maintained his cold smile. "Oh, king of games, I concede my mistake," Bai Buffon exclaimed in a mockingly distressed tone. "You do not merely recognize your error. You are acutely aware of your impending doom." Lindley smiled sweetly, while Bai Buffon appeared utterly defeated. Referring to the autumn outing as a euphemism for a more dubious activity is somewhat inappropriate. However, the notion of an outing serving as a euphemism for something more questionable is indeed fitting. It is rather unsuitable to utter such phrases throughout the school day. Henceforth, our operation will be dubbed autumn outing, Lindley declared. "I concur with your sentiment," Bai Buffon, whose cheek was forcibly pressed against the desk, nodded in agreement. The two had recently engaged in a vigorous conflict. Bai Buffon had fiercely struck Lindley's fist with his chest and forcefully pressed Lindley's shoe tip with his backside. Now, he was kissing the desk to express his elation over the outcome of their battle. Summary: what a thoroughly exhilarating beating it was. Lindley released his hold on Bai Buffon's right hand, allowing Bai Buffon to spring back to life with renewed vigor. As for Bao Wei, that scoundrel, he ignored my cries for help earlier, and now he seems to have vanished entirely. Bai Buffon surveyed the classroom and, noticing the dwindling number of students, voiced his thoughts. It's curious why there were still people lingering in the classroom 7 or 8 minutes after self-study ended. Some students often continue studying for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, even until the dormitory doors are about to close. After all, Nansang High School is a prestigious local institution. Of course, alongside diligent students, there are couples who prefer to wait until others leave before sneaking off together. As for Bao Wei, he left early and even urged me to ensure you would be in trouble, so he could toss his clothes onto the upper bunk without worry. He must be quite disappointed to see you return. Lindley pushed his chair back into place and replied. It was something he would say, and Bai Buffon nodded, stretching his arms and frowning. Lindley, have you been secretly working out behind my back? How do you possess such strength? Bai Buffon genuinely could not fathom it. Although they were just playing, he realized he truly could not escape Lindley's grasp. He was certain his own strength should have surpassed Lindley's. You've never practiced abstinence, have you? That's how it goes, Linley scoffed. In reality, he had just employed a strategy. He had rendered his hands immobile for an hour before sleeping last night, which granted him an opportunity to unleash his newfound strength. Thus, at this moment, his right hand's power was quadrupled compared to before. Though he could not match Tyson, handling by Buffon was effortless. The first time he utilized his skills post-cultivation was against by Buffon, which he deemed just desserts. By Buffon instinctively wanted to retort, but swallowed his words. The disparity between the current Lin Li and the Lin Li of a week ago was vast, akin to the difference between the Lin Li of a week ago and a dog. Not only was he diligent in his studies, but he was also enhancing his physique. Could it be that abstinence truly works? Is there such a miraculous phenomenon in this world? I'll focus on abstinence when I return tonight. By Buffon declared earnestly. Lin Li, I too shall formally begin my journey of abstinence. Haha, I'm serious. Absolutely serious this time. If I can maintain it for over a week. You owe me breakfast. Lin Li chuckled coldly. Why should it be me treating you? By Buffon nearly fell for it. I'm off now. I need to check out some stores. See you tomorrow. Lin Li did not respond, checking that he had his bike and house keys before waving goodbye as he headed out. Tomorrow morning's practice would only allow for half an hour of comfort, so the necessity of an early bedtime was once again pressing, prompting him to hurry. Take care, brother, By Buffon replied with a smile, quickly gathering his belongings to return to the dormitory. That guy who was dating was casting a mournful gaze in his direction. Don't let it hinder your kissing. Disperse. Outside the Tianhong foot massage parlor, the shop was still open. Lin Li once again employed his traditional skills, pretending to talk on the phone while discreetly observing. To be honest, the information he could gather outside was quite limited, especially since this shop had a convoluted layout, making it impossible for him to see even the cash register through the door. The intel he could obtain was far less than expected. Lin Li had no choice but to change tactics, approaching the road where the store was located, feigning a casual passerby. Getting closer improved his line of sight significantly. But the problem remained that he could not linger at the entrance. Annoying. Isn't it? Who is that? Asking if it's annoying. Lin Li turned, phone in hand. Oh, Song Leping? It turned out he was calling his name. Song Leping drew near, scrutinizing Lin Li's face before finally locking his gaze on the school uniform. You're by Buffon, right? Bro, we met just yesterday, and we almost became brothers. Can't you recognize me standing right in front of you? Lin Li now fully believed that Song Leping's impression of men was solely based on their clothing. It's me, Pingu. What brings you here? Lin Li inquired. Song Leping did not answer but simply straightened his posture. Got it. Observing this gesture along with Song Leping's slightly paler complexion than yesterday, Lin Li understood. He truly had been perfecting the map for the Shilling chicken farm. Bro, all done? Lin Li asked. Yes, just finished and was about to have a smoke. Your school uniform is quite conspicuous, so I came to see if it was you. Song Leping nodded, then asked, Buffon, how did you end up here today? Lin Li pondered for a moment, then considering Song Leping's character, decided to adopt a semi-truthful approach. After you told me about this place yesterday, I realized that mastering chicken dinners is an art. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle. Given that I might come here to support the business in the future, I thought it prudent to come and assess the situation firsthand. I aim to evaluate the quality of this establishment based on the clientele and the employees who occasionally step out for a break. Furthermore, I had already been contemplating the best escape routes should I be caught here. Spinning stories and fabricating tales was an undeniable strength of Lin Li's. He spoke with such conviction. As long as he aligned with Song Leping's line of thought, he was set. Song Leping's demeanor grew serious, resembling a mentor listening to a student's report on academics, hands clasped behind his back, nodding occasionally. Once Lin Li finished, he nodded approvingly. Excellent. You truly possess a gift in this regard. To have such deductive reasoning at your age is indeed remarkable. It is true that exploring a multitude of establishments is far more enlightening than merely watching countless videos. Personal preference is subjective. Your determination to gather information independently for research is truly commendable. Lin Li inwardly apologized to the sayings and proverbs for Song Leping. However, Song Leping's expression darkened further. Buffon, you have committed a grievous error. Chapter 60. This is our fervent and passionate combined technique. Buffon, do you recognize where you went wrong? Song Leping questioned sternly. That gaze, that intensity. Lin Li momentarily felt as if he were facing Shuejian. I'm unaware, please enlighten me, Pingu. In the presence of someone truly knowledgeable. Lin Li refrained from arrogance. Humility fosters progress. He lowered his head slightly, respectfully awaiting instruction. Unfortunately, Song Leping was not a teacher from Nansang. Otherwise, Lin Li was certain he could have gained valuable insights from a lecture. Gathering intelligence is indeed a necessary endeavor, but you must never approach it at such a time. Understanding Lin Li's eagerness to learn, Song Leping readily shared his insights, beginning a case analysis. Bufon, what time is it now? Others may forget, but you must not make such a rudimentary mistake. It is the critical moment when the Qingjue Health Club has just suffered a complete collapse. Earlier, during a casual chat with the ladies after my session, they informed me that they suspect the higher-ups have covertly issued directives to remain vigilant against sudden attacks. Shilling is about to enter a dark age of purging. Everyone at the Shilling chicken farm is on edge, constantly fearing that disaster may strike. At such a time, their sensitivity to external disturbances is heightened. Yet you chose this moment to conduct an undercover visit. Should they notice you, they will not consider you a potential new customer with promise, but will instead perceive you as a potential informant for the authorities, a bait for entrapment. How long have you been lurking here? You might already be under their scrutiny. If they label you as suspicious, you will instantly find yourself blacklisted from their services. If you believe that this is merely a case of Tianhong being blacklisted, then you are gravely mistaken. Numerous poultry farms share information among themselves, which means that Tianhong will disseminate your details to all the farms connected to it. Consequently, the news will only proliferate, expanding further until you are completely ostracized. By Bufon. Tell me loudly, are you an informant for the police? Are you the bait? Song Lupang grasped Lin Li's shoulder, shaking him back and forth, his words inadvertently growing more intense. Fortunately, there were few pedestrians on the road at this hour. Lin Li thought, how could he respond to such a question? Brother, I am indeed I am. If it weren't for his awareness that Song Lupang was not quite sane, Lin Li might have suspected that he was being deliberately mocked upon learning his identity. Thankfully, it was Song Lupang. I by Bufon am not. Lin Li managed to maintain his composure, responding loudly. Indeed, you are certainly not. For ambitious individuals like us, to be mistaken as informants and blacklisted is an immense disgrace. Therefore, Bufon, do you comprehend the gravity of your error? In perilous times, wishing to act boldly is indeed a courageous endeavor, demonstrating your passion for this industry. And I support you. However, during such critical periods, one must exercise utmost caution and deliberate carefully. A single misstep could lead to complete ruin. I understand now. My reflections were indeed insufficient. I apologize, Brother Ping, for failing to meet your expectations and guidance. Lin Li had to admit that he had not considered these aspects at all. This is not your fault. It is a common error among newcomers. If it facilitates your growth, it may even be a blessing, Song Lupang remarked, shaking his head. Moreover, even if you had not been discovered, your efforts would still be in vain. During this special period, for safety reasons, Tianhong has ceased to accept new clients, only accommodating familiar old ones. Song Lupang spoke with a hint of pride in his tone. Lin Li abruptly looked up, exclaiming, what do you mean, Brother Ping? Are you suggesting that until the storm passes, I am entirely barred from this establishment? Lin Li inquired softly. If that is the case, I must certainly change locations. Surely, other establishments are not as cautious? If this situation persists beyond a month, my task will be overdue. Fate is indeed a curious thing. Perhaps your previous outcome was predetermined. But now, Xiaofan, you have met me. This fated conclusion has long been rewritten. You are destined to be connected to this establishment. Remember, I am here, with me around. Anything is possible. Song Lupang gently shook his head before turning to walk towards the shop's main entrance. The flickering orange neon light illuminated Song Lupang's figure, casting a semblance of sunlight, revealing a divine radiance. He waved his hand, his voice soft yet resolute. God said, let there be light. And thus light came into the world. I say, if you are fated, Tianhong shall be yours. A slow and tranquil statement transformed Song Lupang's frail silhouette in Lin Li's eyes into something majestic. Tears welled up. How inspiring. Thank you, my mentor. No one is allowed to say that Brother Ping is not normal. He is the most reliable. Bufon, stop dawdling, come here. Coming, Brother Ping. Lin Li immediately followed. Welcome back, Song Gu. Did you forget something? The receptionist recognized Song Lupang, who had just finished his service, and greeted him with a smile. No, Xiaowan. Let me introduce a guest to you. Bufon, come over. Although Lin Li was taller than Song Lupang, he was still pulled alongside him. Is this your child? He is quite the handsome one. The receptionist immediately complimented. Ahem, ahem. Both Lin Li and Song Lupang choked on their own saliva. Their exchanged glances conveyed one thought. Could this possibly be my son? Xiaowan, do I really look that old? How old do you think I am? Song Lupang retorted indignantly. The receptionist, referred to as Xiaowan, pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then spoke candidly. Song Gu, we are familiar. So I won't indulge in empty flattery. To be honest, while I cannot tell how long you've lived, I can see that you may not have much time left. Song Lupang? Linley immediately noted the sharp-tongued receptionist in his mind. Additionally, her words held a semblance of truth. Song-gu, perhaps you should take it easy. We genuinely fear that one day you might collapse in our establishment, and consuming so much medication is detrimental to your health. Xiaowen's remarks were indeed quite pointed. Yet they stemmed from genuine concern for Song Lupang. Considering that Song Lupang was an ambitious individual who empathized with others during his consumption, respecting every chicken, Linley could understand why Xiaowen could address him in such a seemingly harsh, yet genuinely caring manner. Truthful words can be hard to hear. Perhaps this is a form of sincerity and bond. Song Lupang flushed with embarrassment. Xiaowen, how dare you tarnish my reputation? I am not on medication. Xiaowen retrieved half a strip of pills from her drawer, whispering, Song-gu, this was brought over by Sister Wu. You left it here after your massage. I assumed you came back to collect it. Sildenafil citrate, super-duper extra-strength version. Linley turned his head, stifling laughter. Song Lupang suddenly patted his pockets, his expression shifting from green to pale. Oh no, I really forgot to take it. No wonder Xiaowen wasn't surprised to see him return. It was because of this. One cannot sacrifice money for the sake of dignity. Each pill costs tens of dollars, and the remaining half-strip amounts to several hundred. Song Lupang swiftly returned the pills to his pocket, then pushed Linley in front of him, chuckling awkwardly. Haha, Xiaowen, these things are not important. I almost digressed. Now, back to the main topic. Xiaowen, this is my newly recognized younger brother. I know you aren't accepting new clients lately, but with my introduction, there should be no issue, right? Xiaowen then truly regarded Linley. Although they had previously discussed matters of a special nature, they had never explicitly stated it. It was inconsequential for a regular client to overhear. However, Song Lupang's intention was evidently to lay everything bare. Of course, no problem with a guest introduced by Song-gu, a super-esteemed old client. Such a matter cannot be problematic, Xiaowen swiftly replied. Upon hearing this, Song Lupang winked at Linley. The meaning was clear. See? This is the charm of my persona as the current king of the pleasure world. The future is yours, but for now, it is still mine. Linley reciprocated with an expression of admiration. Seeing Song Lupang grin with his head turned, Linley also smiled. It was quite entertaining to amuse a fool. In the mirrored reflections of the hall, Linley caught a glimpse of his current smile. Hey, that looks familiar. Why does it seem like I've seen this expression on Chen-Yueying? Xiaowen is giving me this courtesy, rest assured. Although I have only known Buffon for a short time, he is absolutely trustworthy. Linley's gaze and demeanor delighted Song Lupang, who immediately sang Linley's praises to Xiaowen. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is still unable to emerge. I witnessed him being apprehended. And do you know? The officer who arrested him was particularly rude, practically shoving him into the car. I saw him raise his leg, as if to kick Buffon, but ultimately restrained himself. Linley blinked. Song Lupang's words were indeed true. At that moment, Uncle Yang's face was filled with fury. I could hardly bear to watch. TSK, this child stands in stark opposition to the police and is undoubtedly a trustworthy ally. It is inconceivable that he could harbor any issues. If he did, I would never be able to lift even a little in this lifetime, nor would medication ever prove effective. Song Lupang chuckled. Linley maintained a stoic expression. That said, if he were completely incapable, would Song Lupang not entirely sever his thoughts in that regard, thus marking a return to righteousness? If one cannot even entertain such thoughts, then hope for the vow to be fulfilled. Brother, I am grateful for your trust, rest assured. My faith in you will never waver. Unchanged from the past through the present and into the future, I too solemnly vow that if I ever change, even medication will be of no use. Linley sincerely gazed at Song Lupang, proclaiming his oath with vigor. Upon hearing this, Song Lupang stared blankly at Linley. Although the vows sounded similar, the essence was entirely different. He, burdened by his own ailments, while Linley was a passionate youth, brimming with vitality. The weight of their promises could not be compared. Consequently, his eyes grew moist. This is absolute trust. This is the bond of kindred spirits. Chapter 61. Fortune lies within misfortune. Alas, where is my misfortune? If this cannot be deemed love, what sorrow remains for me? Xiaowen observed this scene, clicking the mouse a few times, and music began to play. Do not misalign the accompaniment, dear sister. There is no need for such extravagance, Buffon. Your sentiment alone is already profoundly moving. Even if one day you truly let me down, I would never hold it against you. In his 20s, Song Lupang bore the gentle expression of a man in his 60s. Thank you for your understanding, brother. You said it yourself. When the truth is revealed, do not blame me. Linley smiled shyly. Although our ages may not suit a father-son dynamic, should the opportunity arise, we could certainly pledge brotherhood, and from that day forth, I would rightfully call you my younger brother. Then I could proudly proclaim, much like Liu Bei, that my second brother is unrivaled in the world. I recall from history that Sun Xianxia was willing to marry Liu Bei precisely because she heard him often declare this, regrettably. She later discovered the deception and became exceedingly angry, ultimately failing to bear him any offspring. Xiao Fan, do you think my words might attract some admirers? Song Lepying had already ventured into the realm of fantasy. Linley, Bu Fan should indeed form a brotherhood with Song Lepying, both being historians of sorts. All right, you two brothers ought not to get too sentimental at the door. This is Xiao Fan, right? Shall we head inside now? I will have someone escort you. Song Gu, you should return quickly. We will ensure your younger brother is well taken care of. As for you, hurry back and brew some goji berries, huangjing, rayanong, epimedium, and couscous in your thermos. Don't come by for a while. Although Xiao Wen is certainly older than Lin Li, in such a setting, it is customary not to address customers as younger brothers. Lin Li clicked his tongue. Merely hearing the names of these traditional medicines made his nose bleed almost uncontrollably. He had not come to consume, merely to observe the situation. Before Lin Li could speak, Song Lepying promptly explained on his behalf. Yes, that's correct, Xiao Wen. Additionally, I need to save up. The earliest I can come is probably this weekend. Lin Li concurred. Completing the task of assisting Bu Fan in his endeavor sooner would allow him to obtain the elixir more quickly. Who knows? Perhaps one sip would elevate him to the heavens. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Just come by when you can. If I am not on duty that day, simply mention that you were referred by Pingu and that Xiao Wen has already met you. There will be no issues. Even if there are questions, they will consult me and I will resolve them. Xiao Wen nodded, smiling as she continued. Regarding payment, hasn't Songgu mentioned? We pride ourselves on quality and affordability. So you shouldn't need to save for too long. I truly hadn't had the chance to mention it. However, Xiao Wen, please extend a little more courtesy to Songgu this time. In the future, for Xiao Fan's consumption, let us offer a discount of around 80, and rest assured, I have taught him well. He understands and will only pay in cash. Song Lepying reminded Xiao Wen. Typically, the customers introduced by Song Gu receive a 95 discount. So with Xiao Fan's relationship, a 90 discount should not be a problem, but for an 80 discount, I will need to consult the owner and my colleagues. I will do my best to negotiate. Xiao Wen gestured, though it was not a complete agreement. Song Lepying had not deceived himself in the world of poultry. He indeed held significant influence. A 90 discount sounds unappealing. If others hear that I am only at a 90 discount level, surely it should be at least 80 or 90. Song Lepying stated with a hint of negotiation. All right. Xiao Wen nodded. Looking around to confirm there were no regular customers present, then addressed Lin Li. Since we have some time, let me introduce you to the pricing here. So you won't find yourself in a situation of carrying too much or too little next time. The prices are approximately as follows. To be honest, the consumption level at this establishment is significantly lower than at Qingjue. Not only is the price for corresponding services merely half that of Qingjue, but the additional costs for services are also quite affordable. Indeed, it is not expensive, Lin Li remarked. What a pity. Naturally, we at Tianhong pride ourselves on thin margins and high sales. We engage in labor-intensive work, living a challenging life, merely earning some hard-earned money. Xiao Wen said with a hint of pride after hearing his sentiments. Xiao Fan, the location of Qingjue you visited was in the center of Shilling. The rent there is vastly different from here, compounded by their desire to create a high-end atmosphere, making the pricing artificially inflated. Besides the considerate sweet, none are truly worth it. I have always believed in and accepted a saying. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. A fortune teller told me in my childhood that my life would be a balance of fortune and misfortune, neither wholly good nor wholly bad. The same applies to you. Although Xiao Fan, you were caught at Qingjue, this misfortune harbors the blessing of our acquaintance. You have, in a sense, profited, sparing yourself the 6 or 7 years of wandering in Shilling, avoiding unnecessary expenses and the wastage of time. Song Lepying analyzed the reasons to Lin Li while reflecting. Suddenly, Song Lepying furrowed his brow. He realized something peculiar, strange. Surviving a brush with death at Qingjue must surely count as an absolute blessing, yet afterward, nothing else of note occurred, aside from my meeting you. Yet this event remains an undeniable stroke of fortune for me. Alas, where is my misfortune? Feeling uneasy, he wondered if he was about to encounter something significant. Hello, the significant matter is right here. Lin Li blinked. He suddenly felt a desire to meet this fortune teller, who seemed quite accurate. In truth, Lin Li also believed in metaphysics, albeit only partially. The left eye twitches for wealth, while the right eye twitches for superstition. He only trusted the part that benefited him. However, this fortune teller appeared to be exceedingly precise. Perhaps he is a transcendent being capable of traversing various realms. Brother Ping need not worry. This is mere superstition. If you find it accurate, it is akin to astrology. The descriptions of astrological fortunes fit almost everyone. It's all psychological influence. A result of self-interpretation. Astrologer, if you do not breathe this month, you will die. Astrology enthusiast. Wow, how accurate. It's as if they are speaking directly to me. I believe you shall not encounter any misfortunes again. Thus, the very embodiment of misfortune began to reassure Song Leping, for one cannot allow the other to suspect him. Perhaps my life has turned for the better since I met you, Xiao Fan. After all, before our encounter, I had already given up on finding a kindred spirit in this world. Indeed, understanding it this way makes everything coherent. I owe you my gratitude, Xiao Fan. Song Leping clearly was an optimist who could self-soothe, having found a rationale he could accept. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention Xiaowen. I am very likely to bring a classmate with me to consume this weekend. Would that be acceptable? Would he be excluded as a stranger? He does not need a discount and can pay the full price, and I can teach him to adhere to Brother Ping's Ladybug Code, Lin Li remarked. Let us not have Bai Bufan left stranded outside. Although Lin Li found the scene amusing and was eager to witness Bai Bufan's exasperated expression. Are you familiar with this classmate of yours? Song Leping inquired on behalf of Xiaowen. Very much so, we're great buddies, Brother Ping. He shares our profound respect for playing games, though he lacks a bit of my courage and does not dare to venture alone, Lin Li nodded. Unfortunately, he is a boarding student. Otherwise, I would call him over for you to meet. He is like you? Song Leping exclaimed in surprise. No wonder it is the top school in Xiling Town. Truly a place of talent. I never expected that within this small school. Not only is there a hidden talent like Wulong, but also a phoenix chick. I must introduce him to you when I have the chance. Initially, there may have been some doubt, but now, Song Leping was convinced that Bai Bufan was indeed his lucky star. Away with the notion of fortune being intertwined with misfortune. From this day forth, luck shall be on his side. Absolutely. Brother, I believe he will be even happier than you when he finds out. You two will have plenty to discuss, Lin Li affirmed, sincerely. That is no problem at all, as long as you are familiar with him. A brother of my brother is also my brother. How could there be no discount? You need not concern yourself with such trifles. Song Leping replied cheerfully. Brother Song, this money we are short of is ours. Xiaowen raised her hand to indicate. Ahem, it doesn't matter. What kind of relationship do we have? Let us not be so formal. Xiaowen rolled her eyes in exasperation but did not argue further. She nodded towards Lin Li, Brother Fan. You are now considered one of us. As long as you personally bring your friend over, rather than him coming alone, it will be no problem to host you both. That is wonderful. I am already looking forward to what will surely be a delightful weekend. Lin Li beamed with excitement, hoping there would be no unforeseen incidents this time, as the last one had nearly left him traumatized. You were simply unfortunate last time, but rest assured, Tianhong is an established brand. There will be no more mishaps. I guarantee it. Song Leping pounded his chest with determination. Just as his bravado began to wane, he started rubbing his chest, inhaling sharply. To have been struck to such an extent, one could round that off as a type of talent. Borrowing Brother Ping's auspicious words, tonight will conclude perfectly. Having exceeded our tasks multiple times over, Lin Li felt content and prepared to take his leave. Indeed, Brother Fan, do not worry, we are quite vigilant. During the busiest weekend, we will have someone monitoring the actions of the bar patrons to ensure that you and your friends enjoy a safe and delightful weekend. With that, he even winked at Lin Li. Just as Lin Li was about to turn and leave, the polite farewell he had intended to utter got caught in his throat. Turning back, he expressed genuine curiosity. Oh, is there such a thing? Chapter 62, A Traitor Within the Demon Suppression Department. Indeed, there are so many advantages here that I almost forgot to compliment this aspect. Song Leping nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Li, Bufan. Here you need not worry about escape routes. With them around, there will be no surprises. Given his current identity, it is entirely natural for Lin Li to be curious about such matters, so he straightforwardly asked, Brother Ping, Sister Xiaowen, may I inquire about how we ensure safety in this regard? Is there a secret passage in the store, allowing one to depart unnoticed during inspections? Lin Li never anticipated encountering such a delightful surprise. Fortunately, Xiaowen had brought it up herself. Had he been the one to notify the Demon Suppression Department, and they failed to apprehend anyone, or worse, concealed the truth about Huan, all his efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, after one failure, Lin Li would never return to the same establishment for a second time. Especially after having faced an ambush on both visits. That would be far too conspicuous and likely to raise suspicion. The Demon Suppression Department itself would employ individuals to act as undercover agents within the Huan stronghold to gather evidence. Thus the Huan practitioners would naturally consider such possibilities. which was entirely reasonable. As a cautious individual, Linley did not wish to take such risks before completing his task. He was inherently averse to risk. The only things that could make him overlook danger were websites and software. In the face of these, Linley transformed into a radical risks. I am only interested in websites and software that pose no risks. Ignoring danger, he continued to install and browse. Brother Fan, do you think of us as a chicken farm in northern Myanmar, with basements and secret passages? Such a thing is impossible. This is commercial property. Any significant structural alterations require reporting to the district authorities, and we simply do not have that capability, Xiaowen chuckled. However, Xiaowen smiled mysteriously. We have set up informants. There are our people within the department who will report back to us, monitoring their every move. Linley's pupils widened in shock. By heavens, we have a traitor among us. Perhaps even multiple ones. The Demon Suppression Department has been infiltrated. However, Linley was not overly concerned about his identity being exposed. The previous operation was reported by him, and in reality, very few knew the entire truth. For the sake of the whistleblower's safety, the Demon Suppression Department would not widely publicize such information, even internally, including the banner Linley received. It did not bear his name. Thus, the number of those who knew he was the whistleblower was likely single digits. Furthermore, had they already known his identity, neither Song Leping nor Xiaowen would treat him in this manner. Therefore, following his astonishment and brief panic, Linley was overtaken by an uncontrollable excitement. This could lead to a significant accomplishment. He was on the verge of sweeping away the corruption within the Demon Suppression Department, bringing to justice the malevolent hand that has overshadowed Shilling Town, restoring its clarity. At 17, the age most prone to impulsiveness and adventure, the thought alone was thrilling. The last time he was rewarded 3,003. This time it should be even more, right? If it could be more. He would definitely treat himself to a spring breeze spirit, a San Wukong model. For 1,004? 5,005. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the eradication of the traitors and the confiscation of their assets for himself. It would be splendid if he could implicate their entire clan. Brother Song, Sister Wen. Are you suggesting we have someone among the bar patrons? This time, will we receive prior notice? Let us talk about the details once the task is accomplished. Linley feigned excitement as he inquired. Roughly, yes, Xiaowen replied with an inscrutable smile. What position do they hold? Are they grassroots? A messenger? What can they do to assist us? Linley quickly asked, then immediately slapped his forehead, raising his hands apologetically. Sorry, it seems I should not be asking such things. I'm just a bit too excited. At 17, Linley found this to be the perfect guise at this age. It is entirely reasonable to be eager to learn the details in such circumstances. Naturally, he would not attempt to discover the true identity of the undercover agent. Narrowing down the options was sufficient, and the rest was the internal affair of the Demon Suppression Department. Indeed, Song Leping and Xiaowen were not surprised by Linley's excitement. Xiaowen smiled. No worries, we are all on the same side. However, Brother Fan, you are mistaken. It is neither grassroots nor a messenger. Is it someone from upper management? Linley's eyes widened in astonishment. Did he skip the minor nuisances and leap straight to the big fish? I'm afraid I must be more cautious now. I am not Wu Song, facing a tiger. I am merely a piece of shredded meat, at best a clumsy one. Haha, we lack such prowess. Xiao Fan, you have misunderstood. We have not managed to successfully bribe the officers. They have implemented various new regulations like rotation shifts, and the internal affairs of the Vice Squad are tightly controlled, making it far more challenging to operate than before. Faced with the astonished and admiring expressions of Linley, Xiaowen felt a tinge of embarrassment and waved his hand, saying, so our informant. Linley's confusion deepened. Who besides the Demon Suppression Envoy can act as an undercover agent in the Demon Suppression Office? We have a former superior who is currently on probation and participating in community service. His assigned location on weekends is the Sanxiao police station. So we have entrusted him to monitor the personnel movements inside. If he notices a large number of officers leaving, regardless of whether they're in plain clothes, he will immediately notify us. Additionally, we will hire individuals to keep watch at several key points leading to our establishment and those of our nearby competitors. Once our former superior sends us a message, we will have them confirm whether the officers are heading our way. When all parties confirm that the clues point to a targeted crackdown against us, we will immediately inform our guests and employees to pause special services and transition to regular operations in an orderly manner. We will have ample time. By the time the officers arrive, they will only see our legitimate xianxia. Even if they check the surveillance, they will find it difficult to discern the truth. Xiaowen genuinely did not consider himself an outsider and proudly shared the truth with Linley. Linley felt an indescribable emotion at that moment. You know, I must admit, my perspective was rather narrow. Within the Demon Suppression Office, aside from the envoys responsible for suppression, there are naturally demons to be suppressed. The bad news is that there is a mole within the Demon Suppression Office. The good news is that the mole has already been captured and sentenced. How infuriating. What a waste of excitement. It's like having missed a tiger and instead catching a mosquito that has already been swatted. Upon relaying this news to Yang Liang, he would likely commend me, but as for any rewards, I shouldn't even entertain such thoughts. I apologize, Xiao Wujing. It is my inadequacy and inability that prevents me from bringing you home. Lin Li sighed deeply. However, it is still useful information. Most people would not think along these lines, and unwittingly, they might attract the attention of these chicken farms. When the time comes for action, we must inform Uncle Yang and the others in advance so that they can prepare. Once informed, prevention becomes straightforward. We can replace the community service probationers with personnel from other demon suppression offices, ensuring they see nothing, pretending to leave for home, and then heading out in plain clothes, and so on. However, we must not prepare too conspicuously, nor should we seek out and confront the specific mole, as that would blatantly inform the chicken farms that there is a traitor among them. It is simple logic to deduce that the informant is one of us. Alas, being an undercover agent is truly exhausting. By then, Uncle Yang and the others should have an inkling. I see, this reassures me. If only I had known about Tianhong sooner. Compared to you, Qingjue is truly a disaster, Lin Li said sincerely, clutching his chest. The act of stepping on one while lifting another is quite nauseating, unless one is the one being lifted. Xiaowen chuckled merrily. This is something we should do for our own and our customers' safety. To be honest, the cost of hiring people to keep watch outside is quite high. If it weren't for us sharing the expenses, it would be a losing venture. The notion of thin profits and high sales is not merely a glitch. We are indeed earning a meager living. But for your enjoyment and peace of mind, what is this little sacrifice worth? Indeed, Song Leping nodded earnestly. In my heart, Tianhong is indeed deserving of us, a place of ambition and aspiration, where countless packages can be assembled, providing joy to all gentlemen under heaven. Tears welled up. How is it that all the chicken farms are so exceptional? Qingjue excels in infrastructure, while Tianhong excels in service. Lin Li gave a thumbs up. They should all be sent in for further training. Xiaowen humbly accepted this, smiling lightly. So, Xiao Fan, feel free to come and enjoy yourself this weekend. Our preparations are flawless. We have only our own people here, and the office is filled with our own. How could we possibly lose? If we were to be caught under such circumstances, I, Xiao Wen, would never work in this field again. He chuckled. Lin Li, already inwardly amused, outwardly acknowledged this with a heavy nod. Indeed, it is perfect, seamless. The odds are truly in our favor. The 3 chapters total 9,000 words have been exhausted. Chapter 63. Child, this is quite amusing. With no further doubts to exchange, and Xiaowen having nothing to disclose of his past, Lin Li bid farewell to the two. Song Leping had intended to leave, so they exited together. As they reached Lin Li's bicycle, Song Leping remarked, the document is actually half-edited. I will head over to Shui Nanxiao in the next couple of days to scout the store. I will send you the initial draft as soon as possible. Oh, what's wrong, bro? Lin Li looked up at Song Leping upon hearing the sound of discomfort. Nothing, I think an ant just bit me. Song Leping waved his hand dismissively. Lin Li observed that despite Song Leping's tough exterior, he was aware of his own frailty. Why don't you listen to Xiaowen? It's not too late to stop now. If you keep taking the medication, your body will collapse. Lin Li feared that Song Leping might be on the brink of ruin. I can't go back. The medication is a necessity. You must understand. Girls despise the saying better late than never. I do not wish to see the disappointment on their faces, Song Leping said solemnly. Apologies to that phrase. Better late than never has been the most harshly criticized. Moreover, would the girls truly be disappointed? Can't they leave early? Shouldn't they be smiling and saying that this money is easy to earn? 603 seconds? It can still be adjusted. Brother Ping, you are still young. What will you do if you continue this way? You haven't even married or had children. Lin Li earnestly persuaded, seeking a glimmer of hope for a change of heart. Song Leping treated himself quite well, yet he had to betray him, with the system bearing the full responsibility. I am now a dink, double income no kids, advocate. My yearning for love ended with my first love, and everything concluded thereafter. Song Leping's face reflected a nostalgic reminiscence. Although he had not drunk today, he appeared even more sorrowful than during a late-night snack. In the year of my first love, I caught a cicada, thinking I had captured Summer. I smeared her face, believing we would be together forever. Yet in the end, I suddenly realized that everything was but a fleeting illusion, and we were merely transient visitors in each other's lives. Summer does not linger, and she chose to leave. In the future, many will catch that cicada, and many will smear her face. No one is unique. So why be trapped by the past, and why linger for anyone? This overly artistic yet crass monologue left Linley momentarily stunned. I enjoy and have thoroughly adapted to my current life. However, you, Buffan, I may well be a reflection of your future. This thing is addictive and hard to let go. If you are fearful, there is still a path back. If you do not wish to inherit my legacy, I will not hold it against you. Song Lepiang spoke softly. I will not tread anyone else's path, nor will I become anyone's shadow. I, by Buffon, shall carve out a broad avenue in the world of indulgence. Linley mounted his bike, responding in kind to Song Lepiang's sentiment. Song Luping fell silent, his gaze complex as he watched Linley depart. After a long while, when the street was devoid of any figures, he turned to gaze at the moon above, a sense of confusion flickering in his eyes. He moved forward, sighing inwardly, feeling as though he had been thrown over the shoulder by an ant. Returning home. It was already deep into the night. Linley pulled out his phone, the green light of the notification blinking behind him, indicating a message had arrived. The vibrations had ceased. However, they had incessantly buzzed while he was in the store. Prompting Xiao Wen to inquire if he had brought props to play with and cautioning him that such behavior was somewhat improper, hoping he would refrain from it over the weekend. With a forced smile, Linley took out his phone and silenced the vibrations. It wasn't a text message. That had stopped arriving the night before. The sender's method of bombardment was not of the costless verification code variety, but rather genuine messages with substantial content, each costing several cents at the very least. Perhaps at that moment, in a distant small room in northern Myanmar, a woman was crying out in despair. The cause of the vibrations was by Buffon. Upon opening WeChat, he found a flurry of messages inquiring about his well-being. By Buffon exemplified the art of changing faces. His initial respectful demeanor had morphed into suspicion that Linley was enjoying himself without him, leading to angry slander. And now he seemed to be in a state of weakness and helplessness, even bordering on obsession. Are you there? Why are you ignoring me? Linley, you've successfully piqued my interest. I need your cold shoulder for my hot face. Apologies, my previous words crossed a line. I realize our relationship hasn't reached a point where you feel inclined to respond. That's my fault. Are you alive? Linley, I am your father. How many years do you get for not replying over there? Wang Chongling's mother. Have you crawled into a coffin? Is there no signal at the grave? Linley, are you purposely ignoring me, setting your phone to vibrate and leaving it below to enjoy yourself? You bastard. I beg you, respond to me. If I catch a cold tomorrow, it will surely be due to your cold violence. So you're not going to reply, huh? Fine. I didn't really want you to respond anyway. Plenty of people do, and I don't particularly wish to chat with you. You're quite ordinary, really. It's rather amusing and pretentious. A picture followed, an exceptionally high-quality suggestive image, but the problem was that by Buffon had heavily pixelated all the crucial parts, exhibiting an utterly beastly behavior. You truly haven't seen my messages? This can't bait you? Linley viewed the exchange with not a shred of guilt. By Buffon continued to send messages. Linley quoted, "Send me the infantry image." By Buffon, "Bro, you finally resurrected. It was worth it for me to keep watching ads." Linley, "Just got home. The situation earlier wasn't suitable for reading messages." Linley summarized his situation briefly, planning to discuss the details the following day. By Buffon, "Living on campus has truly tormented me. I need to find an opportunity to ask my family if they can drive me twice daily, each time for 45 minutes, so I can be a day student." Linley, "Did you laugh while typing that?" By Buffon was not a local from Shilin, having come from a neighboring town, making the distance a bit far. By Buffon, "No, child, it's not funny. Pay attention to the question." I said again, "I've already mentioned it to my family once." Linley, "What was the outcome?" By Buffon, "My dad laughed and said, 'Buffon, I've met your grandfather.' You haven't met him yet. Isn't that unfair?" By Buffon, "I was still a bit confused at the time. I thought that by my great-grandfather's generation, most had already passed, but before I could express my doubts, my father said the mode of transport was his belt." By Buffon, "Damn it. I didn't see my great-grandfather that day, but I did see Lauda." Linley, "Child, that's not funny." By Buffon, "You didn't laugh when you typed that? I'm currently eating shit on the spot." Linley indeed chuckled. By Buffon, "Additionally, I specifically asked Lauda, and he really said he had no objections." Child, "This is quite humorous. One can only say that Lauda's mindset is as broad as Lao and S. Linley, "Your imagination is as expansive as Lao can S." Linley, "All right, I just got home. I need to shower. Send me the infantry image and its source. It's urgent." By Buffon, "Galio defeated 385 citizens with his ultimate in a city named Linley. 1. Linley nodded approvingly. He recognized by Buffon's insights. Generally, when lying on his bed, he was wooden, but at this moment, he felt overwhelmed. Linley would not repeat the foolish mistakes Buffon had made in the past. He had already downloaded the material before viewing it. The next day, transitioning from simplicity to opulence is easy, but from opulence to simplicity is challenging. As the last egg was retrieved from Lin Lee's egg carton, he had no choice but to diligently practice the 8-section body training's odd-numbered chapters. The pain of sweat-soaked exertion surged back into his body, and perhaps due to not having trained for several days, today felt particularly arduous. Lin Lee was no longer smiling. Yet Xiao Zhou's complexion had noticeably improved. Evidently, he had shifted his mood. Zhou Yue was genuinely pleased. After all, as a human, it's quite difficult to face an adversary's lewd antics with a pleasant demeanor daily. For an entire week, he rose before the rooster to diligently practice the 8-section body training, accumulating at least half an hour before noon. Upon seeing the notification, Lin Lee rested his hands on his thighs, gasping for breath. Goodbye, Grandpa Zhao. Goodbye. Today I can once again become a Korean-style grandpa. It seems my wishes have been reciprocated, he thought, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His thoughts were evident on his face. This interaction with the elderly was indeed entertaining. Lin Lee nodded again, dragging his weary body forward, adopting a long-lost dead dog posture. Although he had only practiced for a week, it was still a method not found in reality, and the effects spoke for themselves. Lin Lee's physical fitness had shown signs of growth. A week prior, Lin Lee could persist through the early stages relying on stamina and later on his physical and mental strength, practicing standard movements for several minutes. But once his movements became distorted enough to affect his training, he had to rest for a few minutes before resuming. Now, however, Lin Lee could maintain standard movements continuously for nearly 20 minutes. This, however, did not alter the conclusion of being utterly exhausted. After all, the system's requirements for diligence grew alongside Lin Lee's development. If there was surplus energy, it was deemed a lack of seriousness. The petty-minded system operated in such a way. Unless Lin Lee could skillfully master the 8-section body training, perfectly meet its requirements while possessing extra energy, or practice for 5 minutes and rest for 2 hours, the outcome of earnest training would invariably lead to exhaustion. The only consolation was that previously he was an exceedingly weak dog, while now Lin Lee was merely a regular weak dog. And just tomorrow, his vital energy was poised for transformation. The future held promise. Perhaps tomorrow he would become a powerful dog. Wait? No, he was a human. Let us rewind. A stronger human. I am a human. I am a human. With this thought, Lin Lee raised his left hand high, shouting the slogan of being human, joyfully sprinting home. Along the way, he passed an elderly person who had risen early. Whose child is this? Chapter 64. It seems simpler to prefer boys. Classroom. Unusually, Buffon did not share any historical anecdotes today. The lineage of Liu Bei, Liu Feng, and Liu Shan collectively signifies the aspirations of an emperor. The descendants of Sun Jian, namely Sun Quan and Sun Su, together imply a wish for capability. Now, let us turn our attention to the old Chao family. What names do they bear? Chao Chao, Chao Pai, Chao Zhen, and Chao Xuan. Without discussing Sima, let us focus solely on Xu, Wei, and Wu. It is evident that the Chao family emerged as the ultimate victors. Can you see it now? What of the emperor's heart and the strategies of power? They are of no consequence. Proclaim it loudly. What constitutes the ladder to victory? To achieve triumph, one must only accomplish 3 tasks. Wei Wendi, Chao Ziheng, Chao Pai. History has its truths, while interpretations may vary wildly. After distributing breakfast to everyone, Lin Lee extended a delayed expression of gratitude to Buffon. That film yesterday was truly remarkable. Bai's selection was indeed commendable. One might wonder if it was merely average. If it were not exceptional, it would not occupy space on my phone, for my storage is a precious strategic resource. I have many fine materials saved. Have you finished watching Feng Jia's works? Though some time has passed, classics never fade. After restoration, the visual quality even surpasses that of newer films. Buffon received such praise with equanimity and responded calmly. Please send them all to me. It is genuinely important. Lin Lee spoke earnestly. I will send you my cloud storage account and password later. Sharing is cumbersome, and links often expire. I happen to have a membership, and I have already organized and reviewed the files, so they are not a chaotic mess. However, to avoid deletion, most of the saved files are compressed archives. The passwords vary depending on their sources and are generally indicated within the folders. You can sort it out later. In the early days of cloud storage monopolies, a single phrase could shatter one's hopes. You are late. File sharing has been canceled. Each time a link was found only to discover it was years old, it felt like a nerve-wracking gamble. You are my true brother. Since you do not often utilize these resources in your dorm, why not entrust them to me? Who needs them more? Just let me know when you require them over the weekend. Lin Lee nodded, feeling gratified by Buffon's consideration. No need. You can keep them over the weekend. I no longer require these resources. From this day forth, I shall officially embark on my journey of abstinence. Bai Bufan declared with determination. I will channel my talents into this path of restraint. I have already uninstalled all adult content and related apps from my phone. With a resolute heart. I cannot fathom failure. Linley nodded in agreement. Wait, your reaction is too subdued. Linley exclaimed. I feel as though you do not respect my monumental decision. Why do you respond with mere agreement? After a brief silence, Bai Bufan appeared somewhat unsettled. Wow, Bufan, you are truly amazing, Linley praised, albeit half-heartedly. Such compliments had become routine, lacking sincerity. Bai Bufan's profound assertion was that he abstained for 23 hours each day. Assuming he lived to an average age of 75, he would have a total of 72 years spent in restraint. This data, however, only implies that if Bai Bufan were to invest his talent into this endeavor, he might find himself in a similar predicament within the abstinence community. You shall regret your actions today, Bai Bufan remarked coldly, gazing at his deskmate with disdain. Moments later, Chun Yueying approached after discarding her breakfast waste in the hallway's trash can, calling Lin Li's name. Initially, the classroom's trash can was placed at the back, but due to previous alterations, it had become a basketball hoop for Lin Li and his peers, prompting Xue Jian to relocate it to the hallway. This way, at least during class, they wouldn't witness this group of rascals using tissues or other items as basketballs. What's up, class monitor? She inquired. I wanted to discuss the autumn outing. I spoke with Zhui Yongfei, and we decided it would be best to hold discussions based on dormitory units. The dorm leaders will inform me or him, allowing us to compile several major options, which we will then finalize during class meetings. Since you are the only commuter without a dorm, I needed to speak with you separately. Zhui Yongfei is the male vice monitor of Class 4. Oh, I see. I'm quite laid back about it. Anything works for me, Linley replied, glancing at Bai Bufan. Bufan, did your dorm discuss it last night? You can combine my vote with your dorms. With 4 kings and 5 members, it is only natural for a 6-member dorm to have 7 votes. That sounds fine. However, I am curious, have you reached a conclusion? Qin Weiying asked, directing her gaze at Bai Bufan. With his head lowered, fixated on the unopened textbook. Bai Bufan stiffened even further upon hearing his name. He mechanically turned to face Chun Yueying, yet his gaze faltered as he stammered, We haven't finalized it yet. We should have something by tomorrow evening. Linley was momentarily taken aback, but then realized that Bai Bufan was a completely different person in front of the boys and girls, particularly before the impeccably dressed Chun Yueying. It was unnecessary for him to be this way. His previous rumor about Bai Bufan's supposed ailment had deeply affected Bai's already fragile spirit. Linley noticed Bai Bufan's hands tightly clasped at his sides, devoid of any extraneous movement. Linley stood up. After all, when thoughts of ailments arise, it is indeed time to adjust one's posture. He was not the only one rising. As Linley approached the back row near the door, Chen Tianming, who had also stood up, exchanged knowing glances with him, and their shared understanding brought smiles to their faces. So, you two are engaging in this. Bai Bufan unwittingly became the unwitting assistant for posture correction in Class 4, reminding them to adjust themselves whenever he was present. At that moment, Bai Bufan appeared to be at a loss, stuttering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Qin Weiying found herself momentarily at a loss as well. Linley, unable to bear seeing his good friend suffer such discomfort, closed his eyes. Cough. Linley opened his eyes, having inadvertently laughed out loud due to his sudden rise in mirth. As he stood laughing, both Qin Yueying and Bai Bufan turned to him. Qin Yueying looked puzzled, while Bai Bufan's expression was one of despair, silently pleading for assistance. Class monitor, Bufan becomes somewhat socially anxious around girls, especially those as attractive as you. Perhaps you could postpone his report to Yongfei, Linley suggested, deciding to lend a helping hand. Oh, I apologize, Qin Yueying stepped back, allowing Bai Bufan more comfort. However, it is rather difficult to imagine Bai as he is now. After all, Bai Bufan was known for his loud voice, often commanding the attention of the entire class, and to those unfamiliar with him, he seemed anything but socially anxious. Rather, he appeared to exude an aura of intimidation. Linley raised an eyebrow. For a girl of this age, receiving such direct compliments proved to be a challenge, and Chun Yueying blushed, failing to respond. Bai Bufan's gaze towards Lin Li grew increasingly resentful. Are you truly using me as a pawn in your game with the class monitor? Have I become a mere tool in your schemes? According to rumors, when Kaido and Big Mom did not desire children, they utilized Luffy. By the way, class monitor, my previous comment about Bufan's ailment was a joke, a mere fabrication, Linley added. Finally, Bai Bufan cast a grateful glance at Linley, who had spoken sincerely, devoid of any teasing tone, and this genuine clarification brought him to the verge of tears. Chun Yueying paused, glancing between Bai Bufan and Lin Li. Did you mention this to me before? Still feeling thankful, Bai Bufan suddenly stiffened once more. Oh, Bai Bufan looked at Lin Li with confusion. Lin Li shrugged innocently, tilting his head and raising his hands. I told you the class monitor likely didn't remember this incident. Just look at how anxious you are. But now she remembers. Realizing this, Bai Bufan found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to that of Zhou Baowei. How foolish he had been. Class monitor. I mentioned it to you the day before yesterday at noon, but it's perhaps for the best that you don't remember it now. For it was merely a fabrication of mine, Lin Li reiterated. Bai Bufan cast a grateful glance in return. Oh, good, Xin Yueying responded weakly, her gaze slightly peculiar. She prepared to depart, but suddenly noticed something odd, and, appearing somewhat bewildered, inquired of Lin Li. I was just about to ask. Why did you all suddenly stand up to practice stances? To tighten our core, Lin Li replied honestly. What subject does that pertain to? Well, if you must ask. It pertains to the subject of buttock exercises, Lin Li added. Xin Yueying responded with a perplexed expression, slapping her forehead before hastily exiting. However, Lin Li observed that she seemed to hesitate before sitting down again. The trend of tightening cores had evidently reached the front row. Yet, Lin Li felt a twinge of sadness. Even beautiful girls had to engage in such exercises. Thank you so much, Lin Li. Aside from your occasional unreliability, you can be quite dependable. Bai Bufan expressed his genuine gratitude. You may be thanking me a tad prematurely, Lin Li replied. I have deceived the class monitor too many times over these past few days, and I have repeatedly emphasized things that are untrue. She has likely taken them to heart. Thus, theoretically speaking, she not only recalls the incident, but is also more convinced of your involvement. Did you notice the class monitor's expression at that time? It indeed indicates this reason, Lin Li explained with a smile. He felt that Xin Yueying had not believed his denial of being a pervert or being unwell, rendering this a reasonable deduction. Haha, that remark was intended to frighten me, wasn't it? Right? Lin Li, nod and say yes. You scoundrel. Nod. After a moment of joy, Bai Bufan's expression fell once more as he regarded Lin Li's smile. I want to change my desk mate, he uttered weakly, a desperate lament. I believe Ding Sahan would make a suitable new desk mate for you, Bufan. Why not consider it? Lin Li suggested with composure. Are you seriously considering my interests? Bai Bufan retorted through gritted teeth. If I were not currently unable to best you, you would already be on your knees apologizing. Lin Li, mark my words. When I successfully overcome my vices and ascend, we shall settle both new and old grievances together. Bufan, you cannot continue like this. What will you do when you start dating? If you do not overcome your awkwardness and anxiety in front of girls, will you be seeking a male companion for life? Lin Li urged. It seems that overcoming my fear of girls is far simpler than changing my orientation, Bai Bufan contemplated before smiling at Lin Li. Lin Li, keep tightening your core. I eagerly anticipate your future. Lin Li silently pushed his chair against the wall, distancing himself from Bai Bufan. Damn, I'm scared. Chapter 65. Love and math problems at noon. Lin Li limped back to the classroom, feeling the weight of his burdens. One often treads by the river. It's inevitable to get one's shoes wet. Bai Bufan had informed himself about the good things in their dormitory, but upon arrival, he found himself forced into an unfortunate encounter with the door frame under the watchful eyes of others. In broad daylight, the injustice was palpable. This was a malicious trap orchestrated by Bai Bufan and Zhou Baowei, a gathering of spiteful individuals seeking to diminish their perceived arrogance. Had he not recently wronged them? Spreading rumors and engaging in physical altercations? So what? Why not consider their own faults? As a victim, did he not bear some responsibility? Lin Li felt a surge of indignation. Though Lin Li's physical condition had improved significantly, he was still no match for 4 adversaries, especially with Wang Zhe, the class's formidable protector, joining their ranks. Wang Zhe was an extraordinary individual. Having once bent rebar with his bare hands out of sheer fury, and having survived a free fall from the 18th floor as a child without a scratch, Lin Li had no doubt of Wang Zhe's capabilities, as he was an athlete, and such feats were mere fundamentals for him. Just as the 180 centimeters tall Zhou Baowei harbored a natural disdain for Bai Bufan's claim of being 178 centimeters, the 185 centimeters tall Wang Zhe naturally resented Lin Li's self-proclaimed height of 183 centimeters. Thus, the moment Wang Zhe entered the fray, Lin Li's defeat became inevitable. However, athletes are not invincible. After the ordeal, Lin Li leveraged the threat of breakfast to coerce everyone to target Wang Zhe, catching him off guard before he could recover. The doorframe soon had a second unwelcome visitor. Now, he should be in the dormitory avenging himself against those spiteful individuals. This is what one calls driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Though Lin Li was not one to hold grudges, he envisioned a future where he would rise above. and those who wronged him would all be sent soaring high to chase rainbows. Upon entering the classroom, Linley noticed that, while there were several students the day before, the announcement of a postponed monthly exam by Shui Jian had significantly reduced attendance. Most seemed to have returned to rest or take a nap. He only spotted Chen Yueying and Wang Yuez. Chen Yueying had naturally taken by Buffon's seat. Oh, it would be wonderful if Wang Yuez also returned to the dormitory. Linley mused, and it seemed Wang Yuez might have had similar thoughts. Class monitor, he greeted cheerfully before sitting in his own place. Class monitor, what are you writing? Linley inquired with curiosity, noticing that Chen Yueying's writing did not resemble typical homework. I'm planning our autumn outing. I'm the dormitory leader, and my roommates have entrusted the entire planning to me. Chen Yueying explained candidly, adjusting her position slightly to allow Linley a clearer view of her work. Linley glanced at the plan. It appeared quite lengthy, indicating an overnight trip rather than a simple day trip. Upon reviewing the location, it seemed they were headed to the urban area of Pingjiang City, which was reasonable. Taking a bus would require several hours, making a day trip impractical as it would leave little time for enjoyment. As Linley pondered, Chen Yueying added, by the way, Linley, didn't T by Buffon say you were the autumn outing king? Could you take a look at this plan? That dog is just being ridiculous. Autumn outing king is a euphemism for something else. I've never organized an outing, Linley briefly clarified, knowing the class monitor was somewhat aware of the context. Thus, I cannot offer you any advice. Chen Yueying chuckled lightly, so it's this autumn outing king. Wang Yuez was engrossed in his studies, aware that Linley and Chen Yueying were seated together behind him. But so what? He only needed to focus on his studies and closely follow the class monitor's lead. Linley and the class monitor would never inhabit the same world. They excelled in different subjects, and with the class division in their second year, they would ultimately be separated in their final semester. He decided to relish this last term together. In the distant future, college, they would be even further apart. This was of no consequence. After reassuring himself, Wang Yuez felt considerably uplifted as he began solving the math problems before him. Solution. In high school, merely writing solution no longer garnered points. Yet failing to write it would incur a deduction. As shown in the diagram, auxiliary lines are drawn, and the intersection points are designated as. Typically, one would name vertices or intersection points using conventional letters. For instance, if the diagram already contains certain labels, one would continue from there. However, as a member of Class 4, Wang Yuez was anything but conventional. His favorite letters to use were those that had not yet been assigned. By doing so, he ensured that in this problem, the connections were eternally intertwined. Due to the shared vertex of these two triangles, they appeared to be nestled against each other, as if they were embracing. Wang Yuezhi continued to write. These two triangles, under their own configurations, are congruent, perfectly fitting together, a match made in heaven. A smile of delight spread across Wang Yuezhi's face, as he felt an effervescent joy enveloping him like pink bubbles. How blissful, how sweet. He chuckled. This was indeed a beautiful future. Satisfied with his creation, he finally began to contemplate the problem-solving approach. Then it dawned on him that it was the autumn outing king. With only 3 people in the classroom and not yet at the genuine lunchtime, Chen Yueying's laughter was hardly restrained, echoing clearly in Wang Yuezhi's ears. He admonished himself not to look back at this moment, yet his body instinctively turned. The scene before him, though not a first, still struck a nerve. Linley and Chen Yueying were again head-to-head, entwined in each other's company. The image in his mind had materialized, yet regrettably, he was not the protagonist. Without a smile, he turned back to his mathematics assignment. They were in different classes, not together in college, and the future was uncertain. Just as Wang Yuezhi was attempting to hypnotize and comfort himself, he stumbled upon a troubling revelation. A sense of dread washed over him as he fixated on a line he had just inscribed on his paper. They were not connected. A congruence symbol lay between them. If that symbol were to stand upright, wouldn't it represent Linley? Between Wang Yuezhi and Chen Yueying, there existed a wretched Linley. Damn it. The mathematics assignment metamorphosed into pure mathematics, tracing a graceful parabola in the air. Wang Yuezhi felt a rush of warmth. This was truly too much, a cruel torment. Cursed mathematics assignment. Whoever loves it can write it. I absolutely refuse to work on this during lunch. Damn it. Why did Wang Yuezhi suddenly throw away his math assignment? Hearing the flutter of pages, Chen Yueying looked up at the discarded work with a hint of confusion. It's quite normal to discard a math assignment. When I write mine, I sometimes feel like I want to throw myself out of the window. Linley understood Wang Yuezhi's actions this time and empathized with him. Mathematics can indeed be such a daunting subject. Perhaps Wang Yuezhi had calculated that people need to take the square root of their troubles. Wang Yuezhi, although we may not see eye to eye, I comprehend and support you this time. Do not let the math problems defeat you. Let us strive together. Cheer up. Chapter 66. It turns out I have occupied a special place in the class leader's heart. Do you think Wang Yueji's grades are on par with yours in a book-burning manner? The math we are currently learning seems to possess no difficulty, does it? Chen Weiying pondered, for Wang Yueji's grades were not far inferior to her own. They were not competition problems, and the typical assignment should not be that challenging for him. Should I inquire about his situation? Caring for classmates is essential, Linley nodded. Then shouted, Wang Yueji, are you all right? I'm fine. Leave me alone. Class leader, he is fine, or rather, overwhelmingly fine, more than just fine, beyond fine. Linley reported the situation to Chen Yueying. Something feels off, Chen Yueying remarked. By the way, class leader, though my grades are not stellar. Your description of book burning and burying scholars was a bit excessive. I ranked over 400 in last semester's final exam. This insult not only targets me, but also over 200 students behind me. Class leader, please apologize to me. Linley sought to vindicate himself. Nansang High School had a total of 20 classes with nearly 700 students, so being over 400 was indeed mid-range. All right, I'm sorry. Chen Yueying laughed as she apologized. As for Wang Yueji, since he claimed to be okay, then he must be fine. His sudden act of discarding his assignment was too abrupt and unanticipated, suggesting a simple instability in his emotions. It was best to allow him to self-regulate. The tone of the apology was gentle, and Linley found it much more pleasant than a rainy weekend evening when friends invited him to play games. The class leader doesn't even have the demeanor of a little fairy, easily apologizing to a man. This truly disappoints me. Now, let us return to the topic of the autumn outing. Although you are not the genuine autumn outing king, Linley, I still wish to know your thoughts on my plan. Do you have any suggestions for improvement? Chen Yueying inquired, unable to suppress a light laugh midway. The autumn outing king, Linley, picked up Chen Yueying's plan and read it carefully before nodding seriously. While I am not an expert in this area, I would like to express my opinion. After a thorough examination of your itinerary and considerable contemplation, I honestly do not know how to respond. As I mentioned at the outset, I am not well versed in this matter. However, before Chen Yueying could pout in displeasure, Linley playfully replied, Class leader, I don't travel much and am truly clueless about itineraries. I find your plan quite entertaining and certainly acceptable. But I sense you might not wish to hear such an answer. If I must suggest something, I would advise against scheduling too tightly. I have no interest in a military-style outing. I go out to have fun, to relax. This is merely my personal opinion. You make a valid point. I shall remove one sightseeing spot, thereby creating ample time for the other activities. Chen Yueying furrowed her brow slightly, pondering her plan as she picked up a pen to make modifications. How about this? Is it significantly better? Linley nodded. If my autumn outing plan is selected, will you attend? Chen Yueying asked again. Of course, class leader. Do you need my vote? Linley responded, contemplating this possibility. Rest assured, I will definitely place my vote in your dormitory. I am not particularly familiar with Buffon and the others. They are merely superficial friends, and I have long been displeased with them. There are indeed areas where your assistance is required, but not this vote. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yueying spoke. The girls have no particular thoughts, so they entrusted it entirely to me. Moreover, several boys, including Zhui Yongfei, also found it acceptable. This should exceed half of our class. After tomorrow's voting, this will serve as our class's plan. Linley nodded. Then indeed, your vote is not necessary. As a professional supporter, he knew that when the other party had not yet finished speaking, it sufficed to show he was listening through body language, without interrupting with phrases like and then. However, Zhui Yongfei mentioned that he inquired about the opinions of other boys, and they are quite resistant to the idea of staying overnight during the outing. Chen Yueying continued, noting that many people were indifferent to the autumn outing, provided it only occupied the designated day. I asked the teacher what would happen if one chose not to attend the outing. Teacher Xue stated that those who do not go cannot leave early or stay in the dormitory. On Friday, all students not attending the outing will be assigned to a classroom with a teacher for self-study. My plan, however, occupies Saturday, which is typically the day everyone returns home. Thus, I worry many boys will opt to stay at school for self-study on that day and return home on Friday. As the autumn excursion is a self-funded activity, it is neither compulsory nor should it be. Students possess the right to choose whether to attend, and it is entirely normal for the school to arrange self-study sessions. After all, such outings are intended to foster the holistic development of students, and the school naturally hopes for full participation. Without such arrangements, many might simply opt to stay home, resulting in a sparse turnout in photographs for the school's public relations and admission brochures, with just a handful of students present, and teachers outnumbering them. It would appear as if the students were taking their teachers on an outing, an ironic twist indeed. Perhaps Principal Wang would be better off featuring his own photo as a pioneer against vice, which would lend him more credibility. Lin Li nodded in agreement and interjected. So, class leader, your concern is that Bai Bufan and the others might choose not to attend after seeing our class's final turnout, correct? Yes, Chen Yueying replied. For many of us, this is the first and possibly the last opportunity for everyone to gather and enjoy an outing together. Once we're divided into different classes next semester, our connections will likely dwindle to just a few classmates. Nansang High School, located in Zhejiang Province, has adopted a new college entrance examination system that does not classify students strictly by their academic streams. Instead, it grants them significant autonomy to select subjects, allowing them to choose 3 from a pool of 7. In addition to the core subjects of liberal arts and sciences, there is a subject that encompasses both general technology and information technology. Students need only select 3 subjects from these 7 for their college entrance examinations. The scoring system for these elective subjects is based on a tiered ranking within the province, with different thresholds for different tiers. This system, hailed as the most liberal college entrance examination framework in the region, is unique to Zhejiang Province, unlike other areas which often require a choice between physics and history. However, after the class division, there will only be 20 classes, so some less conventional combinations, such as physics, chemistry, and political science, may have few takers and thus struggle to form a class. Students in such situations either opt for flexible scheduling or choose more mainstream subject combinations. Consequently, when it comes time for class division, it can be said that everyone will be going their separate ways. The likelihood of classmates being able to select each other is slim, barring competition classes, where such connections might exceed 10. Chen Yueying's sentiment reflected this reality. The class leader, displaying a touch of sentimentality, appeared visibly disheartened. Lin Li reached out and gently patted Chen Yueying's shoulder, offering comfort. Fear not, class leader. Once a class leader, always a class leader. Even if we are no longer in the same class, you will forever remain my class leader. Should you ever need assistance, simply call upon me. I will provide all help within my means, aside from physical actions. I eagerly anticipate my new class leader. Chen Yueying, touched by his words, momentarily found her emotions subdued. She smiled softly, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as she gazed at Lin Li with a hint of reproach. Your new class leader, your new class leader. She teased. Class 4 of the first year is indeed a place brimming with talent. Yet Chen Yueying's playful spirit is far more endearing than the resentful demeanor of Ding Sahan and Cuckoo. Lin Li had no intention of fleeing or exorcising any spirits. However, her unwavering gaze was quite unbearable, and Lin Li found himself capitulating. He raised his right arm at a 45-degree angle, fingers pointed forward. In my heart, there exists but one class leader, loyalty. Chen Yueying, exasperated, pressed down Lin Li's hand, which seemed poised to transform into soap, and replied, Humph. Who cares about your anticipation for your new class leader? This outing is our Class 4's only opportunity for a collective excursion, and I hope everyone can attend as uniformly as possible. If many are unwilling to come, I would rather change the plan. Are you suggesting I persuade Bai Bufan and the others? Lin Li inquired, beginning to grasp Chen Yueying's intent. Yes, Bai Bufan and Zhui Yongfei lack influence in that group. But you can make a difference. If our class is devoid of your cohort, the atmosphere will be greatly diminished, and your presence is crucial. Chen Yueying's assertion held merit. Without individuals like Lin Li and Bai Bufan, the outing would lack vibrancy and humor. However, Lin Li shook his head with a chuckle. Class leader, you underestimate the audacity of 15 and 16-year-olds. With your voice and visage, the weight of your words would have a profound impact. If you personally relay this message, I guarantee that 90% will respond with fervor, proclaiming their gratitude and commitment to the task. Chen Yueying lowered her head slightly, her voice softening and her ears tinged with color. But you also don't understand the timidity of 15 and 16-year-old girls. I can only express such sentiments in front of you, as I am acutely aware of your peculiarities. I couldn't possibly say such things to each of them. If I were to be met with the cold indifference of that 10%, I wouldn't know how to proceed. This unique position of being able to speak openly to Lin Li was indeed fulfilling. Thus, Lin Li grinned. The only dilemma was that his special approach seemed to diverge slightly from the norm. Class leader, could you elucidate what you mean by understanding my peculiarities? Lin Li inquired, his expression turning serious. Chen Yueying lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto Lin Li's, and then she blinked. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Did it require further explanation? It seemed Chen Yueying wished to convey this sentiment. Yet, upon seeing Lin Li's unyielding demeanor, Chen Yueying felt a twinge of fear. She regretted making the jest, and was about to apologize when Lin Li emphasized, You forgot to add the word good. I am a good oddball. You acknowledge this yourself? Class leader. This is significant, and I will not allow you to omit that prefix. My apologies, Xianxia responded after a brief pause, her bright eyes sparkling with amusement. Chapter 67. Finally arriving at the scheme of beauty, Lin Li and Xianxia appeared to be at odds, now in a standoff, both wearing displeased expressions. Wang Yuezhi, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed the tension. He excitedly tucked his ever-ready pack of tissues into his pocket, eager for the impending clash. Let the chaos unfold. And may the opportunity arise for the warm-hearted Wang Yuezhi to make his entrance. It is often said that the warm-hearted are akin to loyal hounds. And Lin Li was undoubtedly that hound. Soon, it would be his turn to shine. The beautiful girl and the hound exchanged smiles, as if their previous discord had melted away. Class leader, what is so amusing? Is there humor in this? Speak up. If I were a villainous oddball, would you still dare to speak like this in my presence? You would likely hesitate to sit beside me. Thus, I emphasize this to you with utmost seriousness. Your demeanor is quite disrespectful towards me. The distinction between a good oddball and a mere oddball is vast. Lin Li proclaimed earnestly. I truly apologize. I won't make this mistake again. Please forgive me, Xianxia said, struggling to maintain a serious facade while suppressing her laughter. She had genuinely been startled. Fearing Lin Li was genuinely upset. Well, should there be a next time, there shall be no third chance. If you dare repeat this for a fourth time, I will ensure you understand just how displeased I can be by the sixth, Lin Li stated with a cold smile. Xianxia blinked. You are quite the principled individual. I concur, Lin Li nodded in agreement. Now, returning to the matter at hand, I truly cannot express these sentiments in front of them. There are not many girls unwilling to attend, and I am doing my best to persuade those who are. But with the boys, I can only rely on you. Lin Li, as I lack familiarity with Zhui Yongfei and cannot speak to him. Xianxia gazed at Lin Li with hopeful eyes and entrusted him with a request. Such a reasonable appeal, considerate of the class, was undoubtedly one that a good youth of the new era could not refuse. He would agree to it without hesitation. Lin Li remarked. Thank you, Lin Li. You thanked me too soon, class monitor, Xianxia replied. Fortunately, I am not a good youth of the new era. Have you forgotten, class monitor? I am a bit eccentric, Lin Li said, giving himself a thumbs up with sincerity. But you are a good eccentric, Xianxia emphasized. That is still eccentricity, and thus, a refusal is entirely reasonable, Lin Li asserted. How infuriating, Lin Li holds grudges. Xianxia bit her lower lip, then after a moment, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the hem of Lin Li's short sleeve, shaking it. I beg you, Lin Li, please. It's a beauty trap. Yet, as a practitioner of the celestial path, Lin Li was impervious to such worldly temptations. After all, his physique had been enhanced, granting him a 100 resistance to charm techniques. Thus, he turned his head away, saying, begging me is futile. Stop being stubborn. No smiling. Lin Li wrestled with his own muscles. Observing the spark of irritation at the corner of Lin Li's mouth, Xianxia intensified her grip on his shirt. Please, Lin Li, help me. I've been gutting fish at Run FA for 10 years. My heart has turned as cold as iron. Even if you call me sister 100 times, I still won't help you. The cold-hearted youth gazed out the window and resolutely declined. His will was as unyielding as iron, absolutely unbreakable. Wait a moment. I never called you sister, did I? Xianxia thought to herself. Then, picturing a diminutive version of Lin Li in her mind, she began to poke at it furiously. Next, she ran her upper teeth across her lower lip and, in a voice she could hardly believe was her own, said, Brother Lin Li, please help me. Lin Li realized something. The reason one found fault with certain things was that they had never encountered anything good. Was it the fate of heroes to struggle against the trials of beauty? Xiao Jing, I am sorry. It seems my moonlight may need to find another. I hope all is well with you in the detention center. After you get out, let us not meet again. Brother Lin Li, as he was lost in thought. A heavy tug combined with an increased force pulled Lin Li slightly forward. Turning his head, he saw Xianxia, who had been silent for a while, now appearing ready to sulk. As a good youth of the new era, who else could take on this heavy burden? Class monitor, leave this task to me. Even if by Buffon and the others perish, I shall carry their ashes with me, using their remains to light our path for the autumn outing. Understanding the importance of knowing when to back down, Lin Li promptly patted his chest and accepted this formidable task. Remember your words, if you fail. I shall never teach you again. Xianxia quickly withdrew her hand, turned her back to him, and began to scribble on her notebook with her left hand covering her face, appearing quite busy. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the pen had not touched the paper at all. I will handle this, rest assured. Lin Li stretched lazily and looked up, only to discover that he and Xianxia were the only ones left in the classroom. When had Wang Yuezhi left without saying a word? It seemed that the mathematics problem had truly troubled him today. Class monitor, how do you solve this problem? With the lunch break officially underway, Linley entered a studious state and inquired about the question he couldn't grasp. I don't want to answer any questions from an eccentric today. Regardless of whether you are a good eccentric, Chen Yueying replied without turning her head, sounding rather sullen. How spiteful. The class monitor holds grudges. That's all right. A little coaxing will do, Linley said, raising his voice playfully. Linley, don't do that. It frightens me. Chen Yueying shivered. Suddenly turning her head and speaking rapidly, just give me the question, and I'll teach you. Please, don't talk like that. Linley smiled. Realizing his aim had been achieved, he had indeed coaxed her. The process was slightly different from what he had imagined. Why do I feel a bit hurt? Class monitor. I'm going to the restroom. Linley stood up, also taking out some accumulated small trash from his drawer, and walked outside to the bin. Someone had been rather extravagant, tossing a completely new pack of unused tissues into the trash. What kind of thought process led to that? There was no liquid beneath the tissues, only scrap paper. After ensuring that no one was around, Linley swiftly retrieved them. What a steal! The restroom was at the end of the hallway. Outside the restroom was a spacious area where a water dispenser was located. Here, Linley spotted a familiar figure. Wang Yuezhi, what are you doing here? He saw Wang Yuezhi sitting against the wall, burying his head in his lap. Was he crying? Linley had heard that diligent students could be quite obsessive over their studies, and when they couldn't solve a problem, they might even break down. Today, he witnessed this reality firsthand. Wang Yuezhi had not been harassing himself lately, and Linley had no intention of taking pleasure in his misfortune. With a sigh, he silently approached, took out the tissues he had just picked up, and placed them beside him before leaving. At such times, words or gestures of concern could only lead to further emotional distress. Silent compassion was what Wang Yuezhi truly needed. Men, it's not a crime to cry. Wang Yuezhi lifted his head, his gaze distant, as he sat there trying to escape his troubles. He sighed heavily upon noticing the tissues. Startled, he scrambled to hide in the corner of the wall. What the hell? Is that a cursed tissue that won't go away? Chapter 68. By Buffon truly deserves it by Buffon. If the autumn outing extends to Saturday night, will you still go? Linley directly inquired as soon as Bai Buffon returned to the classroom and sat beside him. Bai Buffon glanced at Linley, yawned, and replied, Did Zhui Yongfei ask you to? I plan to decide when the time comes. If it occupies Saturday, I will definitely hesitate. Sleeping at home and playing video games is far more enjoyable. I'm leaning towards not wanting to go. That would be splendid if you choose to go. Linley said with a pleased nod. What? Are your ears malfunctioning? I just said I'm leaning towards not wanting to go. Bai Buffon clarified emphatically this time. You want to go, right? Linley smiled at Bai Buffon, his tone gentle. Linley's gaze bore the same enigmatic look as the fish in that reading comprehension passage from the college entrance exam. Watching this unfold, Bai Buffon swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. I want to go. I absolutely must go. Who said an overnight autumn outing was a bad idea? It's fantastic. It was evident that if he did not attend the autumn outing next weekend, he certainly wouldn't have the chance to go this weekend either. Linley's mysterious smile transformed into a warm and cheerful grin as he patted Bai Buffon on the shoulder. Excellent. Then the task of persuading the other 5 in your dorm to join without special reasons falls squarely on your shoulders. Thank you very much. With this, Linley felt his assignment as class monitor was nearly complete. He truly was a genius. As Linley was about to rest his head on the desk for a brief nap, Bai Buffon forcibly pulled him back. Seizing Linley by the collar and glaring at him, What are you doing with that? Thank you very much. No. Has Zhui Yongfei used the remote control to take control of you? Let me see what you're hiding. Being crafty, Linley swatted Bai Buffon's hand away, explaining. It has nothing to do with Zhui Yongfei. I haven't spoken to him at all today. Bai Buffon contemplated for a moment before drawing a new conclusion. Is it all the class monitor's orders? Is she the one controlling you? After all, the only one he had spent time with at noon was Chen Yueying. Something like that. She hopes everyone can participate in this autumn outing and enjoy themselves together before we are separated into different classes. Linley nodded. What benefits has she promised you? Bai Buffon inquired hesitantly. What other benefits could there be? From any perspective, the class monitor's intentions are commendable. As a good young person of the new era, it is my unassailable duty. To ask for benefits in response to such a request is truly inhumane, Linley scoffed. While the reasoning is sound, Linley, you are being unreasonable. How about this? Why don't you make an oath with a chicken wrap? Bai Buffon smiled. A single skill can conquer the world. I swear on this chicken wrap that I truly have no intention of seeking any benefits from the class monitor. Linley laughed derisively. This time, it's not for my own gain. In truth, my initial refusal at noon was a jest. Even without Chen Yueying's charms, I would have agreed. However, There is a difference. I wouldn't issue a military order. I would likely just mention to everyone that I wish to join them for the autumn outing, without taking any further actions. Unfortunately, Lin Li's verbal games failed to deceive Bai Bufan, who also scoffed. What I want you to swear about is whether you are receiving any benefits. The higher the path, the more formidable the demon. To put it another way, if the class monitor insists on offering me benefits and I refuse, wouldn't that be disrespectful to her? Lin Li did not conceal this fact. So you, damn it, assign this arduous task to me. Yet all the promised benefits from the Emperor are pocketed by you as the middleman? Do you see me as a beast of burden? Bai Bufan was incensed. Observing Lin Li nodding in agreement, Bai Bufan scratched his ear, doubting he had misheard. You really just nodded in acknowledgement. You calmly admit that I am a beast in your eyes. You bastard. Lin Li, unless you share some of those benefits with me, I refuse to yield even if you threaten me with the autumn outing. Even a beast has its pride. Bai Bufan crossed his arms defiantly. Yet Lin Li appeared troubled. Bufan, do you genuinely want me to share the benefits with you? Lin Li cautiously inquired. Can you actually share? Yes. Bai Bufan eagerly nodded multiple times. Fine. Lin Li took a deep breath, seemingly making a significant decision. Under Bai Bufan's expectant gaze, Lin Li grasped the hem of his clothing. Bai Bufan, what are you doing? Bufan, help me with this clip, Lin Li implored. Many years later, when Bai Bufan reminisced about this moment, he could never articulate what thoughts had traversed his mind. Perhaps the mysteries of the universe? The essence of life? The limits of mathematics? The derivation of physics? It seemed to encompass all, yet also none. However, he distinctly remembered that once his brain rebooted, his reaction was, Lin Li, what the hell are you doing? Did Zhou Bao bite you? Are you suffering from rabies? Bai Bufan recoiled 2 meters, his chair and the floor emitting a mournful screech. Having witnessed Chen Weiying's prior experience, Lin Li had anticipated Bai Bufan's reaction, so despite feeling a tinge of sadness, he maintained a semblance of composure. Spreading his hands innocently and sighing, you asked me to share the benefits with you. Am I not doing so? Your reaction is truly disappointing. Bai Bufan's expression faltered once more. That statement seemed to carry some weight. Analyzing it, he moved his chair back to the desk, his demeanor blank, his gaze unfocused as he extended a hand to gesture Lin Li to be quiet. Hold on, I'm processing this. Lin Li nodded. Don't forget to add some spice. Half a minute later, Bai Bufan finally unraveled the sequence of events, mechanically turning to Lin Li with a look of disbelief. Is it as I suspected? Did the class monitor deploy your charms? Lin Li smiled and nodded. Quite clever of you. So, you refer to that behavior, which could rank among the most severe tortures of the Qing dynasty, as sharing the benefits with me? Bai Bufan laughed, genuinely angry this time. First and foremost, I wish for you to show me some respect. I have indeed made considerable effort in this endeavor. Lin Li felt he was not being respected. Secondly, if you are truly dissatisfied, I could call the class monitor over to genuinely share some with you. Would that suffice? No. Bai Bufan frantically waved his hands. While others might stand at attention when Chen Weiying pulls them like this, Bai Bufan would likely freeze in place. Well, there is nothing I can do. You've rejected it. Lin Li shrugged innocently, his sigh mingled with a hearty laugh. The complexity of Bai Bufan's emotions was difficult to articulate. He felt utterly cornered. After a long pause, he resignedly sighed. Let me simplify this for you. I'll say that both you and I will go, and it will be more enjoyable for everyone, but I can't guarantee anything. All right, no problem, Lin Li nodded. Bai Bufan did not make any further moves. He could always persuade a little more before heading out tomorrow or next weekend, perhaps even offering additional benefits. One must not exhaust their prized beast. Sustainable exploitation is key. However, Lin Li, you must promise me one thing. Never use the clip again. Bai Bufan stated solemnly. Lin Li, after school today, with no pressing need to explore elsewhere, Lin Li returned home directly. Upon opening his phone, he found that Song Luping still had not sent him the document. One could only say he was a diligent employee, strictly adhering to protocol, never sending it early. Lin Li felt it inappropriate to rush him. If it wasn't he sent by Friday night, he would tentatively inquire if he encountered any difficulties to prompt a response. It was a rare night to return home early. Time to embark on a treasure hunt. Lin Li, please send me the verification code. Bai Bufan, 06017, treat it well. Be gentle when you use it, it will hurt my heart. Lin Li, Bai Bufan, are you insulting my wisdom? Then I shall change the password. Lin Li. And 2 is also kneeling. But this is the Louis XVI special edition. Bai Bufan. That's enough. Is this amusing to you? Even hellish jokes have their limits, right? Sweating soybeans? Lin Li. You haven't spared him either. Minimizing WeChat. Lin Li scanned the code and logged into Bai Bufan's cloud storage account on the computer. It was indeed akin to a mouse in a granary. Bai Bufan had meticulously organized all resources, regular, games, live action, non-live action, skipping over the mundane regular section that not even a dog would glance at. Lin Li first opened the games category, discovering that Biohazard had further classified it: masterpieces, excellent, acceptable, mediocre, and worthless. Within, there were even subcategories. Lin Li clicked on the non-Japanese section, and what greeted his eyes was Virtue, Tutor, and Agent 17. Lin Li added these compressed files to the download queue one by one, pausing the downloads. Tonight's objective was not them. He would have the opportunity to critique them later. Opening the live-action section's masterpieces, the quantity was not substantial. But Lin Li's attention was drawn to a strongly recommended folder labeled 4104. Clicking on the adjacent preview image, Lin Li smiled. It was of a genre he favored, and indeed one he had not viewed before. Tonight, that would be the choice: 114 files, and 4 seemed reasonable. The license plate number was certainly not reminiscent of those extraordinary films he had seen. No problem there. He clicked to download, then began preparing for battle. Although he had a membership, downloading 114 files would still take some time. Wipes, trash can, post-bath hot water heater switch, curtains, lighting, immersive sound system, pants. After completing all preparations, Lin Li poised himself before the computer chair and clicked to extract. This one requires no password. Extraction successful. Play. Real-life Baccarat Casino, beautiful dealers. Online dealing. Click to receive 1,000 bonus. Yes, that's exactly it. This is the flavor I was looking for. Lin Li watched as the sound faded. The computer screen darkened, and the eagerly awaited content was about to commence. Baby bus. Today marks the beginning of my independence in the restroom. Dear parents, do not underestimate me. Lin Li's smile froze in place. When he saw on his large computer screen a silly animated bear serenading in the bathroom, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Baby bus has taught me the secret to using the toilet. I simply cannot wait any longer. Lin Li's gaze was fixated on the upper left corner of the screen, channel 14 for children. He dragged the progress bar. Hi, Uncle Long. Hi, Xiaoyu. What brings you here? Isn't Tulu supposed to be watching over you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Li burst into hearty laughter, as if he had reclaimed his childhood. Damn it, 410. By Buffon, I beep your mother's beep. You beep are truly beep beep beep. At Nansing Middle School. In the dormitory, Lin Li sent a voice message, 60. Upon seeing this message, Buffon smiled with satisfaction, feeling his intricate schemes had not been in vain. Initially, he intended to fabricate a document with a score in the 80s or 90s, but such a blatant approach would reveal too many flaws. What a pity. Lin Li, do you enjoy using the toilet? I'm going to stuff an umbrella up your backside and open it. Lin Li, I know you're watching. Realizing his words would likely go unheard, Lin Li switched to sending messages. After setting his notifications to Do Not Disturb, Buffon could not help but chuckle at the thought of Lin Li's current state, laughing in a way that resembled a wriggling maggot. Take that. Enjoy the benefits I've offered you. Then, with a kick, the bedboard was struck, and Zhou Baowei reprimanded, no noise late at night. Firstly, it was even less suitable during the day, and secondly, he had no interest in such affairs. He was merely elated, having lost all enthusiasm. Zhou Baowei asked, what kind of lunacy is this? Chapter 69. If your vitality increases your blood pressure, I shall be enraged. Buffon still had some semblance of humanity. Aside from the series of license plate numbers being recorded by the central station, everything else was genuine. Let us forgive him for that. On Friday, at 3:50 in the morning, Lin Li was awakened by the sound of his alarm clock. The sky remained dim and hazy, with only a few clouds. It was understandable that the laborers in the prison had yet to rise. The moon still hung in the sky, its brightness indistinguishable from its surroundings. Nearly impossible to detect without close scrutiny. Lin Li felt drowsy, yet he did not linger in bed, rising immediately. When motivated, getting out of bed is always a breeze. Thus far, Lin Li believed his significant improvement in health was solely due to a 100 enhancement in memory. Today, as the final day of Task 1, his physique was finally set to undergo a new and beneficial transformation. Rising early would allow him the flexibility to address any unforeseen circumstances. However, would this 50 increase in vitality raise my blood pressure? After dressing and preparing to head downstairs, Lin Li paused, frowning as he spoke to himself. If my blood pressure truly increases by 50, once I confirm this information, I might be able to elevate it further by another 50 in a short time. That could potentially be fatal. Most people wouldn't ponder such thoughts, but given his system, Lin Li could not afford to be complacent. He must scrutinize this system with utmost suspicion. Nonetheless, one cannot forego meals out of fear of choking. Tasks must indeed be completed. For safety, he decided to make some preparations. Lin Li rummaged through his home for a blood pressure monitor, a device his mother had been persuaded to purchase during a sales pitch. and found a box of antihypertensive medication. Checking the expiration date, it was still valid. After measuring his blood pressure, he noted it was normal, recording the data before heading downstairs with the medication. The hour was still early, and the community park lacked the bustle of previous days. Lindley observed only a few elderly individuals up early to buy groceries or breakfast. There were no exercisers in sight. In his usual spot, Xiao Zhou was naturally absent. But his presence or absence did not affect Lin Li's exercise routine. Complete a week of rising before the rooster crows and diligently practicing the 8-section brocade. Accumulating at least half an hour before the sun rises. 77. Task 1 completed. You have received a physical enhancement. Vitality increased by 50. System currency 100. Upon receiving the system reward notification, Lin Li felt a slight dizziness, his vision darkening momentarily, nearly losing his balance. System, I must have struck a stroke of luck. You truly came through. You disregard my good wishes but heed my bad ones. Yet, Lin Li did not hastily consume the medication. Noticing his exposed hands and feet were beginning to redden, he thought, high blood pressure should not present such symptoms. He quickly grabbed his water cup and dashed back home. Lin Li, why are you here so early today? Zhou Yue spotted Lin Li rushing toward him, surprised. Lin Li waved his hand dismissively, having no time to respond, and continued his hurried journey home. Zhou Yue watched Lin Li retreat into his residential building, his expression filled with confusion. What on earth was happening? Why was he up so early and leaving at such an hour? Zhou Yue squinted, sensing something amiss. Lin Li's furtive demeanor and panicked expression practically screamed deceit. Undoubtedly, there was a trap. Zhou Yue arrived at the usual spot, but did not begin his practice. Instead, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. This time, Lin Li would not succeed in ensnaring him. Lin Li sprinted home and collapsed onto the sofa. The dizziness was subsiding, but his body remained flushed. He measured his blood pressure once more. It was slightly elevated but still within a normal range. More akin to the fluctuations one experiences after exercise rather than a consequence of the system. Lin Li felt a sense of relief. Tossing the medication aside before making his way to the bathroom to undress, observing his flushed complexion. The youthful glow of his face surpassed all romantic declarations. He was now adorned in a vibrant hue. Lin Li leaned against the wash basin, breathing slowly. The dizziness had vanished. The soreness in his limbs, possibly from exertion, began to dissipate. After standing still for a few minutes, he noticed the unnatural redness of his skin was also fading. So, the discomfort I felt earlier was merely my body struggling to adjust to this sudden 50 increase in vitality? Lin Li sensed subtle changes within himself, reminiscent of the mystical sensations experienced after practicing certain chapters with spiritual stones, though the focus of each was distinct. Yet, if asked to articulate the specific changes he felt, he would struggle to provide a clear answer. Do I feel more energized? However, it is certain that this boost in vitality will yield benefits in my modern life. Enhanced stamina, core strength, health, but it is unrelated to solar energy. I shall await further sensations. The 50 increase will undoubtedly manifest in tangible ways. Lin Li was in no rush. Now, his attention turned to the system. The 7 days have flown by. My skin has felt its power. The path ahead is clear, and I must continue to strive. Not resting on my laurels. Task triggered. Task 1. For a month, rise before the rooster crows and diligently practice the 8-section brocade, accumulating at least half an hour before the sun rises. Reward. Physical enhancement. Comprehensive recovery ability increased by 50. Vitality increased by 50. Low-grade spiritual stone 20. System currency 150. Comprehensive recovery ability includes stamina, mental strength, hematopoiesis, internal energy, libido, magical power, and various recoverable values. This new task was activated upon completing the previous one, but he had only just noticed it as his mind had been elsewhere. The rewards were splendid. The mere prospect of 20 spiritual stones was enough to bring Lin Li joy. However, within this introduction to comprehensive recovery abilities, is there something peculiar mixed in? Will I have to have my own in the future? The time one can be a sage in life is already limited. Must it be reduced further? Hee. I look forward to it. Truly deserving of its name, it is indeed comprehensive. The mere ability to accelerate the restoration of physical and mental strength speaks volumes of its worth. Alas, the time required to complete the tasks is exceedingly lengthy, taking a whole month. Sigh, one task after another, waking up before 5 every day. With the system operating this way, I shall never indulge in a lazy morning again. Lin Li abruptly halted his thoughts. This conversation is not to be taken lightly. There are many dialects in Xiling Town, and Minnan dialect is one among them, which Lin Li has a slight understanding of, particularly the phrases used for cursing. If one were to inquire about the meaning of lazy morning in Minnan dialect, For those who have watched Gan Ling Nyang's Wang Lei livestream, they would likely remember the term Lan Pa alongside Zhuzhini. The two are quite similar. Moreover, the pronunciation of sleep in Minnan dialect is quite akin to wash. I still have my lazy mornings and am capable of sleeping, Linley remarked. While Linley was not yet famous, Zhou Yue was gaining recognition. This morning, he accomplished nothing. He did not practice Tai Chi and spent the entire time searching for traps designed by Linley. He searched diligently for a full hour, even uncovering the dog droppings hidden in the bushes. Zhang Fong, who witnessed this, inquired if he wished to join the community's poop-scooping team. The droppings were not fresh and should not have been left by Linley. It appeared he truly had not set any traps. But that cannot be. No one understands Linley better than Zhou Yue. In the midst of a mental storm, Zhou Yue suddenly opened his eyes wide. He understood. Linley's plan was to make me believe he left traps when, in fact, there were none, causing me to be engulfed in anxiety and fear. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. This fellow is indeed exceedingly cunning. I am neither anxious nor fearful. In a haughty self-talk, Zhou Yue, having found the answer, contentedly made his way home. Linley quickly felt the benefits of his enhanced vitality. While cycling, he distinctly noticed that he could sustain his full power pedaling for a longer duration than before. Once the fatigue caused by his morning practice dissipated, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. His endurance had significantly improved. Yet, the changes brought about by the enhancement of vitality were by no means limited to this. His spirits visibly lifted. He noticed that the faint dark circles accumulated over time had vanished. The coating on his tongue had transformed into a healthier shade of pink. It seemed his kidneys had also benefited from this enhancement. Hooray! Regrettably, drowsiness had not completely vanished, for he had indeed risen far too early today. The imposing Linley entered through the front door, locking eyes with Wang Zhe, who was gazing towards the entrance. The grievances of yesterday might just be ripe for retribution today. Thus, Linley let out a cold laugh. Wang Zhe, I have perfected my skills and become the new athlete. You, come out and face me in a duel. After today, our class can only have one athlete. I willingly relinquish my claim to the athlete position in this contest. Wang Zhe initially raised his hands in a gesture of surrender before calling out to the left. But, Xiao Wenjing, Linley says that only one of you can survive. The half of the left guardian's head peeked out from behind the podium, locking eyes with Linley. Xiao Wenjing, female, left guardian, athlete, specialized in shot put. Although not as exaggerated as the Ten Cold Neza, her biceps were indeed larger than Linley's. Am I really going to fight Xiao Wenjing? Is this for real? Linley chuckled, mocking Wang Zhe's cowardice and timidity, proving himself unworthy of the title of athlete. While he laughed and backed out of the classroom, not forgetting to close the door behind him. After distributing breakfast, Linley inquired about the progress of Bai Buffan's commission from yesterday. What did everyone say? In our dormitory, everyone except Tian Ming was successfully persuaded. As for Tian Ming, the reason is that he just visited Pingjiang Paradise with his family last year. Due to his timid nature, he was afraid to try many attractions and found it rather uninteresting. Since the amusement park occupies a significant portion of the class leader's itinerary, he is reluctant to go. The neighboring dormitory of Wang Zhe also managed to convince them, but Hao Yang still refused to go, as he purely wished to be a homebody, finding outdoor activities bothersome. Bai Buffan said, Linley, I have exerted all my efforts. I even sold my soul to persuade so many people to change their minds. The remaining two must be left to you, and do not threaten me again. Convincing familiar people to join in on the fun is surprisingly simple. The majority originally declined to go because other acquaintances seemed disinterested. Yet, once someone changed their mind and began to persuade others, the effect was remarkably evident. If I go, so will you. We're all going, are you not? If you say you are going, then they will go. Say yes. When Bai Buffan and Lin Li confirmed they would attend, some others became willing to join, creating a chain reaction until most were agreeable to the idea. All right, I'll persuade them again at noon. Linley nodded. This outcome was already quite satisfactory. Your charm isn't as strong as mine. Can you manage it? Bai Buffan remarked. Slightly dismissively. I possess hypnotic abilities. Linley retorted with equal disdain. If hypnosis is so effective, why not give me a dose as well? Bai Buffan, though aware Lin Li's words were not to be taken literally, could not suppress his curiosity. Time-stopping watches, hypnosis. Who could resist such wonders? Not a single person spoke. Once obtained, one might initially act cautiously, but eventually, they would become carefree. You've already been hypnotized. Linley revealed an inscrutable smile. Huh? What? I'll pay. Bai Buffan? Last time at the mall, I saw a wealthy guy demonstrate this to his female companion, and she was hypnotized, her eyes filled with affection, completely obedient to him. Linley stated earnestly, Bai Buffan, you can't be serious. Bai Bufan found himself unable to refute Lin Li's claims. Chapter 70. Hypnosis truly is the most useful tool. I can't spray, this truly works for hypnosis. If the numbers are sufficient, I believe I would willingly offer my backside, Bai Bufan said, giving a thumbs up. Hypnotize me then. Are you selling wild connections now? What about the gold beneath your knees? Lin Li scoffed. I am different. Unless it's a 175 loyal and devoted rich woman, I would never offer my backside. Dignity is important, and it requires compensation. Isn't this goal being realized? Bai Bufan retorted, then amended, Lin Li, if you plan to use your hypnotic prowess, I don't want to go on the autumn outing next week. Come hypnotize me at noon as well. Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. No need for noon. It can be done right now. Really? I may not have brought my phone, but I can provide my card number, Bai Bufan said, somewhat excited. Lin Li nodded with a smile, stood up, and then swung his chair toward Bai Bufan. I guarantee I will hypnotize you. Huh, you mother. Why is this physical hypnosis when it comes to me? You treat people differently. Lin Li felt that perhaps it was psychological, but after the boost in vitality, he found himself more focused. Though he had practiced hard and awoke far too early today, he managed to perform considerably better in class compared to before. He even had enough energy left during English class to cautiously share a laugh with Bai Bufan. Now he truly dared not be too arrogant, fearing he might hurt Coco's feelings. After lunch, Lin Li and Bai Bufan returned to their dormitory, noticing Chen Tianming had yet to return. So Lin Li first headed next door. The other dormitory was also not fully occupied, containing only 2 people, but fortunately, Zhang Haoyang, the target, was present. Oh, Lin Li. Come to seduce Haoyang? Wang Zhe commented upon seeing Lin Li. It is a matter of persuasion, a change in pronunciation that has occurred over time. Now only the term retains its original pronunciation, while in both follow suit. Lin Li's cultural depth is evident. I recall my previous translation of the where I noted this. Wang Zhe still clutches his 3, and upon hearing this, he cannot deny it, turning instead to inquire, Lin Li, I have grown weary of the beast-taming genre. Do you have any other recommendations? After pondering carefully, Lin Li replied, how about ensemble narratives? What kind of genre is that? Does it involve many characters? Wang Zhe asked, noting his limited exposure to such works. Those timeless ensemble narratives begin with a solitary protagonist who, through various serendipitous events, gathers friends from all directions, sharing joy and sorrow together, embarking on adventures, and ultimately facing death in various forms. Lin Li elaborated. Wang Zhe interjected, can you provide an example? Consider the animated adaptation of both are splendid ensemble animations, Lin Li elucidated. As Wang Zhe listened to Lin Li's enchanting descriptions, his initial enthusiasm quickly faded, his expression stiffening. No deaths, please. What about the beauty of it all? I can't bear to watch, he exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. I understand now. All ensemble narratives are written by Yu Hua. Well, we shall discuss that later. Brothers, direct your attention to me. I have an announcement, Lin Li proclaimed, mimicking the gestures of a charismatic leader, raising his voice, despite the sparse audience in the dormitory. I don't understand. Could you translate that? Wang Zhe raised his hand for clarification. If Martin Luther King had such an audience, he might have struggled to catch his breath, Lin Li quipped. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the wisdom of reflection on it. What you fail to cherish now will become what you yearn for in the future. As the saying goes, desiring to buy osmanthus while carrying wine, it is never like the carefree days of youth. Still not comprehending. Can you translate that? Wang Zhe insisted again. The life of an athlete seems to be over for me, Lin Li lamented. I'm not speaking for your understanding, he retorted, growing impatient with Wang Zhe's inquiries. Oh, Wang Zhe replied. No, I refuse such an unreasonable request. With that, Lin Li shifted his focus directly to Zhang Haoyang. Haoyang, my dear Haoyang, why aren't you going on the autumn outing? It would be so much fun to go together. Staying home is utterly dull. Just the thought of not seeing you while I'm out makes my heart feel crushed. Zhang Haoyang, nestled in his lower bunk, wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, attempting to shield himself. If we all go, who will you play games with? Among those who cry for companionship in the gaming group, you are the most exaggerated. I doubt you have friends outside our high school circle, Lin Li remarked, furrowing his brow. So why not join us? DeFei has already won 5 championships and still plays. You know I am a farming player, reveling in the agricultural aspects of the game. Watching the all-Chinese team claim victory each season. We could play some mobile games and engage in physical games together instead of you languishing at home all day. Receiving messages from WeChat's sports feature. We are merely classmates, Zhang Haoyang retorted. Lin Li, you are overstepping. Do you mean to say I have no friends apart from you? Huh. My WeChat is flooded with messages daily. Wait for me, Lin Li. Don't leave after school today. I have a truckload of bread to deal with you. Should I bring ketchup? Lin Li inquired. That's too much. Zhang Haoyang insisted, unwilling to go. I have already made plans to play games with over 100 friends on Saturday. Observing Zhang Haoyang's stubbornness, Lin Li devised a plan. If Haoyang were to be incapacitated, surely the class monitor would understand, he thought. Haoyang, let me tuck you in properly. We wouldn't want you catching a chill. Thank you, Zhang Haoyang murmured. His voice muffled. He hadn't suffocated. Lin Li sighed, realizing that, compared to Bai Bufan, he lacked any extraordinary leadership or charisma. It seemed he had to resort to extreme measures. How about I arrange for a lovely voice actress to accompany you during the autumn outing? He suggested, leaning closer to Zhang Haoyang's ear. Also, I will bring my game cartridges along. Haoyang, having drifted for so long, laments never encountering a virtuous lord. If you do not forsake me, I shall gladly become your sworn father. Zhang Haoyang turned his head immediately. It was clear that hypnosis was the most effective method. With the financial rewards from his endeavors, Lin Li had recently found himself quite affluent. As for why he was willing to spend in this regard, he believed it essential to maintain and enhance his relationship with Chen Yueying. This expenditure was an investment. This enhancement of their relationship did not imply a desire for romance. Lin Li's fondness for Chen Yueying remained purely aesthetic. One might say it was simply infatuation. As for dating, he had no current intentions. Even if Chen Yueying were to confess her feelings, Lin Li, who would have previously accepted without hesitation, would now hesitate before declining. After all, the system had opened doors to a new world for him, altering his perspectives on many matters. Just a mere pink skeleton, Lin Li mused, convinced that among the cultivators he had encountered, his resolve remained the strongest. Thus far, both tasks triggered by the second system were related to Chen Yueying. Although he had interacted with other females, including classmates, no other tasks had been activated. He could not help but consider whether the system had identified her as the sole triggering subject. Therefore, Lin Li's current goal was to become Chen Yueying's beloved male confidant, creating opportunities for deeper interactions in the future. It is essential to emphasize that all his actions stemmed from rational analysis and judgment, devoid of any romantic notions or fears of embarrassment regarding personal pride. He was not the type to be swayed by beauty or vanity. Is what you said true? My sworn father? Zhang Haoyang queried. Rest assured, my cherished one, Lin Li nodded. Wait, that can't be right. The focus should be on beauty and female, right? You wouldn't use a voice changer to play with me for a day and record my foolish antics to share in the gaming group, would you? Zhang Haoyang asked, skeptical. Lin Li, please reiterate that to assure me. What Zhang Haoyang described was not something Lin Li could do. It was something he had already done. However, the last time, he had pretended to be a girl using a secondary WeChat account. His friends were all remarkably clever, leaving him no room for retreat. Whose influence has led to this deplorable trend? It is truly infuriating. In the end, they made mutual promises. Zhang Haoyang added, but Lin Li, let me be clear. If I feel fatigued, I might return to my place to rest or play on my phone. I cannot guarantee I will stay with you the entire time. That's all right. As long as you get on the bus, it's fine. Whatever you choose to do afterward is your decision. Who would concern themselves with you? Lin Li replied, nonchalantly turning to leave. Zhang Haoyang exclaimed, didn't you just say you wouldn't be alone? Can you not enjoy yourself? Chapter 71. I've lost such a large opportunity with Zhang Haoyang settled. Only Chen Tianming remained. Lin Li returned to the adjacent room, where the door was slightly ajar. Chen Tianming was already back, seated at his desk. Tianming, Lin Li called out affectionately from the doorway. Chen Tianming looked over. Wait a moment. Lying on the upper bunk, Bai Bufan hurriedly interrupted Lin Li, who was still eager to speak. He swiftly descended from his bed, rummaged through his cabinet, and retrieved a bag of potato chips before settling on Zhou Baowei's bed. After tearing open the package and crunching a chip while licking his fingers, he nodded contentedly at Lin Li, signaling that he was ready for the next act. Why must you sit on my bed to watch the show? Zhou Baowei, feeling suddenly cramped, inquired while stealthily reaching for the chip bag. The crumbs on my bed will greatly distress me, Bai Bufan replied earnestly, crunching away. So it's not distressing if they land on my bed. Get off, Zhou Baowei retorted. Lin Li paid no heed to the two rascals and walked directly to sit beside Chen Tianming. Tianming, courage is the greatest anthem of humanity. Never choose cowardice. Before Lin Li could continue his philosophical musings, Chen Tianming waved his hand, indicating that no further words were necessary. The tone and expression were unmistakably serious. This was a tough nut to crack. Lin Li feared that his hypnotic influence would falter this time, as the numbers were simply too weak. Come on, Tianming, have you considered taking the exam? Lin Li, prepared for a final struggle, voiced his confusion upon realizing Chen Tianming's response. What did you say? Come on, Chen Tianming calmly reiterated. Lin Li remained speechless, Bai Buffan's reaction was even more animated than Lin Li's. He tossed aside his chips and scrambled to the midpoint between the two, incredulously gazing at Chen Tianming. Behind him, Zhou Baowei also looked on in disbelief at his chip-strewn bed, tearfully picking up and eating the pieces, alternating between laughter and sorrow. Bai Buffan had no time to lament his chips. Feeling genuinely hurt, he grasped Chen Tianming's hands and questioned sternly, "Chen Tianming, what do you mean? After sharing a bed with you for over 6 months, is this how you treat me? Last time, when you forgot toilet paper, it was I, from the upper bunk, who went down to deliver it to you while they mocked you. After all our hopes over these months, do you realize what happened yesterday when I pleaded with you? You offered me not a shred of hope, and now that Lin Li is here, you immediately acquiesce? That mere day student has never even shared a bed with you. I lost to him?" The resentment and sorrow in Bai Buffan's eyes were more poignant than Lin Dayu's. He had prepared to watch Lin Li either bribe or beseech Chen Tianming. Yet this was the performance that unfolded? It is not the lack of abundance that troubles one, but the inequity of it. Bai Buffan truly felt wounded. Lin Li, however, shoved Bai Buffan aside and patted Chen Tianming's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. This decision is correct, candid, and piercingly truthful. Firstly, the last time you brought me sandpaper, I had to call you father 27 times before receiving proper tissues. Chen Tianming, not one to hold grudges, waved his hand again. Secondly, the reason I rejected you yesterday and agreed to Lin Li today is certainly not what you think. Lin Li, if you wish to fulfill the master's command and obtain the key to the chastity lock, allowing you to relieve yourself without squatting, that is all well and good. But you must assist me with the task, Chen Tianming said, looking at Lin Li. Lin Li turned to cast a cold glance at Bai Buffan, who averted his gaze in guilt. What the hell? This is obviously Bai Buffan concocting some bizarre persona for himself. What task? Ignoring Bai Buffan for the moment, Lin Li queried. Chen Tianming hesitated for a moment, taking several seconds before responding, "Help me ask for a contact." Zhou Baowei, who had finished his chips and was shaking out the crumbs from his bed, tossed aside his blanket and crawled over to sit beside Bai Buffan. For heads huddled together, including Lin Li, with 6 curious eyes fixed on Chen Tianming. "Hey, where are my chips?" Bai Buffan, realizing he had nothing to munch on, suddenly remembered. "I'll get you some in the bathroom. Just be quiet and let Tianming continue." Zhou Baowei, eyes glued, accurately pressed his hand over Bai Buffan's mouth, signaling Chen Tianming to proceed. "Elaborate," Lin Li added, his curiosity piqued. "Whose contact are you after? From another class? Is it from our school? Are they a hunk or a weakling? It must be a girl. She's from our school, specifically from class 17 of the first year. And her name is xianxia." Even among friends, the attention in this context was somewhat embarrassing for Chen Tianming as he spoke shyly. The three exchanged glances, having never heard the name before. "Do you like her?" "I have a bit of a crush. I'm not sure if it's love," Chen Tianming admitted, his demeanor more bashful. "With such a tone, how can you claim uncertainty about your feelings?" Lin Li pressed. "How did you notice her?" Although Nansang High School had clubs, they were practically ornamental, as only first and second year students could participate. Activities occurred only once a week and were often postponed, leading most to forego these meaningless clubs in favor of self-study. Thus, meeting people outside one's class was quite difficult, except for athletes like Wang Zhe. "Oh. The new student group is another avenue, but I left after someone asked if the school store accepted Bitcoin," Lin Li recounted. "Her gym class is at the same time as ours. During the last semester's fitness test, she handed me my watch and other things, and that's when I noticed her." Chen Tianming shared, his shyness intensifying. "These past few days, as I've seen Lin Li's progress, I can hardly contain myself." "Can you stop using me as an excuse?" Lin Li said, feeling exasperated. "So, you fully understand I can't help you with that, right? You didn't agree yesterday, did you?" Bai Buffan also realized that Chen Tianming's request was indeed something he could never fulfill. Chen Tianming responded without elaboration. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to explain. They hadn't even exchanged contact information, making it impossible to articulate anything further. "Are you not going to ask for it yourself? In this situation, wouldn't it be better for you? What if your goddess thinks I'm the one in love with her and falls for me?" Lin Li teased, having grasped the situation. "Initially, I wanted Baowei to help me ask, but I feared he might frighten her away with his looks. And his level of cowardice is only slightly better than that of the utterly useless Bai Buffan. I didn't want too many people to know about this. And since you have a request of me, your face has been growing thicker lately, and you possess 7 parts of my charm, making you the perfect choice." Lin Li, Bai Buffan, and Zhou Baowei exchanged incredulous glances. "Are you seriously insulting everyone here in one go?" After some thought, Lin Li realized the main storyline would indeed hasten a bit, estimating that the task for the Hahuan sect would likely wrap up in about 3 days. He was now contemplating whether to expedite the main storyline concerning combat strength. Writing daily interactions was proving to be the most challenging task. In Chapter 72, Shen Tianming was given a good beating, an expected outcome. So, if I help you obtain this contact, you'll attend the autumn outing, correct? Linley, who had sprawled on the ground, claiming the chill was the reason for his position, inquired of the immobile Chen Tianming, who lay beneath three others. Chen Tianming nodded. Then I'll go ask for it this afternoon, but let me make it clear, if that girl refuses, it's not my fault. And you still need to attend the outing. Let me think it over. Sure, take your time. While you ponder, the three of us will continue to beat you. So no rush. All right, but you must try your best to get it. I, Linley, pride myself on being trustworthy. Having finally accomplished the task, Linley departed with a sense of fulfillment. Thus it was that I discarded my golden opportunities, the bread in my pocket, relinquished my dignity and pride, and humbly pleaded like dust. Linley's expression shifted from sorrow to a placid acceptance. Fortunately, my sacrifice was not in vain. Class leader, they have changed their minds. During the afternoon class meeting, they will present your proposal and participate. Linley then turned to observe Chun Yueying's reaction with anticipation. Chun Yueying blinked, making eye contact with herself. It seemed she could hardly believe her own words. You truly have endured much. Wow, she finally managed to utter after much contemplation. Her tone flat and devoid of emotion. It has been unimaginably arduous. Truly, Linley emphasized. So what you mean is, you want more money. How can you raise the price after the fact? I already paid you yesterday, it was agreed. Chun Yueying responded, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Turning her head slightly as she murmured, I want to call you brother again like I did yesterday. Wang Yuezhi, who had already stood up in preparation to escape and protect his ears, quietly returned to his seat. Today, he was surprisingly wearing a cross necklace, a decoration that violated school regulations, leaving one to wonder what he was thinking, as it did not suit his usual style at all. No, Linley did not expect to be called brother again. He continued to inquire, class leader, do you have any money on you? How much? Chun Yueying rummaged through her pockets, producing a few bills and coins. I only have a little over 10 yuan. Did you not have any money? If not, I can go back to my seat and get some from my drawer, she said. Linley had treated her to breakfast for several days. And considering he had just mentioned using money to persuade the boys, he believed Chun Yueying would not harbor too much resentment about lending him money. No need to fetch it, class leader. Just give me what you have, Linley said. Oh, here you go, Chun Yueying replied, handing him the money. After a moment of counting, Linley returned the money to her, stating, class leader, here is your money back, but could you lend me again? This time, let us say it's your reward. Chun Yueying, puzzled, thought, what is Linley up to now? It was imperative to calm him down to prevent his condition from worsening. Accordingly, she complied, say you want to buy my pen. After several repetitions, she could no longer contain her frustration. Linley, what are you doing? Linley sighed internally, feeling a tinge of regret that no task had been triggered. He pondered whether the monetary exchange was not recognized or simply did not count as a condition. In response to Chun Yueying's questioning gaze, he thoughtfully replied, I am assisting Xiling to improve its county ranking, which would enhance our reputation when we present ourselves in the future. Chun Yueying inhaled deeply, thinking, he is a fool. He is a fool. He is a fool. Exhaling, she offered a smile of understanding and nodded at Linley. Oh, all right. Thank you on behalf of everyone in Xiling. Linley recognized that smile. She had shown it before, and he had likewise exhibited it to Song Leping. Oh no, I have been dismissed as a fool again. Linley thought, determined to salvage his image. Class leader, please give me your money one last time. He implored earnestly, with a warm smile of benevolence. Chun Yueying made no objections and handed the money to him once more. Linley then pulled a single yuan from his pocket, counted the total, and placed the money on by Buffon's desk, proclaiming, class leader, you gave me 13 yuan, I will return 14. This signifies that if you lend me your life, I shall repay you for eternity. I was hesitant to voice this before, but now I am prepared. How about it? Are you moved, class leader? Chun Yueying's gentle smile froze on her face. She had prepared herself for many scenarios, but it appeared that Linley was well prepared while she was not nearly so. A stifled laugh erupted in the classroom. With only 3 people present, Linley remained stoic while Chun Yueying held back her amusement. As Wang Yuezhi turned to cover his mouth, he exchanged glances with Linley, quickly waving his hands. Sorry, you two continue. Linley, you are impressive. Wang Yuezhi regarded himself as a rival, and even by Buffon could perceive it. Linley was supposed to be reciting appealing words to Chun Yueying. How could he still be laughing? Linley, flattered yet displeased, noted that class 17 was on the 4th floor, surrounded by Chun Tianming and by Buffon. He stepped into this unfamiliar corridor, where few familiar faces appeared. The four of them were notably tall for first-year students, and their furtive demeanor attracted the attention of many. Are we like the four from Meteor Garden in their eyes? I want to be Dao Ming-si, Zhou Baowei whispered. When Lin Li and Bai Bufan's gaze fell upon him, Zhou Baowei immediately raised his hands in surrender. Sorry. Forget I said anything. Please don't scold me. Sensible of him. As Lin Li prepared to share his plan with the trio, he noticed they had instinctively halted several meters away, as if an invisible barrier separated them from approaching. Go for it. Chen Tianming encouraged, visibly anxious but excited. It was evident they intended to provide all support except action. Perhaps they were being overly cautious. This ISNT4. It's more like 3 5s, Lin Li mused. You three stay put. I'll buy you an orange. Don't move. I need your goddess to catch a glimpse of you from afar. It will add to the sincerity. Once Chen Tianming nodded, Lin Li set off alone toward the battlefield. Hello, are you from class 17? Lin Li approached a girl exiting the classroom, initiating with a trivial question. Without waiting for a response, he followed up. Could you help me call for classmate Yao Xiao? I need to speak with her. Lin Li refrained from asking a boy to shout, knowing boys typically announce loudly at the door. Drawing the entire class's attention to both Yao Xiao and himself, Lin Li was unfazed by the system's lack of enhancement to his boldness. He was more concerned that such a commotion might embarrass Yao Xiao. Girls generally handle such situations discreetly. Returning to the class to inform Yao Xiao and allowing her to exit surreptitiously, benefiting both parties. Yao Xiao, someone is looking for you, the girl shouted. Her voice booming louder than Bai Bufan's, sending a jolt of pain through Lin Li's eardrums. Now, all eyes in the class and the hallway were on Lin Li. Not just from class 17. Lin Li thought to himself, I misjudged the situation. I shouldn't have assumed class 17 operated like class 1. Who could have anticipated that this petite girl possessed such overwhelming vocal power? After her announcement, she wandered off in the direction of the restroom, leaving Lin Li standing at the entrance as if on a bed of nails. Sensing a hint of hostility from the boys in the corridor, he thought, is it Yao Xiao? Based on Chen Tianming's description of her appearance, he quietly inquired as a short-haired girl approached with a puzzled expression. Clearly, someone who could win Chen Tianming's affections must possess a certain charm. It is often said that one should value inner beauty, but without outer beauty, who would care about the inner? Yao Xiao nodded. What is it? It's not ideal to block the door. Let us discuss this in the corridor. Lin Li suggested earnestly. The gaze of the boys from the corridor felt increasingly perilous and intense. All right. Yao Xiao tilted her head slightly for a moment before nodding. In truth, I have a friend who wishes to acquire your contact information. Could you provide me with a number, or we chat? After distancing himself from the class, Lin Li got straight to the point, producing paper and a pen from his pocket. Upon hearing this reason, Yao Xiao paused, then scrutinized Lin Li more closely, curiously asking, and this friend of yours? It was evident that Yao Xiao was quite an open and confident girl. Most boys or girls would have already stumbled into a shy mode in such a situation. Lin Li recalled his own first experience of being asked for contact details. When he returned from outside the classroom, he could hear his classmates teasing him, his face burning with embarrassment, ears flushed crimson, and after a long while, when he regained his composure, his mind was utterly blank. However, to be honest, it was indeed exhilarating. When Bai Bufan and the others teased him about it, he pretended not to care, but inside, he was overjoyed. Ah, the innocence of youth. This friend is truly not me, Lin Li said with a smile, pointing toward the staircase corner. My friend is too nervous to speak if he sees you, so he entrusted me to ask for your contact. He.S. right over there. Both Lin Li and Yao Xiao looked in the direction he indicated, only to find it completely empty. Yao Xiao's expression shifted slightly. My friend has likely perished. Lin Li joked. Not dead yet, but he might as well be later. Those three useless fellows, especially Chen Tianming. He had even told him to just stand still. That's all right. I believe you, Yao Xiao replied with a gentle smile before asking. Is your friend good looking? Much more so than I am. He is only slightly shorter than me, very gentle, and his physique rivals that of an athlete. In such a moment, Lin Li certainly could not speak ill of Chen Tianming, so he lavished him with praise. If he is even better looking than you, then surely I can give you my contact. I hope you're not deceiving me. Yao Xiao's tone carried a hint of surprise, followed by a delighted smile as she took the paper and pen from Lin Li, jotting down a series of numbers. Make sure to add me as well. So if I get deceived, there will be someone to question you. All right, thank you. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. With the information secured, Lin Li promptly bid farewell, leaving Yao Xiao behind, who had intended to say more. Upon reaching the staircase corner, he saw Chen Tianming and the others retreating down the stairs, only half their bodies visible. Did I not tell you to remain stationary? Tianming cowardly retorted, unable to blame the two spectators. What happened? There was clearly no one else at the stairway. Chen Tianming inquired in a hushed tone. You all are unreliable. But I am Lin Li. I got it. Lin Li waved the neatly folded paper triumphantly. Father, you are my true father. I must go on this outing. Everyone, come with me. Anyone who doesn't join is opposing me. Chen Tianming. Chen Tianming excitedly rushed over, snatching the paper and even kissing it in his fervor. A bit unsettling, Lin Li rubbed his goosebumps and said, Tianming, from this brief conversation, it seems Yao Xiao's level is likely much higher than yours. So be careful not to be treated like a dog. Yao Xiao's inexplicable request for him to add her, along with her words and actions at that moment, felt as though they had been meticulously crafted. It seemed rather contrived, lacking naturalness. I'm already at the peak of the strongest rank with 17 stars. How could she possibly be better than me? Chen Tianming expressed his frustration, believing that gaming was his strength, and that taking a girl along was a great way to build a relationship. Now that this avenue was unavailable, he felt it was a pity. Such a foolish child, Lin Li thought, shaking his head in resignation as he observed Chen Tianming, who had already fallen head over heels before even starting. He chose not to press the matter further, as it was merely his speculation, and if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, the blame would shift to himself. Moreover, he suspected that no matter what he said, Chen Tianming would not take it to heart. Let us discuss it later. The last class on Friday commenced. After half a period of mathematics, they transitioned into a class meeting. As a consequence, the class meeting on the following Monday would naturally need to dedicate half or even a whole period to mathematics. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yueying's outing plan overwhelmingly triumphed. However, whether it would become a confirmed plan for Class 4 depended on the school's approval, though it seemed unlikely to be an issue, as Chen Yueying appeared to have reached an agreement with other classes. Please be safe on your way home after school. As the bell rang, Shui Jian left this customary reminder before departing. The classroom immediately erupted into chatter, while Lin Li and Bai Bufan remained still. Once Shui Jian had exited, Bai Bufan openly retrieved his phone, smiling mischievously as he asked Lin Li, Did our brother Ping send you the death note? Can we act tonight? Bai Bufan could not return home first and have his family drive him over the weekend. One of the perks of boarding school was being able to stay over the weekend. Although the cafeteria was closed, the gates were open for free entry and exit, allowing them to dine outside. Thus, Bai Bufan planned to remain at school this weekend. Lin Li promptly messaged Song Leping. Lin Li, Brother Ping, I finished school. Although you hold great esteem for Tian Hong, I still wish to compare and see if there are better options available. Have you prepared the map? He hoped he could receive it this week. Otherwise, his time spent at school would be in vain. Bai Bufan watched the chat history, praying for a prompt response. Only with the necessary information could Lin Li act without reservation. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes, Song Leping finally replied. Song Leping, I'm working overtime today, but will send it to you tomorrow during the day, ensuring it won't hinder your plans. Lin Li, all right, thank you, brother. Song Leping, no need for thanks between us. Bufan, do your best this weekend, but remember to adhere to the 103 rules I previously shared. If you fail to comply, our fates will part here. You pursue your interests, and I pursue mine, no longer allies. And you shall not use my name to enjoy discounts. Upon seeing the term Bufan, Bai Bufan's expression became a complex mix of emotions. Lin Li, understood. Song Leping, sending hearts. If all goes as planned, we will act on Saturday night. I'll head home first. If anything arises, contact me via a message in a bottle. Lin Li turned off his phone screen and said to Bai Bufan, No problem, my blade is already itching with anticipation. Let us hope your only yearning is for the blade. Chapter 73. A question mark slowly emerged Saturday. At 4:50, Lin Li rose from his slumber once again. Although today was a gap between the weekly training tasks and monthly tasks, compounded by the fact that it was the weekend, theoretically, it would have been the perfect opportunity for rest. However, Lin Li deemed his willpower insufficient, fearing that resting today would lead to a desire for rest tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow, there are countless tomorrows. If that is the case, why not postpone a bit longer? To prevent falling into such a situation, he decided to push himself instead. However, Lin Li did not descend to the community park today. Instead, he began exercising at home after waking up. He wanted to test whether exercising had a restriction on location. After a month of rising before dawn to diligently practice the 8 sections of brocade, accumulate at least half an hour, 130, before noon. After the test, it was confirmed that as long as he got out of bed and practiced earnestly, the location was irrelevant. Even at home, it would not affect the completion of the task. While there were no significant drawbacks to exercising at home, one could argue that the lack of fresh air and open views, coupled with the somewhat confining nature of the living room, along with the absence of Xiao Zhou's watchful gaze, made it feel like something was missing. Simultaneously, Lin further realized the immense changes brought about by the enhancement of his vital energy. Although I felt utterly exhausted by the end, Lin did not sit down for a moment during that hour today. In the past, fulfilling the requirement of concentrating for an entire hour meant he had to take at least 2 or 3 breaks, each lasting a few minutes. It is an eternal truth that effort yields rewards. However, the gains brought by external aids are often inexplicable. Nevertheless, it certainly adds a sense of exhilaration. Lin drifted into a delightful nap, but someone else was not so fortunate. Where had he gone? Where had he gone? Zhou Yue, who rose at 3:30 to sit in the community park for a full 4 hours, wandered several laps around the neighborhood in search of a youthful figure. His expression dazed and his lips quivering. The once robust body had become frail like a candle flickering in the September breeze. Where had Lin's mother gone? Where is that wicked little creature? Upon awakening, Lin finally received what he had been anticipating. Song Lepying. Compressed file. Song Lepying. This is the initial version. I have updates to make later. Once I accumulate enough changes, I will send you the second edition. Of course, if you discover anything worth updating, feel free to inform me immediately. You need not feel obliged to accept my suggestions simply because I am your senior. We encourage one another and progress together. Thus, the esteemed document from the Shieling Poultry Farm arrived on Lin's loyal phone. Lin, no problem, Brother Ping. I will refine our map, align the granularity, iterate on the existing strategies, and develop a comprehensive combination approach to effectively empower the ecosystem, delivering dimensional strikes that ultimately benefit the entire Shieling Poultry Farm. Song Lepying. I don't understand, but it sounds impressive. Song Lepying. By the way, the granular baby gas bags are indeed quite useful. You should give them a try. After perfunctorily responding to Song Lepying, Lin opened the document on his computer, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, he had harbored some grievances about Song Lepying's delays, given the time that had passed. Yet now, those complaints vanished into thin air. Song Lepying truly had valuable content. This document was meticulously organized, surpassing even by Buffon's cloud storage in clarity and orderliness. The sections on retail investors and hotel takeout were also included, occupying a significant portion, which Lin chose to overlook. Naturally, the essential information regarding physical stores, such as names, addresses, and operating hours, was all present. The obscure pricing and service jargon pertaining to the poultry industry need not be elaborated upon. However, one remarkable feature that only Song Lepying could provide was the inclusion of detailed information and introductory videos of the ladies within the establishments. Differing from the introductions seen on xianxia, the ones sent by Song Lepying were more comprehensive, offering better perspectives and a greater variety. These were videos that would be discarded if submitted late. This is, quite frankly, bordering on the risky. As Lin analyzed frame by frame, he couldn't help but marvel. Some of these videos seemed not to have been filmed by the ladies themselves. It appeared that Song Lepying, concerned Lin might think he had violated the Ladybug Code, had emphasized in red text. Many of these videos are not available from the madams, as they were shared with me privately after I established genuine contact with these sisters. They are voluntary. They are even willing to provide me services privately for free, and some even wish to pursue a romantic relationship with me. Not to mention, one day, you will have such privileges too, but remember, even if you have their contacts, ladies emerging from these establishments must still operate through the poultry farm channels. Otherwise, if private connections are discovered, it will lead to being blacklisted, and there's no need to save a few bucks. Sacrificing future prospects for immediate gains is not a wise choice. As he read through Song Lepying's introductions, Lin couldn't help but smirk slightly. To think there was still a way to enjoy these services for free, hats off to you. Lin was aware that famous literati of the past often received such attentions from courtesans without charge. Yet he was astonished to witness someone like Song Lepying in the present. Lin was inclined to refer to him as Song Yu. According to historical accounts, Han Yu, the foremost of the 8 great writers of the Tang and Song dynasties, had numerous wives and concubines, ultimately succumbing to the excesses of aphrodisiacs and passing away. The document addressed these videos, even annotating the degree of fidelity to the originals. Discrepancies were noted where applicable. It assessed their skills, emotional intelligence, attentiveness, and gentleness. This was indeed a genuine encyclopedia, a coveted treasure for many. Now that the information was in hand, preparations for action could commence. Lin took out his phone. Lin, this review contains spoilers. By Buffon, I still want to see it. Lin, everything is in place. We just need the right moment. Are you ready? Let us strike together. By Buffon, we must attack. Let us hit hard. Should I come find you? Your location hasn't changed, right? Lin, location. Remember to change out of your school uniform. By Buffon SI sparkled, eager to dive into the screen. This is, quite frankly, bordering on the risky. Shieling has so much to offer. After receiving the notification, Bai Bufan promptly changed into her own clothes and arrived at Lin Li's home, licking her lips. Most were retail investors, and distinguishing whether paying for services constituted a crime was challenging. The few marked in red were our targets. However, before you arrived, I compared notes and found that the place I had previously scouted seemed more stable, albeit a bit farther away. From the perspective of the poultry farm, shieling represented a dark era of cleansing, necessitating greater caution. Many establishments, like Tianhong, only served regular customers. New users were the most pitiable, being viewed as treasures on platforms like Pinduoduo. I will definitely heed your advice. You understand this realm better than I do. Whatever you instruct, I shall follow. Bai Bufan's mind quickly abandoned contemplation and began rummaging through Lin Li's bedroom, attempting to instigate a holy grail war. Then you go to the kitchen and cook a couple of dishes and bring me $100,000. Thank you. You're quite the charmer. Bai Bufan flicked him off. Lin Li watched Bai Bufan's raised and swaying rear end as she rummaged under his bed, taking deep breaths to suppress his inner desires. He could hardly contain himself. His primal instincts were rising. 1,000-year kill. Bai Bufan curled up on Lin Li's bed, glancing towards the half-filled trash bin. Lin Li, you're not seriously trying to abstain, are you? Why isn't there a single crumpled paper in the trash? Who would keep something odorous in their bedroom? Let us go downstairs for dinner and head to Tianhong, Lin Li finally decided. After dinner, they withdrew some cash, and it was already 6 in the afternoon. Lin Li's bicycle lacked a rear seat, and even if it had one, riding for over half an hour with a passenger would be too exhausting. Given the difficulties in managing Shielding's shared electric bikes, they ceased operations, and Lin Li's final option was to take a taxi. The fare for two was not exorbitant, and they would likely have a dedicated ride back. Hey, remember one thing. I don't care who you are, but from now on, Bai Bufan is mine. I am extraordinary. Lin Li recalled this as he waited for the car and advised Bai Bufan. First, I am not He. I am Zhou Baowei. Second, remember the first. Third, remember the second. Bai Bufan gestured rudely. Lin Li then took out his phone. This time, he needed to make more preparations to avoid any mishaps. Lin Li, uncle, what are you up to? Working today? After a minute or two, Yang Liang replied. After all, in their line of work, it was unlikely they could be far from their phones for long, and genuine vacations were rare. Yang Liang, I'm not on rotation today. I'm resting at home for the weekend. What up, Shaolin? Lin Li, I would like to meet with you. Yang Liang, of course, no problem. I've been waiting for you to say this for quite some time. Are you facing any difficulties or troubles in life that you need to share? Are you home? Should I come pick you up from your community? Have you had dinner? If not, come over to your uncle's house for a bite. Lin Li, I'm not at home right now. Yang Liang, then where are you? Lin Li, on my way to get a massage and a foot wash. Yang Liang. Chapter 74. One question mark is not enough. Yang Liang. Lin Li. Uncle, I'm concerned that our performance might inadvertently benefit outsiders, so I don't plan to report to the headquarters this time. But if you are at home resting, could you delegate this task to a colleague? When the moment is right, I will send you a message, and you can have your on-duty colleague bring the person over. It was evident that Yang Liang's brain had once again come to a halt. The indicator showed the other party was typing, yet no message arrived. Yang Liang initiated a voice call. Lin Li answered. Lin Li, what are you up to? As soon as Lin Li picked up, he heard Yang Liang's warm greeting. Uncle, I know you're anxious, but please hold on, because soon you'll be even more anxious. First, Uncle, to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, I need to reveal some personal information to gain their trust. Therefore, I will be known as Bai Bufan. Lin Li is no more. If you come by later, please refrain from calling me Lin Li. Pretend I am a ghost. It doesn't matter if the colleagues don't recognize me. Also, is there a community renovation activity at your precinct today? There's a male probationer involved. Be cautious, as he is an insider who will relay information about your actions. The specifics are as follows. When you proceed with your operation, be discreet and avoid him, but not too conspicuously, otherwise my cover will be blown. I recommend a few methods. Lin Li felt it imperative to convey this information to Yang Liang. Yang Liang remained silent, processing the information. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "You're really pushing it, kid." Yang Liang found it difficult to restrain himself. Lin Li shook his head. Relieved he hadn't accepted Yang Liang's suggestion to regard him as a father, or else he too would have to embody such a lowly character. Damn it, he despised people who curse. So, Lin Li, are you about to recreate the previous scenario? Yang Liang's brain finally began to function again, and he asked, something like that. Lin Li nodded, though only Bai Bufan beside him could see. Didn't you say your friend only knows about the chicken farm at Qingjue? Yang Liang asked loudly. I made new friends. Lin Li scratched his head in response. What kind of friends are you making all day? Where on earth did you meet these people? After a brief silence, Yang Liang was genuinely at his wit's end. He couldn't fathom how Lin Li, a student capable of entering Nansang Middle School, managed to network with such individuals. Is there truly an abundance of talent in the world? Beauty is not lacking in life. It is merely the eyes that fail to recognize it, Lin Li replied. Yang Liang, is that how this expression is used? Little Lin, please share the location your friend mentioned with Uncle Yang. We will dispatch plainclothes officers to monitor and gather clues. The arrest operation will commence swiftly. As for you, please return the way you came, all right? Yang Liang urged gently. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. We've already set off. There is no going back. Besides, every day of delay means countless men suffer financially and emotionally. How can I bear that? As a heroic youth and pioneer against vice, recognized by you, how can I retreat at this moment? How can I face the banner you bestowed upon me? How can I honor Sister Sun's praise? How can I justify Principal Wang's nurturing? There is no way I can go back. Otherwise, all our efforts would be in vain. Lin Li resolutely rejected. The banner can be reclaimed. The praise can be revoked. Your principal never truly nurtured you. It's not too late for everything. Yang Liang exclaimed loudly on the other end of the line. Impossible. Lin Li appeared abstract, yet deep down, he was fragile and sensitive. The banner and accolades were a source of comfort for him during lonely nights. At that moment, Lin Li clearly regarded them as his life's guiding principle. No one understands Lin Li better than himself. So Yang Liang now greatly regretted not having prevented the bestowal of that banner. For a child like Lin Li, possessing excessively high moral standards is not a blessing. This oversight was on him. Wait a moment. Before Lin Li could respond, Yang Liang, lost in thought about the banner, suddenly paused. His voice tinged with uncertainty as he slowly inquired. Little Lin, I just heard you say you two have already set off, too, right? Haha, I must have misheard, correct? You didn't miss here, uncle. This time I brought my classmate, my good brother, who also aspires to be like me, so he came along. Here, Bao Wei, say hello. Lin Li patted Bai Bufan's shoulder. Hello, uncle. My original name was Bai Bufan, but since Lin Li borrowed it, I'm now called Zhou Bao Wei. We'll meet soon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bai Bufan leaned in to introduce himself. Uncle, remember to wear 2 masks. One might not be enough. Lin Li added. Uncle? Bai Bufan, who hadn't heard a response for a while, asked nervously. Quiet, I'm thinking. Bai Bufan, just as the taxi arrived. Lin Li and Bai Bufan got into the back seat. Uncle, have you finished thinking? After the car started, Lin Li inquired again. So Lin Li, what is your purpose in bringing your classmate along? Yang Liang asked. He also wishes to become a heroic youth. He longs for the accolades and guidance, right, Bao Wei? Lin Li declared. Huh, yes. It's indeed for those noble pursuits. What else would it be for fun? Bai Bufan hesitated for a moment before firmly nodding. Yang Liang, why does that sound more like a confession? Bufan, are you from Shilin? What is your family situation? How many people are there? Yang Liang asked gently, testing. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of ropes. Yang Liang did not want to spend another sleepless night. Bai Bufan was a bit confused and glanced at Lin Li. Why are you suddenly conducting a census? Lin Li understood the situation and took back the phone. Uncle, Bufan's family is blissfully happy. You needn't inquire further. He wouldn't want to acknowledge you as a father anyway. A sentiment Lin Li refrained from voicing. Yang Liang let out a sigh of relief and soon confirmed that this happy child was participating purely for fun. Noble goals were nothing but a load of nonsense. He had hesitated himself. Well, you Bai Bufan. Haha. Yang Liang made a mental note of that name. Meanwhile, Lin Li heard a deep breath on the line. Your Nansang Middle School is quite impressive. Truly, it deserves its reputation as our best school. There is a reason for its excellence, as it produces many talents. The voice carried a smile, indicating sincerity in the compliment. Not bad. You can mention that to Principal Wang next time. He would appreciate it. Lin Li modestly shook his head, despite being on the phone. He better be able to express his delight. Yang Liang sighed deeply, finally confirming. So Lin Li and Bufan, you both will assist us in gathering evidence, correct? Absolutely. Uncle Yang. All right then, I'll get up and head to work now. Yang Liang's tone carried a hint of resignation and self-abandonment. I'm aware of the insider situation you mentioned, and I will be cautious during the operation, ensuring our identities remain concealed from him and the others on the road. Please share the location with us so we can head there in advance, allowing for a quicker response to your information. You wouldn't want a repeat of last time when you nearly lost your virtue while trying to dissuade a lady from her ways, would you? Uncle, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Upon hearing the location, you wouldn't rush ahead to capture them without waiting for me, right? Lin Li was quite cautious. Yang Liang responded. This child is just like that. It's merely a protective shell born out of distrust towards the outside world. With time, he will adapt. Deep down, he is a kind-hearted, albeit pitiful yet exceptional child. After comforting himself for a while, Xianxia gently said, "No, I would not." "All right, uncle, I trust you." Trust is the foundation of collaboration, especially since we will undertake many joint operations in the future. The place we are heading to is the Tianhong Foot Massage Parlor, located at number 67, Chidun Street. Just follow my instructions through WeChat when the time comes. Xianxia did not remember the name or the address. It wasn't due to poor memory. He had completely missed the latter part of Lin Li's statement. After Lin Li finished his first sentence, the latter part echoed incessantly in his mind. We will have many cooperative actions in the future. Many actions? Does this mean that these two instances are merely the beginning? Would he have to see Lin Li every time they raid a brothel from now on? Such a prospect was rather terrifying. This was no longer just being a vanguard against prostitution. He was essentially becoming a mighty general against vice. Xianxia took a deep breath. More than the address. He was eager to extract more information from Lin Li. "Lin Li, would you mind introducing your friend to your uncle?" "It's nothing serious. I just wish to become acquainted." The friend from the brothel is the one who led Lin Li to this predicament, right? I must capture this scoundrel first and provide some much-needed education. I need to inform Lin Li of the true intentions behind this child's actions. "Hey, uncle, how did you know?" "I was just thinking the same." Lin Li exclaimed in surprise. Xianxia. Chapter 75. You came, but you shouldn't have. Xianxia paused, his mind racing at an accelerated pace. However, the thought process failed. He had to admit one thing. Lin Li's protective shell was occasionally too rigid. For an ordinary person, keeping up with Lin Li was rather strenuous. "Lin Li, what did you mean by you were just thinking the same?" Xianxia, unable to decipher his thoughts, chose to directly inquire. "Prostitution is wrong. My friend has been deeply ensnared in it for far too long, suffering severe physical, mental, and emotional harm. I must help him turn back to the right path. Therefore, uncle, I will find an opportunity for you to apprehend him for the greater good," Lin Li declared. "Embodying righteousness," Xianxia remarked. "I cannot discern the nature of your friendship, but your friend has indeed found a good companion." It was difficult for Xianxia to comment, yet he ultimately chose to encourage him. "This is what I should do," Lin Li humbly replied. "All right then, I await your news. I must prepare on my end as well. Please ensure your safety and remember not to cross any lines. Also, as before, record the evidence. Even as an undercover agent, you must not act recklessly," Xianxia said weakly. Engaging in conversation with Lin Li was genuinely taxing, seemingly draining his lifespan. "Didn't we agree to proceed judiciously? The condition is that you are truly being coerced," Xianxia insisted. "Fine. I just sensed a hint of regret in your tone, didn't I?" Xianxia's lips twitched slightly. "Haha, how could that be? All right, uncle, you carry on with your work. I'll hang up now." Master, how much longer?" After hanging up, Lin Li asked the driver. "About 20 minutes, barring traffic. It should be 15 minutes, the driver replied. "All right." Seeing Lin Li was not inclined to converse, the driver continued driving in silence. In China, customers are treated like royalty, but abroad, a driver may leave a negative review if you fail to greet them upon entering the vehicle, leading to a lower rating and difficulty in hailing rides. The customer simply becomes subordinate. Due to the presence of the driver, many topics remained unspoken. Lin Li and Bai Bufan shared a quiet journey, enveloped in silence. "We've arrived." The car came to a halt. "Thank you, driver." The two exited. The sign of Tianhong was visible not far off, illuminated brightly against the night. "How do you feel knowing you were about to be captured?" Lin Li inquired of Bai Bufan beside him. "I need to use the restroom," Bai Bufan bluntly stated. Lin Li, that is somewhat disruptive to the atmosphere. Lin Li, I'm starting to feel a bit nervous, as if I'm about to run 1,000 meters. Bai Bufan said, swallowing hard and placing a hand on Lin Li's shoulder. "I'm worried I won't perform well." "Why worry about performance? Isn't it possible you won't have a chance to perform at all?" Lin Li replied, slightly exasperated. "No, that is not it. I'm not thinking along those lines. I'm concerned about whether my identity as an undercover agent will be exposed." Bai Bufan's face reflected anxiety, his hand continuously rubbing Lin Li's shoulder. "Why don't you go in alone? I'll watch from outside, and when your uncle arrives, we can coordinate. Don't back down now. We've come all this way. You must go in. Just think of it as visiting a legitimate massage parlor. Go in and wait for a massage or a foot bath." With the mission at hand, Bai Bufan had no choice but to comply. Suddenly, Lin Li's expression turned cold, not because of Bai Bufan's change of heart, but rather, "Bai Bufan, could you refrain from wiping your sweaty hands on my clothes?" This scoundrel kept rubbing his hand on Lin Li's shoulder, and it was only now that Lin Li realized what he was doing. "My clothes are new." Bai Bufan awkwardly withdrew his hand, taking deep breaths, and finally nodded heavily, whether to himself or to Linli, murmuring, "Then I'll leave it all to you." Linli, "Uncle, I've arrived at the entrance of Tianhong. Yang Liang. We will take at least 25 minutes to arrive. After 25 minutes, once you send the message, we can reach and secure Tianhong within 2 minutes. I recommend you wait 25 minutes before entering." Linli, "No problem, uncle. There are procedures to follow once inside. And I'll message you after." Confirming this information, Linli pushed open the door to Tianhong and stepped inside. To his surprise, the receptionist was still Xiaowen. This made things even simpler. Sure enough, upon seeing Linli, Xiaowen waved at him immediately. "Bufan, you finally made it." "Hey, Sister Xiaowen, it's me, Bufan." This exchange gave Linli a warm sense of belonging, as if returning home, and he smiled as he approached. This conversation gave Bai Bufan an inexplicable sense of admiration for Linli. "Is that your name? Just respond." Nevertheless, Bai Bufan still smiled and followed Linli closely. "This is the good brother you mentioned before?" Xiaowen noticed Bai Bufan and inquired. "Hello, Sister Xiaowen, I'm called Xiaowen." Bai Bufan immediately straightened up and saluted as he responded. "Xiaowen, your name's Xiaowen. Then what should I call myself?" He seemed a bit nervous. "Sister Xiaowen, you should understand. If we're addressing him, just call him Xiaozhou." Linli smiled as he explained to Bai Bufan. "Xiaozhou is still a novice, right?" Xiaowen chuckled. "Should we prepare a little red envelope for him? When encountering a new customer, some may give a small red envelope containing a modest amount of money, often as a gesture for good luck, with different amounts symbolizing various meanings. However, Linli was not well versed in this custom. Traditional culture is profound and extensive. One must continue learning throughout life. Noticing Bai Bufan hesitating to speak, Xiaowen refrained from teasing him and said to Linli, "We've kept a spot reserved for you. However, Bufan, typically, such arrangements are for single rooms. Will you two be in 2 separate rooms, or?" Upon hearing this, Bai Bufan suddenly punched Linli from behind. "My friend is like this. I'm not at ease letting him go alone. Let us get a double room, Sister Xiaowen." Linli mentally noted the punch and spoke to Xiaowen. "Extraordinary. Although each of us has our own reasons for engaging in this less than reputable industry, we still possess our dignity. An additional fee is not an issue." Sister Xiaowen. Having heard such words before, Linli interrupted her before she could finish. "All right, that's certainly acceptable, but you must not create chaos. Our establishment only permits individual battles on either side of a room, and team battles are not allowed, even for an additional fee." Sister Xiaowen, pleased with Linli's understanding, nodded and emphasized her point. "You're overthinking it, Sister Xiaowen. We merely seek a tutor for guidance today, not an examination. Just look at my friend. Could he possibly take an exam?" Linli chuckled. "Of course. Who knows? Perhaps one might inadvertently extend the time." "Haha, you do have a point. Then the red envelope would be out of the question." "Very well. You two may proceed to room 107, Rochouet Pavilion. Just walk straight ahead, and you will find it." "Do you need me to escort you there?" I understand, Xiaowen nodded, operating her computer before addressing the two. "No, thank you, we can find it ourselves." Linli replied, waving his hand as he headed in the direction Xiaowen indicated. Bai Bufan followed closely behind. This feels akin to a 1,000-meter race. The anticipation before the start is the most nerve-wracking, but now that we've begun, I hardly feel anything, Bai Bufan murmured to Linli's back. He then collided with Linli's shoulder. "Have we arrived?" Bai Bufan inquired. Linli remained silent, gazing ahead. Bai Bufan, puzzled, craned his neck to see what lay ahead. At the end of the corridor stood the radiant Xuejian, holding a woman's hand. The 4 pairs of eyes exchanged glances, except for the woman beside Xuejian, who appeared confused. The other 3 gazes were filled with astonishment. Bai Bufan was utterly dumbfounded. "At 0 years, I was born. At 1, I learned to walk. At 2, I uttered simple words. At 3, the fleeting images of my brief life began to flicker before me. What a thoroughly wasted existence this has been. What does the current situation signify? I am witnessing my homeroom teacher engaging in such activities? Although encountering this today is indeed worth the price of admission, it is almost too much to bear." He suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him, realizing there was no reason to be anxious now that he faced imminent danger. "Mr. Xue, can we come to an understanding? Perhaps we could mutually agree to act as though we haven't seen anything?" Linli thought, "I do not wish to perish. I have not yet lived enough. And I certainly do not want to be silenced." Bai Bufan's trembling hands clutched Linli's clothing as if grasping at a lifeline, pleading desperately, "Do not panic. You have not witnessed anything untoward." Linli, regaining his composure after the initial shock, reassured Bai Bufan. "Old Jian is not here for illicit purposes. He is likely here for a legitimate reason. That woman beside him is not one of the ladies here. If I recall correctly, she is his wife. Many middle-aged individuals prefer to use their own photos as avatars on WeChat, and Linley vaguely remembered the woman with permed hair from that peculiar night on Monday. Moreover, Xuejian did not strike Linley as the type of teacher to engage in such behavior. After calming by Buffon, Linley shook his head at Xuejian, refraining from speaking, and raised his hand from his mouth in a gesture for silence. The corridor was crowded and filled with eyes, and there were surveillance cameras. Linley did not wish for Xuejian to utter his name aloud. Meanwhile, Xuejian's expression was more complex than by Buffon's. In truth, Linley's gesture for silence was somewhat unnecessary, given the time and location, even if Xuejian were to express his thoughts. He would likely find himself at a loss for words upon seeing Linley. How could he encounter Linley outside of school? The pleasant weekend was suddenly overshadowed. Xuejian could not forget the events of Monday, and Linley's presence here implied that this establishment was also a side venture for him. Xuejian tilted his head, expressing his confusion, and Linley, understanding his thoughts, nodded slightly. The answer was evident. He had concealed his activities quite well, despite numerous visits here. Xuejian had never noticed. However, that was not the crucial matter. The important question was whether Linley had become addicted to his undercover role. Would he be visiting the principal's office again next Monday? Xuejian could scarcely imagine the myriad of expressions the principal would wear. For having Linley as a student was indeed a blessing for Nansang Middle School. At this point, he was still able to endure it. When Bai Buffon's head popped up from behind Linley, Xuejian's desire to deliver a punch to this absurd world reached its zenith. Unable to punch the world, he could at least strike Linley as a substitute. Why is Bai Buffon here too? Linley wouldn't actually take the principal's words to heart and lead the entire school down a path intertwined with illicit activities, would he? We cannot allow such a future. Was it still possible to resign now? Yet, the year-end bonus was just months away. Foregoing it seemed too unfortunate. Principal Wong, see what kind of ideology you have instilled. Linley, observe where your thoughts have wandered. By Buffon, consider the commotion you are stirring. Xuejian, reflect on the caliber of students you are mentoring. Why are we here today? Xuejian began to mentally berate everyone indiscriminately, including himself. What is the holdup? Why are we not leaving? Xuejian's wife, still bewildered, glanced at Linley and Bai Buffon before asking, are these two your students? They seem rather youthful for a place like this. No. I do not know them, Xuejian quickly responded, shaking his head vigorously. I have no connection with either of them. Let us go. We should leave promptly. It is very dangerous here. His wife looked perplexed. What danger could there possibly be in a massage parlor? Although she did not fully comprehend the situation, she nodded in agreement. Thus, the four of them passed each other by, transforming into the most familiar of strangers. Xuejian returned to his car with his wife. Why are we still here? Did you leave something behind? His wife, now buckled in the passenger seat, noticed Xuejian still gazing at the Tianhong, puzzled. There's no rush, dear. There is a high probability that something intriguing will unfold shortly, Xuejian replied calmly, shaking his head. What kind of intrigue? His wife's curiosity was piqued. According to reliable sources, this establishment is about to be raided, Xuejian stated firmly. Ah, this place offers such services? His wife reacted similarly to Xuejian, surprised. Indeed, before Xuejian could lift his head, his collar was firmly grasped by his wife. Ah, Xuejian, I wondered why you need to visit here weekly for relaxation. I have joined you a few times, yet it turns out this is your true motive. All this time, you claim to be stressed from students. But it seems your real concerns lie elsewhere. I knew it. After putting the children to bed, you always seem so restless. Each time. Your excuses were that you were too tired or had work the next day. Now it appears you have been investing your energy elsewhere. If you wish to end this relationship, let us do so. The children will stay with you, the house with me, and the car will be mine as well. Xuejian, you are leaving nothing good for yourself. Xuejian was at a loss for words, having just learned this news himself. What are you thinking? I'm barely managing at my age, let alone venturing outside for wild outings. The only thing I dread is my wife's early bedtime. I know one thing for certain. Once she goes to bed, I must fall asleep within 3 minutes. He struggled to articulate the details of the incident that occurred the previous Monday. The woman released her grip, her mind reeling from the shocking information she had just received, which felt as if it could resonate for a century. Her gaze towards Tianhong changed, now filled with anticipation. The curiosity of humanity, especially women, often compels them to seek dramatic experiences. She yearned to witness chaos unfold. As the narrative unfolded, Chapter 77, titled Arigato, revealed that Xuejian's wife was alive. Much to Bai Buffon's relief after Lin Li's explanation, he had genuinely feared he had stumbled upon a crime scene and was about to be silenced. Rest assured, my phone was recording the entire time. Even if you were to meet an untimely end, The perpetrator would surely be apprehended, Lindley reassured him. Buffon expressed his gratitude, yet he was equally surprised to encounter Xuejian here. A serendipitous encounter that would prepare them should the Demon Suppression Bureau come calling next week. The two arrived at room 107, which felt surprisingly vacant for a double room. Lindley began to realize that the establishment known as Qingjue could hardly be deemed a reputable enterprise. Perhaps his prior impressions had been misguided. The room was adorned with massage robes hanging on either side, 2 lounge chairs, and a retractable privacy curtain. Planning for a foot soak today. Lindley reclined in his chair, awaiting the arrival of the matron with the menu. Buffon closely observed Lindley, mimicking his every move. A few moments later, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a woman's voice asking if she could come in. Buffon felt a surge of anxiety, glancing at Lindley, whose amused gaze met his own. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a scene Buffon would never forget. One by one, women clad in Tianhong technician attire entered and lined up before the projection screen, transforming the once spacious room into a crowded space. Was this the legendary selection of concubines? Welcome to Tianhong Club. Once everyone had entered, they collectively bowed and greeted in unison. The sound, though soft, reverberated within the confines of the small room, creating an overwhelming sense of impact. Buffon's expression faltered, his mouth agape in astonishment. Regaining his composure moments later, he felt a twinge of shame for his earlier reaction. Realizing he must have embarrassed Lindley with his foolishness, he turned away, now eager to observe how Lindley would handle the situation and learn from him. Lindley, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed, unable to close his mouth. Aren't you experienced? Why are you so shocked? Buffon quipped, noting the scornful glances directed at Lindley. Regaining his composure, Lindley looked towards the lead matron, whose attire was slightly more refined than the others, and asked with confusion, Did Xiaowen miscommunicate? We only intended to order a basic package. Having studied the encyclopedic knowledge left by Song Lu Pang, Lindley understood that to select a technician in such a manner required an upgrade in the package. This was not part of their intended arrangement. The matron maintained a courteous smile, shaking her head. However, since you are esteemed guests introduced by Boss Song, we must ensure you receive proper service. Ah, I see. Thank you, Song Lu Pang. It seems I am benefiting from your favor, Lindley acknowledged. Please, make your selection, the matron invited. Perhaps due to the current climate of uncertainty, there were fewer returning clients, resulting in a plethora of available technicians. Each technician exhibited varying attitudes based on their experience and expectations regarding compensation, displaying a spectrum of emotions, some eagerly hopeful, while others wore forced smiles, clearly reluctant to be chosen, perhaps due to low pay or a perception of Buffon's appearance. After deliberation, Lindley confidently declared, I choose Xiao Jing. Upon seeing her name on the name tags, he felt assured in his decision. Xiao Jing, I honor you in this manner. Can you feel my heart from wherever you are? He mused, grateful for the choice. Meanwhile, Buffon, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to Lindley, requesting, Could you help me select one? You want me to choose for you? Very well, Lindley replied, initially incredulous as he pointed to himself. Then nodded. Wait, I can choose myself. Buffon suddenly snapped back, realizing that it was inappropriate to let Lindley make the selection. Lindley, even if he were to choose the matron who appeared to be in her 40s to serve him. Buffon felt confident that it was within Lindley's character to do so. I'll make my own choice, he insisted, scanning the remaining technicians, avoiding their gazes. I'll choose her. Buffon shyly raised his hand and quickly turned his head away, a hint of blush on his cheeks. Come on, Buffon. You're not fooling anyone with that innocent demeanor, Lindley teased, and even the technicians couldn't suppress their amusement. With Xiao Jing and Fei Fei remaining, the others were dismissed, with the matron nodding in approval. Enjoy yourselves. They all chorused before exiting in succession. Once the door closed, only 4 remained in the room. My friend seems a bit tense. Let us begin with a normal foot massage to help us relax. Lindley, seasoned in such matters, suggested smoothly. Very well, boss. Xiao Jing and Fei Fei replied, kneeling to prepare the foot basin with sanitary bags and warm water. Lindley took out his phone and messaged, I'm ready. Starting the foot soak, feeling great. Yang Liang, I'm on my way. About 17 minutes until arrival. Manage your time well. 17 minutes? That should suffice. I'll talk to you later, uncle. Got something urgent. Yang Liang, wait. Lindley, what are you doing? That is not the time I meant. Just joking, uncle. Message me when you arrive, Lindley responded. All right. The warm water was soon prepared, and as Xiao Jing prompted him, Lindley placed his legs into the basin. The bottom was textured, covered with a thin, hygienic film, providing a pleasantly novel sensation. How is the water temperature? Should it be warmer or cooler? Perfect, just right. Lindley replied, leaning back comfortably in his chair, relishing the soothing warmth. He intended to enjoy a few minutes of tranquility while waiting for Yang Liang's message. Meanwhile, Bai Bufan appeared far less at ease, fidgeting as if he were a student being reprimanded, unsure of where to place his limbs. The technician responded stiffly, following instructions in an equally rigid manner. Lin Li had barely closed his eyes for a few seconds when a crisp sound of clattering emerged nearby. Bai Bufan almost toppled over the foot bath. "Sister, be gentle. I'm rather sensitive." "My knee reflex just kicked in," Bai Bufan said, his tone betraying a hint of guilt. Fei Fei, seated before him, appeared bewildered. Who has knees growing on their ankles? Chapter 78. Ha 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 ha. Now, let us proceed with the normal service. What are you so anxious about? Just treat this as a proper foot bath. Lin Li sighed, addressing Bai Bufan with a tone tinged with disappointment. Oh, Bai Bufan nodded, once again apologizing to Fei Fei. Taking a deep breath, he mimicked Lin Li, closing his eyes and leaning back against the chair. Lin Li then picked up the remote for the room's projector, selecting a lyrical playlist to play. The Lin Li's words were directed at Bai Bufan. Xiaojing and Fei Fei heard them too, prompting them to begin the foot bath without the urgency exhibited by Xiaojing. The rationale behind the establishment of legitimate foot bath establishments was clear. They were indeed quite comfortable. Lin Li turned his head to find Bai Bufan completely relaxed, his head tilted, and he appeared to have fallen asleep. Checking his phone, Lin Li realized that 20 minutes had slipped by unnoticed. Yang Liang had already messaged him and was now bombarding him with question marks. Had Yang Liang not understood his predicament, he might have called him by now. "Xiaoying." Lin Li called softly. "Boss, I'm here. Are we starting now?" Xiaojing inquired, reaching for Lin Li's trousers. "Not just yet," Lin Li shook his head. "While you've given us face, it would feel inappropriate to only order the basic package. Why don't you and Fei Fei add a dance? Let us go for the 299 tier dance. I've brought enough cash for a few extra performances." After rummaging through his pocket and counting the freshly withdrawn cash, Lin Li addressed Xiaojing and Fei Fei. Bai Bufan, who had been half asleep, opened his eyes at this. "All right, boss, we'll go change into some outfits," Xiaojing replied cheerfully. The commissions for such additional services were quite lucrative, promising her a substantial sum. Bai Bufan turned to Lin Li, then pulled out his phone. What is the situation now? He understood the need for discretion in such matters. "First, I'm going to message my uncle that we're about to be caught. We need to create a scene of soliciting. We can't let it be that when the door opens, we're all sitting there politely, can we? If Xiaojing and Fei Fei are fortunate, they might just escape unscathed." Lin Li was adamant. "Secondly, if I brought you to such an establishment, it would be a waste if the experience was entirely legitimate. I can't let your efforts this past week, acting as my son and a mere mule, go unrewarded. You ought to truly see something." In truth, Lin Li had no desire to witness such things. For him, they were nothing more than a fade of allure. But since Bai Bufan was interested, he resigned himself to accompany him. Upon reading this message, Bai Bufan felt a swell of emotion, giving Lin Li a thumbs up. This was what true brotherhood entailed. As for the latter remarks, he chose to ignore them. Another reason lingered. Song Leping had quite the reputation. As neither Xiaojing nor Fei Fei had asked for payment up front, likely waiting until after everything was settled. This meant that regardless of how much they spent now, when Yang Uncle interrupted, the money would still be in Bai Bufan's pocket, untouched, an absolute freebie. Thus, he had ordered the highest tier dance without any hesitation. Bai Bufan raised his thumb once more in admiration, appreciating Lin Li's cleverness. The door swung open, and in walked Fei Fei and Xiaojing, each draped in a blanket. "Boss, we need to change the music in here," Xiaojing announced, striding towards the remote resting on the table. "Go ahead." The music began. The two cast aside their blankets, revealing their fresh attire. Bai Bufan's eyes widened, captivated. Though he had encountered far more provocative visuals online, the reality was an entirely different experience. He shifted in his seat, adjusting his pants, prompting Lin Li to chuckle. "You're quite sensitive, aren't you?" Lin Li himself was managing well. Although his vitality had surged considerably, he found himself more resilient than during his previous encounter with the alluring Xiaojing. "Boss, we're about to start the dance," Xiaojing announced with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation of earnings. "Yang Uncle, we're starting the dance now," Lin Li chimed in, his smile genuine and full of hidden meaning. The establishment prided itself on value. The 299 tier dance was indeed justified. The performance was exquisite, a true display of artistry. Some scenes were too indecent to behold, prompting Bai Bufan to shield his eyes with his fingers, blocking out the view. As the tempo slowed and clothing became scantier, the movements grew increasingly provocative. Now, with a soft fan in hand, one of the dancers knelt before Lin Li, continuing her dance while her hands brushed against him. Even Lin Li found it challenging to resist, The allure was undeniably captivating. Just as Lin Li contemplated urging the music to continue, a series of loud knocks startled everyone in the room, including a prepared Lin Li. At the door's small observation window stood Yang Liang, his face twisted in a grimace. Having tracked them down based on the room number Lin Li provided, the door had excellent soundproofing, so while Yang Liang's mouth moved incessantly, his words were inaudible. However, Lin Li could easily guess. Nano rescue. Kid, hold on. Yang Liang, not clad in uniform, elicited an immediate reaction from Fei Fei, who, after throwing on a garment, approached the door to confront him. Who are you? What do you want? Are you here to disturb my peace? Yang Liang smirked, revealing his police badge. I am the law. Fei Fei's expression froze instantly. Bai Bufan, who had nearly succumbed to the temptations, finally regained his wits, almost forgetting his undercover role. However, he found himself at a loss, hastily turning to observe Lin Li's actions. Hey, where's Lin Li? Wasn't he just lying beside me? But upon closer inspection, Bai Bufan noticed that Lin Li had somehow retreated to the corner of the room, crouching with his head buried in his arms. Bro, you're quite the expert at this, Bai Bufan remarked, impressed. Is this the calm demeanor of seasoned artists?